On the ground to second. And that's the ball game. So the Giants give him a run at the very end. Yastrzemski and Bailey with an opportunity to tie this game. But Bednar comes through with a save. And game one of this series, Mike, goes to the Pirates.
Welcome in. Happy Tuesday morning. Giants lose again. And they're now just a single game over 500. Last night they lose at home to the Pirates 6-5. In that the debut of Carson Whisenhunt. He was all right. We'll talk about that and a whole lot more. Again, good Tuesday morning. No Spadoni today. It's Grandy in alongside Shasky. Shasky, you were at the game last night, and I know it was a frustrating experience. Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning, buddy.
What's up?
I don't even know what to say anymore. You know, the Pirates suck.
Literally one of the worst teams in baseball, and maybe other than the A's, the most incompetent and embarrassing franchise there is in this sport.
I don't even know. I don't even know where to begin. Like, you know, I went to the game, and you're referencing it. Sorry. The place was packed. The place was packed. Like, fans do care about this team. The one thing that I think is a huge misnomer, people don't care about baseball. BS. I'm calling BS. It was the Pirates on a Monday night. I went into the dugout store at like 5:45 with my brother, my uncle, and my cousin. We had a great time. And shout out my buddy Joey Nevin. Just hooked it up with Tix. It was incredible. We had a lovely night. I had a great time at the yard. And so were like 40,000 other people that were there. And I don't know if that permeated through the television. No, I really don't know. I don't know if you guys could tell how packed it was.
It seemed mostly normal to me on TV.
For a Monday night.
I heard 35,000 was the attendance, but it looked, like a good atmosphere.
It was an incredible scene to see. So, like, what I'm going at is, like, this community really does care about their team again. And one thing is clearly evident from the fans in the stands, from the fans online, from my friends and family that I text, I talk to, I go to games with. We are done with certain players on this team. And they are avatars for our frustration as Giants fans. We cannot continue watching the same product, essentially, for 8 out of the last 9 years, which has been mediocre replacement-level players who are journeymen for whatever reason, have status, and stay way longer than they should. You know, are these guys nice players? Wilmer Flores, Mike Yastrzemski. Yeah, they are. They're nice guys, nice players. Should they be 5- and 7-year Giants? No, they should not. No, they should not. Will Clark played with the Giants for 8 years. How is Mike Yastrzemski coming up on Will Clark's amount of time with the San Francisco Giants? It's beyond me. And no one is saying the guy sucks. He doesn't suck. He's an avatar for the frustration of the fans of watching the same not good enough at bat over and over and over again. I don't care if Marco Luciano goes over his next 65. I want to see him. That's it. I want to see him. I'm done watching Mike Yastrzemski swing at a ball that dribbles in front of home plate because it's a splitter in the dirt and he's swinging over the top of it. You know who else I'm done with defensively? Jung-Hoo Lee positioning himself 7 miles away from where the guy's going to hit it, lollygag into a ball, not taking command as a center fielder, and watching it drop. I feel like I've seen that 5 times in 3 weeks. I can't keep watching this team get a base hit with runners in scoring position.
They did a couple of times last night.
Only to hold the runner up. And you know what? It was probably the right decision. No, it probably was the right decision.
It probably was.
But what did I know the next guy coming up was going to do?
Not going to get another hit. Yeah.
Look, again, they're good guys. This is not about them as individuals. I think in the right situation, they're perfect role players for a better team. I can't keep watching Mike Yastrzemski take at bats. I can't. I cannot do it. I can't do it. What are we doing at second base? Brett Wisely, not a Major League Baseball player. What are we doing?
Hey, he had a ground rule double last night.
I don't care. What are we doing
Would
there?
have been a home run in other ballparks.
What exactly are we doing? Andrew McCutchen, who we traded away an eon ago. And anything that happened before COVID might as well happened when Jesus was walking the earth. Andrew McCutchen, in the late game situation.
Yeah, won the game.
hit a home run farther than anyone I've seen in a Giants uniform hit a home run in what feels like forever. The problem that really bugs me is that I truly believe, and maybe I'm the moron, maybe I'm the idiot here, Mark. You tell me. Maybe I'm the idiot. Maybe I'm the sucker that is just a homer and can't see beyond my own fandom. I really thought this team was better. I really thought they had more talent. And if you look at what they had last year around this time, they didn't have a shortstop. The center fielder who was on the IL, we didn't even know about. They didn't have Rafi Devers. Matt Chapman was on a one-year deal. We didn't know he was going to get extended. Like, they are a better team.
Absolutely.
But yet the results feel insanely exactly the same as the last 8 out of 9 years.
I hear you. And shout out to those watching on YouTube. We're brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. And coming up here at 9 o'clock during the show, we will pivot to some Niners stock. We got Jennifer Lee Chan of NBC Sports Bay Area joining us on the River Islands guest line. That's coming up at 9 o'clock. Shasky, to your point, though, about this being a more talented team.
I thought it was.
I mean, it is. There's no doubt it is. Now, they are not performing up to their standards, but this is a more talented team. There's no doubt. Everything you just laid out is true. You have Devers, you have Adames, you have Chapman. Whether or not you believe in Jung-Hoo Lee, like you have Jung-Hoo Lee, you have those guys in here. This is a more talented team. Last year, 107 games in, the Giants were 52-55. This year, 107 games in, they're 54-43.
Exactly.
A difference of 2 games. Essentially the same exact thing.
Except way more expensive.
Exactly. And it's been that for the last 5 years. 2022, 52-55. 2023, 58-49. They were actually much better in 2023. Last year, again, 52-55, and this year, 54-53. This is the same Giants season that we've seen year after year after year after year, yet somehow this year they have an expensive roster full of names that the average baseball fan knows. Yet they're still the same baseball team that can't be better than 500 over the course of 107 games. They're 1 game over 500. The last time they were a game over 500, just 1 game, they were 2-1. 3 games into the year, the last time they were a single game over 500. This team is infuriating, not just because it's the same season that we've seen year after year after year after year, but because they have these stars, they have these good players.
I don't think
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who is on this team. They're just going to be a 500 baseball club.
They're not stars, though. Rafi might maybe one day be one. He's not yet here. That's number one. And then Adames and Chapman, they're just good ball players. They're not stars. There's a difference for me. Like, a good ball player is different. Like, Alec Boehm is a good ball player. Is he a star? No. You know who the stars on that team?
Oh, Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
Chapman's better than Alec Boehm.
I'm just giving you an example, all right? Like, to me, they're role players. Like, Adames, they are Major League Baseball players who are above average. They are not stars.
Adames is better than a role player.
I don't know about that. I like Adames a lot. I like him a lot. I don't think he's a star. Like, you can't be a one-time all-star, but I think there was only one all-star combined amongst the two of them. Like, and you're not a star. I disagree. There's a difference for a star. Is O'Neal Cruz a star? I don't think he's a star.
No.
You know, I hold that word out for very specific players, and I don't think that those guys are stars. Not that they're not good players. They are good players, but, like, they're not stars. They're not. But Buster Posey was a star. Lincecum was a star. You know, I don't even think Matt Cain was a star. Matt Cain was a great ball player.
Well, why the hell are they paying them like stars?
Because they had to pay a Giants penalty. There is a tax. You're talking about the Pittsburgh Pirates being an inept organization. Are we much better? We have been 8 out of the last 9 years under 500. How are we? Who are we to scoff at the Pirates? Like, honestly, just because we have a higher payroll, because we overpay for people? Right? Like, you spent on Jung-Hoo Lee. Who is giving? He's owed $88 million more. Can we get this guy a helmet that fits? I mean, my God, every at bat, he's swinging, lunging forward. The helmet's flying off him. They had their 3rd stolen attempt of July yesterday. Now, I'm asking Giants fans. I want you to be fair here. All right? I want you to be fair here. Think about when a Giant gets on first base, and I want you to watch from here on out to the rest of the year. Rafi Devers, he's injured, he's not going to steal a base, was standing a step away from first base, taking the lead. Elliot Ramos standing a step away from first base to take a lead. I'm watching O'Neal Cruz. He has a monster lead, okay? Putting pressure on a young pitcher. I'm not even saying he's going. The difference between what the Giants do when they get on base versus every other team who is looking to steal, now that the bases are significantly bigger, now that there's a pitch clock, now that you can only throw over only a couple of times, we're still behind the times. We are playing a brand of baseball that still feels like a generation ago. It's station to station with no pop. And I just, every at-bat felt like it started 0-2 yesterday. It felt like this team swung at balls in the dirt over and over and over. I could think of two guys who laid off of a ball in the dirt. Mike Yastrzemski late in the game and Rafi Devers late in the game. And that's about it. And it's mind-boggling to be this frustrating for this long. Something's got to change. And that's why, I'm not trying to pick on the Wilmers. I'm not trying to pick on Yaz. If different circumstances were here and we had better players around them, I would not be individualizing those guys. I can't watch them anymore. I don't care if Luis Matos is 0 for 70. I want to see it. I want to see Luciano. I want to see Meckler. I want to see McCray. I can't watch Mike Yastrzemski bat 229, hit 8 jacks, and have 30 RBIs. I can't watch it because he's marginally better defensively. How many balls came his way yesterday? A couple?
I mean, marginally better than Matos. He's much better defensively than Matos. No, I'm not talking about his offense at all.
How many balls went to Yaz yesterday?
I don't know off the top of my head. I can go and find it for you.
I don't know.
I can't keep watching it. I can't.
I hear you.
I can't.
As far as the Yaz and Wilmer conversation
I'm not picking on
goes,
them. They're good guys. I'm tired of watching guys with no future here soak up at-bats that are exactly the same as the at-bats I watched last year and the year before that and the year before that. I can't do it.
I get your frustration, and I know you talk to a lot of people who share that with you. All I'm going to say is, when it comes to Flores and it comes to Yaz, I don't want to use them as poster boys for why this team is struggling, because there are much higher paid players who have more talent that deserve a ton of the blame for this going wrong too.
There's not a doubt in my mind that you are right when it comes to that. I'm telling you, they represent the frustration of the fans. Like I even highlighted some of the lack thereof in terms of hitting. Yaz and Flores are combined 44 for 214 with 53 Ks and 4 home runs. Again,
I can't
44
to see greatness right before my eyes.
These guys they're free agents. No one is saying they suck as ball players. I'm done watching them play. You're not a Steph Curry Warrior team. You're not the Tom Brady Bucks trying to win it all. You are at rebuild phase. You had to give Willie $200 million. You know why? Because you had no credibility. You had to give Matt Chapman $150 million. You know why? You have no infielder in your system who is ready to play Major League Baseball. That was the price tag to get big leaguers who are everyday players. They're not stars. I think the misnomer is we got stars. No, we didn't get stars. We got big leaguers to soak up big league playing time. I like Willie. I like Matt Chapman. But those guys are role players. On a great lineup, they're batting 6, 7, 8. 5, 6, 7, 8. Not 2, 3, and 4, which is what they are. Come on, Mark.
I mean, I think Adames and Chapman can hit 4, 5, 5, 6.
Matt Chapman is a 25 jacks a year, 245 hitter. That's what he is. It's a good ball player in today's era.
They need that badly. They need that terribly.
Look around. Okay, let's look at the playoff teams. Phillies, Mets. Where are those guys batting in that lineup?
Well, their dudes are hitting 3, 4.
Okay, so where are the two guys you referenced? Where are they batting in that lineup?
For the Phillies specifically, I mean, Adames.
They would be in the 5, 6, 7 holes.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
What about for the Braves, who are 15 games under 500?
Similar.
Okay. What about for the Mets?
Similar.
Okay. What about for the Padres?
around the same spot.
Yeah. Do you get the theme
Dodgers
here?
would be even further
Do you get
down.
the theme here? These are miscast players in the middle of the order.
The Giants don't have to have the best lineup in baseball to win games. Hasn't ever been the case. Like I hear what you're saying. Is Chapman and Adames as good as Mookie and Freddie Freeman? No, of course
I'm
not.
ready to fire my headphones across this studio. We don't have Lincecum, Kane, Bumgarner, and even a Johnny Sanchez. We would die to have Johnny Sanchez on this team right now. This team is 1.5 pitchers deep currently. 1.5. Robbie Ray and Logan Webb. That's what they are. That's what they are right now. This is not the 2010 Giants. Get it out of your head, Giants fans. Okay? That's like me saying, well, it's 2002 49er team. I mean, it's just like the 81 team. No, it's not. No, is Ronnie Lott walking through that door? Is Joe Montana walking through that door? You got Bob Melvin managing, not Bruce Bochy. Look at the catchers. The catcher's got 2 home runs. He's batting 200. The guy is swinging a doorknob up there. Swinging a doorknob. And you're comparing this team to the 2010 team with Buster Posey, who's a future Hall of Famer, one of the great players of all time. I'd die to have Benji Molina at the plate, let alone Buster Posey over Patrick Bailey. Who are we kidding? Andres Torres would be one of the best players on this team. Pat Burrell hit 18 jacks that year after being picked up, being DFA'd by the Tampa Bay Rays. In what world is this team anywhere close to what those championship teams were? What? Are you guys smoking crack?
I never said they were.
Yeah, man, you seem very emotional regarding this. I am.
You drew the comparison to 2012, 2010 and 2012 and 2014. All I said was...
This team is not good.
All I said was the Giants don't have to have the best lineup in baseball to win a lot of baseball games.
Baseball's changed.
They don't
you got to have hitters.
You have to have pitchers. Are you kidding? They don't have
both.
pitchers.
They don't have either. I mean, they don't have either. I mean, Camilo Duvall could have thrown his last pitch last night, for all we know. They don't have enough, period.
Of course. That is very obvious. The solution in this ballpark, I don't know if it's painful for you to hear it, the solution in this ballpark is never to spend an exorbitant amount of money on your lineup. Now, you have to have good hitters, but you have to be good pitchers, which is what made Carson Wisenhunt's debut yesterday so exciting to me, and honestly disappointing through the first couple of innings, but good through innings 3, 4, and 5. You have to have pitchers.
No doubt.
They don't have pitchers.
I agree with you. And
through the last handful of off seasons, my point has always just been, it'd be great to go and get an Aaron Judge. Great to go get an Ohtani. And if you can do that, then yes, of course, go do it. But if you're not going to get that top of the top, then just invest all of your money in pitching. Like, we know that's a solution that works, and it has not. The other pathway for the Giants has never worked.
What are you talking about? 2002, they were one of the best hitting teams in the league.
Okay, because you had the best hitter of all time.
You also
That's never going to happen again.
You had double MVPs, essentially, and you had Richie Aurelia. You had a team that was filled up with sluggers. But I would say this. You're talking about pitching and spending money. You could go get Corbin Burns and spend $300 million, and that guy could blow his arm out, which he did this year. They wanted Corbin Burns. I wanted them to get Corbin Burns. The number one asset in baseball, and this is what made the Giants so special in that early 2010s. They had cost-controlled, young pitching pre-injuries. That's very, very rare. It is. It's just very, very rare, right? And so, like, to use that as the algorithm for every winning team moving forward, no, I think the recipe needs to change a little. Yes, it's okay. You can have hitters. You can win with hitting. You also need to pitch. You also need to play defense. But, like, to say that they don't need to spend money on hitting, I just disagree with that. They have failed to develop infielders for about a decade. They needed a shortstop. They have... Who's their AAA shortstop? Does anyone know?
It's supposed to be Luciano, but of course it's not him anymore.
The guy's got a frying pan for a glove.
Yeah.
Like, who's their third baseman of the future? We thought maybe it would be Casey Schmidt, and Casey's a streaky player, and he's a rotational guy right now. Like, that's what he is. That's why you overpaid for Adames and Chapman. And just because the price tag had a Michelin 5-star price tag, doesn't mean that it was a Michelin 5-star like dinner. That was middle of the pack. Those guys are middle of the pack, above average baseball players, not stars. There's a difference.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by carsforkids.org. We're going to continue to sort through our Giants' frustration. They lose again. They're now only a game over 500, 54-53. Another team has passed them in the wild card standings. We'll continue to get into it. Again, that's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by carsforkids.org. It's Shasky and Grandy with you. More next on the Morning Roast after this on 95.7 The Game.
a base hit to left.
Great at bat.
That is what Jung-Hoo Lee needs to do a lot of.
Go to left.
Now back to the morning roast.
A lot of people wait to hate. They cheer when they're drinking the beer. I want you to keep that same energy when we win that chip this year.
With Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
How many months ago did you fill in for a couple of days? Was that like 2 months ago?
I filled in a few times. We did it on opening day.
I know that.
And then we did it, I don't know, maybe a month and a half ago or something like that.
Well, whenever it was, I came in one day and I said, dude, they're pitching him middle away. I'm talking about Jung-Hoo Lee. And if this guy does not learn to go the other way, he is going to struggle. And he's struggled a lot for the last however many months. I mean, my uncle was calling him Fido yesterday because all he does is roll over to second base. And you look at his spray charts. When you go to the game, they show you like all the dots of where they hit the ball.
Yeah.
I mean, all his spray charts are to second and first base on the ground. And, you know, the white ones are outs, and then, like, I think the orange ones are hits or whatever. But that at-bat that he had late in the game, that is what we've been dying for him to do forever. It's take a little off your swing, go the other way. And he hit a really nice line drive to left field. If he can find a way to channel that at-bat for the rest of the year, now we're starting to talk about something. That's the Jung-Hoo Lee that I've been looking for weeks on end.
He fell behind 0-2, worked it back even, fouled off a bunch of pitches, and then took a high fastball the opposite way. And honestly, the Giants had a lot of great at-bats in the ninth inning. I mean, they were behind 0-2 like in every single one of them.
Every one.
They were taking fastballs right down the middle to begin every single at-bat. But a lot of them battled back, got on base. Devers drew a walk. But then at the very end, Yaz popped out and Patrick Bailey grounds out, and that's the ball game. They did score one. They were down 2. They scored 1. They left the tying run on base. They had a chance to get him in with only 1 out in scoring position, and they can't do it. Either Yaz nor Bailey. There were some good at-bats, and we're Giants fans right now trying to find any shred of positivity, but the positivity was, I mean, they showed at least some fight in the ninth inning. It wasn't enough, but they had good at-bats, but they lost again. 6-5 against the Pirates.
One of the more expensive teams in the game, and we're out here, like, I'm not mad at you for this, but we're out here celebrating fight in at-bats in the ninth inning against the Pirates.
I wouldn't quite describe
with the deadline days away.
I wouldn't quite describe it as celebrating. It's just that isn't like that's new. They haven't done that before.
When they got
it's rare that they do that. You fall behind 0-2. I'm expecting a strikeout immediately.
Well, especially with this team, they're on pace for 1,000 strikeouts as a team. It's crazy. And honest to God, it is absolutely crazy. When they got the bases loaded, what were you guys thinking?
In the ninth?
No, I'm talking about early in the game.
Double play.
Yeah, I was thinking that the whole way. The whole entire way. And I'm like, can someone just hit a fly ball? Can somebody just hit the ball on the ground? Can we get a grounder, with 1 out? And Adames got a hit down the line. I don't know if you guys saw Matt Williams. He was around third and had gone almost to home plate to hold up Brett Wisely. Did you guys think Brett Wisely should have been sent on that? I'm just asking.
In that moment, I was expecting him to be sent.
Really?
Yes.
I actually thought it might have been the right move.
I watched the replay, and I kind of felt like it was in the 50-50 zone.
Okay, I didn't see the replay, so yeah, keep going.
I based on where the ball was, and we watch it on TV, the ball pans to where the ball gets hit, and then you can see the runner rounding third or getting towards third. It felt to me like it was a send at that moment, but watching it back on the replay, it was like, it felt like 50-50.
Did you see where Matt Williams was positioned?
I did not see him.
So when they show the replay again, I might have to pull it up on my phone. Just take a look at where he's positioned. He was so far back, like almost behind the catcher. It was unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it. So I don't know, just this team, you get bases loaded with 1 out, and everyone in the stadium is just like, oh my God, what bad's going to happen? What bad's going to happen? What bad's going to happen?
Absolutely.
That's how ingrained it is that we're frustrated.
Yeah, we've experienced the same thing for years. 2021 was the one reprieve from it, but 2020 was a weird year because they only played,
60 games, and then they ran out of pitching in the final 2 weeks.
And the years before that, it was ugly because that was the very beginning of the post-Bochy era. And the end of the Bochy era was obviously pretty ugly as well. But since 2021, it's been this over and over and over and over again. And 1 year, we're half of a year, a little more than half of a year in, 2/3 of a year in, and Buster Posey hasn't been able to make a gigantic difference. Not against Buster. It's just the reality of how long things take to change. We're almost 2 years into the Bob Melvin era, and he hasn't really changed things. I think one of the things that I'm most frustrated by, Shasky, is obviously it's the individual at-bats, and it's the frustrating nature of runner on third, one out, you can't get it in and all that, and so much of that needs to go to the individual players and the hitters and these guys for not executing. Just the overall vibe of the team, and to me that comes down to the manager. It just feels like a team that is not quitting, but there isn't that sense of urgency, and there isn't that sense of, all right, we got to lift ourselves up here, and we have to do it ourselves. I haven't really felt that from this team in the middle of this whole stretch at all.
It feels like a note off, doesn't it? If this were a musical, it's like a note off. Because that's the feeling that I get too. I can't put my finger on it. I just can't. And when I watch these guys warm up, Chapman and Adames are clearly buds. The other thing I underrated, and I'll get back into the manager, but like all the other players on the other team, Cabrian Hayes, O'Neal Cruz, they all really respect Willy Adames. They're all playfully dapping him up, talking. That I do believe that he has brought a level of credibility to the table. That being said, for whatever reason, this team just doesn't feel all on one page. I don't know what it is. Maybe that's just when you're playing poorly and you're inconsistent, it's always going to feel a little off. But like this goes back to Bob Melvin. What does this team do well? They don't run the bases well. They certainly don't pitch well right now. They don't hit well. They're not situationally putting the ball in play. It just, something's got to give. And maybe, it's not all on Bob Melvin, but maybe you just need to make a move. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's now or in the offseason. You're
talking about firing Bob Melvin is what you're talking about?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why they extended him. It was unnecessary. I also don't think that doesn't mean that they can't just fire him. We've seen plenty of people with 4, 5, 6 year deals get fired. Jim Tomsula, Chip Kelly on line one, right? So the Giants have the money. Trust me, I was in the Giants dugout store yesterday before the game. You guys are printing money. And newsflash, Giants, stop it with the City Connect gear. Put some OG, throwback, normal Giants gear in there. Stop it. Stop trying to force feed us City Connect gear. Everyone was looking for the throwback stuff. We were looking for the basic stuff. They didn't have enough of it. But you know what you had enough of? All the crappy City Connect stuff. We're over it. We get it. We know you want to sell City Connect stuff. You'll sell the Giants Attitude 1980s jerseys like hotcakes. Throw them on the shelf. Let's go. But that being said, I don't know what it is, dude. This team's not responding for whatever reasons. And when this happens, the sacrificial lamb is the manager. That's how baseball works. Whether it's his fault or not, we have to find a scapegoat. And I just keep coming back to what the hell happened in San Diego with Bob? Why did that team feel like it was a note off? Why did that team not feel super connected?
And they went to an NLCS with Bob.
And you tell me. I'm asking out loud. I don't have the answers. I think it's all up for debate right now, don't you?
Yeah.
The nucleus of the team that you assembled, are they getting along? Are they buds? Is it the manager? Is it his message isn't landing? Do we have the wrong guys? Do we have the wrong core of guys that are leading the pack of all the young guys that are on this team? Well, I don't know.
We don't know what the hell goes on behind the scenes. I think from the outside looking in, I want to see some, I don't know if accountability is the right word, but all of this, the terrible mistakes that this team makes, mental mistakes, Ramos on the base paths, Jung-Hoo Lee in center field, unable to sprint in, get under a ball, and call it. We saw it again in Atlanta with Jung-Hoo Lee and Ramos, where they let that one fall, and that's on Jung-Hoo Lee as well. I don't know if it's sitting the guy down after a game and saying, you're not playing tomorrow, you have to get your head out of your you-know-what and figure this thing out, because we cannot afford mistakes like that. I don't know what it is, but I would just like to see something from anybody in leadership that suggests that we're taking this as seriously as we possibly can, and this is not up to our standards, because based on what I see on the outside looking in, it just kind of seems like they're like, whatever. It's a young guy making a mistake. He'll improve and he'll learn. I don't see that fire that a struggling stretch like this should require. I haven't seen it at all.
How many times do they pan to the dugout and Bob Melvin, after a big gaffe, whatever it is, bad pitch, misplay in the outfield, he's just on his little notepad. He just writes a little note. What? That's your response? Really? I just...
Well, what do you want to see him do in that situation?
Show some energy, some life. Maybe throw the notepad. Maybe throw your hands up. Do something. Whatever you're doing is clearly not resonating. I'm with you. I think they do need a little passion. I'm not saying you have to be a tyrant, and I'm not saying you got to be out of your mind. I'm not saying you have to be belligerent. But my God, when you are monotone all year long, when clearly the team is on life support, they do need a little jolt. You need something.
Yeah, they do.
Am I wrong?
No, you're right. Coming up this afternoon at 4:30, the Valkyries take on the Atlanta Dream. You can hear the game on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX. Pregame starts at 4. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. And what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Plenty more on Bob Melvin and the Giants. And the deadline is now just 2 days away. What the hell are the Giants going to do? They've now lost 10, or they're 2-10 in their last 12 games. They're 13-24 in their last 37. Is this a team that should buy? I mean, are we kidding ourselves at this point? That's what's coming up on the game. Again, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. It's the Morning Roast. Shasky and Grandy, and back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
actually very emotional regarding this.
Oh, heck yes.
Hey, this is MSR from San Ramon, and you are listening to Joe Shasky and I already forgot. Spadoni on 95.7 The Game.
I already forgot.
Welcome back. No Spadoni today. It's Grandy in alongside Shasky. And Shasky, you and I haven't done a ton of shows together, but I know you well enough that when you get the way you did to kick off the show, and when Giants baseball frustrates you the way that it's frustrating you right now, I just take a back seat and let you go.
I'm an insane person because I really do care.
You do.
The thing that like last night, there's that pop-up, right, or whatever, a fly out, and you see Brett Wisely. He has a better angle on that play. I know you want like the shortstop to turn and make a play on that, but like the angle that the second baseman has
directly over your head, it's more difficult.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. And so like he does have a better angle on that type of a play, but the guy who has the best angle is the center fielder coming in
by a mile.
And there's been, 4, 5 in the last, let's just say 2.5 months, balls where Jung-Hoo Lee, pre-pitch is positioned in a very questionable spot where I would like someone in the postgame to say, why were you playing that guy that way before the pitch in the setup? I want to know that. Because I think pre-pitch setup is extremely important. When you watch Matt Chapman, he plays extremely deep for a third baseman compared to like Cabrian Hayes at third base. Like 5 steps deeper toward the outfield grass. Well, why is that? Well, because Matt likes to use his feet and play more on the move. He's a great I can throw on the run guy. Not a lot of third basemen do that. That's the way he plays. Okay, that makes sense. As a center fielder, you do get some of the pitch comm stuff. Do you know, hey, we're going soft away. That guy's going to hit it to the opposite gap. Like, those things matter to me, you know? And am I moving a couple of steps the other way because we're going to go hard and in, and I think he's going to be late on the swing? Like, that's what I want to know. I don't know. But it seems like in these situations where a ball falls in, Jung-Hoo Lee is positioned in a very odd spot to begin the play. Number 2, he gets a bad read on it, and it doesn't look like he breaks on it quickly. And then this one last night, that's the sense I got as well. Number 3, never takes command. Ball's in the air. As an infielder going backwards, what's the number one thing that you worry about? Getting Johnny Damon, as I like to call it, meaning you collide with someone who is running full steam from the inside, and you're the one who gets blindsided. I got a concussion that way from my boy Marty Yerbeck. Marty's probably laughing right now. Blood, you got hit. Because I did. I got laid out. So as the infielder, you're always worried about getting just destroyed by the center fielder.
You naturally go into plays like that hesitant because you're waiting for a call.
And you're looking at the ball and you're looking over and you're waiting to hear something. Even in a crowded stadium, you want to hear something or feel something in terms of that like that vision that you have. What do they call it? Peripheral vision, where you can kind of feel that guy coming in. Never does he take charge. He comes sliding in late, and there's nothing that frustrates a pitcher, a catcher, and a manager more than a ball that drops in between 2 or 3 guys. And that happened again last night. And it's not even about that play being the make or break of the entire game. No, it's a microcosm of what it represents, where I'm seeing my center fielder not confident, not running after a ball with full confidence, and then not taking charge over and over and over again. So now I ask myself, what the hell's going on here? Like, well, what is going on? Are you positioning yourself pre-pitch properly? Are you confident? Why are you getting bad breaks on the ball? Can you not see? I know the KBO, they've talked about like, well, they play in a stadium. Or a dome, excuse me. Maybe he doesn't see the ball well at night. I don't know. Like, I'm asking these questions out loud. These are the questions I have for him. You cannot be a center fielder at the big league level and be a premium glove guy if you're not taking charge on that play. That's the kind of play you need to be making that play 10 out of 10 times.
I would imagine he gets positioned by people in the dugout, whoever's in charge of that, whichever coach is in charge of defensive positioning in the outfield pre-pitch or pre-at-bat would be my guess, and it changes based on the count and all that.
But there's instincts that go into it too.
There are. And specifically that play last night, you're talking about top of the 6th inning, 2 outs, nobody on. A pop-up to shallow left center field. Ramos from left, Jung-Hoo from center, and Wisely from second all converge. kind of in that Bermuda Triangle area behind second base in shallow left center field. And specifically last night, it felt as if Jung-hoo, to me, and this is just my opinion, my read on the situation, felt as if he just assumed somebody else was going to get there because he was jogging. He was not sprinting. And ultimately, what cost him was he got there late, realized nobody else was going to get there either, and then had to have an awkward dive at the last second, and he got it in the glove, and then it just bounced out. But if you just sprint there immediately, make a call aggressively and loudly, you get there no problem. You don't have to dive at all. So positioning, maybe that's an issue for other plays, and maybe it was not great on that play either. It didn't matter this time. He didn't sprint. He did not hustle. He lollygagged his way to the ball, and it cost them.
I could hear my dad in heaven. Somebody make a damn play. No, like, honest to God.
Yeah.
I could hear my dad in heaven saying that.
It's that simple stuff that, I mean, honestly, we talk about a team that's going through a really rough stretch. You have things like that happen over and over and over. And whether you want to blame Jung-hoo or Ramos or whether you want to blame the coaching staff, whatever, things like that happen and they keep happening. You know who gets pissed off? All of your pitchers.
Yep.
All of your pitchers. And that translates to maybe your first, fight in a clubhouse. That could happen. I mean, how does Ryan Walker, who was the pitcher in Atlanta when Elliot Ramos and Jung-hoo Lee dropped that ball in left center field, how does he feel when he gets charged with an earned run because his outfielders can't make a simple catch?
Devastated and ticked off. Outs are hard to come by. And when you give a team extra outs, what ends up happening? 9 times out of 10, they punish you for them.
And you will lose the game.
Exactly. And so to me, all of the ways in the margins this team right now is just not winning. They're not getting that extra 90 feet on bases. They're not playing, super buttoned up defense. I mean, there was even a play yesterday. Adames is patting the ball. Dog, let it rip. Throw the ball.
He needs to get his little rhythm crow hop in. He can't just fire it immediately.
It drives me crazy. I'm like, throw the ball, doggy. Devers made a hell of a play on an errant Brett Wisely double turn.
What a terrible throw. What a great play.
It was a great play by Devers.
Just to catch it, let alone get the tag down too.
100%. And so right now this team they're not a very good team. And there's just no other way around it. And I think my frustration is I actually think that they're more talented than the results. And yet it's not materializing. And I don't know why. Yeah. I legitimately do not know why.
Yeah, I'm with you. 888-957-9570. Why the hell are the Giants in this spot? It's the most talented roster, in my opinion, they've had in quite a while, yet they're only a game over 500. Nick in Berkeley wants to weigh in. Nick, what's up? Good morning.
The reason why the Giants aren't doing anything at the plate is because we got about 4 or 5 batters in there that completely suck. Okay? First of all, Kisner, whatever his name is, Matos, he's horrible. I mean, dude, he's hitting like 145. Dude, get off the field, bro. You're terrible on defense. I don't even know what Matos is doing out there. I mean, you know what I mean? And Schmidt sucks. You know what I'm saying? Here's the lineup if you really want to know what the lineup should be, man. I'm going to tell you right now. The batting order should be who? And then it should be Chapman, and then Devers, and then Flores, and then Ramos, and then maybe Kisner right there, and then I would have Chapman batting second. I'd have Chapman, Devers, Flores, Ramos, and do it like that because the batting order sucks. It's the worst batting order ever. Why is Ho not leading off? I mean, who should be leading off automatically? And you got to put Chapman in front of Devers because they're going to have to go after Chapman. And if they put him on, then Devers might drive in some more runs.
Hey Nick,
so they got to.
Nick, where does Adames figure in here? Does he go after Kisner?
You put no, my bad. You put Adames in the 5th slot.
Oh yeah, so Flores, Adames. Yep.
Gotcha.
Ramos.
Yeah.
So you got who? You got Chapman, Devers, Ramos. Adames, and then I don't know who else because the rest of them suck.
Nick, this is one of my favorite calls you've ever had. Who's on first? What's on second?
That might be a Call of the Year nominee.
I was so confused.
Kisner batting 6th ahead of Adames.
What do we do with Bailey? What do we do with poor Pat Bailey?
That's a great question. I mean, I think maybe this doesn't necessarily apply to Bailey specifically, although just watching him come to the plate every single game 4 times is just a painful experience. I think this maybe is more so for like a player like Ramos, and maybe Jung-Hoo Lee is kind of fitting into this area. I think the kind of player that frustrates Buster Posey endlessly is just the not smart ball player. Just the ball player that can't do simple, straightforward things. So you give Buster Posey a full offseason after his first season as the president of baseball operations, and his goal was probably going to be like, all right, we have to improve tenfold at all the small things. And some of the small things is like just putting the ball in play.
Totally.
And that might be where Patrick Bailey comes in. Like, I would not be shocked if they set themselves out on a goal, whether it's at the deadline, I would guess not, but the offseason where it's like, all right, we're going to have to find a new catcher. Because I don't know how much longer you can just keep trotting this guy out there for 4 at-bats.
I'm 100% with you. He actually made some really nice blocks yesterday, which was it was nice to see. He does the one knee down all the time, but finally with runners on second and third, he actually dropped to both and used his chest protector to block the ball, fundamentally sound multiple times. Like that was a good sight to see. I don't know. Are you deep into the equipment game just in general?
I wouldn't say so.
Okay.
But why? Let me know.
Well, because like whenever a golfer is searching, they'll find all these random, like training aids, if you will. And you'll see them on the range doing the towel under the armpits and the just right, grip club with this little like trinket and that trinket, all to get your swing right. And like you're searching is what I'm getting at.
I have some experience that with tennis. It's kind of similar.
Okay.
Your serve in tennis.
Okay.
Same thing.
So when I see Pat Bailey up to the plate, he's a switch hitter. So he's got 2 unique swings, a right-handed swing and a left-handed swing. So that's difficult in itself, okay? He's up there with the bat. Forget the torpedo part of it for a second. The bottom knob has this, like, I call it like it looks almost like the bottom of a chair or the bottom of a table. It's elongated. It's not a normal baseball knob.
Yep.
Goldschmidt was the one who kind of pioneered this bat. It's a counterbalance bat. So, he's searching for counterbalance, improvement in some capacity. Then he's got the torpedo bat barrel on the other end of it, and he's searching amongst, sometimes he's got tape on the bat, sometimes he doesn't. It screams to me a guy that's just dying to get a base hit. And anybody who's played ball knows that, like, when you're in your own dome, it can be so mental. The difference between being a 300 hitter and a 200 hitter is like a couple of hits a week. I mean, that's how thin the margins are. A couple of hits a week if you're playing 3 or 4 times a week. And so he is just struggling. I mean, he's struggling, and he's got 0 pop. I mean, he's a punch hitter at best. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, weak flares to right, weak flares to left. That's about what his game is.
And he used to be a player who, honestly, for the first few years, full years in the bigs, first half of the year, he would actually hit the ball pretty well. Like
I thought so too.
260 like through first halves oftentimes, and then the second half he would just fall apart. Whether it was because his legs gave out on him from catching all year long or whatever the case was, maybe he wasn't in the best shape physically. But what's changed this year is the bat just hasn't worked all year.
No.
In the past, he was honestly, as a catcher, like average, if not above average, at the plate for first halves of seasons. And then the bottom just fell out in the second halves. But that's not the case this year. He's just been an automatic out almost the entire season.
Yeah, I don't know what they do with him. I mean, it's just so frustrating. I mean, every guy that we think comes up, shows a little promise for a couple months. You know what Giants fans do? Oh, this is our guy for the next 10 years. We did it with Ramos, and then, like, he made the All-Star game. Does that All-Star game, does it hit the same way this year?
No,
I'm not trying to take it away from him. That's not what I'm trying to do. But you would hope he would build on that. It might be an outlier.
I mean, look, in terms of the regulars in the lineup, and before I do that, I did want to let you know you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Also, a reminder, coming up in 2 hours, Jennifer Lee Chan, Niners insider for NBC Sports Bay Area, will get us caught up on everything happening down at Niners camp. Ramos is a 269 hitter. In terms of the regulars that are in the lineup like every single night, he's the Giants' best hitter. For average, for even for power, if you want to.
Talking about Ramos.
Ramos.
Okay.
He is. You know how bad you have to be in other aspects of the game for the Giants, one of the most offensively starved teams in baseball. You know how bad you have to be in everything excluding your bat for the Giants to be like, we could probably live without you. Like, you're their best hitter, their best regular everyday hitter. And you and I are here talking about, well, what could he get you at the deadline?
I mean,
because that's how bad he's been elsewhere.
I know.
It's so difficult to get to a point where you're their team's best hitter, and I like to think we're reasonable. Reasonable people like you and I are being like, well, he might be an asset to go get him somebody else, because I don't know if they can survive playing him in left field and having him get outs on the bases every night.
Well, I look at it this way. Like, if your skill set is so over the top proficient, I can live with some of your flaws. I guess what I would say is, yes, he is their Giants' best hitter in many aspects, but I don't think he's so overwhelmingly good that you can overlook, I'm talking about offensively, that you would overlook the horrific mental gaffes defensively and on the base pass. That's how bad those gaffes are.
Yes, horrific.
So as I weigh them like on a scale, I don't think his offense is so much better that I can overlook some of the deficiencies. That's why I'm even contemplating it. Otherwise, I would sound foolish.
Yeah,
am I wrong?
No, you're right. It's like Teoscar Hernandez for the Dodgers.
Exactly.
Also a terrible defensive outfielder. Terrible. Not as bad as Ramos, and also not as bad of a base runner.
Castellanos for the Phillies.
Castellanos, the same thing.
It's the same thing.
But those dudes mash.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe Castellanos a little less so this year.
So as you're doing this evaluation and we're weighing, what you're bringing to the table, right? Because all players have strengths and weaknesses, Like, I look at Mike Yastrzemski, and you have his defense. And I agree with you, his defense. See, to me, his offense is so putrid, and I'm sick of watching it. It does not outweigh whatever. It does outweigh whatever his defense is.
I hear you.
I just want to see something different.
I'm not trying to tell you that I think Yastrzemski is a winning player.
I don't think that's what you were saying.
But
I think you were defending the player, and I get why you are. And again,
I'm probably defending Yaz more so because I just have zero belief in someone like Luis Matos.
I'm not even saying Luis Matos is the answer, but I can't keep watching. It's like when you have a quarterback and you're done with him. It's like, hey, I'm not saying CJ Beathard's better than Brian Hoyer. I'm done watching Brian Hoyer. Show me CJ Beathard. You know what I mean? Like, we've all been there in an NFL season. Have we not?
Yes.
We've all been there. You know exactly what I'm talking
Mullins.
about. You get to a point and you're like, I'm tired of watching that guy. I need to see something else. And that's where I look at the Giants and I say to myself, when this deadline comes, if you buy and you sacrifice some of your young talent, again, that you think is in the cards over the next year or two, boy, that would be a really, really poor decision. That would be a poor decision. This team is not worth buying in on. They have not earned the right.
If you buy a rental, I will freak out.
Really?
If you buy someone for just the next 2 months.
Well, you saw Mitch Keller. He's under control for 3 more years.
Yeah, I would be okay with buying Mitch Keller because he's going to help your team next year and 2 years from now.
At what price?
Yeah, the price is the sticking point, obviously. But if you're paying a heavy price for, say, the Giants aren't going to go get Eugenio Suarez because he plays third base. He also got hit on the hand last night, and now his market is up in the air. The X-rays came back negative, but he's going to get more testing done. If you were to get somebody out on the trade market who is a rental and is not under contract beyond the end of this season,
oh my goodness,
I'm going to throw a fit because, as you said, this team does not deserve additions just for the sake of this year. You can go buy somebody that's going to help you next year. Like you're talking about extending Robbie Ray versus trading Robbie Ray because you need him next year.
Exactly. This team should be thinking about not just the final 2 months of the season. They should be thinking about 2026 and beyond. That's the mindset. It's not now. And look, I know we want to win now. Everyone wants to win now in sports. I get that. But now's not their time. They're a little better positioned this time than they were this time last year, right? That's good. Let's go through this deadline. Let's move some pieces. Like, for example, Luciano. Like, if Luciano can't come up on this team right now, he's never coming up here. Would you agree with me?
You never know what the future holds, but I don't even know what position he's going to play defensively.
So if that is your setting, you need to move him or you need to play him. That's how I'm approaching this deadline. I am finding out with conclusive one way or the other. Either he's going to play for me for 2 months or we are going to move him. I can't do this again. I can't do it much longer. And Luciano sadly represents all of the missed promise, the hope, whatever he represented as a chip of the future is kind of out the window. So make a decision on him. You guys have had him. You've had him for 6 years. You know what he is. These guys know what he is. Either they want him and he's going to play and you just give him some runway, or they move him. That's the kind of thought process I want with this deadline. I don't care about the rent. If they get a rental, to your point, my head will explode. Yep. Like, it legitimately will explode. I want some sort of conclusion with the Lucianos. Matos, all right? If you guys truly believe in Matos, and we're all wrong, and because we all don't think highly of him, if you guys believe in him, play him for a month. Let's see it. If you don't believe in him, and like I kind of think that you don't believe in him, which is fair, move him. Get rid of him. Well, I don't care if it's pennies on the dollar. Stop clogging up my time. Stop wasting my time. I can't watch it anymore. I can't. He was a pinch runner last night. Yep. And you know what I kept thinking?
What?
He better not make a mistake running the bases last night, weren't you?
Flores. Yeah, he came in for Flores in the 9th inning. 888-957-9570.
I want them to be good. This feels like 3 straight years where we're going to head into the middle of August, and I'm ready to wave the white flag. I'm talking about mathematically being eliminated before September 1st again. I can't do it. Like, at what point can this team just be back in the mix?
Well, they won't be mathematically eliminated by then. They're only 4 games out of the wild card.
Only 4 games out of the wild card.
As Guru would say, the math still checks out, Shasky.
I love Guru, but I'm not sure if I would call him a Texas Instruments TI-18. What is it, a TI-89?
TI-89.
I mean, if the Giants really, you think about it, guys, all they have to do is for the next 2 months is play a brand of baseball that they've shown no signs of playing over the last 3. So if they just completely played totally different baseball, they might have a chance.
So the Padres currently are 3rd in the wild card in the NL, the last playoff spot. They are pacing for 88 wins.
The Padres.
Okay. So as of right now, on pace, 88 wins gets you to the playoffs. That would mean the Giants would have to go 34-21 in their final 55 games to get to 88 wins. 34-21.
A clip that they have failed to come to all year.
They have to be 13 games over 500 the rest of the year.
Yeah, I'm going to say there's not a chance in hell.
The best they ever were this year was 9 games above 500. That was way back in April.
They were 12 games over.
Were they?
They won game 1 in LA versus the Dodgers. And they were, 41-29? Something like that.
And then
that feels a lifetime ago.
Yes. That was the Casey Schmidt grand slam off of Yoshinobu Yamamoto. And they won game 1 in LA to tie the Dodgers atop the NL West.
Then that might have been the highlight of the season.
Since then, they are 13-24. 13-24 since that day. And that basically coincides with acquiring Rafi Devers, as Lubman said. 13-24 in their last 37.
I can't be the only one that is exhausted by losing. It's just... Look, I never thought that they would win 1 title, so winning 3 is it's the craziest thing that's ever happened. But in the wild card era, to be under 500 this many years in the last decade... 8 out of the last 9 years. 8 out of the last 9 years. Do you know how inept you have to be? Like, do people really realize how difficult that is to accomplish?
They've perfectly middled it where they're just good enough to kind of tease you at times with the chance of the postseason, but they're nowhere near bad enough to where you can just accept okay, this is just a down year. And it's ultimately in the long run going to prove to be something good. Like you compared the Giants to the Pirates. The Pirates just are terrible.
Yeah, they're
24/7,
and they also have a payroll that is a fraction of yours.
And I mean, I could not imagine being a fan of the Pirates. It sounds like one of the worst things that I could possibly be, and I feel for every Pirates fan out there. But the Giants, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. The Giants are just a 500 team because that makes it more infuriating. But at least they're not ever going to win only 60 games in a year.
Bang for buck, there might not be a worse bang for buck in terms of money spent proportionate to the rest of the league and the winning. There might not be in sports.
Payroll per win. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. We could look into that.
They have been top 12 for the last 10 years, and they've been 8 out of the last 9 years under 500.
Yeah,
that is horrible bang for the buck.
They would be up there. You're right.
You contrast that with the Milwaukee Brewers or the Tampa Bay Rays, and all they do is win on a fraction of the payroll.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Life Source Water Systems. Deli Boys on hold. We'll get to you right when we come back. It's the Morning Roast, Shasky and Grandy with you. Still picking through this Giants loss. They lose again. They've lost 10 of 12. They're only a game over 500. Did you hear the rumor about Camilo Doval and the New York Mets? We got to talk about that as well when we come back. It's the Morning Roast, Shasky and Grandy with you on 95.7 The Game.
Double play ball. And the throw is wide, and Devers got him. How about that?
Oh, yeah. Roasters, what's happening? It's Chewy Gomez from 102 Jams. I got you covered every afternoon from 3 to 7. And you know my boys Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky. Well, they got you all morning long right here on the Morning Roast. Take it away, Spadoni.
It's not Spadoni, it's Grandy. And
what's up?
Giants last made the playoffs 2021.
Yep.
But since 2016, they've only made the playoffs one time.
If you don't include 2016, yeah.
Okay, so let's say it's starting in 2017. I'm going to give you, there's one team in baseball who has not made the playoffs in that time period. Who is it?
One team to have not made the playoffs in that time. Is it the Pirates?
Yes. Only team in baseball.
Okay.
Listen to the company the Giants find themselves in since 2017 started. These are all the teams with one playoff appearance.
Only one playoff appearance.
The Reds, the White Sox, the Rockies, the Tigers, the Royals, the Marlins, and the Mariners. That's the group of teams that you have been with since 2017 started. Teams that have been to one playoff.
Wow.
In the easiest to make it playoff situation baseball's ever seen. I'm going to read that off. This is the company. Now, the Pirates are in their own company. That's how bad they are. That's who you lost to last night. Team that hasn't been in the playoffs in forever. Since I think the wild card game that you guys beat them in.
2014.
Yeah. These are the teams that you surround yourself with. This is your company. Everyone else has been in the playoffs twice or more, okay? Reds, White Sox, Rockies, Tigers, Royals, Mariners, and Marlins. And you wonder why Giants fans are exhausted. Now, I'm tired of hearing about 2010, 2012, 2014. All right? 2014 was 11 years ago. 12. This is going to be 12 years beyond that. Okay? 2015 might as well have been 5 lifetimes ago for most of us. How old were you in 2010?
2010, I was 14.
14. Think about that. You were in 8th grade.
Yeah.
Come on, doggy. 8th grade. Now you're hosting, filling in for Joe, in the morning of one of the biggest markets in the entire country.
He's too old.
All right? I think my frustration is warranted.
It is. No one's saying otherwise. By the way, what's like the common thread with all those teams that you named, not including the Giants? I don't have the exact numbers because
give it to me.
All of those teams with only one playoff appearance from 2017 and beyond, I think they're all bottom half of the league in payroll this year. Name them again real quick, because I'll tell you where they are this year.
The Reds?
The Reds this year, 23rd in payroll.
Okay. The White Sox?
The White Sox are 28th in payroll.
One of the worst run teams we've ever seen.
Yeah.
The Rockies?
The Rockies are 21st in payroll.
Mm-hmm. The Tigers?
The Tigers are 17th in payroll.
Okay. What about the Royals?
The Royals are 20th in payroll.
Okay. What about the Marlins?
The Marlins are last, 30th in payroll.
Oh, my God. And what about the Mariners?
The Mariners are 16th in payroll. So, yes, every team that has been to the playoffs once in the last, how many years is that? 17, 18, 19, 20. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Don't include 25. 8 years. Last 8 years, one playoff appearance. Every one of those teams, except the Giants, is bottom half of the league in payroll this season.
And last year, I believe 7 of the top 8 payrolls made the playoffs. The Giants were one of them that didn't. So there is a direct correlation in baseball. If you spend a lot of money, you do 9 times out of 10 make the playoffs.
Yeah, generally
doesn't mean you win it all.
Doesn't guarantee you winning a World Series, but generally you spend the top 10 amount of money in baseball, you'll make the playoffs. And the Giants have found a way to not do that.
It's almost impossible. No, look, it's almost impossible, and that's why I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted by the whole thing.
I am too. By the way, coming up in about an hour and 40 minutes at 9 o'clock, Jennifer Lee Chan, Niners insider for NBC Sports Bay Area, will join us on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Also, coming up this afternoon at 4:30, the Valkyries take on the Atlanta Dream. You can hear the game on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX. Pre-game starts at 4. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Your guy, Deli Boy, has been on hold. He's been very patient, waiting. What's up, Deli Boy? What do you got for us?
Wait, so you're telling me the Athletics, whose owner doesn't even want them to win, has been to more playoffs since 2017 than we have?
Yeah.
I mean, that is just ridiculous.
I think the A's, I'm looking at it right here, 2018, 2019, yeah, they've been twice. Yeah. And 2020. They lost in the NLDS in 2020. So they've been 3 times.
Wow. See, that's not good. That's not good. Okay, so we were at the game last night, and let me just say that after old man McCutchen hit that towering home run, you could feel the air just being sucked out of that stadium. I know it's only a 2-run game, but it might have been 10. It should have been 10. That's just how it felt. It just felt, this game's over. You could just see fans looking around like, well, I don't think we're going to win this one. One thing I'd have to say is, I'm so tired of seeing our batters get up to the plate and up 0-2 immediately. Easy 0-2, already in the hole. At the 9th inning, I think every at-bat came up 0-2, 0-2, 0-2. Well, what's going on with the approach with our batters? It feels like everyone wants to hit the 4-run home run with no one on. Just put the ball in play, shorten up your swing when you're down 0-2. Everyone's trying to do this granddaddy hack, and it's just ridiculous. Like Jung-Hoo Lee, for example. Can you keep a helmet that just stays on your head when you swing, please? Maybe try not swinging out of your shoes every single time. And also, Giants fans, stop with the whole Jung-Hoo Lee chant. That's one thing if the guy is batting 300 and he's at the top of your lineup. The guy's batting 250, and he hasn't hit water in forever. Now, last night he went the other way. Yeah, I want to see more of that. That was great. But, his approach has just been horrendous. I would just say that if the Giants go out and buy right now, I think that would be a very foolish move. I think the most prudent move right now is either to stand pat or to sell. I think we should start thinking about maybe trading Duvall and maybe a Matos or a Luciano package and go get some starting pitching because we desperately need some starting pitching. I mean, after Ray, it's just a question mark. I mean, Verlander, who knows what you're going to get from him? Like you're saying, I think you were saying earlier, Shasky, that we're going to give him a ticker tape parade every time he goes out and throws 5 innings. Like this isn't going to work. When you only have a chance to win 2 games out of your next 5 because the next 3 pitchers, you have no idea what you're going to get. That's not a winning product. That's not a winning scenario. It's ridiculous. And I'm not saying it's Devers. I do not want to blame Devers for what happened in the clubhouse. But since that trade, it just kind of feels like we have just been kind of lackluster. There's no spark in the clubhouse. I think the next couple of weeks, I don't think we should make any moves. Let's start bringing up the young guys in our field and the prospects. See what they got. I mean, what is it? What have we been? I think the last couple of years, I think we've been in last place when it comes to our farm, and we haven't brought up anybody that's of notoriety that's actually been staying around. I mean, I think the last guy that came up with Ramos, but that was only because we needed a guy out there. And he's actually been producing, which is great, but we need more from him. Yeah. If he's supposed to be the best all-around hitter on our field and on our team, he's got to produce. He's got to do more. And I think that the glove in left field is it's suspect. It's suspect at best. I mean, you don't know what he's going to do. You don't know what he's going to do. This team has been so frustrating to me, and I don't want to talk about 2021. Forget that. That was a fluke. Since Bochy has left, this team has just been in just a tailspin.
Yeah.
And this organization needs something to change. And I know that Posey kind of inherited this really crappy situation. We don't really know what to do. So I think this team, you need to give them another year or two. Stop thinking 2025. We got to honestly start looking at 2026, 2027 to really, really build up. I mean, you got to give the guys some time. I think Devers has been playing hurt. He's got some sort of groin injury. Like, if we're not going to be doing anything, sit him down and rest him.
Good call.
Well, what are we doing? You know, I thought last night he had that. I mean, it sounded like he hit it good, but just that ballpark. And I don't want to hear, I'm sorry, I do not want to hear about, it's the ballpark. It's the ballpark. Visiting players have no problem hitting home runs in our ballpark.
Did you? Good call, Deli Boy.
Thanks, Deli Boy.
Did you think that was a home run by Devers?
Off the bat, I was like, oh, yeah, I thought so.
I think everyone off the bat. But then you saw where he caught it.
Not even close.
Yeah. And how many ballparks would that have been a home run in?
I think 2.
2?
I think.
I'm so tired of hearing about the ballpark. I mean, I'm just so tired of hearing about it. I mean, some shortstop I never heard of from the Pirates blasted one off the wall.
Gonzalez.
No, the one that got the shortstop, the third baseman. Not third baseman, the right fielder.
Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. Yeah.
Crushed one off the wall. That's just this team. They're not good enough.
No, they're not. Deli Boy brought up a number of interesting points, including he talking about Ramos and like the Giants farm, and they ended up bringing him up just because they had to. That's kind of how I felt about Carson Whisenhunt, and we haven't really talked much about him yet.
Yeah, let's talk about him.
What was really interesting was what Bob Melvin said about Carson Whisenhunt. There's so many Carsons. Whisenhunt, specifically, when they announced that he was going to start yesterday's game, this was what Bob said on Sunday, I believe, after the game, when they announced to the public that Whisenhunt would be starting on Monday. He said, quote, Bob Melvin on Carson Whisenhunt, we've been waiting for this for a little bit now, and, quote, we thought maybe he'd be here last year too. Obviously, the circumstances of what's happening for the Giants right now kind of precipitated the fact that they needed Carson Whisenhunt here. But the way that Bob Melvin was talking about it, Chasky, kind of screams to me, we were expecting him to be ready last year, and he wasn't. And now we need him to be ready, and we're still not quite sure that he's ready. Like, it set me up almost for disappointment before he even made his debut.
What did you think of his debut?
I was worried after the first 2 innings, but innings 3, 4, I mean, he set down 9 of the final 10 he faced.
Yeah, no, I
was encouraged, but overall in general by what he did.
I would agree.
But it wasn't blown away.
I would agree. He's a work in progress.
Yeah.
No one's writing him off, and no one's saying he's done. He clearly was struggling with fastball and changeup command, and it felt like he was a 2-pitch guy through the first 2 innings. And then I don't know what clicked. Was that a splitter or slider? What was he throwing that third pitch after the second?
Was it a sinker, wasn't it?
Was it a sinker? There you go. Something that was dropping. I couldn't tell exactly what it was.
You had a sinker, changeup, and then you had a slider in there too a little bit.
And slider in there.
He threw 9 sliders, 46 sinkers, 30 changeups.
Okay, so his fastball is his sinker. Okay, good.
He went away from the changeup. He used the changeup a lot the first 2 innings.
He struck out O'Neal Cruz with it.
You could tell the Pirates were waiting for it, though.
Absolutely. They were sitting on it.
They kind of teed off, so then he went away from the changeup, went to the sinker more.
It's his first start.
Yeah.
Right? So, if he's not going to throw strikes, he's going to get in trouble. And you're going to grant someone their leniency on their first ever start. I thought he finished strong. I thought that was encouraging. But again, this is a young player in uncharted territory of the season for him in terms of innings logs, or innings logged. And to expect him to go 4, 5, 6 innings every time out now through the rest of the year, boy, that feels aggressive. And it's unfair. It's a testament to where we're at. Deli Boy said it as pretty clearly as possible, and it's quite illuminating. You're expecting 2 guys to carry you through the rotation, and the other 3 days, it's just prey.
Well, yeah, and if that's the case, you better hope that you win every single Logan Webb and Robbie Ray start. And guess what? In the second half, you're 0-4 in games that those 2 start.
It's too much pressure on all those guys, those top 2 dogs.
And now with strength of your team, the bullpen is going to become a weakness because guess which team has pitched the most innings out of their bullpen in the second half of the season? The Giants. Keep that up for another couple of weeks, and guess what? Randy Rodriguez isn't going to be as great as he was in the first half. Doval is going to struggle. Tyler Rogers, that's finally going to catch up to him. That will happen. If this keeps happening to the starting pitchers and the bullpen has to eat that many innings, it will happen. The bullpen will no longer be a big strength. I guarantee you.
I said it like a week or two ago regarding the bullpen. I've watched enough Niner football when they have a really good defense, but the offense is so bad. By like week 11, week 12, the dam breaks and the defense then becomes bad. And actually, it was a good defense, but they're forced to do too much.
You got to support them.
Exactly. And they're not playing complementary ball. And you're asking that defense to do too much, and then there comes a point in the season where their back breaks and it's over, and they're done. And that's what I feel like I'm watching with the bullpen right now.
Absolutely. The other thing that Deli Boy brought up, which we wanted to get into, he said at the trade deadline, you should go and see what Camilo Doval might get you. Did you hear this? This is what Andrew Baggerly reported earlier this week because the Mets were in town. He was talking about his counterpart at The Athletic for the New York Mets. His name is Will Salmon. And Baggerly reported that Will Salmon told him that the Mets would have loved to have left San Francisco with Camilo Doval. So there was conversations between the Mets and the Giants about a trade featuring Doval while the Mets were here in town. Ultimately did not work out. Don't know details in terms of what broke down. Maybe the Giants were immediately saying no. Maybe the Mets weren't offering enough. Maybe the Giants were asking for too much. But at the very least, Chasky, there have been some conversations, some level of conversations between at least the Mets and the Giants about trading for Camilo Doval.
I think he's one of the most, coveted guys on their roster. If you were looking beyond, like if you were an outside team and you were looking at who you would want, of the guys that would possibly be moved, he would be at the top of the list, right? It'd be him, maybe Randy Rodriguez, maybe Tyler Rogers, Robbie Ray. I think Camilo Doval in the right trade, in the right scenario, makes a lot of sense. Now, you're sacrificing a strength of your team. Right now, your bullpen is a strength. Yep. He is your closer. But he wasn't your closer this time last year. And they've had some, I don't know. There's been some spottiness in terms of the relationship between the Giants and Camilo. I'm trying to phrase it the right way. I don't think Camilo's a bad dude, and I don't think that the Giants treated him poorly. I just think sometimes, for whatever reason, situations don't mesh. And I think he was frustrated in the role that they threw him in, where he would come into games where it wasn't a save situation or a save opportunity. And I think that maybe he felt that he was being utilized improperly.
Yes.
I understand his point of view. I also understand the Giants' point of view of trying to utilize someone who's a weapon for you. And you're not going to be in a lot of we're winning by 1 or 2 run situations when you're an 81-win team, right? Because that's what they've been the last 2 years, an 80 or below win team. So I see both sides of it. I also think that he can net you something. I don't know what, but he's under team control for multiple years moving forward. And for a team like the Mets, he's not going to be Edwin Diaz. He's not going to be the closer. As a setup man, boy, him and Edwin Diaz in a bullpen.
They need bullpen help.
That's pretty nasty.
Yeah.
That's pretty nasty. I wonder what he would fetch you. I think that's a fair evaluation for them to do. And I wonder now, okay, what if I did couple Camilo Doval plus something else? Now what can you get? And that's where my mind starts going as we talk about Elliot Ramos. I'd like to keep Elliot Ramos, but if we're talking about getting a difference maker, not just for the remainder of this year, but next year and beyond.
That should be the goal. Yeah.
Yes, that should be the goal. Well, then a scenario like Ramos and Doval for something, that makes a lot of sense, especially if I know nobody wants Luciano. He's not coveted the way you think he is anymore, right? So I think it's an evaluation that this front office has to make.
Absolutely.
I'm not saying they have to pull the trigger, but you have to field these calls.
Yeah, you can't get a call from the Mets or from any other team, and they say, you interested in trading Camilo Doval, and you immediately hang up the phone. You just can't do that.
Here's what I don't know.
Absolutely not.
Here's what I don't know. I don't know if Randy Rodriguez will ever be the guy who could fill the void of Camilo. They've given him one, I believe, legitimate save opportunity this year. He blew it.
It was in Colorado. He had one other where he came into a game after Doval kind of struggled.
Where they yanked him.
And he got maybe the final 2 outs, or maybe it was just the final out. So he has a save, and then he has a blown save.
And I've done a deep dive on like closers. Very few come up at 22 years old, get the ball as the closer, and just run away with it.
Yeah.
Most have the war wounds of being a setup man or a failed closer, like where they have ups and downs. Brian Wilson, for example, first 40 save season, 27 years old. First 40 save season for Trevor Hoffman, Mariano Rivera, all the greats, okay? They're 27, 28 years old. They're not 23. You know, you have to kind of go through that baptism by fire. So Randy Rodriguez is very young to think that he could take that role. One day, maybe you go with Rodgers and Walker for now, and you groom Randy to be that guy down the line. I'm skeptical about what they have in their system to replace and replenish Doval's absence, though. I think that's a fair counter to why would you want to trade Doval?
Yeah, I hear it. But even we just got done talking about how the bullpen might not be a major strength anymore if the starting pitching continues to struggle and not eat innings. It is, though, still in general, the bullpen is a position of strength. You have a lot of good arms.
Agreed.
And if you were to trade from the big league squad, which is maybe one of the only ways you could get any kind of value in here because your farm is just so putrid, the bullpen would make the most sense to trade from. And a guy in Camilo Doval, who, as you laid out, has had, some clashes with decision makers in the past. Not anything bad, but to the point last year where he struggled so much and was unhappy with his role to the point where they sent him down last year and he didn't win the starting or the closing job out of camp this year. That might be the one spot where it would make sense to trade from the big league squad. Now, go ahead.
No, Doval is such an interesting guy. Like, I actually think if the team was better, I think he would be viewed very differently. I actually think he is very good.
He is good.
Is he like generational? No. I think he's really good though. And I just don't think they've generated enough opportunities to warrant how good he is to utilize him in that way. He deserves to be a 40. I think he has the talent to be a 45 save guy year after year.
Well, in 2023, how many saves did he have that year? He was great in 2023. I know that team was.
He only had like 24, 25 last year.
I'll look at it.
And it was a lost year last year.
He had 39 saves in 2023.
That's really good on a bad team.
Led baseball, 39 saves.
That's pretty incredible. See, I think he has
23 last year.
Yeah, 23. Okay, I think he has the ability to be one of those kind of guys. But you've got to generate that as a team, and it's very difficult for him to reach and maximize that potential playing on a 500 or below team.
Yeah,
you just don't get the opportunities, which makes a guy like Trevor Hoffman so special to do it on that team, that organization during that era.
Mariano Rivera, same thing.
Yeah, but Rivera was on a team that won World Series, so they were, they're winning 100 games or close to it year after year after year.
Like imagine if Hoffman was on the Yankees.
That's what I'm saying. Like Hoffman did it on some 75-win teams for a decade. That's
every opportunity he got, he had to convert to finish with those numbers.
He had like 20 less chances a year.
Exactly. Thank you, Sam. That's all I'm saying. It's a numbers thing. But I do believe there is a Kuminga-like quality to Camilo Doval. Some people think he is one of the greatest of all, he's the best ever, which is absurd. Some people think he sucks, which is also absurd. He's somewhere in the middle. I think he's a solid, good big leaguer, good player. I think Doval is better in his sport right now than what Kuminga is. But
he's proven more for sure. Yeah.
Similarly, I think they're extremely polarizing internally amongst our own fans and externally around the league.
Well, I think the other thing about potentially trading him is if this was a season where the Giants felt like we have a real good shot to make the playoffs and do something here, you wouldn't even consider it because despite what you laid out about Randy Rodriguez and how good he's been, the Giants have, for whatever reason, maybe it is just, when you're that young, it's difficult to be a closer unless you're just this generational dude. They haven't shown a belief in Randy Rodriguez to be the closer. He had every opportunity to gain that job. For whatever reason, he didn't get it. Not because he pitched poorly. He's been amazing all season long. He had given up one home run all season until Monday, or Sunday when he gave up 2 in 1 inning, oddly enough. 1 all year and then 2 in 1 inning on Sunday. But when Ryan Walker was the closer out of camp, he struggled. They needed to go to somebody else. They did not go to Randy Rodriguez, who even at that point was their best reliever.
By far.
And there's been multiple chances for him to get an opportunity to close games, And in terms of, we brought this guy in to begin a ninth inning when we're ahead, he's only done that once this entire year. So if the Giants were at a spot where they felt like they had something that was worth losing this year, they would not trade Doval. But if they get to a point, and maybe they're already there, given they've lost 10 of 12, and over their last 37 games, they're 13-24, they say, you know what? We can stomach this now. We can trade Doval, get somebody back. We can elevate Randy to the closer spot, and we can just use this year as the rest of this year as a way for Randy to get used to that spot, and he's going to be our closer beginning in 2026. Maybe that's how they view it now, but in order for that to happen, they have to believe that this is, I guess, for all intents and purposes, a lost year.
Yeah, no, that's a great play of laying it out. Do you view the bullpen arms as just being, like, in general, outside of the Billy Wagners, the very few, are they extremely fickle to you? Meaning any year could be a career year and any year could be a lost year?
When it comes to Giants bullpen arms, maybe this is misguided. I have extreme confidence that they're just going to find guys to be bullpen guys. Now, year-to-year individuals, I think it depends on your skill set. Like Doval, I guess, is kind of that because he has a tendency to be wild and lose his command and his control.
Big highs, big lows.
But they have just found these diamonds in the rough to throw in their pen over and over and over again.
Yeah.
In terms of trading from the bullpen, and if that leaves the bullpen as a weakness next year, I don't really feel that because I just have confidence they'll find a guy.
Okay, no, I just ask because, once you finally build that up, it can be an extremely valuable weapon.
No doubt.
On a team looking to win, especially in September and October.
I remember the Kansas City Royals in 14 and 15, it was 6-inning games because you get them to the 7th with the lead, it's over.
Every single guy would come in and throw in 101.
Yeah.
That team was so good. So good. Anyway, I think it's worth exploring. I know, Camilo apparently was offered an extension and denied it, before the beginning of last year. That feels kind of, like it got in his head a little. Yeah. He's just a very polarizing guy. I'm not saying he's a like for like, exactly like Kuminga, but I think similarly the opinions on him are all over the map.
Yeah. Did you hear Kyle Haynes, the Giants senior director of player development? He was on with Willard and Dibs yesterday. And we're talking about trading Doval potentially to maybe help out your farm system.
What did he say? I want to hear it. Yeah, what did he say?
Senior Director of Player Development.
Get all the good guests.
Kyle Haynes on the status of the Giants farm system right now. Again, Kyle Haynes, Senior Director, Giants Player Development. Oh, I think.
Have a little chip on their shoulder and ready to prove them all wrong. And I'd much rather have it that way. I'd much rather under promise and then over deliver. Is we haven't had the the MVP or candidate, but we've had a lot of guys come through the system that are on the roster or contributed in some shape or form, and we love the underdog status from our minor leaguers. Ryan Walker, 31st round pick, Tyler Rogers, you keep naming it. All these guys that are in the pen, Randy Rodriguez, Elliot Ramos, Doval, they all played in the All-Star game with Webby, and that's just maybe our MO is we're maybe ranked lower than some of the other big market teams, but we tend to still produce. And the overall state of the system now, we're a little thin. Don't get me wrong, but I think we can find some good underdogs in there to help emerge.
That's Kyle Haynes on the state of the Giants farm system.
So I would take a disagreement on Ramos. Ramos was a first-round pick. He's not an underdog. Ryan Walker, 31st round pick, yes.
Well, Ramos eventually became an underdog because he looked like a failure as a first round pick, and then he kind of came out of nowhere. But if you're zooming out and looking at it from the whole picture, he's not an underdog.
No. I mean, we've been talking about him for years before this year. And yes, he fell out of favor, but yeah, it's almost like Jimmy Ward. I don't even remember Jimmy Ward with the Niners. Like, first round pick, fell out of favor, didn't really have a position, and then all of a sudden, boom, ended up being a really good player.
Jimmy Ward out of Northern Illinois.
Yes.
I remember.
Him and Jaquaski Tart. I think they were combo safeties at the same school.
No, I think Jaquaski went to like Samford or something like that.
I thought they were in the same school.
We could fact check that. But Kyle Haynes also talked about Wisenhunt. This was, of course, before Wisenhunt's debut last night. Kyle Haynes, Giants Senior Director of Player Development, on how he'd describe Wisenhunt's future.
It's a pretty high floor. I mean, he's left-handed. He throws a lot of strikes. He's got 3 to 4 weapons. If you squint hard enough, you can maybe dream that he could turn into a Cole Hamels or a Johan Santana with a changeup if you squint hard enough. But that would probably be by far the best case scenario. But the good thing is, like, if you're left-handed, you got multiple pitches for strikes. He's a strong kid. He has a chance to pitch for a long time, at least at the back of a rotation. So, their ceilings, though, the ceiling for him really isn't limited.
I heard you exhale there, Shasky.
Why would you? Cole Hamels?
If you can squint hard enough, Cole Hamels or Johan Santana with a changeup.
Johan Santana,
it's a Cy Young Award winner.
One of the most electric pitchers of a generation. Cole Hamels, I bet, what did Cole Hamels win? 200 games? 220 games?
I'll look it up for you.
I mean, come on. I mean, I get why you say that on one end, but why don't we ever say, like, he has a chance to be Ty Block? It's like, can we like at least, be a little reasonable here?
Cole Hamels won 163 games.
Way less than I thought.
Yeah.
He was awesome.
He was really good for a really long time. But yeah, only 163 games. You have high expectations and all that. The way that he said it was a little confusing to me. If you squint hard enough, he becomes a really good lefty. But that's like the best that he could possibly be.
That's too much rationalization, in my opinion. Like, you shouldn't have to I shouldn't have to squint to see a good pitcher. Like, that just seems like too much to make out of a guy.
Yeah, and we're not gonna expect the guy on his debut is gonna throw 7 shutout innings.
No,
but I don't know. That does feel like it's a couple of names that feel unfair to put on a guy's mantle, and 2, you said it in the sense where you feel like that would be a surprise if he would even get there in the first place. I don't know.
Look, he's still very young. I thought he finished strong. I'm excited for him. He's got a long way to go, though, right? He just does. He has a long way to go. And to clean up a loop here, Tart and Ward played high school ball together. I knew they played together. I thought for whatever reason, they played.
I got Tart's college right, though. Samford.
It was in Samford? All right. Yeah. Well, I'll take it. I'll take a victory.
I'll take
Partial.
it. I got his college right.
Partial victory.
I got both their colleges right.
Carson Wisenhunt yesterday. Number 88. You know why he wears 88?
Because his dad played football?
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool. Never seen that before. I enjoyed that. The only other 88s I can think of besides the Dallas Cowboys and all the different Drew Pearson, Michael Irvin, Des Bryant, and CeeDee Lamb.
Albert Bell wear 88?
It was actually a couple reasons.
66, I thought.
It was actually a couple reasons, too.
Maybe he did wear 80. He wore 8. I know that for sure. And then I was thinking Eric Lindros, but keep going. What were you saying?
It's his aunt's birthday, too. I think 8-8. There were a couple reasons. I have it in the post game.
It's my aunt's birthday. It's my second cousin's,
Yeah, he went on for a while.
Address.
Wisenhunt's mother, Mandy.
Now you're reaching.
Wisenhunt's mother, Mandy, graduated from college in 88, and he has an aunt with an August 8th birthday, so 8-8.
Luis Robert Jr. also wears 88, but I don't think that's a reason why he's wearing it.
Is Lindros the most famous 88?
Albert Bell wore 88 because number 8 was already the sacred property of Cal Ripken, so Bell chose to duplicate
Orioles.
it.
Yeah. There you go.
The other thing that Kyle Haynes said, talking about the farm system.
Just Johan Santana and Cole Hamels. It's just so unfair. It's like, why would we do that?
It is unfair.
I mean, it's like, could you imagine? Hey, Ramos is going to be Albert Bell. He's going to hit 50 home runs 3 consecutive years.
Oh, God.
Like, that's like. I don't think
only if you squint though.
Bryce Eldridge, if you squint, he's basically Mike Trout 2.0.
Was one of the most electrifying players in the game.
He was incredible,
unbelievable. Like, unbelievable. There's an argument to be made. There was like a 7-8 year period. He was the best pitcher in baseball.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he was amazing with the Twins, and even like early with the Mets.
Yeah.
The other thing though that Haynes said,
I'm not trying to hate on that, but God, that's just I feel bad for the kid, Johan Santana.
It's a lot to live up to.
How many Cy Youngs for Johan? Now I have to know how many.
I'll look it up for you.
Please.
I was going to guess 2, but we'll see.
I bet he has multiple. How many?
Give me a sec. My Google only is so fast. He won
2-time Cy Young winner.
Yeah. He finished in the top 5 3 other times, though.
Top 5 3 times.
04, where he wasn't even an all-star, and then 06, when he had that absolutely insane season.
So he was a top 5 Cy Young finisher 5 straight seasons.
06 was when Barry Zito and the A's played them in the playoffs. The Twins, correct?
Yeah, A's swept. Yeah, Zito outpitched Santana in that first start, and everyone's like, "Wow, that's a guy I want to top my rotation for the next 7 years."
You sound like a bitter Giants Zito fan right
Someday
there.
in the future, Shasky, I'm going to tell you the story of my Barry Zito emotions because it is quite a roller coaster. We don't have time today, though.
Career 3.2.
That's a future Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys episode when we get back on it.
Career 3.2 ERA for Johan Santana. Career.
Dog, he was so good.
He led the league in ERA 3 separate times.
We talk about aura, moxie. There are certain guys, because I heard a lot of people tweeting at me, Chesky, Lincecum's first start was against the Phillies. All right? I think Cole Hamels was the starting pitcher opposite Tim Lincecum. Look that up. Against a stacked Phillies lineup. We just played the Pirates. And look, I'm rooting for Whisenhunt. The difference in electricity, night and day, and I'm not taking anything away from him. Lincecum was a meteor, a comet, a once-in-a-generation thing. We shouldn't compare anyone to Lincecum. Just in the same way we shouldn't compare anyone to Johan Santana.
Yeah, I hear you. The other thing that Kyle Haynes said, and we played it earlier, it just came to me now, though, him talking about the state of the farm. Whenever someone who is in charge of player development or anything like that, you ask them about the current state of the farm. I'm asking you about current prospects, current minor leaguers, and they list off all of the big leaguers, then you know there's not much special going on there. I mean, he was asked about the state of the farm, and what he listed off was, well, look at all the guys we got in the bullpen in the big leagues right now. We developed all those guys. Like, yeah, congrats. Like, it's a great bullpen, and I'm not downplaying that success. I'm just interested in what is not on the big league squad right now. And what might we see in the next couple of years?
Not one infielder homegrown who feels like could be an all-star one day. And their outfield is Ramos. Everything else is via free agency. You know? You're going to have to get now for when Carson Whisenhunt starts. I think we should get the Nicotina song 88. Look it up. It's a sick beat. Since 88, been singing tapes like it's a classic. Bang it. Just pull it up. Pull it up for me, Carter. I'm going full ADD mode on you right now.
I haven't seen him pitch before. I don't know. You saw him in person. I haven't watched any Sacramento Rivercats games that he threw or been there in person. I was, and maybe this is probably just on me for not knowing more about him in the first place. I was shocked he only throws like 92 on the fastball.
What did you think he throws?
I was expecting like 95. He got up to 94, I think, once or twice, but average is around 92.
In terms of lefties that I consider power throwers, so 96 up. That's a power lefty to me. Carlos Rodon and Blake Snell are really the only power lefties that they've had in the last 20 years. Because Bumgarner was not a power lefty. He was, kind of like, actually the delivery, his actual windup reminded me of Bumgarner in that sense. Again, the delivery, not the actual stuff that he had. But, they haven't had a lot of power lefties. It's a very rare commodity in baseball in general, but the Giants haven't had any of them.
Yeah, I guess if his best pitch is that changeup, you got a good changeup, it's going to make your 92-mile-an-hour fastball probably feel faster to the hitters, but he's going to have to be good on those other pitches to make a 92-mile-an-hour fastball work. There's no doubt. All right, time now for the injury report. A notable injury for the Niners this past weekend happened to Jawan Jennings. The Niners wide receiver had to leave practice on Sunday with a calf injury. Head coach Kyle Shanahan did not know the extent of the calf injury after practice, and not much has been provided about his status since. Shanahan did mention that Jennings was dealing with a calf issue in OTAs. It is unclear when we will see Jennings on the practice field next. That is the injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gershon, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. We will get on to some Niners talk coming up in a little bit. We have Jennifer Lee Chan, Niners insider for NBC Sports Bay Area, joining us in an hour at 9 o'clock. But coming up next, Shasky, did you hear about this story that Jeff Passan wrote about Bryce Harper and Rob Manfred? The two were like going at it. Yeah. Not physically, but screaming expletives at each other about the salary cap. Do I have that right?
I want to get into it.
Okay, we'll do that on the other side. You're not going to want to miss this because Bryce Harper essentially cursed out the commissioner of Major League Baseball. What is going on? We'll get to the bottom of it when we come back. It's the Morning Roast. Shasky and Grandy with you on a Tuesday morning. Back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
You got who?
Welcome back, Shasky and Grandy. I'm in for Spadoni. Happy Tuesday morning. Drive safe if you're heading out to work, heading to school, wherever you're going. Maybe you're grabbing a quick breakfast burrito. I don't know. What's up? You got something you want to get off your chest, don't you? Or at least share?
Well, the Giants have made me angry. So I woke up this morning angry. There's just a lot of anger going on right now. And maybe some would say that I'm an angry person overall. Well, sports does that to me. Carter is reheating something in unbelievable Tupperware container. And I go, oh, who made that for you? And he's like, what do you mean? And I'm like, did Sierra make that for you? That's his lovely bride. And he goes, yeah, she did every single day. And I go, oh, we'll see how long that lasts.
Well, he also said, yeah, I was actually upset that she made it for me this morning because she was being loud while I was sleeping.
Are you kidding me?
That's what he said. Did you
She
not
was
hear that?
so loud this morning. Pots and pans everywhere.
What time is Sierra waking up on your behalf to make you food?
4 a.m.
That's
is
amazing.
No, first off, it's
You have
enjoy
an
it.
amazing wife.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
That's life?
It's love.
My brother, famously, him and his wife, they did their own vows, okay? And at one point she said something to the effect of, I'm going to make you breakfast and lunch every single day on your way to work. I'm going to let you golf whenever you want. And I love his wife. She's a sweetheart. She's a great mother. I don't know what she's doing with my brother, but that lasted all of 5 seconds, okay?
Are you calling her a liar?
It's not a liar. It's just perspectives change. Things happen.
A promise you can't keep.
It's called pivot, don't panic, okay? Sometimes life changes the algorithm, all right? And all this time that you had to wake up and make young Carter a bunch of food, one day when there's a little Carter, maybe a boy or a girl, I don't know, maybe one day when that happens, you'll see that you get bumped down in the priority list and making you breakfast is no longer a thing.
Well, she used to make me lunch, too, breakfast and lunch, so I think she has plenty of time, probably.
Damn.
Just a thought.
I mean, there's so many jokes that I'm going to refrain from telling right now.
The audacity to say that I was upset that she made me a breakfast burrito this morning.
Hey, keep it down in there while making me breakfast.
That was me. That was literally me. Please keep it down in there.
So
while you're making my breakfast.
While you're making my breakfast.
Does she wake up, make your breakfast, and then go back to bed?
Usually, but not this morning.
See, you got to start on lunch.
Wait till you start coming and going.
Carter gets home at 1:00. Lunch's got to be ready.
I mean, you guys, it's just reality will hit all you young bucks in the face one day this is when you realize you're really truly married. You get home, she's already got herself her dinner. You're like, well, what am I going to eat? She's like, well, I mean, you were at practice late and just figure it out. And it's like, all right, I ordered myself a burrito. We're eating in silence, watching 2 separate things on 2 separate iPads. That's love.
What do you even say to that?
That's a great question.
That's called, you know what we call that? Celebrating your 15-year anniversary in about 2 or 3 weeks. That's what we're doing.
Congrats. Early congrats.
So in the words
years.
of Too Short, get in where you fit in because, Carter, that is going to expire at some point. I'm jealous. I miss young love.
My grandparents, when they were at 60 years, they were eating dinner together every night and watching the news together every night.
Because they're empty nesters.
Okay. Well, I mean, what was your excuse before LJ showed up?
I'm busy.
Carter, what's in the breakfast burrito? Is it good?
Yeah, little scrambled eggs, bacon, cheese. Sometimes you get hash browns. Not this morning, sadly, so I'm going to have to talk to her about that.
Oh my God.
You told her to shut up. She's like, fine, you're not getting hash browns.
Got to send her the old pop in here
Clearly.
text like you're Nahegan.
Anyway, did you read this article by Jeff Passan of ESPN?
I glanced at it.
Let me read just a portion of it, too.
I like it. This is called reading time.
So Rob Manfred apparently meets with all 30 clubs yearly and just talks about things going on in the game.
Yeah.
One of the things
it's like when the CEO of your company or somebody who's prominently up on the board will come into the market like, hey, I'm going to have a sit down.
Exactly. That's essentially what it is. And he met with the Phillies and they're talking about, because the backdrop of all of this is coming up at the end of next year is when the current CBA expires, the collective bargaining agreement expires. So in a year and a half from now, there will be negotiations going on, and we could be looking at potentially a baseball lockout before the 2027 season. That's the backdrop of all of this.
I mean, that feels almost inevitable.
It does kind of feel that way.
It feels very Thanos-like.
And one of the potential selling points or the disagreements between the Players Association and the owners, which are led by Rob Manfred, is potentially adding a salary cap. So that was one of the topics in this meeting that Rob Manfred had, specifically with the Philadelphia Phillies. Now I want to read to you a portion of this story by Jeff Passan of ESPN. Quote, quiet for the majority of the meeting, Bryce Harper, sitting in a chair and holding a bat, eventually grew frustrated and said if MLB were to propose a cap and hold firm to it, players are, quote, not scared to lose 162 games, quote, sources in the meeting told ESPN. Harper stood up, walked toward the middle of the room, faced up to Manfred and said, quote, if you want to speak about that, you can get the bleep out of our clubhouse. Manfred, sources said, responded that he was, quote, not going to get the F out of here, saying it was important to talk about threats to MLB's business and ways to grow the game. So Bryce Harper, one of the biggest stars in the game, goes up to the commissioner of the sport and tells him, get the F out of here. Rob Manfred says, no, I'm not going to get the F out of here, talking about the salary cap.
What was your reaction?
Kind of amazed that Bryce Harper had the guts to stand up to the commissioner of baseball and say something like that.
Well, when you're one of the highest paid players the sport's ever seen, you have the equity to be able to do such.
And he clearly feels very strongly about, at least specifically for him, a salary cap would not be a good thing.
Okay. Let me ask you.
What do you think?
I just think there's a lot of uninformed, misinformed individuals out there. I think when we talk about a salary cap, right? We think about limiting salaries. Okay. Oh my God, you're putting a ceiling on how much we can make. That's like kind of what you hear a lot of. No, I think this is about the sport overall being a little more balanced and allowing the teams at the bottom of the barrel who aren't making as much money on their local television deal.
Yep.
To be able to have a sustainable product for their fans. So I look at it right now and I say to myself, like, the NBA. Are people going broke in the NBA?
No.
Like, are there guys that aren't getting a lot of money in the NBA?
You're talking about players.
Yes. Or is there generational wealth being handed out across the league?
Generational wealth, but I mean the vet minimums are still getting at least, a couple million.
You're always going to have people at the bottom of the bell curve, but overall, I would say that most guys, like Jonathan Kuminga, we're debating about him. He has made $25 million already in his career.
And the report from Mark Stein yesterday was the Warriors' latest offer is somewhere around 2 years for $40 million in total.
All right. So
that's a low contract.
It is, right? And so, like, I would say that, in the NBA, they've gone so harsh in terms of the punishments and the caps and this and the other. It's been a little difficult to track for the average fan. But overall, the thought process is, hey, the Hornets should be able to fiscally compete on some level of playing field with the Lakers. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Right now, in baseball, you have the Mets at $330 million for their payroll at the top of the charts. You've got $300 million for the Phillies, $350 million for the Dodgers. I mean, just go on. And then you go all the way to the bottom. And you got teams like Tampa Bay, Miami, Washington, the A's. I mean, 4, 5, 6 of those teams have to be combined in terms of salaries to be on par with one of those teams at the top. We're out of balance here. Now, I think when people say salary cap, we always look at the top. I'm looking at it from upside down on the pyramid. We need a salary floor. That's what the cap is going to bring in. We need to make sure that a team like the Pirates, who I watched last night, can find a way to retain Paul Skeens. It's not fair for a Pirates fan, an A's fan, and a Rays fan, and all these teams at the bottom to constantly be the farm for the Yankees. I'm tired of that. And look, the Giants have benefited from being able to freely spend and outspend their mistakes. They've been able to operate a little more recklessly than the Milwaukee Brewers, for example, who every small contract that doesn't work out, like the left-handed hitter who they gave the big multi-year deal to, not Ozuna. Come on, what's the guy's name?
The Brewers?
Yeah, he hurt his back, and he's never really been the same. The kid from the Marlins. Come on.
Christian Yelich.
Yelich.
Yeah.
Like, that has been a very stickling contract that has forced them into trading guys before they've wanted to.
Well, they didn't sign Adames for a reason.
Exactly. And they've traded away multiple relievers, Devin Williams being one, Hader being one. They've had to operate much more responsibly than the Mets and the Dodgers and the Yankees, who can buy away mistakes. I'm not saying that they shouldn't be able to spend whatever they want, but what I am saying is that at the bottom of baseball, there are 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 teams who financially just cannot compete. And they should not just be feeder teams for the rest of the league. So I look at this as the overall health of the league. We need a salary cap. Like, it's been amazing in the NFL. I don't think it's perfect in the NBA. I actually think they went a little too strict, and that's kind of that's the cautionary tale in sports. Major League Baseball should not be, if you spend a bunch of money, you automatically make the playoffs. Last year, 7 out of 8 teams of the top spending teams made the playoffs. The year before that, it was 8 out of 9 teams made the playoffs that were the top spending teams in baseball. There should not be a direct correlation to you outspend everyone, you make the playoffs. We've got to balance this out a little more. We just do. And as a fan of the game, I want to see more balancing. I don't want them to put a cap on it. You want to spend $1 billion on Soto and Ohtani? Be your guest. But I want to force those teams at the bottom to spend money.
So you don't want a cap. You don't want a salary cap at all. You're going to let the Dodgers and the Mets and the Yankees still spend as much money as they want.
I don't know about cap is not the right word. I want a salary structure that forces and shares revenue so that those bottom 5, 6 teams.
There already is shared revenue.
No. Not to the same degree. Not to the same degree as the other sports. All right. I want them to be able to pay. Remember when the Niners sucked? When they absolutely sucked and all those guys walked away? Mm-hmm. Do you know what they did? They spent money on Vance McDonald because they weren't going to hit the floor of the salary cap because they didn't have enough good players. All right? Everyone should have some semblance of a playing field that is equitable financially. And right now, baseball's out of whack. It is.
I think I hear you, and what the Pirates are about to do with Paul Skeens is a nightmare. And what the Tigers might do with Skubal is, or what might happen with Skubal is a nightmare. There's already talk about how he's going to sign a record-breaking deal with the Yankees when he gets freed up from the Tigers.
How is that fun for a Tiger fan?
It's disgusting. It's terrible. It is not fun. It's the worst thing that could possibly happen to the sport. So if we can avoid that, then I'm a fan of this thing. But I also don't want to take blame away from these money-hungry, greedy owners who are unwilling to spend to support their teams either.
No,
the Pirates.
I would agree.
The Pirates have all of the right in the world to just say, "Hey, Paul, here's a record-breaking contract. Sign it." Now, do they make as much money on a per-game basis revenue than the Dodgers do? No, of course not. And a lot of that is because of the local TV deals that they signed. The Dodgers' local TV deal is, I don't know, like 10 times bigger.
It's $450 million a year. That's what an NFL team gets for their national television revenue. No one can compete with that.
Way more than the Pirates. I get it. And from an entire roster-building perspective, the Pirates cannot compete with the Dodgers because the Pirates don't bring in as much money on a daily basis. But it's not as if the Pirates owner is lacking money or the funds to go and sign Paul Skeens and make him a lifetime Pirate. You could do that. He is the biggest asset in baseball. Considering years left ahead of him, valuable years ahead of him, probably the most valuable asset in baseball. And you're talking about how because we have an owner who's unwilling to spend, the best thing that team can do is just to trade him away while you still have control over him so you can get as much back in return. And hopefully you have all of your youngsters hit at the same time and you can maybe get a window of 1 year where you can win a championship. There are other ways to help this. I get it. But I also don't want to I don't want the blame to be, well, I'm the owner of the Pittsburgh Pirates. I can't compete with the mighty Dodgers. No, just be willing to spend more money in the first place.
No, can Joe's Liquor Store compete with Walmart?
No.
Okay, then why do you think the Pirates can compete with the Dodgers and the Mets?
The Pirates are still an incredibly rich franchise.
No. Just because you can afford Paul Skeens doesn't mean you can afford the team around him after that, right? Like that's just one element of it. Imagine if the Jacksonville Jaguars could only afford Trevor Lawrence. That's the equivalent of this, right? So Trevor Lawrence comes up for a contract, right? In this scenario, does anyone think that the Jaguars are making the same amount of money overall, right? In terms of their, like, whatever their local sales are and their merchandise sales as, and I'm just going to throw a team out there, as like the Rams or the Niners or the Cowboys? No. So in this scenario, imagine, you could, yes, conceivably afford Trevor Lawrence, but nothing else. That's what baseball is right now. Like, basically, these small teams can get one guy if they're lucky, and if it's the wrong guy or that guy gets hurt, they're done. They are done. Look what happened with Wander Franco. I mean, the Tampa Bay Rays finally signed one guy, and the guy's in jail in another town, and they're done. They're finished. They're cooked, and they have to make other moves because of how difficult it is to maneuver these contracts. Then you contrast that with, look at what the Dodgers have on the IL. Hundreds of millions of dollars on the IL. They got Michael Conforto making more money per year than I believe every single Pirate. He's a backup outfielder. How is that equitable? All right? When I look around NFL, part of why they're all able to do it is because they have a national television deal that they share equally. The Raiders get the same check as the Niners. The Niners get the same check as the Jaguars. It probably won't be able to be set up that way, but they need to find a way to raise the tide on these bottom 6-7 teams for everyone to be able to compete a little. You have to have the small market teams feel like they have a chance. And right now, you could just write off certain teams in terms of their ability to not only make the playoffs, to just compete.
888-957-9570. So in a meeting with the MLB commissioner, Rob Manfred, Bryce Harper, while the conversation was about a potential salary cap at the next CBA negotiations, which will happen after the 2026 season, Bryce Harper apparently, according to Jeff Passan of ESPN, told Robert Manfred, quote, let's see, if you want to speak about that, you can get the F out of our clubhouse. Do you think Major League Baseball should have a salary cap? 888-957-9570. Jay in Oakland wants to weigh in. Jay, what do you got?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? I'm not going to argue if MLB should have a salary cap because I really don't know too much about the nuances anyway, but I will say that parity is overrated. We always scream and say we want parity in our sports, but at the end of the day, we love dominance, right? We love the Celtics. We love the Bulls. We love the Lakers dynasty. We love the Yankees. Nobody want to see the Marlins and the Royals and the Pirates in a World Series year after year after year. We want to see these dominant teams one way or another, whether we love it or we hate it. So I think saying that we want parity in baseball, I don't necessarily.
Did the word parity ever come out of my mouth? It was not about who wins it all. I think it's more about just the teams at the bottom feeling like they can field a roster that their fans can appreciate. And right now, I think there are too many teams at the bottom bell curve of baseball where it's just, you feel like you have no, it literally is, oh, wow, this guy came up and looks good.
Thank you, Jay.
We've got 2 or 3 years left of team control before we have to move him. That's what it is for all these teams. Whereas in the other sports, like, you're lining up to retain those guys. In basketball, we're not questioning why Paolo Banchero is re-signing with the Orlando Magic. If that were baseball, what would Paolo Banchero be done? They would pick one of those guys, either Franz or him. The other guy would have been traded. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because Orlando is a small market team relative to the other teams in the league. But because of the way they share their revenue and because of kind of how they have their TV deals structured, Orlando is able to compete with the Lakers, at least on paper, at least somewhat, right? In their own minds. Now, they have to make the right decisions. They have to do all that stuff. This is not about parity. This is about being more team friendly for the fans.
I know that we're getting into the weeds when it comes to the specifics of negotiations between the Players Association and the owners. Why do the owners want a salary cap?
No, I think the owners.
Why would the Dodgers, Yankees, Mets, Giants? Why would they want a salary cap?
No, the top 4 or 5 teams don't, which is why Joe Lacob didn't want, the luxury tax to be as penal as it was. There's always going to be teams at the top that don't agree with everything. They also don't want to share their slice of pie because they have very unique TV markets and TV deals, which gives them an inherent advantage.
So the way it works right now is all teams across Major League Baseball, they take 48% of all of their local revenue, which includes ticket sales, merchandise, vendors in the ballpark, and your local media TV deal. 48% of all of your local revenues goes into a pot that all teams contribute 48% of their revenues to, and then that gets split up evenly. But 48%, and the remaining 52% of the Dodgers' local revenue is like way, 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 way larger than anybody else's, specifically the bottom feeder team. So even in this system of their revenue sharing, the Dodgers bring in way more than anybody else. Now, you could say, in a free market system, the Dodgers should take in more money than the Pirates do. They have more fans that attend their games. They have more people that watch their games. All of that.
What's one of the most special brands in the NFL? In terms of
the Packers.
Exactly.
I know where you're going.
In this scenario, can the Packers not keep anyone they want, anywhere they want? They are one of the smallest towns on the planet, let alone like a professional sports team. And yet they are one of the most iconic brands, and they're able to afford everything. They're also a publicly traded company, so we see all of their profit margin sheets. Like in this scenario, could you imagine the Packers running and operating the way the Pirates are? That the business model of baseball is broken. It's not about a salary cap. It's not about winning or losing. It is about the business model of each team feeling like they can keep their players at some level. That doesn't mean they're going to compete and be win. Look, the New York Giants and the New York Jets are worth mega money. They have been god-awful for a long time in the NFL. Does anyone bat an eye? Kansas City, right? In baseball, won a championship, 9 years ago, 2015. It's really difficult for that to happen. It's rare, but it can happen. It can. Tampa Bay's in the playoffs every single year, in baseball. Milwaukee's in the playoffs every single year. This isn't about winning or losing. To me, it's about players, like I was referencing earlier, Paul Skeens, for example, Scooble with the Tigers, those types of guys being not dangled as a piece to be traded every single time that guy shows promise. If I'm an A's fan right now, what are they hearing? For the handful that are left, what are they hearing? Oh, Brett Rooker. You could get something for Brett Rooker. How many Brett Rookers have there been in the last 12 years for an A's fan? 15?
Oh, a lot of them.
15?
They already have another one coming up already, and Nick Kurtz. He's the next one. He might be the best one.
That's a problem. That's a problem for the viability of the sport around the league. And look, for as much as that benefits the Dodgers and the Yankees.
I feel like you're taking blame away from just the absolute worst ownership in baseball.
They are a bad ownership, but do you think they can compete financially? Great example. They signed Eric Chavez. He got hurt. That was the one guy they chose early on. Now, I'm not trying to take away any of the blame from the last 12 years. I'm talking about prior to that. They signed Eric Chavez. It's the wrong guy. It did him in financially. They couldn't afford anyone else. That is a reality. Your budget is your budget. Would you agree?
Then maybe they should just go to the NFL version of things where you do have a salary cap, a hard cap, but also let's not give out guaranteed contracts anymore. And if you get hurt, then we'll just cut you. Don't have to owe you anything.
Well, baseball contracts are never going to go backwards. Look at Corbin Burns. Corbin Burns signs a $300 million deal.
Fully guaranteed.
He probably won't pitch for another year and a half.
Yeah. Diamondbacks are screwed.
Exactly. And it could have been the Giants.
So don't guarantee the deals.
Well, that's never going to happen. They have the strongest union of them all.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We've got Jennifer Lee Chan of NBC Sports Bay Area, Niners Insider, coming up at 9 o'clock in about a half an hour. Plus, I think there's still more meat on the bone here with this conversation about the MLB salary cap. Bryce Harper apparently cursed out Rob Manfred about a salary cap. Why does Bryce Harper feel so strongly? We can get into that, plus plenty more time for your calls and your texts. 888-957-9570. That's what's coming up on the game. Again, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. More Morning Roast next on 95.7 The Game.
reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Transform your kitchen with a cutting-edge design and performance of Genair luxury appliances available at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Known for pushing the boundaries of innovation and style, Genair offers a bold selection of exclusive appliances that bring sophistication and function to any space. For a limited time, save up to 15% on qualifying Genair purchases. Discover your statement piece and explore the full Genair collection in-store at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
The world's best amateur golfers are coming to San Francisco's iconic Olympic Club August 11th through 17th for the 125th U.S. Amateur Championship. 312 players will compete on the legendary lake and ocean courses, where the winner will join past U.S. amateur champs like Tiger Woods, Phil Mickelson, Jack Nicklaus, and Arnold Palmer. Walk the fairways and see the future stars of golf up close. Get your tickets now at usga.org. That's usga.org and click tickets.
Grab the keys to a new Toyota Hybrid. Check out the hottest deals on 17 Toyota Hybrid models from the longest-lasting brand on the road. And right now, get a low-cost lease on 2025 Prius. Plus, every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care. That's 2 years of complimentary maintenance. These deals won't wait, and neither should you. With more MPG in a new Toyota Hybrid, it's time to hit the road. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS buyers with premium rated credit. Offers end date 4/25.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Now by Xfinity. Internet, mobile, and TV that feels just right. Like getting concert tickets pre-sale before online brokers raise the price. Dependable internet, mobile, and the TV you love with all-in monthly prices. Get now internet starting at $30 a month, all in. Named Best Prepaid Internet Plan by CNET. Now by Xfinity. It's just right. Restrictions apply. Speeds up to 100 megabits per second over 20 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. Prices subject to change. A trademark of Ziff Davis LLC. Copyright 2025 Ziff Davis LLC. All rights reserved.
America's favorite car show returns to the Bay Area with the crown jewel of hot rodding. Don't miss the 38th West Coast Nationals Good Guys Car Show, August 22nd through 24th at Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. For your chance to win tickets, visit 957thegame.com.
You're a 77-win team. You're boring. It's horrible. It is horrible.
I don't know.
Oh, who cares?
What's up, roasters? It's Sam from Laughing Monk Brewing, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with my guys, Spadoni and Shasky. Shasky, stop picking the lobster out of the linguine.
Welcome back. Oh, no Spadoni today. It's Grandy and Shasky and Grandy with you. And yeah, shout out to Sam and Laughing Monk. We're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. Coming up this afternoon at 4:30, the Valkyries take on the Atlanta Dream. You can hear the game on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX. Pregame starts at 4. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Also coming up in about 26 minutes, we've got Jennifer Lee Chan, Niners insider for NBC Sports Bay Area. She'll get us caught up on everything happening down in Santa Clara at Niners camp. And we will get to Niners coming up here in just a sec, Shasky. But talking about this Bryce Harper, Major League Baseball, Rob Manfred salary cap, I think there's a little more to get into here. I think what gets lost, in all of this, and I think the angle that you're coming from is the benefit of the fans. The fans aren't represented in this debate
at all.
It's the players and it's the owners. Bryce Harper, in this little instance, and again, if you missed it, Bryce Harper apparently in a meeting that the Phillies had with Commissioner of Major League Baseball, Rob Manfred, when Rob Manfred brought up the idea of a salary cap, Bryce Harper said, quote, "If you want to speak about that, you can get the F out of our clubhouse." So Bryce Harper, representing the players, is on the side of no salary cap, and Rob Manfred, representing the owners, I would imagine at least floats the idea because he and the owners would like a salary cap, or at least the majority of owners would like a salary cap. What gets lost in this entire conversation is what's best for the fans of the game of baseball, and then you get this debate that might result in a work stoppage. We don't get baseball anymore, and maybe the change just helps an owner, it helps the players, and the fans are the one that are left picking up the pieces as always.
Yes, and so the way I look at this is I think a lot of people don't understand how these leagues generate their money. It used to be through ticket sales.
Okay.
We're talking about the 50s and the 60s and the 70s. Now we all know the number one way all these teams in every sport, how they generate their most amount of money is a television deal. Now in the NFL, they take all of their rights and they put it into one big pie, okay? Then they sell that to all the different distributors of television.
There's no local TV deals for the NFL.
The only time you will see local television is in the preseason when KPIX will be broadcasting a 49er game, for example. So they take everything, as I drew a circle on the notepad, and they divide the pie, okay, evenly amongst everyone. That's for the television money. Then when the Niners have the 49er store, which is right there at Levi's, anything they generate from inside that store, they get to keep. All right. So there are levels to how they break down their money. Anything you buy online, we split it up amongst all 32 teams. In the NBA, there's a big pie, which is the national TV deal, which they just signed a $12 or $13 billion extension on with NBC, Apple, et cetera, all these different broadcast companies. But there's also an element of mixing in the RSNs, which are the regional sports networks. For you Warrior fans, when you watch on NBC Bay Area Sports, that is a part of the package. So they have like a mix. They're a little NBA, actually much more NBA than the Major League Baseball. And then they have about 15 or 16 teams right now that had an RSN that went broke. That's Bally Sports. So imagine if NBC also broadcasted all these other teams around the league, and all of a sudden, instead of getting the €100 million on deal to get, it vanished. The company went bankrupt, and they're not paying you anything. That's what happened to the Suns, the Hawks, Orlando, Miami Heat, all these teams.
Also happening in baseball.
That's where I'm going with this. So in baseball, unlike the NBA, they don't have a $13 billion national television deal. They don't. They have a much smaller one. They just opted out of the ESPN deal. I believe at the time it was $550 million.
ESPN opted out.
Yes.
Major League Baseball did not.
Technically mutual. There was a mutual opt. They both did. And now ESPN's trying to renegotiate
for
that
way
deal.
less money.
Who knows what they're going to get? I don't know. I don't know what Amazon Prime's going to be in there on. I don't know. We will see. Time will tell. I'm skeptical on how much money they're going to get, but it's also, we don't know what the life of the deal is. Is it 1 year, 2 years, whatever? Baseball has their setup to where financially it's more dependent right now on RSNs, meaning regional sports networks. The A's are in Sacramento. Why? Because Bay Area Sports California has a contract with them that if they stay in Northern California, they will give them X amount of dollars. That's why they're in Sacramento. Simultaneously, the rumor is that Ron Vivek, who runs the Kings, they would have not had a Kings television broadcast if the A's would have left, because there would have not been enough product for them to create a channel to actually sell to the cable companies.
NBC Sports California.
Exactly.
Yeah.
For those that live in that particular market. So getting back to baseball, the Pirates, the Diamondbacks, all those teams I referenced who also have NBA cities aren't making enough money on the RSNs to be able to fiscally compete with the Yes Network, which is what the Yankees have.
And the Yankees own a portion of the Yes Network.
And they sold a portion and are broadcasting a bunch of games on Amazon Prime. You can watch any Yankee game on Amazon Prime, for example, and Time Warner, right? You can watch on HBO Max, which you'll see it every single day. You flip it on. And then the Dodgers have the Time Warner deal where they get paid out like $500 million. That's what an NFL team gets every single year. So to think that the Pirates in Pittsburgh on a tiny little RSN with 1 million people in that particular market are going to be able to compete on their $30 million a year deal with the Dodgers, it's never going to happen. So this is a revenue problem. So we could talk about, well, you're worth billions. Okay, Grandy, let's say you own a house right now, okay? And that house is worth $100,000, okay? And you're making $50,000 a year.
Damn, $100,000 around here.
Yeah, all right? You bought the house for $100,000, but it's worth $2 million.
It's a hell of a return on investment.
You don't just get to have $2 million. How do you realize that money?
You have to sell the house.
Or have someone buy in on that particular house at that market value. So a team like the Pirates might be worth billions of dollars, but we don't know what their operating costs are. We don't know what their revenue is. We also don't know how much money they've invested within the organization at any given time and what they're writing off. So it's easy for you to sit here and say, well, Pirates, you just spend more money. They don't have the money. They don't have the revenue. They literally don't. I'm not trying to make this out to be me caping up for owners. Some do. Some can foot the bill. Not all of them can. So you've got to be able to subsidize them and help them out. The Dodgers, the Yankees, all these top market teams that want to keep every dollar, which I understand, have to be able to subsidize the bottom tier teams because they will never make the amount of revenue on their local television deal to keep not just Paul Skeens, but O'Neal Cruz and Brian Hayes and Brian Reynolds and all the different players that you would need to field to be competitive. Do you get where I'm going with this?
Yes, I do get where you're going with this. And I think where Major League Baseball is headed, and you laid out the failure of a lot of RSNs, regional sports networks around the country, both for NBA and for MLB. What the MLB wants to do is do what the NFL does and nationalize their local media.
Exactly.
Where you put every single cent into that pile and then you split it up evenly. That would...
more proportionately would be the way I would put it. Yes.
At least make it more proportionate. But you still would have teams that... I hear what you're saying. And that would then make it so that the only difference, the real major difference in terms of what a team is spending is how much an owner is willing to really go for it. You have an owner like the Mets, you have Cohen, you're going to spend a lot more than Nutting or whoever the owner of the Pirates is because maybe winning just means more to Cohen than to anybody else. But it's not as if you have an ability to spend $200 more million per year because you're bringing in $300 more million per year. And even though you're spending that much money, you're still coming out with a greater profit than the Pirates are, who are spending nothing. So I understand where you're coming from. Where I have a hard time is generally when you have these conversations and these debates and you're looking at a work stoppage because the two sides, the players and the owners, can't come into an agreement, I will almost always side on the side of the players because I just can't possibly be invested in what an owner wants. You're already a billionaire.
You don't time out. You don't know that. Some of these guys bought these teams for $200 million just because it's worth something. The only way they realize that money is if they sell said product. Like that, I think we don't understand money enough in this society to be making those. You're not a billionaire, like just because you own a team. You might be worth billions. You know, like Jeffrey Luria, who sold the Marlins, sold it for, I think, $1.6 billion. He had put in $600 million of his own money into the team, bought the team for another $200 million, was paying off debt, helped put money down on a stadium. So when he did the sale of the team, he ended up with only, $500 or $600 million when it was all said and done. That's pre-tax.
So you're telling me these owners are acting out of the good conscience of their hearts, so that the league is more competitive and they're not acting in their own self-interest in terms of monetary.
What I'm saying, just like any businesses in America, some people are making more money than others, and not every business that's open is printing money. Would you agree with me there?
Sure.
Yeah. Some are operating with higher margins, some are operating with way more wiggle room, and some are barely scraping by. And I think the problem with baseball is right now, the business model has too many teams scraping by. That's the problem.
Okay, and why do the players potentially not want this? Why is Bryce Harper cursing out Rob Manfred, who's just bringing up the idea of maybe we introduce a salary cap?
Because I think that they view this as, oh, you're trying to take away my ability to make $400 million. And my argument would be, okay, maybe it slows down the top of the market. I think this creates more guys getting paid on the bottom end of the market, and there's more people vying for your services. For example, like a Michael Conforto. Who was giving him $17 million a year outside of the Dodgers?
I don't know what his market was, but probably not many.
Okay. In this hypothetical, if you're one of these bottom six dwellers and you got subsidized more money and you were able to, you might be considering a multi-year deal for a Michael Conforto because you can't do much better.
Well, it's not going to help you win games, though.
It's not about that. It's about sustainability and being in the market for more people and having more buyers via free agency. Look who's in on all the free agents every year. Yankees, Dodgers, Mets, Toronto Blue Jays, Giants. It's the same 5 teams. And what I'm saying is the other sports, it seems to be slightly more balanced. We see more teams involved in all these big deals.
Do you like the way that the NBA has gone?
I think it's too harsh. I think the NBA took it to an extreme. I think it's too difficult to make moves in the NBA.
The NBA does not have a hard cap. They have a soft cap. There's no limit to spending in the NBA. You could spend however much money you want.
Yeah, but it limits all the moves you can make subsequently after spending said money. You can only move so much picks and things freeze and you lose mid-level exceptions. I think it's way too nuanced. Like in the NFL, do you know who actually spent the most cash in the last 5 years in the NFL? Does anyone know? Cash money on guaranteed contracts, just overall.
Is it not the Niners?
Jimmy Haslam and the Cleveland Browns. What does that tell you? Money does not equate success. Just because you're spending money doesn't mean you're the most successful. Now, the Niners spent a ton of cash. They were top 5 year after year after year in terms of earning, and that has benefited them. They have had unbelievable rosters year after year after year. You still have to get it right? So as I show you Cleveland on one end being inept and not getting it right and spending money poorly, I show you the Niners on the other end who have spent money for the most part wisely and have been very, very, very successful. Any sport, doesn't matter what it is. Just because you're spending money doesn't mean you're going to be successful.
Well, the Browns are unique because I would imagine a big chunk of that is the fully guaranteed deal they paid out to Deshaun Watson.
No doubt.
Which upset every NFL owner in the league, by the way. And there's a whole collusion case going on that just been played out in the public where after the Deshaun Watson contract that was given out by the Browns, the first fully guaranteed contract of that size in NFL history, where NFL executives, NFL leadership strongly encouraged NFL owners out there, specifically owners that had quarterbacks coming up for big paydays, to not give them fully guaranteed deals, to limit the guaranteed money as much as possible because they know they have a new CBA negotiation coming up as well, and they don't want the Players Association to go to the bargaining table and say, well, Deshaun got a fully guaranteed deal. Guess what? You gave Justin Herbert a guaranteed deal. You gave Kyler Murray a guaranteed deal. And what happened was all those other owners really drove a hard bargain with their quarterbacks to get the guaranteed money back down. So you have these battles going on in every single sport.
Look at the Cincinnati Bengals. They are getting the same amount of money as every team in the league every year, right, in terms of the big check. And yet they feel extremely cheap at every turn, don't they? They haggle with all their players. They don't want to pay anyone.
Trey Hendrickson is holding out right now. Their best defensive player. They're already a terrible defensive team.
Shamar Stewart barely got a contract. there will always be good and bad ownerships. There will always be good and bad front offices. So even if you have all the money being equal, you're just going to see some people are going to separate themselves and be just more successful. That is with any walk of life. I just think the business model of baseball is clearly broken when you have 7 or 8 teams at the bottom of the league who just do the same things every time, meaning they can't afford anyone and they're just a feeder for the top 7 teams. Something's broken. We're just a little off here.
Well, okay, so your idea in Major League Baseball is maybe not necessarily a cap, but a floor.
Absolutely, we start with a floor.
To not just encourage, but to mandate a minimum level of spending across Major League Baseball.
If you can't reach said minimum, then we need to look at new ownership.
Yes. I mean,
that I think is a very fair point of view.
That makes perfect sense. Yes, you have to spend X amount of money no matter what every single year. I would imagine, though, if we have that without a cap on top of it as well, and it could be a hard cap like the NFL, although the NFL is unique because there's not guaranteed contracts, and you can rework deals, and you can push it up front, and you can give them on a signing bonus, you can rework it and pay it out later. Like, the NFL contract is unique because you can just be very creative with the way it hits your cap. So it is a hard cap, but not entirely a hard cap. But just for the sake of keeping it simple, the NFL has a hard cap. The NBA has a soft cap, but with the update of late, it is essentially acting as a hard cap, or at least if you're above the second apron for 1 year, you're not going to be above the second apron for another year. So there are some checks and balances there. I think even if in the Major League Baseball, you add a salary floor, it's not going to matter much in terms of the difference in spending unless you also have a cap. I think you need both ends of the extreme.
You're saying it's going to proportionately just go up and the disparity is going to be similar.
I mean, what are the current numbers in terms of lowest payroll? It's the Marlins at $68 million right now. Say you bump it up to what? I don't know. Is it $115 million, $125 million?
I don't know what it is.
But if it's something like that, you're still going to have a gigantic gulf.
You're always going to have
those teams and the Dodgers, the Mets, the Yankees, yada, yada, yada. Always going to be the case. So I think if you're going to introduce a floor, which I'm with you, makes sense. Make these owners be forced to spend X amount of money and make the payouts more proportionate. But it's not really going to have an impact in terms of, I think, a team suddenly being more willing to spend and compete unless you also have the other extreme and a cap on top to make sure the Dodgers can't just give Shohei Ohtani a deferred contract and make them the best team in baseball just talent-wise for the next decade.
The whole deferred contract is like a whole separate conversation, and apparently it's been around for a long time, and most people just haven't realized how to utilize it properly, and the Dodgers are taking full advantage of it. But why can they do that? Because they know they're making $450 million on a concrete contract with a television company for the next 25 years. Like, it's set in stone. 16 of these teams, or 15 of them, that are on RSNs with Bally's have no guarantee on where their next check is coming from in terms of the revenue. I think the bigger problem is not just, where the cap is, where the floor is, where's the ceiling is. It's how do we lift the tide on about 10 teams in this league making no money relative to these other teams making hand over fist? I think that's the big disparity here. It's almost, in a weird way, you know what it kind of reminds me of?
What?
College football right now, where you've got the Bamas, the Ohio States, the Michigans that have unreal NILs, and then you've got like Fresno State. It's like, how's Fresno State going to be able to compete, with...
Well, Fresno State never competed.
I'm just saying hypothetically. Okay, Boise State. Boise State competed.
Cal.
Cal. How are they supposed to compete with Ohio State and Michigan? Like, it's just we're not on the same playing field here. And maybe that's just unique to college football, and they can kind of get away with it. There's 120 teams and all this. In baseball, they are part of one big entity. So I don't know what to do here. I just think that Bryce and all the guys at the top aren't looking at the bottom and aren't looking at the middle class right now. How many guys actually hit free agency and sign relatively middle of the market 3 and 4 year deals currently?
In baseball?
Yeah. In free agency. Not like the guy Mitch Keller yesterday who has signed an extension with his current team.
Signed a 5-year deal.
Right?
At one point.
Most guys either they get signed right away to a $200, $300, $400 million deal, or they sit and they wait and they wait and they wait, and it's a 1-year prove-it deal. I mean, Blake Snell went through this. Conforto did it multiple years. All these guys. There's very few multi-year deals on the mid-level in baseball right now.
I do think there needs to be an adjustment because what has happened in Major League Baseball free agency of late has been really tough and difficult to stomach and to swallow. I mean, you have premier players that are going without a contract into February and March when spring training opens. Like that is, and I mean, we just went through the same thing potentially in the NBA, and this is where the NBA is headed, where free agency isn't really going to be a thing anymore because teams are so scared of spending those big dollars. And you have, I think, the middle and lower tier players kind of get squeezed out of contracts. So as far as the players go, I'm always curious to find out, how players feel about something like this, because Bryce Harper is protecting, I would imagine, what he feels is his best interest, and his best interest is to sign gigantic deals year in and year out. Maybe he feels that he's helping out, he's fighting for his fellow players as a whole, but the reality is he's the 1% of players. Now, I'm generally going to side with players over owners almost every single time, but he is the 1% of player, and his interest is also self-interest, because he wants the max money possible. But I was reading this earlier, and there was a study that goes into like the percentage increase year by year of max contracts, the most expensive contracts in baseball versus in NBA. And the NBA has a salary cap. It's a soft cap, but they have a salary cap.
Their numbers have been going through the roof.
And their numbers have been going through the roof. And what the study found was, and maybe this is indicative of the league that they're in, but the max contracts in the NBA are growing at a higher rate than the max contracts in Major League Baseball. And it's not max in baseball. You can sign on anybody to any deal. But the biggest contracts in baseball are growing at a slower rate than the biggest contracts in the NBA. Because the NBA max contract value is tied to the percentage of the cap. And the cap increases every single year because the league revenue is increasing every single year. So maybe some of it is baseball itself isn't as profitable as the NBA is, but if you tie your max deal to a certain percentage of the salary cap, that's going to steadily increase every single year, assuming relative health of the league itself.
I'm glad you brought this up. So, when I think of biggest contracts in baseball history, the one that just pops in my head, this was 20 years ago. 252. Alex Rodriguez, 10 years. Okay?
Soto this past year. What did he
I'm just saying, in general, Bryce Harper signed for 357, I think it was, over 13 years. And that was 20 years later. So to your point, it's dramatically different. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander about to make $75 million a year. $75 million. I remember when Steph signed a team-friendly $11 million a year deal, because of the ankle injury.
Yep.
So, the numbers are through the roof. But the difference, again, going back to it, is they make the bulk of their money through their national television deal. And baseball doesn't currently. That's why I think the business model of baseball goes off of the old cable system, which we all know now is defunct, and we're never going back. That's how they built their business. They built their business on the backs of cable, and cable's going away.
The Juan Soto contract was 15 years, $765 million, but that's only, that's $51 million a year. $51 million
Funny
a year.
money.
The Ohtani is $700 million over 10 years.
Within this conversation,
$70 million a year.
Two things that I do believe are interesting to explore. Is there a max number on the amount of years you can give a contract? So the NBA, I believe it's 7 years with your current team, 6 years via free agency. That was the old rule that they had instituted. I remember when Chris Webber came to the Warriors, he signed a 10-year, $100 million deal. You remember that?
Yeah.
And the NBA was like, no, we're going to max the amount of years if you stay with your team. And if you go in free agency and you sign somewhere, we're going to max the amount of years there, and you can't decrease that. That's one element. Then how many years till you hit free agency is another one. In baseball right now, you have 3 years where you're under team control. Then you have 3 years of arbitration. You don't hit free agency until 6 years. 6 years.
And what players in baseball have to decide, it's what the Braves do a lot. You get a young player, and if you're a team, you're motivated to do it because you can sign them for 10 years and you get a major discount once they get through arbitration. And if you're the player, you do it because you get paid a good chunk of money now as opposed to dealing with the arbitration. But still, the player is the one that takes the hit overall. If you're a successful player, you take the hit over the long run in that deal.
Yes, but you also are like, you don't want to gamble. Like, what if I get hurt?
Exactly.
What if I never, reach my current potential?
But the reality of that arbitration system is one that hurts the player year after year after year.
100%.
Yes.
100%. So, okay, as we talk about baseball, why is the strike coming? We don't know how to divide the pie. We don't know how to get the money, the revenue, and what's the best avenue. Is it sticking and allowing the Dodgers and the Yankees to have their own cable system, or bundling everything up and selling it nationally? Then there's the whole, that's just the revenue of the sport. Now goes to how many years for each player before they hit free agency? How many years are these contracts? Do we look at that? Like, there are like 7 or 8 different things that are going to lead to this strike that's coming. It's not just poor ownership in Oakland, which is real. I mean, these guys are terrible owners.
I mean, poor ownership all over the place.
No doubt. I'm not trying to cape up for ownership. I'm just trying to make the case that it's a lot more complicated than just you suck as an owner.
Yeah, it is. You're right.
It is what it is. Dan Snyder was an awful owner for 20 years.
And he sold, and the Commanders immediately made the playoffs.
And they made so much money during his time.
Oh, the A's are making a ton of money.
Well, I mean, that's a whole nother.
They're still incredibly profitable.
I hear you, but relative to what the Washington football team made, it's a drop in the bucket. The Washington football team made unbelievable money.
MLB to NFL is
I know. I'm just saying relative to the other teams in their league.
Yeah, I hear you. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Jennifer Lee Chan of NBC Sports Bay Area, 49ers Insider, going to join us actually coming up at 9:30 here in a half an hour.
Just to give you like an example, Kuminga played 3 years for the Warriors, and then they picked up his option, and then
we're where we are.
He can get extended. Imagine having to go through this for a couple more years before he hits free agency. Be insane, right? It would legitimately be insane. Brock Purdy played the 2 years. First couple years, and then wasn't eligible for an extension until year 3, right? Imagine 6 years.
After year 3.
Yes, after year 3. Imagine 6 years of team control before they hit free agency. That's what baseball is right now. And you could make an argument similar to a football player that a lot of these pitchers, their career is as delicate as a football player, where any pitch could be Tommy John, you're out for a year and a half, right? So I think if I'm a player, before we even get to, how we're sharing the revenue, the number one thing I'd be fighting for is we need to hit free agency after 3 years. We need to boost up free agency way quicker. I should not be 30 years old hitting free agency.
I agree. Like Mike Yastrzemski is going to hit free agency for the first time in his career after this year.
What is he, 35?
Something like that, 34, 35?
Yeah, that's crazy.
And for him, that's just because he got to the bigs late. Yeah. He was a late bloomer, and he was discovered late, which is whatever. It happens to some guys, but he should not have to wait this long before he could hit the open market.
You and I are in complete agreement there, the complete agreement there. And think about the way Juan Soto was utilized, being, because he's under team control, and, he got traded multiple times to the Padres, from the Padres to the Yankees.
Well, and then you have the madness where a team is incentivized to not bring up a young player because they want to start their clock later.
Which is that's exactly.
So they can get a whole extra year of control on that player, and they think that's going to save them $40 million down the road. So
why did Paul Skeens not come up till the time that he came up so that he couldn't be a Super 2? Right to what you're talking about. Chris Bryant went to war with the Cubs over being not a Super 2.
So when it comes to a potential fiery negotiation between the Players Association and the owners, I am generally going to side with the players because the players get screwed left and right by all this. Now, they're making tons of money. The top guys are. But
not enough of them
the majority of the player base, specifically in Major League Baseball, is the one that's really dealing with the brunt of these issues. Now, Bryce Harper represents the elite player. So just because Bryce Harper is against it, and the reason we're talking about it is because he apparently swore at Rob Manfred and told him to get the F out of the clubhouse when Rob Manfred brought up the idea of the salary cap. That does not mean he does not represent all players. Now, I would love to find out what the majority of players feel. And if the majority of players are in favor of it, then that's good enough for me. Because ultimately, in these negotiations, Shasky, I am going to side on the player's side like 100% of the time. Whatever's best for the players, generally, I feel like, is what's going to be best for the sport.
I think the problem is they don't even really know where to begin in terms of their arguments, which is kind of what I'm trying to map out here. Yeah. It's not just about cheap ownership. Look at someone like Logan Webb. Is Logan Webb a really good baseball player?
Yes, of course.
All right. He made $440,000 his first year. All right. Then his second year, this is when he first got signed. Okay. That was $440,000 was what he got in the minors. That was his signing bonus. Boom, boom, boom. All right. His first year in the bigs.
2020 or 2021?
2019. 131,000 because he basically got prorated the major league salary rate. All right. Then 209,000, 560,000, and then gets injured in 2022, but basically accrues the entire full year. And they offer him a big time deal, 5 years for $90 million. He has to take that money. He has to, because he has multiple years before he would have to hit free agency. And it ends up being an unbelievable team-friendly deal for the Giants, where you've had a guy 3 years in a row, essentially, lead the National League in innings pitched.
Yep.
And he's making, I'm just looking at it right now, $8 million last year, $12 million this year. And then over the next couple years, it starts to bloat up to 28, 23, 23, 24.
Which is still a bargain for the Giants.
Absolutely. And for the player, what did you expect him to do? Not take that 5-year, $90 million deal?
He has to.
He absolutely has to. And this is all funny money to us normal folks, right? It is. But he also has to be looking like, damn, Corbin Burns got $300 million. You know, and Corbin Burns is on the shelf because he had to waste all those years with the Brewers and then the Orioles, wasting bullets just to get to free agency, to prove he was a hog, that he was worth $300 million.
And if we're on the topic of players getting the short end of the stick, the same thing is the case in the NFL. Even though the NFL does not have, or they do have a salary cap, they have a hard cap. They have the strictest cap in the three major sports. Now they have the uniqueness. You're talking about funny money in Major League Baseball. NFL was the king of the funny money. You don't know what the hell a player is getting paid out.
Yeah, the dead cap thing is beyond all of us.
It's madness. Now, the NBA CBA is the most difficult thing to understand in the history of financial things in sports. But the NFL contract language, because you have the fully guarantee, you have the total guarantee, you have the guarantee at signing, you have the signing bonus, you have the deferred money, you have, we're going to pay this out here, we're going to rework your deal, you're going to take less per year, but you're going to get more in a signing bonus. So the NFL has a lot of ways that they can get around the salary cap.
Would you agree it's the most fan-friendly of all the sports in terms of consuming the transactions? It's the easiest.
NFL?
Yes. Either we can cut anyone we want, we can sign anyone we want, we can trade for anyone we want.
In that sense, yeah, but understanding the intricacies of like, okay, this is a signing bonus and this is their base salary, that is difficult.
No, that is confusing. But I think it's the most fan-friendly in terms of the three major sports.
But it also is the least player-friendly.
Oh, there's no doubt. It's also got the largest rosters. It's got the most inherent injury risk. There's no... All true. Completely true.
So if we're talking about how baseball needs to be more fair to their players, I mean, we could talk about the same thing for the NFL, and the NFL does not have fully guaranteed deals. Very few players have a fully guaranteed contract, and it is the shortest lifespan in the league for players.
Yes.
And you could get injured in practice today, and you could be cut tomorrow, and your career might be over, and you don't get any of that money that you signed for initially. Well, you get some of it, not all of it.
It depends what was guaranteed at signing. I know.
And that's what the NFL is fighting against. It's
know.
what happened with second-round picks. Did you keep an eye on the second-round picks in the NFL this year?
And how the
Texans and the Bengals randomly gave their second-round, I think it was the Browns, not the Bengals, the Texans and the Browns
fully guaranteed deals.
But so the first two picks in the second round. And then every other second-round pick held out and said they got fully guaranteed deals. What is with this arbitrary cutoff after the first round and the first two picks of the second round? We also deserve fully guaranteed deals.
But I also remember a time when teams like the Raiders didn't have the money to be able to put in escrow for a Khalil Mack, right? That was just recently. That was like 6 years ago, right? So the business of the NFL has flipped upside down in a very short amount of time. I remember 15 years ago, guys like Sam Bradford, like Jamarcus Russell, like Alex Smith, getting $50 million guaranteed before taking a snap and being the highest paid player in the locker room, and they never took a snap. So what did the veterans in the NFL do? They fought to have a slotted rookie system, which I think has been very beneficial to the league. And then if you're a first rounder, you get that 5th year of team control if they want it. You can get extended after 3 years. Like, there were a lot of benefits of it. They had a strike right before the 2011 season. There was a holdout, lockout, whatever you want to call it. And they kind of changed up how their money system was. And it has been an unbelievable boon for a lot of people involved. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Guys like Kyler Murray, who are not top 10 quarterbacks, making hundreds of millions of dollars potentially. And I think Major League Baseball needs to look at 2 things: how the money's shared, and then how quickly a player can reach free agency. If they can get those 2 on board, they're going to have a better system for everyone. And I think all the fans will benefit from it.
I will say it is interesting when a large market like San Francisco has this conversation, because there is no doubt, Shasky, and I know you believe this in your heart of hearts, and you're as big of a Giants fan as there is. I think you care about the health of the sport maybe more than anything else. Fighting for a salary cap in baseball, and maybe you're just fighting for a floor, but fighting for a salary cap in baseball, there's no doubt that this does harm to the big spenders more than anybody else.
Not a doubt in my mind. The Giants being able to...
The Giants are one of the haves, and they are the beneficiary of the system. Not the only beneficiary, but they are a beneficiary of the current system.
I think the Giants' ability to be able to pivot off of a bad contract compared to the Pirates is infinitely more, like, way more easier for them to attain than the Pirates because of their financial flexibility. There's not a doubt in my mind. They have benefited from this.
No doubt.
They can afford to have Adames stink in the last couple of years of his deal because it's only 25 million.
They're counting on it. Same with Devers.
Right.
You sign those deals knowing that that's going to happen.
Tampa, Pittsburgh, all those teams, they just can't operate like that. They just can't.
Yeah. We got Jennifer Lee Chan joining us in about 20 minutes here on the Morning Roast to get us updated about everything going on at Niners camp. But right now, let's set up our this or that. Sam, what do you got for us today on this or that?
Yeah, so we're going to switch it over some Niners here since Jennifer's coming up. She had to get pushed back. I guess she had a delay in her flight or whatever, so it happens. But you guys, we were talking about this on the call last night, and I'm going to make this today's this or that question. So every day you see all these numbers and stats coming out of training camp. Brock was 7 of 13 yesterday, but this is something that Nick Wagner said yesterday, and I love the recaps that he posts on Twitter, but Nick Wagner tweeted, Brock was 7 of 13 yesterday, but other people might have him different. And he was talking like, Michael Williams won the one-on-one battle against Dominic Puny. And so you're hearing all these training camp stats and results coming out. And so the question today is simple. Do you care about training camp stats? Yes or no?
Yes or no? Do you care about training camp stats? I mean, we'll get into it coming up in a little bit. But
only Jake Moody's.
And Greg Joseph.
Ooh, can we do Kicker Watch on the other side? Debut a new segment?
We can do Kicker Watch.
Wait, you created a segment, Kicker Watch?
Oh, I definitely did.
Is there a little sounder for this too?
There is.
Things just ain't the same for Moody.
Is it as good as the Kaminga Crisis one?
No.
No. Okay,
but it's still pretty good.
That's a high bar to clear. So, all right, we'll do that when we come back. This or that, that's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. And then again, coming up at 9:30, Jennifer Lee Chan, Niners Insider for NBC Sports Bay Area. That's what's coming up on the Morning Roast. Shasky and Grandy with you. More next on 95.7 The Game.
Good morning, Bay Area. It's everybody's boy, Zucci, man. And you're listening to the New and Improved Morning Roast with everybody's boy, Joe Shasky, and my boy, Joe Spadoni.
Welcome back. No Spadoni today. It's Grandy and Shasky with you on the Morning Roast. And coming up this afternoon at 4:30, the Valkyries take on the Atlanta Dream. You can hear the game on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX. Pregame starts at 4. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Also coming up in about 13 minutes, Jennifer Lee Chan, Niners insider for NBC Sports Bay Area. Niners getting set for their second day of padded practice. We'll get up to date on everything Niners related coming up with Jennifer in just a little bit. But for right now, it's time for This or That.
Oh, heck yes. Duh.
All right, our This or That today. Training camp is going on, and we finally got to the padded portion of camp for Niners. Do you care about training camp stats? Yes or no? You can weigh in on the text line over the phones, 888-957-9570, or on our YouTube chat, youtube.com/957 The Game. Everything we do there powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Shasky, you can go first. Do you care about training camp stats?
Yes, as in how many guys got hurt today.
That's a stat, technically.
Right? Like, that's all I care about. Like, did you get hurt or not today? You know, like, can we get through camp? I like, that's really like the number one statistic that I would be looking for. In terms of like completion percentage and all that stuff, no, I don't really care. Now, that being said, like, if the same wide receiver continues to lose, you know, every single camp battle to every single DB and is dropping balls left and right, well, then now we have a problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Overall, not really, but like the injury statistic is the one that's the most important for me. You know, who participated, how many guys, you know, played all the way through practice, and how many didn't. Like, those are the things that really matter to me. Like, for example, Ricky Pearsall.
Okay.
If you told me Ricky Pearsall, I don't know how many practices, but let's say it's 25 practices over the next X amount of weeks, plays in 24 of 25 practices, I'll be like, wow, that's awesome. That tells me he's stacking days. That tells me his body is able to keep up with the wear and tear and go at it every single day in practice and recover. That's a big, good, positive stat. If I was told, hey, he only participated in 12 of the 24, and I'm just using the number 24 games, like, what's going on there? Is his body going to be able to hold up? And I'm using him as an example. So I think on those kinds of stats, absolutely.
That's fair. I always think about like a quarterback and their numbers in camp at practices, how these just get turned around immediately, and he was 6 for 14 with 2 interceptions, and, you know, a DB dropped another one. Should have been 3 interceptions and all that. And I want to ask everyone who brings those stats up with the idea that a guy had a bad practice. Now, there are times when a quarterback just had a bad day, he didn't throw the ball well and whatever. Maybe he made the bad read here and that happens. But what I say to everybody who wants to make a sweeping conclusion about what a quarterback did in practice, I just say, do you know what practice is for? Practice is for trying those things and taking those risks and see what your limits are and finding out, oh, this guy ran that route in this moment, but I threw it a little bit. I undercut him. I got to lead him this. Like, that's where you try things. That's where you find out what works and what doesn't work. You don't want to take those risks in the game. You use the practice to figure out what risk is worth taking and what isn't worth taking. Also, these are guys you've never thrown to before. He's trying to throw to a undrafted rookie, Isaiah Nayer, never thrown to him before in his entire life, and you expect them to be on the same page as much as he's on the same page with Juwan Jennings? Like, no, it's an entirely different situation. So in that regard, no, I do not care about training camp stats, specifically for a quarterback and their completions and the yards and the touchdowns and the interceptions. No, I'm not going to freak out about that, even if he throws 4 interceptions on 7 passes in practice.
I think we all agree on that. I think the quarterback stuff is, we get maniacal. But I also understand why. Like, you and I are lucky. We're in the media. When I was not in the media and I was just a fan, I wanted to care about my team so much, or I did care about my team so much, that I will take any information that you're willing to give me on X, Y, and Z player.
Okay, well, so then how do you take in training camp in general when you have 50 different sources that are feeding you stuff, and you could have two people watch the same training camp play.
Oh, yeah.
One person will say, man, Brock made a perfect throw. The other person will say, well, Brock got lucky. The DB just committed a stupid play and allowed the receiver to get wide open.
I'll give you what I used to do before Twitter. Before, like, you'd have the Lombardi versus Cone, and then Kawakami and Wagner and Bonte and whoever was there. Okay, because Bonte's now putting out training camp videos, which I found very fascinating. Back in the day, when we had newspapers, Kevin Lynch, Ira Miller, Glenn Dickey, these were the guys that was covering the team. Mayoko for, I believe it was the Santa Rosa Press Democrat at the time, which I did not subscribe to.
My local paper.
But I would take all of that information and I would read all of them, and then I would come to my own conclusions based off how they phrase things. And I'd be like, oh, Ira Miller, who I knew was a cynic, right? Ira Miller said this, and Glenn Dickey, who I knew was kind of a hater, like, oh, he said these things. And then Kevin Lynch, who I knew was a homer, right? He said Alex Smith looks great. No, but like like I would take all of that information, and then knowing what I know about how they cover the team, I would kind of throw it through my filter, and then I would come to conclusions. And that's how it would be. Like, for example, and I'm not trying to rip on Kevin Lynch. Kevin Lynch, great guy, super nice. I don't even know if you remember. He used to write for the Chronicle. My God, this guy, if you would have listened to him every year, Barlow was going to the Pro Bowl. Alex Smith was going to the Pro Bowl. Brandon Lloyd was the greatest thing since Sherry Rice. He never had a negative thing to say about anyone. When in reality, it was like, come on, dog. Alex wasn't that good. It's okay. You can call it like it is. Simultaneously, Glenn Dickey would be like, Jeff Garcia is awful. It's like, no, he's not awful. Probably wasn't the greatest practice player. He was a gamer, but he wasn't awful. But also, he watched Montana at his prime. Everyone's going to look awful in contrast to that. So, that's how I used to consume it. And then, this is way back in the day. You guys probably don't remember this, but they would leave like little notes about practice in the the little section. And then, after the notes, sometimes you would see at the bottom right of the newspaper, there would be like, leave us a voicemail and, say whatever. I would leave voicemails. You're a sicko,
so you would leave voicemails.
All the time.
Yeah.
Ripping writers, columnists in particular, all the time. All the time, I would leave voicemails.
888-957.
But I think it was an answering machine, not a voicemail.
Yeah, classic.
That's how old it was. And yes, I would leave it all the time. Talking mad smack. I'm that old.
And you're that much of a crazy person.
Well,
it checks out.
I knew that they would listen to it, too.
888-957-9570. Do you care about training camp stats? We'll get to the phones here in just a second, and we'll check in on what the YouTube chat thinks as well. So how much do you buy into the Mykel Williams hype? The rookie hype. First-round pick, 11th overall pick. He's apparently dominating specifically on the inside of the defensive line. How much of that is just what Niner fans want to believe, and how much of that is real?
Oh, Mark, I mean, come on, dude. Get the bus ready, dude. Like, 98 will never be worn by another player ever. What are you talking about,
Retire
dog?
the jersey already?
I mean, come on.
Dominating Dominic Pooney on the inside?
I mean, this is the guy who, after one quarter, we didn't see any preseason of him. After one quarter against the Tampa Bay Bucks in 2019, I turned to Bonte, I said, Nick Bosa has Hall of Fame talent. I swear to God. And he thought he was going to slap me. He wanted to slap me right then and there. I go, bro, he's got the genetics and everything. Just watch this guy rush the passer. I was dead serious. Dead serious. Like, that's what we do as sports fans. Isn't that the fun of it?
Of course.
Isn't the fun losing your mind about a camp report of one of the players that you think might be a 5 to 8 year player for your team?
Yeah.
Isn't that the beauty? After one preseason game with Dre Greenlaw against the Dallas Cowboys, I turned to Bonte. We were doing a post-game show. I said, 57 is a player. He's going to take Quan Alexander's spot. He's like, you're crazy, Shasky. He can't pursue it. That's what we do.
Shasky, Nick Bosa, ESPN would not have called you that crazy, actually. Prior to him being drafted, they had his floor as being a Pro Bowl player. That was his floor. His ceiling was a Hall of Famer.
Well, they're not wrong, are they?
No.
He's been great, and he was great the second that he showed up.
Like, I remember the first time I saw Patrick Willis on a field. First time, 2007. And he was playing. This is when, like, preseason games mattered. Like, there were 4 of them. You got 2 home games. I was a season ticket holder, so we went to all the games. And I remember turning to my boy, Mikey C, and I go, Derek Smith, your job is done. Thank you for your watch.
And
you think I'm
right.
joking?
You were right.
I mean, he was incredible day one. Now, there's been other guys that I've been way wrong about, like Jimmy Ward. We talked about him earlier in the show. It's like, Jimmy Ward, this guy's terrible. Eric Armstead, terrible. Are you kidding me? And they ended up being really good Niners. Yeah. You know, so it goes both ways.
888-957-9570. Do you care about training camp stats? Plus, we got Jennifer Lee Chan coming up in a few minutes. Skills is in Vallejo and wants to weigh in. What's up, Skills?
What is up, gentlemen? Good morning to you. I care about exactly 2 training camp stats. I don't care about any other ones except for 2 in particular, and that is for guys who are coming off of an injury, how many snaps they're able to get in on any given day. Can they hold up through, you got to build up your durability and all that stuff. Can you hold up? And then the other one is weight. If you're Brock Purdy and you come into camp and you're weighing 365 pounds, that's going to be a concern. I'm not going to be too excited to see my quarterback's pants splitting or he's sweating during interviews or anything like that. So those are 2 main stats. Those are the only 2 stats really that I'm interested in. I'm not interested in any other training camp stats. Guys, before the regular season, they're spending most of their time working on things. If I give you 2 quick examples, Shane Reynolds of the Houston Astros many years ago went to camp one year and they cut him. After like 10 years with the team, he'd been a great pitcher for them, and they cut him. And it turns out that he was only in camp just working on pitches. He didn't know he was trying out for a spot on the team. And, there's stuff like that. That's why it doesn't matter to me very much. All these guys are just working on stuff. They're practicing. They're getting in shape. So, yeah, go do that.
But also, like, skills, like, see, like, the child in me still loves sports to the sense, like, there's nothing more fun to me in sports. If you took championships off the table, I think the second most fun thing for a sports fan is identifying promising talent when you feel like you're the first to the trough on it. There's something special about watching someone for the first time and be like, oh my God. Like, you know what I mean? Like there's
nothing like the excitement of being like, oh my God, we have a stud for a decade.
Exactly.
Oh my
Whether
God.
it actually like pans out or not is almost irrelevant. It's just the fun of it. Like, I remember when Niner fans talked themselves into Nate Davis from Ball State. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I mean, like, look, to this day, one of my favorite moments as a Niner fan, and you're going to say, Joe, you're insane. Monday Night Football, Bears-Niners, Kaepernick's first start.
Yep, I remember.
He made a pass to Kyle Williams on the sideline, and my brother smashed me in the chest and was like, oh my God, I've never seen a pass like that since Steve Young. And then he had the play where they're in the red zone and he like moved to his left and he reset his feet and he threw a touchdown pass. I believe it was to Vernon Davis. He threw a touchdown pass in the back of the end zone and it was like, we got a quarterback. Oh my God, we got a quarterback. Like, remember how you felt when Jimmy G was like calling things at the line against the Bears in that game where they kicked like 8,000 field goals?
Yep.
Remember how you felt? You felt like you had a quarterback.
You remember when Adrian Colbert called Jimmy franchise?
Adrian Colbert. I thought we had a safety for a decade.
He was a hard hitter.
Oh
my God.
That's what we do. Whether it's camp stats, whether it's like, yes, do we lose our minds? Are we over the top? Yes. But honestly, that's the beauty of sports.
Yeah. We're going to get Jennifer Lee Chan on here in just a couple of minutes, but I think we do have to go over maybe one of the stats in training camp that does matter.
Okay.
And that is kicking stats. Do we have numbers? We got stuff for that?
We have an open for it.
Okay.
It sucks, situationally. You just got to move forward and make the next kick.
Is that me doing that?
Yep.
Pretending to be Loveman? Give it to me one more time. Kicker watch. Jacob Moody.
It sucks, situationally. You just got to move forward and make the next kick.
Oh, that is great. To wrap up this edition of Kicker Watch, here's Kyle Shanahan talking about the kicking competition update.
That's good competition. They're both battling. I think they've done a good job. It's close, neck and neck. So we'll see who makes more.
All right. Thanks, Kyle.
I think they're doing a good job. It's close. I told you. You know what my setting is on the kicker?
What?
Jake Moody could hit every field goal all preseason, every practice kick. If week 1 rolls around, we're playing in Seattle, I think?
Seattle, week 1. Yep.
Fourth quarter, opportunity to take the lead. 2 minutes to go. I have zero faith he's going to hit that.
Does the distance matter?
It could be a chip shot. Doesn't matter. Just zero faith in the man.
Ball could be halfway through the uprights. He's still nothing.
I'm like, I don't know. Are both officials saying it went through the uprights? You know?
Well, I was saying to you, like, what chance does this kid have? He has no leeway to miss a kick going forward, basically, anymore. Like, what chance do you have as a kicker?
If he misses anything inside of 50 yards,
he's going to be crucified.
Well, he was saying the other day, yeah, I shortened up my stride. It's like, okay. Like, one of the hallmarks of why they drafted him was his leg. And the amount
I would hope so. He's a kicker.
The amount of distance he could kick. Well, look, they moved off Robbie Gould. Why? Because he didn't have the distance.
And they thought they could save a few bucks at the kicker position.
Sure.
Yes.
Sure. But I thought that like having like range was like a big deal. And look, with range, sometimes you're not as accurate. Robbie Gould inside a 45, super accurate, just doesn't have the range. He goes, yeah, I'm taking 1 or 2 less steps in my kick to be more accurate. Well, the other day at practice, apparently, he was short and missed wide to the right on a 51-yarder. What? Like, what? You're short and wide, so now you're not accurate and you're not getting distance? Oh, my God. Like, what are we doing?
It's not good. They did not kick yesterday because their special teams portion of practice, I think, was just like covering kicks and returning stuff and things like that and working with their coverage units. So there were no kicks in practice yesterday. There were kicks on Sunday. And Greg Joseph went 4 for 4, and Moody went 3 for 4. He missed from, I think, 54 yards.
That was the one that was short.
Yeah.
That he was
Greg
referencing.
Joseph made it from that distance, from 54. So.
He's got the leg up in my considerations.
Greg Joseph. We'll find out. Let's wrap up this or that by going to KC in San Jose, who wants to weigh in. KC, do you care about training camp stats or not?
I think anybody who cares about training camp stats has to be like Shasky. And Shasky, I'm not coming down your lane. I agree with everything you're saying. But I don't need a guy telling me what Brock Purdy did or what some rookie safety did on a Tuesday morning when I'm about to have a meeting and an accountant is telling me what just happened. To quote Green Day, wake me up when September ends. This is by far the worst time when we talk about this.
Appreciate it, Casey. The only adjustment I would say is wake me up when September begins, because that's when regular season games begin. But
My boy Mikey used to come pulling up in front of my parents' house back in the day. We were like 18 years old, and he'd have the car blasting, smoke coming out the car, and he'd be like, "Da da da da, Mrs. Shasky, where's your son?"
Yeah.
Oh my God, dude!
Did you know we have an NFL game in 2 days? Did you know that? The Hall of Fame game in Canton, Ohio is in 2 days.
All right, so which one of you degenerates is going to be gambling on it?
Carter.
I love how you all pointed at Carter. Who's in it? Who's in the Hall of Fame game?
The Chargers and somebody else.
Trey Lance?
Let's see. Chargers and Lions.
Oh my.
Chargers and Lions. No starters will play.
Perfect.
So maybe it will be Trey Lance. Who the hell knows?
Hey,
what's your early lean, Carter?
Hey, Harbaugh's the perfect fit. If Trey's ever going to be an NFL player, like a legitimate like backup, like a legit NFL player, I think Harbaugh's the perfect guy to be paired with. I really do. Zero expectations. Just go in there, learn the system. No one will build the confidence of a struggling player more than Jim.
The Lions are 1.5 point favorites, and the over/under is 32.5.
Who's the Lions' backup?
Chargers money line
I
is
thought
a
you were going
lock.
to swear there.
Chargers
money line.
Trey Lance, we've seen win big games before in the regular season. I'm taking Chargers money line.
Okay. Even though Bonte just texted us, you literally pulled that out of the book of Bonte right there.
No.
Yeah. I've seen Trey Lance win games because he's right. With the season on the line, that Texans game, I've never seen people scoff at a late season victory to keep a team in playoff contention more. It's honestly, like, no one is saying that the guy was Johnny Unitas, but we act like he didn't do anything. Like he did nothing right.
That completion deep down the field to Debo for the touchdown.
The second half was really good.
Yeah, the first half was rough.
Yeah, the first half was rough. I agree.
Yeah,
I agree. But like, it's crazy.
I'm with you. We do have Jennifer Lee Chan with us now on the on the River Islands guest line. Shout out to River Islands. Boxer and Gerson, rookie injury attorneys, text on as well if you want to weigh in at 888-957-9570. But joining us again on the River Islands guest line, none other than NBC Sports Bay Area Niners insider Jennifer Lee Chan. Jennifer, appreciate you taking out the time. It's Mark, Randy, and Joe Shasky with you. How has training camp been down in Santa Clara so far?
It's been nice so far. The weather's been fantastic, much better than the rest of the country. So we've been enjoying a little overcast weather in the morning, and then it gets a little sunny towards the end of practice. But overall, nice practice. Thankfully, nothing crazy injury-wise, kind of what we expected, a little bit of a scare with Teron Jackson the other day, but otherwise not too bad injury-wise, which is good.
Yeah, that is good. And it's good to hear your voice again and pumped up for the year. And is the biggest camp battle the kicker?
I mean, that's the one everybody wants to know about. So, yeah, that's been going on since, mini camp and OTAs. And so, yes, now everybody, even Nick Bosa is paying attention to which kicker has been doing better. So it's been back and forth. One day, Greg Joseph does better. The next day, Jake Moody is better. So it is going to come down to the wire, really.
It seems like nothing.
Oddly.
It's so weird.
It seems like nothing major on the injury front as you laid out, but one of the big ones and one of the bigger questions in camp is Juwan Jennings. One, he's got the contract question, and two, he left the practice midway through on Sunday with a calf injury. Kyle Shanahan said that might be similar to the calf issue that kind of was hurting him in OTAs. What can you tell us about Juwan Jennings' calf, and is this something that might cost him more than a couple of practices?
I would hope not, but yeah, he was out of minicamp because of the calf injury. Same thing, same cap as what Kyle Shanahan said. He's not expected to talk to us until Thursday, so we won't get a full update then because the practice that Kyle Shanahan spoke at was the one where he injured himself and they didn't have any testing done at all, so we really won't get an update until then. Hopefully it's not terrible, but yeah, the wide receiver position is the one that's in question the most. Ricky Pearsall made his way back from a hamstring injury, but Jacob Cowing is still out with a hamstring injury. So Juwan Jennings out, Brandon Ayuk coming back to ACL, MCL probably will not be seen for quite a while. Demarcus Robinson facing up to a 3-game suspension. So wide receiver wise, it's really up in the air at this moment.
Well, who do you think they like? I mean, sometimes you can kind of get a feel for, guy that maybe the team or the coaching staff kind of likes. Who might be a couple of the guys at wide receiver that the team likes?
I mean, as far as rookies, I think it's really hard for a rookie wide receiver to kind of wrap their head around Kyle Shanahan's offense just because of all the motions, everything that they do pre-snap. Isaiah Nair is a guy who has been flashing in practice, and same with Jordan Watkins. But rookies really just don't get that much time, on the field with him because there's so much they have to do. They did their first Call It series on Sunday, so instead of being scripted, they didn't know what was coming, and Kyle Shanahan said I could see them swimming. So Equanimeous St. Brown is a guy that they brought in, and he's hasn't had a huge season in a while, but he's a guy who's a veteran who could probably adapt pretty quickly. So he's been getting quite a few snaps. So we'll see how it goes. But the rookies that we're kind of all keeping our eye on are Jordan Watkins and Isaiah Nair.
Yeah. So you reference all the pre-snap motions and the way they want to utilize certain players. Last year, they had so many penalties pre-snap, lining up illegally, illegal shifts, things like that. I was just rewatching some of the first couple of games. Are they using Ricky in a way like Debo? And where's he at in terms of movement pre-snap? Because, Debo did a lot of shifting, a lot of motioning, a lot of movement behind the line of scrimmage. Are they just going to move away from that? Or is Ricky going to maybe pick up some of that utilization?
No one's Debo Samuel, but I think a lot of guys are going to take turns in motion. I don't know who they're going to be used for jet sweeps and, reverses and that type of thing. We haven't really seen much of that in camp. But Ricky Pearsall definitely has gotten a lot of snaps since he's been back. Right away, he had 8 reps on Sunday. He caught 3 of his 4 targets. So, targeted 50% of the time. So I think, with Juwan Jennings out, Ricky Pearsall is definitely going to be a guy to watch.
Jennifer Lee Chan of NBC Sports Bay Area with us here on the Morning Roast. Jennifer, it goes without fail, the biggest maybe player that everyone wants to keep their eyes on going into a training camp is whoever was the highest drafted rookie. And for the Niners this year, that's Mykel Williams. From what we've read and seen, he has been really good, particularly on the inside of the defensive line. What have you seen from Mykel Williams, and how do you think the Niners plan to use him? Because he was drafted as an edge rusher, but maybe his best skill set is on the interior. How do you see that playing out?
I think they're going to try and use him everywhere. The fact that he's so versatile is why they drafted him. But watching defensive line, we got to see one-on-ones for the first time yesterday, and man, you could really tell when, they say a guy's twitchy, that is absolutely him. Alfred Collins is the same height, but 65 pounds heavier, and just not as quick of motions. Just his hand movement and how fast he gets off the line. You can really tell the difference with a guy like Mykel, and I think he's going to be a guy who really makes an impact on this defensive line, if not as a starter, but as a rotational player.
Is he the guy that you're most intrigued with through the first couple of practices, or is it someone else?
Yeah, he definitely is someone I'm watching, but also they've got another rookie, CJ West, kind of like a fire. I think Robert Saleh called him a fire hydrant yesterday. He's 6'1", 313 pounds. His comp is DJ Jones. He's low to the ground, using his leverage. He's really heavy with his hands and gets a lot of pressure. He actually, one-on-ones, the defensive line has the advantage, but he seemed to lift up Dominic Cooney off the ground and just moved everyone, won all 5 of his one-on-one battles with the offensive line. So he's a guy definitely to watch as well.
What are some of the noticeable differences for you, whether it's personnel groupings, scheme, energy level on the sidelines, when you contrast Sorensen and now Robert Saleh coming back? What are the differences that you've seen?
Oh, definitely energy. I think that also has to do with the Super Bowl hangover from last year, playing deep into the postseason, so many seasons in a row. But there's definitely an energy, a liveliness that was missing last year on the field. So I think, you'll see that a lot as they get into the season, especially in preseason as well. Nick Bosa said it's just command of the room. I think Nick Sorensen, Kyle Shanahan thought that he was ready to take on that role, and he just wasn't quite there yet. He Wilkes, they put him in a system that wasn't his and expected him to learn it and be able to teach it right away, and it just didn't work out. So Robert Saleh knows it. He knows the guys. He knows a lot of them, and I think it's just a better fit for this defense.
Jennifer, maybe the position group I have the biggest questions about is both the corners and the safeties. Diamador Lenore, you know what you're going to get from him. He's going to be cornerback number 1. Renardo Green expected to be cornerback number 2, but he's dealing with a hamstring injury. Maybe he's going to miss 2.5, 3 weeks. We'll see. Safety-wise, Malik Mustafa might miss maybe close to half the year. Who is maybe standing out that a lot of fans haven't quite heard of yet at both corner and at safety?
For one, Upton Stout is a guy that they're putting in nickel at the first team. He's been really flashing. He's been stopping the run. He has been setting up. He's been getting into the backfield on linebacker blitzes. So he's a guy who I think is going to compete with Dee Winters for that linebacker spot next to Fred Warner. And then Jason Pinnock, a guy who was drafted by the Jets, spent some time with the Giants. Robert Saleh was there when he was a rookie. I think he's a guy who's going to start with Jair Brown at safety. We'll see what happens. Upton Stout at nickel. Sorry, not at linebacker. Nick Martin is the guy at linebacker who is competing with Dee Winters. But Upton Stout at nickel is a guy who has been flashing.
Boy, Shanahan looks really refreshed, doesn't he? Almost like why are you laughing? Do you agree with me? He looks like he he needed some time off. I mean, he just seems very different. Is that the same sense that you get?
I mean, yes, he had more time off. He spent some time in Cabo and San Diego as well. He looks very tan, and he was clean shaven the last time we saw him. So I think that makes him look a little bit younger. But I think he's refreshed as well. It's a time to teach where he's teaching the young guys as opposed to trying to get the vets back on up to speed. But I think all the vets, coaching staff, players are all enjoying these teaching moments with the young guys. I mean, it really does infuse a lot of energy on the roster and in the locker room. So I think they're all enjoying it.
Jennifer, I got one more for you. You mentioned Upton Stout competing at nickel linebacker, but you also brought up Nick Martin, or nickel corner, but you also brought up Nick Martin at linebacker alongside Fred Warner. I think most of us probably expect it to be D. Winters because he's been on this team for a couple of years. How close is that battle between D. Winters and Nick Martin?
It's been fun to watch. I mean, D. Winters has had some great plays. He really hit Isaac Guerrero kind of hard, probably not what anyone from the Niners would want me to tell anybody. But, they're not supposed to have full contact, but definitely had that. And then also an interception. I've seen Nick Martin go on linebacker blitzes, so both of them are going to have a chance to compete there. I think D. Winters has the upper hand with the experience, but we'll see. Nick Martin definitely comes in with a lot of energy, a lot of excitement, and he's ready to go.
Who doesn't look good right now? Yeah, I love. No, I'm not asking you to just like pick on anyone. That's not what I'm asking. It's just I know we all get optimistic. Everything's fresh, everything's new. But is there anybody that doesn't maybe look as good as you expected them to look?
Well, I mean, I think Alfred Collins is a guy who missed OTAs and minicamp. He missed rookie minicamp as well. So, I expected him to not be as up to speed or as quick because of that. So I think there's a lot of work to be done there. And Robert Saleh said it also, he's catching up because he missed those reps. I think it's so important for guys to get up to speed with all of that when it comes to, the off-season program. So when they aren't there, there is a little bit of lag time. They don't have that, time to be up to speed with everybody. So I think from Alfred Collins, it's going to take a little work to get him, up to speed and faster so that we see a more, splash on the field. But I think he'll get there. It's going to take some time and more reps.
Jennifer, we appreciate the time, and we'll be following along your coverage on NBC Sports Bay Area. Thanks so much.
No problem. Thanks for talking to me.
Thanks, Jen.
Thank you. That's Jennifer Lee Chan of NBC Sports Bay Area, covers the Niners and does a great job there. All right.
She's great.
She is.
What I like is that she's just straightforward, and you can get like 50 good questions in like a very short amount of time, and you get a lot of great information.
So boom, 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 down the line.
Yeah, it's she does a really good job covering the team.
She does. And now it's time for Fast Five.
Time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
What do you got for me, Shasky? Final thoughts?
Final thoughts, man. You kind of stumped me. I really don't have any final thoughts today.
I can go first.
I'll just
need a little bit of time.
Here's my final thoughts. In the words of Ryan Covey, just be good to each other.
My final thought is I think we're going to reach a point in the near future where gambling is going to ruin pro sports. Maybe we're already there. Emmanuel Clase, just the latest player to be buzzed for gambling on games that he is performing in. The belief that this is not that prevalent in professional sports, I think, is crazy. I would imagine there's so many more players that are gambling on the games that they're playing in.
Yeah, it might be.
I think it's just a matter of time.
If only he pitched for the Dodgers and played on offense as well, this could be wrapped up in 12 hours.
True. He'd have somebody else take the fall for him, huh?
Well, he didn't have an interpreter to throw under the bus, so.
I mean, I'm telling you guys, it's the most absurd thing I've ever seen.
You're preaching to the choir.
The Ohtani gambling stuff. Got swept under the rug? That's what you're talking about?
It's not even about it. It's just, I don't buy that they concluded in less than 24 hours. The federal government takes their time on everything. Everything. We've been hearing about the Epstein files for years, for Christ's sake. Okay? But in 20 hours, they were like, Otani open shut. He had nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
Give me a break.
I bring it up because Guardians closer Emmanuel Clase on Monday was placed on non-disciplinary leave, paid leave through August 31st as part of a MLB investigation into sports gambling. He's the second Guardians pitcher to be implicated. Luis Ortiz has been on that leave since July 3rd. So second time this month, the Guardians pitcher has been placed on leave due to involvement in the gambling probe. What do you guys got behind the glass for us to close out the show?
Lubman watch.
Sam Lubman.
What was that?
That was
Sounds like you were strangling a pelican, like in a Disney cartoon.
My final thought, when it comes to the Giants, I remember a couple years ago, Bonte Hill on this show ranked the 2022 Giants as the most disappointing team in his lifetime or whatever.
Wow.
This Giants lineup, just the lineup, not the team as a whole, is quickly skyrocketing up my power rankings of just very disappointing lineups. Shasky, you hit the nail on the head earlier. Like, you thought they would be better than this.
I did.
I thought they'd be better too, and what's ridiculous is we always said, can we just get these guys hitting and we'll see what happens. In the last couple weeks, Adames, Chapman, and even Devers are actually kind of hitting, and it's not translating to anything. I'm banging my head against the wall watching blood come out of my ears over this lineup, and there's an image for you. It's just driving me crazy.
Blood come out of your ears.
Yeah,
gnarly.
I mean, Carter.
I feel your frustration.
Carter
though.
yesterday had blood coming out of his nose. Sam's got blood out of his ears. Are we okay?
What orifice are you going to have blood coming out tomorrow? Who knows? That's part of the fun.
Shasky thought I was a drug addict because I got a bloody nose. It's just unbelievable.
Loveman, pause back there, doggy.
All right, my final thought for the day is I'm starting to really get disappointed in the Giants. And what I mean by that is you were to take a look at the beginning of the year at the pitching the Giants have, and then just some of the role players like the Adameses, them getting Devers, yada, yada, and then say that this would be where they're at. I mean, you'd be pissed. And I'm pretty pissed at this point. I'm running out of steam on them a little bit, and I'm really thankful that football season's here.
Carter's family's so mad, they're considering downgrading their suites to home, behind home plate seats.
Carter was telling me
they're
back here.
really thinking about
his family's putting together an offer. They're trying to just buy the team so they can take matters into their own hands.
We're going to sell a portion of our Utah real estate.
I was going to say, Shaz, you could have gone way farther with that and said that I'm thinking about selling the team.
We're talking back here. Carter's offered me a front office role already. I'm pretty excited.
Oh.
We found out that Carter is somehow related to Charles Johnson. That would be pretty funny.
There are
a lot of arguments about political donations.
There are less believable things than that.
I got a lot of frustration with my Giants, and I was talking to my granddad, and we're thinking about selling the team.
But to be serious, if Bonte was as frustrated as he was by 2022, I mean, this is worse. There's way more talent, and it's the same record.
Can I let you know something?
Yeah.
Everybody says they don't listen, they don't watch, they don't consume other people. Bonte's always listening. And always watching. Just like I admit, I'm always watching and listening to everyone because I want to know who's going to be shooting me in the face coming from my job.
The king has little birds everywhere, so.
No, he does. He has crows everywhere. I get a text message during the middle of the show, 9:27. Bonte, I said Greenlaw over pursues, but that's something you can fix. If you're going to tell the story, Shasky, tell it right. And I'm telling Bonte, I'm working here. I'm telling tall tales, okay? There's slight exaggerations. That's the art of storytelling.
Not telling the truth?
Of course.
Yeah,
it's a version of the truth.
You tell him.
An alternative truth?
And a version of the truth. My version.
I don't think you understand how the truth works, but.
Well, there's three truths. Your truth, my truth, the truth. This is my truth.
So not the truth. All right. That's fine.
I mean, again, I'm married 15 years in the game. You'll figure it out one day.
Matt Steinmetz and diehard Pirates fan Daryl the Guru Johnson is coming up next, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. For Sam, for Carter, for Shasky, I'm Granny. Talk to you tomorrow on 95.7 The Game.
is whack.
Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, good morning, Bay Area. What is going on? Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson. Goo, well,
talk to me.
I never really know how to start shows like these.
Well, say hello first.
Well, how's it going?
I'm good.
I said hello to you when you walked in.
Yeah, you did. And I got to say something to the listeners. Nobody cares. We'll get to sports. But, Evan, I walked in and you were talking to your lovely mother. And people that have a good relationship with their parents are A1 with me. It's going to be in my book, chapter 1. Evan, I'm melting and I like you more because I heard you talk to your mom, who obviously loves her son. But it brightened my day, man. I'm ready.
Well, you're ear hustling a little bit.
Well, it's kind of loud. Yeah. Hello, Mom.
Yeah, she says hello to you.
Yeah.
She wants you to know she loves you very much. But the reason why I don't know where to start today is because you yourself are a man of many subjects.
Be careful.
Specific to
All right.
sports.
Okay.
You got Micah on today. Last night your team's in town. But we know that you're a Bay Area guy through and through.
All day.
So how did last night leave you feeling at Oracle Park after another close but no cigar type of deal from the San Francisco Giants?
I have, and I had, and I love the question, envy of the San Francisco Giants or any other team in Major League Baseball that has ownership and a president of baseball ops trying to salvage and do something to enhance their season. And it's a joke. And we went through last year, me leaving the Pirates for the Giants, but I have Bay love. Shout out Ray Love. But I have Bay love, Evan. And I'm not a hater. I'm not your typical Cowboy fan. If my team can't win, I want the Bay to be happy. And the bottom line is the Pirates are a joke. They got some studs with Skeens and O'Neal Cruz. But last night, shout out Rob Lowe, I wanted the Giants and expected the Giants to stop the damn hemorrhaging and beat the lowly Pirates. And you couldn't do it again. And this thing is just out of control. And I'm watching everybody just pussyfoot around what they really want to say. Oh, it's okay, this and that, Evan. What is going on in Giant land to lose to that team when you still got action? To me, if I'm a Giant fan today and I'm going to stand up for him, Evan, I'm pissed off, man. And I don't have the answer, Sway. You're swaying this. I don't Evan, I'm serious. When does this thing stop?
I don't know. It hasn't stopped for over a month. The Giants, over the last, 38 games, have the worst record in baseball.
With the Pirates.
They've scored the same amount of runs as the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Man, oh, man.
They have been one of the worst teams in baseball for over a month now, and this thing is starting to get away from them. They're a game above 500. They haven't been that since they were 2-1 to start the season, and this thing is looking like it's going to spiral. Now, it could end today. It could stop today. They could dig themselves out. They could make an acquisition at the deadline. We're going to talk about all of that, but everyone's trying to figure out what is happening here with this team that in June was 12 games above 500, and at one point going into a series at Chavez Ravine was one game back of the division.
Wow, man.
And now it feels like I have no expectation for this team anymore. I don't know what's going to happen, Goo, but I know they're going to be in a game. It's going to get late, and I've gone from feeling like they're going to pull a rabbit out of a hat to they're looking in their hat, and there's just nothing but dust.
Man, no doubt. Evan, and one of my old lines that I'll recycle in case you missed it out there. Evan, as I told Steiny early on, June 11th was my sister's birthday, and that's when the Giants were 12 games over, and it looked like they were building something special. And, oh my God, I'm a bad dad. Happy birthday to my daughter. She turns 20, Milan, today.
Oh, happy birthday, Milan.
Well, I'm sorry, Evan.
What,
Uncle Ev.
She's becoming an adult?
Yeah, 20
oh my
years
gosh.
old. And her daddy's getting older, and, yeah. We'll talk about that.
We'll leave that there.
Yeah, but the bottom line is, what do you do? I'm asking you, you can't rebuild. Nobody's saying that. Because you got Chapman, you paid him, you spent the chicken on Adames, you brought in Devers, so that's not on the table. How do you stop what we're watching, man?
Well, that's what actually was most concerning to me about last night. Like you know how I watch baseball, you know how I watch sports.
Did I text you too much last night?
No, it was fine. I actually really enjoyed it. because I was watching a bunch of games last night.
So was I.
But
you know what I mean?
I'd like to think I'm relatively even keeled. Like, I don't think that this season is done yet for the Giants.
All right, the math is still there.
But we saw something new last night, and I don't know why it left a little sour taste in my mouth. And it's not about Carson Wisenhunt himself. Like, I thought
he gave you innings.
I thought he did fine.
All right.
You know, he
didn't blow you away.
He gets bombed a bit in the second inning, loses the strike zone a bit, but bounces back those 3 scoreless frames.
Gave up the homer in the first. You hate to see it, but yeah, it's just one run.
Welcome to the show, kid.
Yeah.
That's how it goes. But there's something bigger at play here, which is, I almost feel like the Giants, they kind of have to buy at the deadline.
Go ahead.
Because if that's the best that you have to offer, if that is what if that's a representative of your farm system, Carson Wisenhunt's their number 2 overall prospect. He's their number 1 pitching prospect.
We'll get to that too. I don't know how attractive it was. Just one start, Evan. He wasn't bad. He wasn't great. But the fact that you said he's one of their top.
No, he's their best.
We'll get to that.
Like
okay.
he's the standard bearer for pitching.
Okay.
In the Giants farm system.
All right.
Oh, my
And
God.
again,
thank you, Pasta.
This is not about him so much as it is he's representative of the state of their minor league system. And I'm looking at him, and I'm watching him, and he does some things well. He does some things not so well. He's got a lot to build on, and he's got a long career hopefully ahead of him. But if that's the representative of the Giants farm system, I think we got bigger problems. And Buster Posey has a lot more ahead in terms of a challenge to get this thing off the ground than I thought before.
Well, you know what, Evan? You didn't say a damn lie. But the bottom line to me is, if you can't go there because you got to replenish your farm system and the Lucianos and the Harrisons, when we all thought the Ramos and the Matoses of the world were going to prosper, maybe you got to tap into your Dodger hat in regard to use free agency and trades like Buster's done early on to go get a Devers and another bat. But let me just ask you this. If they are to go shopping by Thursday, the deadline, let me ask you this, because my list is long. What are you shopping for?
You're shopping
now?
For something that can help you win now, because it doesn't look like anything in your farm system is going to be able to do it. Like, I know that people want them to sell and they want them to get prospects. But I'm sorry, if that's the best that the Giants have to offer, and I realize that Eldridge is supposed to be much better, but again, I'm looking at a team that has, like, Buster Posey wants to build a homegrown team, and I'm sorry, if that's the first guy that's getting through that I'm seeing in this era, I'm not excited about what's to come after that. And you never know, guys can pop, players can develop from single A up to double A and triple A, but that's going to take a lot of time. And in the meantime, if the Giants want to win, I'm sorry. Help ain't coming. Like,
you got to fix it within, though, E.
But I also think the best way to fix it is to try and find ready-made players. And I'm not saying you sell, you get off of Wisenhunt, but using the trade deadline might be the only way the Giants can acquire legitimate talent, because I'm concerned that the guys that we're being promised, someone like Wisenhunt, people behind him, are not going to be good enough to help this team win when eventually it is, quote-unquote, time to bring up the young guys. Like, everyone wants to go to young players, and I get it. But what happens when you figure out that those young players are not good enough? That those young players are just that, young, but they're not actually talented enough to help you win consistently. At the big league level, it takes tools, it takes experience, it takes years. And I'm sorry, the Giants have not proven to me, and this is as much of a smear on Farhan Zaidi as it is on what there is right now. Like, I don't know what they've been doing for the last 6 years. In regards to building young players.
I feel like, Evan, and I don't disagree with anything you said, but I feel like we're talking about two different movies. Because I feel like when you talk about the farm, you're talking about the future. I'm talking about trying to salvage a 54-53 record that you're spiraling right now. You're 4 back, but you still got enough time. And I'm looking at it, and that's why I know people are going to come for me, Evan. I will not back down. And you laughed at me, sent me a text when the Giant lineup came out. I'm a Ramos fan that he was in there.
It's a victory
but
lap.
I just wanted, like, Evan, all I can do right now until moves are made is try to shake my guys and have them look in the mirror that are all collectively underperforming. That's more of a reality than hoping we get more Christmas gifts. And even the Christmas gift that we got early in Devers hasn't exactly, sparked my lineup. So I'm asking you today on Tuesday, I'm just asking a different, more fiery voice manager be able to shake some of these dudes out of their slump because they're hibernating.
Maybe. And look,
do you get mad at me for just people out there questioning that part of Melvin who just is, he's him. But Evan, I'm wondering if somebody were to just close the door and do something, everybody doesn't have to see it. Could that work and get Evan out of his slump?
Well, I'll tell you on the other side, because I want to play a piece of sound that I feel like is what we've heard from Bob Melvin about 100 times. And it's the reason why I think people are so frustrated, and I understand. But I want to get into that, along with what do you do at the deadline? Again, I'm going to lay out why I think the Giants actually should buy at this deadline instead of sell, which is what everybody wants them to do after falling to a game above 500 last night. They are 2-10 in their last 12. Man. They are spiraling at the worst time of the year. We're here again. It's the trade deadline, and people don't know what to do with the Giants. But I'll tell you why they should buy on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. All that coming up on the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment was sponsored by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members. Signature Farms Chicken Picnic Pack, leg quarters, drumsticks, or thighs value pack. Buy one, get one free of equal or
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, we're trying to figure this thing out. I don't know if yay is the word that I would use after a night like last night, or really after a month the last month.
Wow. Let's get nuts. Yeah, that's my Steiny. That's a great one.
Well, you got about, 52 hours to do that?
Yeah.
A little less?
And I like what you said in the green room and in the first block, Evan. Like, you've committed almost, or you owe it to the fan base and yourselves to salvage this and try to see what you can do to add. You don't go get Devers to me and then kind of call it off. And, help me, Evan. That's why you're in the one chair, because right now there's so many scatterbrained thoughts I have just about this team, certain individuals. But I will question Buster Posey on why you gave Melvin that extension when you did, and you didn't have to, and you always had the offseason to do it. But ever since then, I can't ignore the rat on the table brought to you by Echo Pest Control, Evan. This team's gone the other way. And all I'm asking for, and it could be totally wrong, is just a little emotion. And when Adamas said the other day, we're flat, I'm paraphrasing, we're not attacking. I'm like, you're taking on, sometimes teams, Evan, take on the personality of their manager. So I'm not putting it all on Melvin, but I think he does. It is fair to question come on, something's got to be done differently. That's all.
Well, you want to hear what we heard that was not different last night? Because to me, this is what really gets just everyone angry.
Okay.
Because after a loss like last night, or to be fair, look, you put together some really good at-bats in the ninth inning. I thought Adames battled. Jung Hoo Lee might have had his best at-bat in a late-game situation in some time. And you still find a way to come up a run short, and here's your manager talking about it.
I thought in the ninth had one of those feelings where we're going to come back and win the game. I really did. I mean, crowd got into it. We've had that feeling before a bunch here recently. Not recently, but for the better part of the season, and just felt like one of those games we were going to come back and win. Obviously didn't finish it off, but better at bats tonight overall with guys in scoring position.
They felt like they were going to win.
Yeah, but you're playing the Pirates. You should always feel like that, Bob. You shouldn't be down. But that's neither here nor there.
He had a couple rookies on the mound.
Yeah,
I
got you.
And that's really the biggest issue with them right now, Goo. It's something different every night. Over the weekend against the Mets, it was runners in scoring position. Could not get a run in when you needed to. They had 4 hits last night with runners in scoring position. But what let you down? A pair of rookies, to be honest. Wisenhunt had 1 bad inning, and Seymour threw 1 bad pitch to Andrew McCutchen. And it felt like that cost you the game. So it's always been something different. One night it's base running. One night it's defense. One night it's the bullpen giving up late runs.
Yeah.
One night it's the starting pitcher not having it. And the offense has been largely dormant throughout this entire, month-long subpar stretch. It's been something every night for the Giants.
He scored 5 runs last night,
which for them is
like 8.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
But when you hear Bob Melvin, I can understand why people feel like it's just a malaise that they're in, and he's sort of the symbol of the malaise because I like the fact that my manager, my head coach is even keeled. But when you're struggling as bad as you are, I can also hear where people are just saying, dude, we're all pissed off. Why can't you look pissed off?
Man, no doubt, Evan. 2-10 in their last 12. Who am I? I'm no clinical doctor, but Evan, I think I would like to hear Melvin, even if he didn't mean it, just to appease the people like myself, because I know I'm not solo dolo on this. Just say you don't have the answers. Like, you know what I mean? Maybe that might flip me to your side, but it's not even about sides. It's about playing winning baseball, getting this team back on track. But I don't know what's going to happen by the deadline. And Evan, you said sell. Let's put another rat on the table brought to you by Echo Pest Control. What do you really have to sell outside? Just help me out, Doval. And I could get if you moved him now. I
wouldn't be selling. I wouldn't be selling. Now, if I'm doing anything, I'm buying. And a big reason is what I saw last night. And to be honest, what I've continued to see time and time again from the Giants, quote unquote, young up-and-comers. I haven't seen much. And this is again as much of an indictment on the Farhan Zaidi regime as anything else, because, and this doesn't just, pardon me, apply to last night. I thought Whisenhunt was, again, he's good. He looks like a pitcher that, look, if he gets another pitch, I think he could use a slider or perhaps a cutter. His fastball was good the last 3 innings.
But the changeup is his pitch.
Changeup is his plus pitch. That's something you can build around. But I'm not looking at him like he's going to be the next Lincecum, Kane, Bumgarner, all guys that came up in a short period of time that help you build a dynastic starting rotation. That's the kind of thing that gets teams to the next level. Not, well, Whisenhunt looks like he could be a piece and he could develop into a 3. Like, again, that's their best pitching prospect. He's their number 1 pitching prospect. And I'm looking at it and I'm watching him, and it's not about the kid. It's, well, last year I'm seeing guys that are getting brought up. Luciano was another player that was highly touted and promised.
Oh, man.
What's happened with him? Well, he can't play defense. And we might see him at some point this year. You know, everyone wants in the outfield. Earlier this year was, we'll call it Grant McCray. I saw Grant McCray last year. He's not that impressive. And so what you have in your farm system, to me, is not worth trying to reset things for. Like,
no, Evan, I got it.
Giving opportunities to those young guys is not going to make you better in the short term, especially when you've already invested hundreds of millions of dollars into Adames, into Chapman, into Devers. Those are the guys that you're hoping can be the stalwarts for your team in the near future. And then just trying to reset things at the deadline and sell for prospects, like that flies completely in the face of everything that Buster Posey's done so far.
Well, I'll say this to that, Evan. Carson Whisenhunt, you're right. He was a top prospect, but we talked about it yesterday briefly. He got this chance by default. You know, he had a 4+ ERA in Sacramento, so it wasn't like he was just exactly lighting the world on fire. And to me, there was a different scoreboard. He was there to eat up innings because of the situation with their staff. He gave you 5, gave up 4 runs in 2 innings. But, man, Evan, okay, if I get what you're putting down, if it's about being a buyer or just trying to add, and you keep talking about what they don't have, and I'm with you right now on the farm, well, let's bring it back to the big club for the millionth time and talk about why the OGs or the guys that are getting the bread are not getting it done. That's why I brought up Melvin. There's got to be something WD-40 for my offense or a conversation to be had to where I could get even I could get some of these guys out of a season-long funk. And Devers is a part of that. And Adames is doing all that and some. I got to give him his flowers. I'm sorry, Steiny. Whatever he's hitting, dude's locked in right now. But, Evan, that's what my focus is. They're not going to do a damn thing moving forward unless the stewards or the OGs, something, the song is played different.
No, Adames has been awesome this month. He's been one of the best hitters in baseball. And, in fact, I would argue that the last week has been the first time that we've seen overall Adames, Devers, and Chapman all hit at the same time. And it hasn't been enough because they haven't gotten the big hit. Again, last night they got a couple hits in the ninth, but they were 1 hit away. I was listening to Sergio Romo on NBC Sports Bay Area. He kept talking about 1 hit away.
Sunday night.
And whether it's 1 hit or 1 pitch or 1 play, that's been their season for the last month. Really, for the last couple of months. It feels like they've been 1 play away, and that's decided the win or the loss. But to me, I don't know why people want to reset things in a season that you've invested so much in already. Like, to me, and really this is about Buster Posey than myself, I don't think that Buster Posey is somebody that is a seller. Like, I don't think that's in his DNA. He's about trying to improve a team to give them the best possible chance to win, even if that's not going to amount to a 90 or 100 wins. He's trying to maximize every single season. That's why I think if you hired Buster Posey to come in and reset the books and sell pieces and get guys, I think you hired the wrong guy.
Yeah, and you can't do that now when I talk about the chicken that they put into Chapman, Adames, and Devers. Like, I love the fact that we're not using the R word or don't expect to use it with this version of the Giants. But, Evan, I guess I'm asking you, with what you just said, if you were at the helm, are you getting a bat or an arm? Or what are you trying to get by Thursday?
I'm trying to get whatever I can. I mean, I would prioritize pitching because I think that's the Giants and it has been their strength. But I'm trying to acquire, like, this isn't in a way, I don't, to me, looking at the farm system, I don't think there's a ton to build with. I'm trying to build through the trade market, and I think Posey tipped the iceberg by doing that with Devers.
Yes.
He is trying to build this team as immediately as possible through the trade market. So if there's a guy that I can acquire that'll be here for a couple seasons, that to me is their most immediate path to being competitive. And I think he showed you that that's his game plan, because he went out and acquired $280 million worth of Rafael Devers.
And you know what? Great point. And I'll say this for that. Nobody knows, but this is just who I think Buster Posey is. Evan, you mentioned June 11th being 12 over and getting Devers. There's no doubt in my mind he has to be disappointed. And you could say, well, in who? Everybody. But just this swoon, that's what it is. It's July, but it's a June swoon right before our eyes. And I just don't believe when he mentioned go time, pulling off that trade, and I keep going to it for the umpteenth time, having Jim Bowden on, and him talking about the possibilities of what this team could accomplish this season. This has just been wow. And I would love to hear from Buster. I know he spoke Sunday. He was in the booth, Evan, for a little bit. But I'm talking about what's underneath, like how upset he has to be.
888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Let's go to the phone lines. Ben's in Berkeley. Ben, good morning, man. What's going on? What do you got?
Thanks, fellas. I was going to say if Buster, when he made that trade for Devers and Adames, when he signed Devers, Adames, and Chapman, that was $617 million. Plus he signed Verlander for another $15 million. So I'm thinking, let's look at Boston right now. They got rid of Devers. They shaved $280 million off their payroll for next year when they go after a super free agent, Cal Raleigh. They got 2 first-rounders, a Harrison and Tibbs. They're going to the playoffs. They are winning without Devers. We get Devers plus $280 million minus our 2 first-rounders. We are losing. Do you see the correlation? Do you see that Buster Posey he drank the Kool-Aid, and Boston is laughing and giggling all the way to the playoffs. We're not going to the playoffs. And Buster re-signed Melvin, the whole pitching staff, the pitching coach, the hitting coach, the GM. Nothing is going to change with Buster. By the time his prospects come to fruit, that's going to be 4 or 5 years from now. This team is cooked. He's going to have to spend more and more money. And it's like when I look in the mirror and I say, honey, does these clothes make me look fat? And she's like, no, it's not the clothes that make you look fat. It's the fat that makes you look fat. So this is a team that's going nowhere.
That's pretty
not going to get any better. They're going to hemorrhage more money, and we need to fire Buster Posey as soon as possible. Fire Buster Posey. Fire Buster Posey. That's the key if we want to win. And if we keep him around if we keep Farhan finished 80 and 82 with $650 million less, and we're going to finish with the same record. So how does Buster Posey even have a job?
No.
Well, he's less than 365 days in, Ben. Thanks for the call.
And we appreciate the analogy.
Yeah, I was almost with him up until he went after Posey.
Yeah, come on, man.
That's something you can't do.
Yeah,
I thought he was going to go after Melvin.
Evan, I don't care what's going on in Boston. I'm watching. But Devers, is there any Giant fan that would not do that deal 100 times over? I don't think that person exists. That was a hell of a deal. It didn't cost you much. So, again, I know a lot of people are fixated on the future. Evan, I'm still trying to see what they can salvage this year, man. And I believe bigger than any move they can make at this juncture, it's about your guys on your squad wearing the black and orange, snapping out of it. I'm talking about everybody, outside of Adames, who's locked in. Devers has been better, but if he could just get white hot, what does that mean? And Evan, I'm going to ask you and put you on Front Street right now. Do you think they're cooked for this season?
What does cooked mean?
Make the third wild card.
No, I don't think they're dead. Again, I'm looking at teams around them. They're not a great team. They haven't been a great team all year. But I don't think that they're awful. They've literally played like the worst team in baseball for a month.
Yeah.
I don't think they're that bad. They lost to
one of them last night.
They did. Yeah, and they need a lot of things to turn back in their direction. But again, I would not give up on this season. And again, what I've gleaned from the moves that Buster Posey has made since he's taken over as president of baseball operations, I don't think he's giving up on this season either. I would be shocked if the Giants traded a Doval, a Ray, someone that could net you something. But to me, that's not the direction that he's moving in. And again, the reason why I would try and buy at the deadline is because that to me is your quickest path to acquiring talent. To me, I'm not relying on a farm system that isn't Posey's, by the way, that hasn't produced much fruit, if any, the last few years outside of Elliot Ramos, who was back from all the way in the Bobby Evans regime. Like, the Farhan Zaidi farm system has not given you enough to believe in my opinion. It can supplement the guys on your big league roster, but that's why Posey, again, I think was proactive in free agency, was active in extending Chapman, wanted to go get Devers because he felt like what he currently has in his coffers is not good enough. Until it's proven otherwise. I mean, this is the 28th ranked farm system in Major League Baseball entering 2025. That's not something I'm banking on.
Yeah, and speaking of which, the starter tonight, Verlander, it feels like he pitches every night, Evan, because I know he threw 100 pitches, it felt like, in the first 2 innings. His last outing in Atlanta, got his first win, but does not have one at home. And I talked about sweeping the Pirates, but it's like this vicious cycle of, Evan, you better win these next 2 games. Can you win these next 2 games? And where is Verlander? Like, is he going to be able to dominate one of the worst hitting teams in baseball? You would think on paper he's got a pretty good chance, but like, again, here we go. When does the cycle end? You're one game over.
Well, the moment you get a W. Like, seriously, I mean, that's all they can do, by the way. They still got to go out and play tonight. They still got to go to New York. They still got to go to Pittsburgh. They can't just give up on the season because things aren't going their way. 888-957-9570 is the number. Patrick's in South City. Patrick, what's going on, man? Good morning.
How you doing today?
Awesome.
Great. Hey, listen, I've been watching this team, for 50 years since I was a kid, and I'm going to make this observation. The demise of the Giants this year is not Buster Posey's fault at all. It's ownership, and I'll tell you why. Everyone knows who watches baseball consistently knows that you need at least 3 high-quality starters to win, and especially in this competitive league. Then your 4 and 5 starters could be, they can be medium, they can be average, but you got to have a third quality starter. Now, when they went and got Verlander, and Buster came on and said, we're not going to go, probably not going to go after a third quality starter. We're going to go with the youth we have. I said to myself, okay, we're dead this year. Because you can go out and sign great hitting, and I give them credit. They've gone out and they've brought in an offense that, once they get going, I think it's going to really crank well. But no matter what, I mean, Verlander's lost, 9 games? I mean, there's the difference in the season, right? I mean, if we win 6 of those, we're in great shape. So I just think that failure to really get ownership, to say, okay, Buster, go out and get a third quality starter, and none of them are going to sign for less than 3 or 4 years at least, I think that would have made the difference this season. So I wanted to see what you thought about that.
Appreciate it, Patrick. And so, yeah, I mean, look, the guy that they chose to not go after, I think, was Corbin Burns. They decided that the money was not worth that contract. And to be fair, towards UCL in year 1.
I had him on my fantasy team.
I mean, again, for most of the season, the pitching has not been the problem. It's been their lack of offense and lack of ability to score runs when they need
Logan Webb on line 1. The first half, and now,
Yeah, Webb's been good. Ray's been good. Roop has been awesome until he got hurt. Verlander's has not been very good. And then your 5th starter has been basically a question mark ever since you made the trade, but one, again, that I think most of us believe they had to make.
Yeah, and it's just kind of funny how the game works in sports and life, right, Evan? You just talked about it, and I'm not sitting up here telling you all 5 runs is 10 runs, but when you're wearing the orange and black and you've watched this inept offense for a while, 5 runs is kind of, it's bigger than 5. It just feels like it. And I know Wisenhunt was put in that situation because of the injuries and what's going on with the rotation, but damn, Evan, again, even Sunday night, you got some support, you got some runs on the board, and you give up 4 early. But, man, 5 can win you. Teams win with 5 or less in the Major League Baseball. And now I'm starting to wonder, are we getting to the juncture to where the offense is starting to put up runs and now the pitching, as we kind of watch it, but we're not in it yet, is it takes a step back and maybe 5 or 6 runs is not enough. That would be the opposite of what we've been used to.
Well, 5 or 6 runs should be enough. But it seems like every single time outside of the Atlanta series that they've gotten 5 or 6 runs, it hasn't been enough, that their pitching hasn't been good enough. And that's why, again, last night is just another example of why it's one thing or the other. Last night, they got beat because of their inexperience. They had 2 rookie pitchers that didn't do a good enough job.
Yeah.
I thought they did fine. Seymour made one bad pitch. Whisenhunt had one bad inning. But when your offense isn't able to pick your pitching up, and I mean, they scored 4 early, but then they kind of sputtered. Like the Pittsburgh bullpen was better than the Giants last night, and that's what it came down to.
Yeah, and the Giants had them on the ropes, but they just couldn't get multiple and make the Pirates pay. Because there were times, Evan, I was like, they're going to win this game, and I give Melvin that. I believe he felt it. But again, you're playing a team that's blown a bunch of games, and you just feel like, you know what? It's our time. It didn't happen again. And here we go. Here we go, Evan. Another home loss in a season that started out so promising. And for all the smart asses, I just want to say this, because I'll admit it, Evan. I fell for what the Giants were putting down. And I had that even before the Devers trade. I had them making the third wild card. It's the same movie the last 3 or 4 years. But how many people after that trade was consummated really thinking the Giants were going to take off was fool's gold? I'm just hearing a lot of that, oh, I told you so, you shouldn't have fell for it, when everybody was in the pool. And I understood it. The
playoffs, yes, but people were talking World Series.
No.
That to me is that was foolish, because the Giants were not a Rafi Devers away from being among the World Series contenders, among being the best of the best in baseball. They literally played the Dodgers that same day. I'm sorry, the Dodgers weren't playing as well.
Yeah.
And the Giants were playing awesome. They're 12 games above 500, and they traded for Devers. Or they're going into that weekend after Webb beat them on Friday night. You cannot tell me, looking at those lineups, that those two teams are the same. The Giants are looking up, and that's okay. My point is, how do you make this team as competitive as possible for the next couple of years when Chapman, Adames, and Devers are going to be still in their primes? I think that's why Posey got them. And again, to me, relying on the farm system to have these guys just to slowly bring them up, like that to me is going to take time. If Posey wants to build homegrown talent, then he's going to have to wait, to our caller's point, for 4 years.
No,
but if you're looking to win now, I'm sorry, what you have to try and use to acquire something that can help you at the big league level.
Man, and you jetson Lamont Wade Jr., and I'm just saying he was the poster boy of inept offense, and now you got Yaz, Flores, you got a Jung-Hoo Lee for the most part. Evan, the bottom line, we ain't saying it, they got a bunch of, it feels like automatic outs, like 4 or 5 names, Bailey, like that's too much. So I'm just wondering if Melvin got his extension, and you guys are telling me, the baseball aficionados, not you, Evan, oh, it's not the hitting coach. I'm making a prediction. If this thing doesn't get fixed in regard to their offense and the at-bats, Evan, I really believe there will be a new hitting coach and a new third base coach. Because if Melvin is safe, you got to do something. And we've seen it before in sports. You keep your job, Evan, but you know what? Your coaches are out of here, and we're going to make a change. But you are okay. You're safe.
The coach.
Yeah.
Well, it's a results-based business, and the offense has been one of the worst offenses in baseball pretty consistently the entire year. So, look, I don't have a problem with that. I wonder if it fixes anything between now and next season. But again, what are they going to do now? What can they do now? To me, making a change at the hitting coach,
play better, Evan. What if it's even forget Buster, just play? And you might be looking at me like, Goo, you fool. How much more do you need to see? But I keep thinking every night it's it.
888-957-9570 is the number. I see you, Trevor. I see you, Chris. I see calls coming in on the San Francisco Giants. A reminder, coming up this afternoon at 4:30, the Valkyries take on the Atlanta Dream. You can hear the game on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX, pregame starting at 4 o'clock Pacific Standard. Brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. That segment sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always buy
problem is they're misaligned. As you would go to a chiropractor and take an x-ray, the first thing they do is look at your spine.
Yeah.
Not so much the executive personnel, but the Giants are not lined up properly to be successful. Number one, your stadium is built for triples alley. Who hits triples on the Giants? They're swinging for home runs. It's a cosmetic stadium, looks really cute, but it's not conducive to the team that you're putting on the field. You got Devers, great hitter, like I said before. They're going to pitch around him because there's no protection behind him. So why would you go get Devers all that money? You don't have someone behind him who is credible. You got to catch it with the Dodgers because we have, 4 Hall of Famers for the next 5 to 10 years? And, it's going to be difficult for you guys to catch up to the Dodgers, much less establish your own organization to be conducive to winning. So that's why you're losing. You have guys come up from AAA, you throw them in the starting lineup, and they make base running errors. They can't just fly balls. They're doing things that are like bad news bear-like. So if we see that, I wouldn't sell the fans on a false lead of, we have a chance to go to the World Series. No, you don't. Don't do that. So knowledge gives us the ability to predict. You guys should be better predictors of the fate of your organization.
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate the call.
And I'll say this, Chris. I'm no Pat Burrell. I'm no hitting coach. We'll get to him.
Well, maybe
but don't tell me they're pitching around Devers. And I love the guy. Dude, he's getting enough fastballs to eat. He just, sometimes they're getting blown by him. That's just how I've saw Devers in a Giant uniform. He's getting some meatballs.
He's been picking it up since the deadline.
Yes, he has.
But, yeah, he needs to do more just like everybody does.
No doubt,
The offense is not producing enough to supplement the fallout from starting their pitchers. Let's go to Trevor, Arona Park, who wants to preach a little bit of patience, been hanging on for some time. Trevor, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up, man? Trevor, Sideline Bay Area Sports. What's up, Guru?
What's up, baby?
How you doing, man?
Hanging in. Better than the Giants, T. What you got?
Okay, so here's my thoughts, okay? Baseball is so much different than every other sport, in my opinion. I played it for a while. It's a sport that I've loved for a long time. I'll say this. It's a long game, and to expect the team to come out, first off, they weren't very good when they came into the season. They picked up some guys along the way. That's good. They are in a rebuild. You don't want to call it that. That's fine, but they are in a rebuild. We got Justin Verlander. He's kind of cooked. He's old. He was old when we got him, and if we're expecting him to be a guy who's going to anchor the pitching staff or somehow bring some wins to the table, fine. I expect him to be better than he was or he is now, but it's not surprising me that he's falling off the map. He's an old guy, and so what we're looking at is a rebuild. And so we got some guys. Are they going to go and sell? No way. That's not what they're about. They're about trying to build a baseball team that can start winning. It's just not going to happen this year. And that's kind of what I was saying to you guys when I called in a few weeks back and even last year. I thought it was going to take a couple of years. Baseball's so much different than basketball or football where you go and get a couple of guys and it changes everything.
But
no matter what the Giants do, whoever they pick up, whether it's a pitcher or a bat, guys, this is going to take a couple of years. They've got to catch the Dodgers and other teams that are ahead of the game.
But the
And that's
cost,
okay.
Trevor, the cost, man. How could you say it's a rebuild when you're paying Devers, Adames, and Chapman? That's not a rebuild.
Well, it's overpaying. I will give you that. I'll give you that. But they need so many more pieces to this puzzle. The guys that they have on this team are not playoff contending players. They're just not. They're not playoff ready. Some of them are too young. Some of them just don't have the talent. They need to upgrade at some positions, and there's no doubt about that. Are they paying Devers more than I would have liked to see, or would I have even liked to see that move? I don't think I would have made that move. And the reason I wouldn't have made that move is because they're not ready to win now. If they were in win now mode and they needed one or two more pieces, that guy is a great piece to put on your team. If you're a team that's 2 years out and you put him on your team expecting him to elevate the entire team, that's not going to happen. So I don't agree with the fact that they made that move in the first place, to be honest. So, yeah.
Thanks, man.
Appreciate the call, Trevor. I mean, to me, there's a lot of revisionist history around Devers. Like, When they got him,
oh my God,
the world
Evan.
stopped
They did.
because it
I
was the
appreciate
first
that.
first big hitter that they've gotten in quite some time.
Yes.
I'm sorry, it may not age well. That deal may not turn out to be what we thought it was, but to say that you wouldn't do the deal that was a bad trade, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to have you pull receipts from that day.
I love you for that.
There was not one person I knew that was like, I might have been skeptical about what Devers could be defensively. I know there was a lot of rumors about his, the culture fit from the time in Boston that was eventually debunked. But like his productivity as a player has never been in question.
No doubt about it. And Evan, I'm hugging you from over here with that because the world went crazy and rightfully so. Let me just do this for Trevor's. For him, if you want to do what you just mentioned, revisionist history, let's just say the season ended today, the Giants didn't get in. If you're Buster, do you second guess that move because it didn't, it wasn't lighter fluid to your lineup like you thought it was going to be? Because I'm not. I'm doing that deal 100 times out of 100.
I think most people are. I think the majority of front offices were.
Like, man, T.
And the reason why Posey was in that seat and Farhan wasn't because he wasn't able to pull off a deal like that. I think 650 hits the nail on the head from the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. It's go time doesn't mean rebuild.
Oh, no doubt. Help us out.
It does. And this is where I want to go next.
Yeah.
A couple nights ago, after the loss on Sunday to the New York Mets, Sunday Night Baseball,
Yeah.
Matt Chapman, who hit 2 home runs that day, was asked about what he thinks the direction of this team is going to be. And really, as somebody that is, as much of a Posey guy as any, what he feels about what his president's going to be doing.
No, I mean, I think that, regardless of how we played, obviously that it sucks to lose 9 of 11 and, kind of slip out of the standings a little bit, but we're still right there, and we play a lot of the teams that are, right in front of us and right in the thick of it with us. So, I think that, Buster's made it clear that, we go out and get Rafi and, it makes sense to continue to try to improve this team and, for this year and the foreseeable future. So I think we expect to add and to continue to get better and to continue to make a push to make the playoffs.
Rebuilding is not an option.
I'm with you. Wow. I heard that.
If you want a rebuild for the San Francisco Giants, you should not have hired Buster Posey. That's not what he was brought here to do, I believe. And one of the reasons why I think they hired him and fired Farhan Zaidi is because they were sick and tired of the place that, granted, they find themselves now at just 500, but with no action to show for it, with just this consistent holding pattern of, we'll bring guys in, we'll bring guys out, and we're going to stay about the same.
And Devers will be 40 when this rebuild, when they're ready to go. That's an oxymoron. You wouldn't even brought him in if you didn't think you were further along than a rebuild.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, there were multiple ways to go about this. Posey could have stripped this team of a lot of cash and completely tanked and tried to take a Houston Astros approach, right? Which is, get the first overall pick 3 straight years and get a bunch of prospects and build from the ground up. I don't think that's the school of baseball that he's a player, man. He's won 3 World Series. Actively trying to lose, I don't believe, is a part of his DNA. He's from the school of Sabian. So, to me, again, when you hired him, when the Giants hired him, it was with the intention of being as competitive as possible while also building the farm system, which ideally should be in his first draft, but we're not going to see that for a few years. He was given what he was given, which is a bunch of holdover players. He went out and got a couple of his own guys, Adames, Devers, Verlander, and I think he wants to bring more of his own dudes in here. But again, that's the part that's going to take time. To me, having Posey completely reshape this roster or extracting the best out of every single guy, that to me was asking a little too much.
And here we are, Evan, and I'll say this, because Melvin definitely won't say it, but the bottom line is he has to be disappointed. And like we said, we talked about it, the math is still there. The season's not over. But, man, who saw this coming? I don't even think Buster saw it coming. So we'll see what happens by Thursday. But I'm sitting here just telling you, to me, the rat on the table for the Giants this year, brought to you by Echo Pest Control, is you got about 4 or 5 guys that just can't do anything with the stick, Evan. And until you do the Martin Luther King and try to overcome that, I mean, this is what you're going to get. And this has been, do you have a problem with me calling this a nosedive, a swoon that's gone on with the Giants offense?
Yeah, that's fair.
Man.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD World San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Giddings in for Steinmetz with Guru. The thing is, also, too, and like Eldridge might be untouchable. Maybe even they feel the same about Wisenhunt. But I'm sorry, Buster Posey is also not married, I believe, to any of the guys in the system that he could use to acquire a talent that can help this team, not just this year. And I'm not talking about going in on this year. I'm talking about if you don't have anything that if you don't have a ton to work with in your farm system, then to me, building through the trade market is also another alternative. It's an option. And I think Buster Posey has already unlocked that door by using a couple of guys that he believed to be at a position of strength and one former first-round pick in Tibbs to get a premium bat.
Yeah.
And while that bat hasn't produced, I think he's got a 730 OPS, a little bit above average. You have to give Devers the benefit of the doubt that he's going to come out of his nosedive, as you described it, along with the rest of the offense.
Yeah, Evan, and tell me if this is the worst analogy you ever heard. I feel like you describing Adames, Devers, and Chapman, and the fact that follow the money, the politics of the money, they're like Steph, Dre, and Jimmy in regard to they need ready-made help. And, they're not all 21 years old or 22 years old. So, I mean, Buster's trying to get – and that's what the Devers trade to me signaled is I'm going my version of all in right now. And when you looked at where the Giants were and what they built without Ralphie Devers, you thought, oh, man, it's going to be combustible when you add the two together. And unfortunately, it has not. And there's not a chemist in the world that could give us an answer as to why offensively this team is not taking it to another level.
Yeah,
that's what hurts.
Look, offensively, they've kind of struggled all year, but it is concerning that they haven't been able to eventually break out of it. Like, winning's contagious. So is losing.
Man, oh man.
And they are infected right now with the losing bug, and that's what's been frustrating about it. All right, this is from the 510, the Boxer Gerson work injury attorney's text line from Leroy. I love you guys, but you got to stop saying everybody would have made the play for Devers. I was not one of them. I felt like we needed a left-handed pitcher. Before we got Devers, the Giants were one of the hottest teams in the league. I didn't see anything wrong with the lineup. I hear that. And again, I'm not saying everybody, but to me, the consensus from everyone around the baseball industry was that was a fleece by the San Francisco Giants.
The price.
And I can't figure out why they've gotten worse. To me, it's because their pitching has taken a bit of a dive, and Devers hasn't impacted the lineup enough. But I really, that's going to be the million-dollar question of the season, is how do you acquire a 2-time Silver Slugger and a 3-time All-Star and a World Series champion, and you get worse.
You get picked off a third when you're playing the lowly White Sox and you're trying to tie or take the lead in a ball game. You bunt against the Dodgers, the team that you're chasing that's leading your division right before the All-Star break, and you just don't play fundamentally sound baseball, Evan, and that's how you get here. But I'm with you. So let me ask you this, Evan. Was the Giants, Leroy, if you say they were hot and the Devers trade kind of messed things up, I mean, who's to say that the Giants offense at that juncture was not fool's gold? I would have expected and accepted the Giants coming back to earth offensively without Devers. But when you added Devers, that's where I'm with you, Evan. That was the Ferrari engine into the, it's go time. And Posey put on his helmet and tried to go, what's my guy in F1?
Oh, Brad Pitt.
And we got malfunctions. And I need to know where the malfunction stemmed from, Ev. That's the $1 million question.
I mean, I thought that they were playing over their skis before they got Devers, and I don't think that they're this bad. Like, seriously, they have played like the worst or one of the worst teams in baseball for a little over a month now. I don't think that they're this awful. I also didn't think they were a team that was on pace to win 94, 95 games. You know, they're a team that's going to be right there at the end, and that's what's troublesome about right now is people feel like the season's just slipping away. But I have to imagine with the amount of veterans and established players on this team, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt that they are going to figure this thing out. But let's go back to the phone lines at 888-957-9570. Chris is in Santa Clara. Chris, good morning. What's going on?
Yeah. Hey, thanks for taking the call. Listening to a lot of the Giants fans calling in on, I think they're just not thinking about the practical reality for this Giants team. They have an exceptional chance to get that last spot. I mean, nobody's going to think the Dodgers aren't going to be one of the six at the end. Everybody knows the Mets and the Phillies are going to be in there. It looks like either the Cubs or the Brewers, probably both. The entire discussion should be about the Reds and the Cardinals and the Padres. That's the competition this year. And it's like everybody's got Dodgers in their heads, and they just are trying to compete with somebody they're not going to compete with. Let's have that discussion. You look at the September schedule. Every sports talk show in the Bay Area should be realizing there's going to be 6 games against the Rockies and 6 games against the Diamondbacks. That's 12 cupcake games in September, and the final 3 are against the Rockies at home. Then you got 6 against the Cardinals, so that's good, right? I mean, don't you want to fight against the team you're trying to get rid of? You got a chance to go up against them for the only 6 games of the year, right there at the very end. You got 7 games against the Padres in August. If you can't take out the Padres, you don't deserve to be there at the end, right? So I would think this is where the discussion needs to be, right? Because there's only one spot left. The other 5, they're locked in. This is about who's going to get the last spot. And I'm just not hearing all the fans being passionate about it. Everybody should be talking every day about Cincinnati. They should be thrilled that the Dodgers kicked the Reds' butts yesterday.
But how can you be – I'm not cutting you off. I got to say this.
We lost.
How can you be thrilled when you drop game 1 to the lowly Pirates? And I get your passion. And then you get swept by the Marlins. You lose 2 or 3 to the White Sox. When does it stop? Can you understand why people are just sitting here like, what the hell is happening right before our eyes? After you get swept, it's the Mets. I'll give you that. I didn't like it. The Pirates come in and beat you game 1 at home. Like, when do you start scratching your head as to you can't do what you're saying because the Giants are not playing good ball, man?
Well, I'm not saying that they are, but the reality is that they're in it. You start thinking about half the country right now isn't even close to in it. Did the Pirates win yesterday? Yeah, they did. But if you look back over the series, the Giants are actually winning a lot of series 2 out of 3. Now, yeah, they get their butts kicked by the Mets, yes. Nobody realized that the Blue Jays are actually a hell of a good team. Okay, you play against Toronto, you get your butts kicked, right? But those are good teams. The Giants are a competent team that can hope to snag the 6th spot, pack their bags, and go someplace and hope to catch fire and win 2 out of 3. That's what it's about. They are not in the top class of the top 5 teams in the National League, but that doesn't mean they're crap. They're not the Rockies. And even the Padres Pirates got a game yesterday. All right, so Pittsburgh got a game. Look at their freaking record. What's their fan base going through? And everybody here is like the expectations are, I just think they're just so completely insane, and everybody's got Dodgers in their brain. And instead, they should be tracking the heck out of the Cardinals and tracking the heck out the Reds. You get rid of the Cardinals and the Reds, and it brings it down to just Giants and Padres.
Thanks, Chris. Well,
Evan, help me out with that. Like, nobody's talking about the – go ahead.
Nobody wants to hear that the Giants are in the same class as the Cardinals, Reds. Like, that's not what they want to hear.
And you're 4 back of those teams. Because of bad baseball.
Oh, well, no, you're right there with the Cardinals and Reds.
Yeah.
But again, that's not what people want to hear. But I think what the caller's talking about is reality. Like, that's the group that they are in because they're a game above 500. What I think happened is the Giants and a lot of fans are holding them to the standard of their first 2 months. And again, I felt like they were playing over their skis. I don't think that they're this bad. But I don't think that they were a team that was I did not expect them to be a game within the division after, 40, 50 games? They were playing great baseball. And I think the reason why Posey went on and got someone like Devers is because he wasn't sure that they could keep that up. That offense that was winning a lot of close games was going to need a boost.
And what a boost that was that you got, especially with the prices you talked about.
And it hasn't worked the way you thought.
Yeah, and right now you are 4 games, Evan, if I'm correct, behind the San Diego Padres for that last spot. And this is why it's maddening to me. This is what was symbolic
it is maddening.
Of
it is
the Farhan era without the Bopper endeavors is they always did this to me. The math was always there, but they could never get hot and kind of sneak in. And now here you are, you make a move that shocks everybody. And Evan, every day that goes by, you're going one more game onto the total. You were just ahead of the Padres not too long ago. Now you're 4 back, playing your worst baseball of the season with no end in sight.
Well, not if you win tonight. And that's the thing. It's like it's only as bad as your next starting pitcher. I mean, seriously, the Giants are playing awful, and they've been one of, if not the worst teams for a month. But I don't have a problem with you saying that. But I'm trying to figure out how they get out of it. Yep. I'm trying to figure out what they can do to correct.
Whose job is that, E? If I
it's
asked
Melvin's.
You. Yeah.
It falls on Bob Melvin. That's why, look, I know that Posey picked up his extension. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that he's not managing this team next year. If this continues to go this way,
no, I'm with you. 2-10 in the last 12.
I don't think that a coaching change is out of the question. But I got to give him the benefit of the doubt that as someone who's won 3 Manager of the Year awards, that has managed multiple teams of the postseason, multiple franchises of the postseason, that he's going to help a mostly veteran-laden team figure it out.
Yeah, and to that caller's point, Evan, what I appreciate about what you just said is not because I wanted to hear it and I agree, is there are standards. And when you make a move like Devers and bring him to this team where they were at before the move, I'm sorry, that equals expectations. And expectations, to me, are good things. Because that means there's is symbolic of success, and the Giants were a great story. You add Devers, damn it. I'm sorry. The expectations are not crazy. They never were. They just have played, nobody knows why, just bad baseball basically since they got him.
I think it's because the strength of their team is beginning to stutter. It's the pitching. And that's why, again, at the deadline, if I'm Posey, I'm trying to figure out, excuse me, if there's an arm that I can get that can help bolster this rotation. I mean, they had to go to Wisenhunt. And there was something Bob Melvin said before his start that actually kind of, again, it has me feeling some type of way about what they believe is in their farm system. Like, it was a throwaway line, and it didn't hit me until yesterday, and kind of in the middle of the game. But, like, I don't know how much faith this current regime has in the one that they essentially were handed. Their system, seriously. Like, the guys that we don't see, because this team cannot rely, in my opinion, on basically September call-ups to come and save the year.
And that's why it's on Buster. He's got off to a good start with the Devers trade, and we'll see if he tries to enhance this team by Thursday.
We'll see. Oh, Leroy in Oakland. We'll get to you on the other side, Leroy. Hang on through the break. I promise we'll get to you. 888-957-9570 is the number. Where are you at right now? Trade deadline's in a couple days. You want them to sell? You want them to rebuild? You want them to reset? Do you want them to try and go for it? Do you want them to stand pat? Where are you at right now with the San Francisco Giants? Evan Giddings in for Met Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson. All that coming up on the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That's what I'm saying. It still counts. Just because it happened in an exhibition or batting practice. That's why I would give you a chance to go deep in a big league park.
Man,
I'd give you a chance. I don't know if you could do it, but it's
I appreciate
a possibility.
that makes us tighter too.
Well,
Can we set that up?
You got
That's on you.
You got Contos on your podcast.
Contos has no poll.
Hook it, please.
Yeah, Rizzo's got more juice than the rest of us.
Tell
here.
Monte, hook it up.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson.
What are we doing, E?
Well, we are going to talk about some training camp stuff upcoming in just a little bit. There's also a piece of a pretty provocative sound that you wanted to get to later in the show. But I do want to clean up some phone calls while we got them, and let's go out to, one of our favorites, Leroy, who's out in Oakland, wants to get in on it. What's up, Lee?
Hey, what's up, Evan? What's up, Goo?
You got it?
Hey, Goo.
What's up, baby?
Hey, I heard you, Goo, and I always say, hey, Goo, Evan, we got history, man. And
we do.
Before the trade, the Giants are rolling, and I just kind of like to look at things from this way, where I'm looking at it and I'm going, even though we're winning, what do we need? Like, where do I see we're kind of lacking? And I kind of just didn't go, I don't have a troll in my body.
No, I get it.
I didn't see a bat, right? I didn't see Devers, right? I saw us needing a pitcher, right? And so when we brought him in, when you have a want and it doesn't happen, you're like, man. And so when we brought him in, okay, all right, he's cool. But I just didn't think he fit chemistry-wise. That's the other thing, Evan. Chemistry-wise, it seems like you got two best friends in him and Adames, and then it's like all the other players are like strangers toward one another. I mean, they get a hit or they get a home run, and it's kind of a half bump, and it's like everybody's out there kind of just playing for one another. You know what I mean? Playing for themselves instead of playing for one another. And I just think it's a chemistry issue. They just look, they're a boring team right now. You know what I mean? And I just think they need some kind of fire. I always wanted Framber Valdez, the left-hand pitcher from Houston.
Yeah.
I thought he would have made a difference. I don't mind us getting a bat. I even wanted, if we was going to get a bat, take Josh Naylor, right, who the Mariners just got from Arizona. But I just thought he didn't fit chemistry-wise. But I'm hoping, they pick it up and we get rolling. But, man, it's just looking bad right now.
Yeah, don't hang up the phone. Don't hang up the phone. We'll respond. But, Evan, I would just ask Leroy as he's listening, what culture did you have? You weren't making the playoffs. So I would ask you, this team that's been looking for a bopper, this watch Tatis, Freddie Freeman, Ohtani, Mookie Betts, and your boy, my new love right now, Tatis, come to town and show you what exciting baseball looks like with the stick. What is Leroy possibly talking about? He didn't fit what we do. Lee, we hadn't made the playoffs in forever. Since I'm asking you, Evan, what could he possibly have thought that Devers wouldn't fit?
Well, I do also want to dig in, if Leroy's still there. Where do you think that the chemistry issue, where do you see it the most kind of show up, at least when they haven't been playing well?
I just thought that the Giants players were like, we were rolling.
Yeah.
Why bring this cat in? Like, you didn't have faith in what we were doing? Like you were saying, Goo, hey, how do we know that wasn't fool's gold? But, hey, I would have liked to see if it wasn't. And I was just like, the players kind of just checked out. Like, everybody's saying we need this bat. But, hey, we're rolling. We're hitting it. I think when they brought in Devers, I think the rest of the players were like, man, they didn't have any confidence in what we were doing and didn't have any confidence in us going forward as hitters as a team. Now we got to bring in Devers. And I think, it kind of hurt the guys, if you ask me.
Thanks, Leroy. Appreciate the call. Yeah, I hear you, and obviously the results would be on your side of the argument because they haven't been playing great baseball since Devers got here. I think they're 14-22, but
13-22.
They're 13-22.
Yep.
You can't tell me though that adding a great player to a team should hurt it.
Jimmy Butler on line one. He changed the fortune of the regular season.
Well, he changed it for good. They were They were middling. They were below 500. He absolutely sprung them.
So if we're given any credence,
but it's not as if Devers has kept them the same.
No, man.
It's like people were expecting for them to get better.
I was one of them.
They have gone in the opposite direction.
So I would just tell any Giant fan or ask him, Evan and Leroy, what are you saying about Buster Posey then? If it feels like you're saying he omitted something by going to get something that Leroy feels like the team didn't need, and now they're not performing because that kind of messed up the chemistry. Buster is in tune with the team, has played. Don't you think he covered his bases with that, knowing I don't have to – we're not that good. I need to go add this to what we already have. There's no questions needed to be asked.
Well, and again, Buster, I think, he's trying to do this as quickly as he can. That's why you're seeing free agent signings, you're seeing extensions, you're seeing trades. But I think he knows, and I got to give him the benefit of the doubt that he knows better than most, culture only takes you so far. And I know that the Giants championship teams were synonymous with chemistry, but they had a lot of talent on those teams. Buster Posey's a Hall of Famer. Yeah. Tim Lincecum is a 2-time back-to-back Cy Young Award winner. Madison Bumgarner was a perennial Cy Young candidate. Matt Cain at his best, a Cy Young candidate. Like, they had a lot of talent on those teams, and they also had great chemistry and culture. So it's a combination of both that he's trying to recreate. But the first thing you got to do is find some talent. And I think the last couple of seasons with guys that were, holdovers on this current roster showed you that, yes, maybe if everybody clicks at the same time, we can have a great 2021 season.
And it seemed like that was happening early on.
But the majority of the years are going to end up with you being disappointed.
Oh, man. Because that's how I feel right now for the Giants and the standard that I just have for them as a collective, what I'm seeing from them, the bonehead mistakes, and I know errors happen, but the base running, another ball dropped last night. It's like, man, Evan, what are we doing?
Oh, well, that was actually...
Evan, what? Well, I mean, come on. Like, that's becoming, a signature at a Giants. Like, that can't happen.
No, the Giants broadcasters are beginning to get frustrated.
Okay,
you can tell. It's starting to... Like, did you hear Kite?
Yes, I did.
The last time I heard him get that loud, he screamed, "Who sees it? Who sees it?"
I wish
Lee comes in, Ramos doesn't have it.
Dude.
You know the last time I heard him raise his voice like that was last year when Luciano was fielding a ground ball. And remember, urgency. You got to get that ball out.
4. You got him
that
down.
was the last time that Kuiper's voice rose that high. And, of course, this comes on the heels of in Toronto, Dave Fleming's no on a line drive to Elliot Ramos.
Shut up.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Dave. They're beginning to feel the frustration. I think the players are too.
There's no Evan. Every at bat. Here I go. I got to be careful. They feel like the Giant hitters are getting squeezed. But they're like, you hear it. They're wearing it, and I love it. But Evan, I got to say something back to Melvin, or just managers and coaches, because we're going to bring up Saleh here before we get out of here. But Evan, if I have an average player, do you think a good manager with his verbal game and his mental prowess like a Phil Jackson can make an average player a good player? Do you think that, are you saying, Goo, there's no magic wand? I believe that, Evan.
An average player, a good player?
Yeah.
Well, I think he can get
mid-player.
He can get players to play at their but a good manager gets players to play. I would say at their whatever their career average is.
Yeah.
Like
and sometimes maybe for a couple days or weeks, maybe you play above that, and then you come back, but you never go past what you essentially are at the essence.
Exactly, but that's the thing is a lot of these players, specifically on offense, have underachieved. Like Rafael Devers is underachieving based on what he's done in his career at the plate. I don't know. If I had the answers, I might be managing the Giants. I might not be here. But Willie Adames has underperformed. Yeah, he's starting to come out of it. He's been hitting the crap out of the baseball.
Flowers, no doubt.
But overall this year, they were expecting more. Matt Chapman, meanwhile, has kind of been, this has been about the offensive player that he is. And he gives you great defense. But that's why I think, again, Posey identified a need and traded for it because he's looking at all these guys and he's saying, even if we get Yaz to hit a little better, Flores to hit a little better, that's still not going to get us to where we want to go. We need someone with a legitimate elite bat. And as great as Adames was even last year in Milwaukee, that you can't just have one of those guys and be a successful offense.
Yeah, but you're supposedly, the guys you just mentioned, you're supposed to have 3, Evan. And then All-Star. Ramos was an All-Star last year, And again, if you look at his numbers and you didn't watch the game, he's not your problem with the bat. But it's just like, man, every Giant
Ramos hit
player.
The ball well last night.
No, he did. Well, every Giant player's come up with an opportunity to do something in said game, and it just seems like, Evan, if they got 3 hits on the night and they come up on that 4th at bat and the game's on the line, they're going to go 3 for 4. There's nothing wrong with going 3 for 4, but it just seems like they got buzzard luck all the way around right now. And now the rotation's doing what it's doing.
And I don't know how many reinforcements they legitimately have. That's what Carson Whisenhunt was last night. He was a reinforcement. Carson Seymour was a reinforcement. And they were a reason why, they pitched well for being rookies and Whisenhunt his debut, but they were not good enough to help you win that baseball game against the Pittsburgh Pirates. So and again, this is Bob Melvin said this on Sunday. He said, we've been expecting Whisenhunt for some time now. We even thought it might happen last year. That tells me that this particular individual, and maybe it might be a reflection of their farm system, it's being overpromised. Like us expecting young guys to come up through the system and help this team from what's happening right now, it ain't going to happen.
Right.
If we're seeing young players, it's because this team is not going in the right direction.
No doubt. And I don't want to see them. And that's why I feel like I love what I deem Buster being aggressive, using the trades and free agency or whatnot, and we'll have another offseason. But before we get to this new offseason, Evan, you just feel like the Giants had a playoff chip to cash, and they had the best bullpen, and the rotation was filthy, and they were going to go back to 10, 12, and 14, timely hitting and defense, and all of a sudden that's fallen off, and I don't think it's too far-fetched when nobody, that I know has answers to put it at the helm of the coaches and just question what's going on. That's all.
Well, I think people are questioning what's going on, but it's not as if you can just. I mean, I guess you could fire the hitting coach and manager, but the question is, what does that really accomplish? For example, like the Texas Rangers made a move earlier this year. They replaced Donnie Ecker with Brett Boone, who's their hitting coach. I know they're winning games right now, but they're still a bottom 10 offense.
Yeah.
How much is that really going to make the guys that are having to go to bat and swing it? All right, you want to move off of this?
Let's do it, man.
All right, let's get on to 49ers training camp. Yeah, call an audible for me. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. 49ers training camp. There was something that, and it's been apparent in training camp so far, but to me, it is as much about the players and the position battles as it is about the new voice, or I should say the familiar voice that's back for the Niners this year. And the more and more I hear from him, I've heard him twice now, at least at the podium. If the Niners are going to bounce back, if there's going to be a resurgence at Santa Clara, it's going to be because of Robert Saleh. He's the one guy that I feel like, yes, they lost all these players. Some were overpaid, some viewed as cutting fat. But he was their biggest offseason acquisition. And the more and more I listen to him, I'm going to play some in a second here, I feel better about that thought.
No doubt. And I'll say this, Evan, shocker here to you all. I'm a guy that runs on emotion. And sometimes it's bad, sometimes it's good, but I never run from it. I just like emotion. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. And when I think of what Robert Saleh did with, his time here with the Niners, parlaying that into a head coaching job, he deserved that. But I just thinking of when you brought him up this morning, the camera panning over to him, and you would think he had a set of pads and a helmet, but he didn't. But I felt like all that emotion and all that work that they put in that week and how they prepared, he was the captain of that, Evan. That's back. I feel like Wilkes couldn't give him that. I felt like Sorensen couldn't give him that. And now you got that back. So what I just told you and everybody listening, Evan, I believe, when the verbal game is on point, you can make guys and gals play above who they are naturally. I think Robert Saleh possesses that. So for you to say, that's back, I think that bodes well. And I hadn't brought it up about, hey, what are we going to see from these youngsters and Williams, the 11 pick in the draft from the Niners? How's he going to respond? But now he's got a dude, there to fire him up, Evan, that's done it too in regard to getting his unit to the Super Bowl. So that's a good thing. I'm all in now on Robert Saleh.
Well, and he's got his work cut out for him. I mean, I don't know if he's had this many young players. I would have to go look at some of the Jets defenses that he coached, but the Jets also had a lot of talent.
Yeah.
And the Niners do. They're top heavy, right? Warner, Bosa, Lenore. They got some names on that side of the football. But every single time I'm listening to him, I'm listening, I'm hearing about Mykel Williams, that Upton Stout.
Man.
About Alfred Collins, CJ West. There are a lot of dudes that he's going to have to figure out how to get the best out of. But in a way, it's funny we're talking about coaches and managers and extracting. You were asking the question, can you get good out of average? Why do I feel like if there's anybody that can, it's going to be him?
I believe because the sound we're about to hear, for me, Evan, goes a long way. I was like, I'm digging that. I like to hear that, and I'm glad you brought it up.
Well, it's okay. So this is kind of the mindset that I'm talking about. This was from yesterday at the podium. Robert Saleh was asked a question about how you balance how much you throw at a guy. Like, a quarterback, how much do you put on their plate of how much to do, the decisions to make, versus how much you just let them play? Mm-hmm. I thought this was a really interesting answer and story from Robert Saleh.
I always tell the story back in 2019. If you guys remember that defense was pretty damn good, and we had that Halloween game against Arizona on Thursday Night Football, and it was the first time we were playing Kyler Murray. And I feel like I personally, I take responsibility. I put an enormous amount of pressure on Fred in that game to make sure that we were in the right call, and I did not do him I did him a disservice because he was thinking the whole game and not playing. And so the learning experience for me, it's not about the call. It's not being in the right call. It's about making sure that the players can go fast as heck. And so Fred was kind of that trigger where they all have a breaking point. Doesn't matter. And Fred is, he's like a computer smart, and it's but at the same time, they still got to be able to do it within 20 seconds of getting a call and being able to react and play fast. So you're always trying to learn your players, and you're always cognizant of what that ceiling is, because you never want to sacrifice their ability to play fast just for the sake of being a guru as a play caller.
Wow.
I think there's a lot there, and we're going to unpack it as we move towards the next segment too. But when you hear that, what's the first thing that comes to mind?
I would love for that guy to be my instructor, or that guy to help me be better in my profession, whatever it was, Evan. If we were in Microsoft or just, sports, I like that ideology. I just do. Because there's a human, like he's not holding 100%. Evan to guru standards. I'm going to try to get the best out of Evan.
But I got to read each person for who they are. Like he said, Fred Warner's he's a computer.
Yeah.
He's a machine. But even he has a cognitive ceiling. Like even Fred Warner, who is one of the most cerebral as well as physically dominant linebackers that we've seen in recent memory, even I got to figure out what I can put on his plate to get the most out of him and the rest of that defense.
Man, it's not just like robots, Evan. Some just everybody's the same. No, I love that. I'm feeling that.
And that's why, again, I think he's the perfect guy for the job, because there's so much new about this defense that if there's someone who's going to read it, like, with all due respect to the previous defensive coordinators, going back, obviously, to D'Amico Ryans, and he's a leader of men too, and has gotten the most out of a young defense.
Shout out to Texans.
Exactly, in Houston. But having a guy like that back who's worked with talented veteran defenses, who worked with young defenses, and has had a consistent ability to get the most out of them, Again, I'm not saying the 49ers are going to be back to being a top 3 or 5 unit like they were the last time that he was working with them, but I do get the feeling that they're going to get the most out of that amount of talent on defense.
Yeah, and I'm thinking of real quick here before we go to break, Evan. I'm thinking of Wilkes. I think he got a bad deal, but raw deal. But he also made some mistakes. But they played and performed well on the biggest stage in the Super Bowl. But the bottom line is, Evan, he was up in the suites, or he wanted to be until they brought him back down. Robert Saleh's a dude that we're going to see on the sideline. Yeah, Wilkes. I'm kind of built for this, but that's just who he is, man. Hands on. I love it.
I mean, and again, there's also he's got safety positions that are wide open.
No, is that a good or bad thing?
It's not. I don't know if it's a good thing.
Right.
He's got a third corner position that's now wide open because Renardo Green got hit with a hamstring. He's supposed to be back before the beginning of the season, but right now, in terms of training camp, there's tryouts for that spot.
Gotcha.
And he likes someone like Upton Stout, but they're moving a lot of people, Trey Brown, a lot of people in. But he's also willing to tell you that position's wide open.
Yeah.
Because he knows it. There's no reason in lying about it, and he knows that he has his work cut out for him. That's also another level of honesty that I don't know we get from a ton of our coaches. Throughout the Bay Area, last night, what's wrong? Melvin says, we were right there, and I really felt like we were going to win. There's no honesty about how I don't feel like I know how he's feeling.
Now, Kerr said a couple years ago, we got about 3 spots open, and I hated it, but he was being honest.
He was being honest. So we actually got to talk about him later, too, because people are beginning to come down his road this offseason, and I can kind of get it. All right, coming up this afternoon at 4:30, the Valkyries take on the Atlanta Dream. You can hear the game on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX. Pregame starts at 4 o'clock. Brought to you all by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson. Back with you after this. That segment sponsored by carsforkids.org.
95.7 The Game.
Oh, you know who's going to be the crypto? Well, that's actually, I don't want to go there. But the person who is, I think, going to save the 49ers season, it's becoming clear, Go.
Give me a second. Who's going to save the 49ers? Saleh.
It's Robert Saleh.
Right.
He is the guy that is going to save their season. I feel the most confident in saying that he is their biggest off-season acquisition.
Damn, E.
It's not close. And it's because I do think that he has, number one, Kyle Shanahan's trust. Number two, the experience of going through multiple of these situations. He's had young guys that he's turned from 2018 to 2019 into a Super Bowl caliber defense. He's gone to New York, where even though the team itself was not great, that was mostly because he couldn't get much out of his offense.
Yeah.
But his defenses were competitive.
Be quiet.
They were talented. And now with the Niners, they have a lot of pressure on them to get the most out of this particular rookie class, or I would say just a young core of defensive players. And I don't think there's anybody better equipped to do that job.
Man, Evan, you know what? I love that. You got me fired up just about Saleh. And I got to say this, regardless if you like it or not, you're in my life. Not just because you're my coworker, you're my friend and brother. But what I do love about you, Evan, if people don't tell you enough, I know your mom did this more than she loved you, and I do too. But the bottom line is I believe you are fair and you're balanced. I've seen you take a stand, and then with more information, you'll be like, you know what, Goo? I see it this way now, and I appreciate that because that represents realness. So I say all that to say is you're giving, it feels like, the benefit of the doubt to Robert Saleh and what he's done, and you think they're back. I'm not being negative, but my question to that is if we do see the first 4 or 5 games of a Niner defense that might mirror last year's defense, or they're kind of lacking and maybe the rookies are struggling, my question to you is how do you divvy up? Will you double back and be like, Goo, I'm not disappointed, but it didn't hit like I thought? Because you're giving him his flowers now, and I'm just wondering as you watch and we move down this season, if it's not all peaches and cream, what will Evan get? Will you double back and be like, hey, he didn't have the impact or he doesn't have the horses? Because I know it's not him. When he has the horses, he's proven. Or will you be some Niner fans like, man, I expected more from this unit because of Saleh, regardless we got a bunch of these youngsters?
Well, I think it all falls at the feet of the head coach. I mean, to me, like if they're not able to get, again, a top 5 or 10 defense out of this group, would I be disappointed? Yes. But also they're replacing 5 different positions, and we're going to hear about them in just a little bit from someone who's been at training camp, Jennifer Lee Chan, who was on with the Morning Roast. But off-ball linebacker is a position. Man. Defensive tackle is a position. Even though D-end is going to be filled by Michael Williams, like he's a rookie.
Yeah.
Your third corner, potentially your second corner if a guy's down, both of your safeties. There's a lot that they have to work on and that they're going to have to figure out relatively fast. So as far as I don't know if it's a built-in excuse. What I do not want, and I think that I'm hoping that this is the case because of the equity that he's built within the Niners organization as a respected play caller on the defensive side of the football. I hope that for the first time in 3 years, that the DC is not the fall guy.
Damn.
That the DC does not get scapegoated.
Yeah,
because
no
I
doubt.
think Robert Saleh, number one, wouldn't have took the job if he thought that was the case.
Because Wilkes was the goat.
Wilkes was a scapegoat. Last year, Sorensen, he didn't do a good job, but he was a scapegoat. If this team does not succeed this year, I do not want all fingers being pointed at the defensive coordinator. I would like some to be pointed at the head coach because it feels like, even though we all recognize how good of a head coach Kyle Shanahan is, that it's never ultimately on him. Like, it's on him in the biggest game, but last year it was, well, it's because of injuries. The DC was a joke. The special teams coordinator didn't do a good job. I'm sorry. The head coach, just like we're talking about holding Melvin accountable.
And you did say that. That's where I was going.
And again, I don't think it's out of the question that if the Giants go off the rails, that Melvin isn't back next year. I'm just saying, to me, I like having Robert Saleh back as DC. Again, I think he's their biggest offseason acquisition. But it cannot be at the end of this year if this defense doesn't play well. Well, it's because of the defense and Saleh. Like that. I'm sorry. I'm not going to want to hear that.
All right, let me read this to you and see if you want to hear this. This is from our guy down south in San Jose, Austin. Evan, cannot be about Saleh. It's the damn players who have to get it done.
Well, yes, obviously. But again, I think that he's the proper person to put in that place to help a lot of different known parts. And again, that's why it's like he has 5 different new starters on that side of the football. And yes, he will have worked with Warner before and Bosa before. But even someone as talented as Diamador Lenore, he's never called plays for before.
Yeah, man.
He's been complimentary of him, but it is going to take a little bit of time. And that's why I'm not going to be pointing all fingers at him for not suddenly rectifying a situation that last year left me wanting more.
How good do you think this team can be?
The Niners?
Yeah. Would you be more shocked if they won the division or missed the playoffs? I'm in the middle.
Yeah, so am I. That's a really good question.
And it's exciting at the same time. And I know Niners felt like it ain't exciting if we don't win the division, but that's 6-11. I still can't tell you definitively what I lost or what the Niners lost. And people are going to be like, who cares, fat mouth? But what the Niners lost for me in regard to confidence. I know Purdy wasn't Purdy from the first couple years. It wasn't all his fault. There was no McCaffrey. But, Evan, there's so many damn question marks.
There are a lot of question marks, and I think it's because of last season. Anytime you go 6-11 and miss the playoffs, especially when you're expected to challenge for a Super Bowl, you got to question everything. I mean,
damn.
And I don't know if the Niners are, because that's probably not the way you can operate. But as fans, I think it's completely fair to wonder what we're going to get this year. I think it could be a wide range of things. I don't think they'd go 6-11, but if they get hit by injuries again, yeah, that's in the cards. I also don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that with a softer schedule and some injury health, or some injury luck in a good way.
Right.
Yeah, this team could win 11 or 12 games.
It's going to be weird. This will be the first season in forever that no Debo and the beatbox is coming out. Like, that guy's gone, Evan. Ayuk is not going to be there week 1 in Seattle. Like, that was part of your DNA and who you were. Just from the mental standpoint of it all. You still got Trent.
Well, to answer your question, though, I think I would be more surprised if they won I think the Rams are going to be really good this year.
They were really good to me last year.
So I would be surprised if the Niners took that big of a step. But again, missing the playoffs in the NFC could mean going 8-9.
Oh man.
I think that 9 or 10 wins might be good enough to sneak them in as a wild card, because it's a top heavy conference. But beyond, look, Philadelphia, you obviously got Detroit, LA, Washington, Green Bay.
I'm showing some love.
Minnesota, maybe.
Yeah. Well, we got to see JJ, the youngster, the rookie back there, the quarterback, because he's got big shoes to fill in regard to what they did last year. And what about Penix in Atlanta?
Well, that division's wide open. Tampa Bay. I think Tampa Bay is going to win the division.
What about Chicago? I think they're going to be better. Caleb?
Chicago could take a step, but are they going to take a playoff leap? I don't know. I think the Niners, to me...
Well, that's the question for them.
I think they are right now, to me, that they're a top 6 team in the NFC, but I think they could prove that they're back in the top 3 or top 2.
No, I'm with
but
you.
I could also see them being, again, a team that flounders like they did last season. We don't know where this thing is going.
No doubt, man.
And I think this season's going to be revealing a lot about what the next direction of the franchise is.
Yeah, and I share with you and you all my imperfections. And Evan, I'm telling you, last year's 6-11 campaign for the Niners, I wrote it till the wheels fell off. Even that Sunday night game against Buffalo in the snow, I just kept thinking, just like the Giants. So, Evan, I'm talking to myself out loud. When am I personally going to learn? But, Evan, I kept thinking each week for the Niners, as they didn't demonstrate they were playing at their best. They weren't healthy. I just gave them what they earned, and the Giants really haven't, the benefit of the doubt. But to watch that season spiral the way that it did, like, I'm still shocked, Evan, that the Niners didn't get back on the horse. But you are right. A big part of that was injuries.
Well, injuries, Super Bowl hangover. I mean, that team was just at its end. Like that core had to be broken up. But there was something that, again, I wanted to glean from this Saleh quote, and I also wanted to mention. So this was in The Athletic. Charvarius Ward was interviewed by Mike Silver.
Okay,
and there was something that I thought was kind of interesting about. It is in reference to Kyle Shanahan. But again, here's that quote that I was talking about earlier, where Robert Saleh, I think, he told me a lot while saying a little.
I always tell the story back in 2019. If you guys remember that defense was pretty damn good, and we had that Halloween game against Arizona on Thursday Night Football, and it was the first time we were playing Kyler Murray. And I feel like I personally, I take responsibility. I put an enormous amount of pressure on Fred in that game to make sure that we were in the right call, and I did not do him I did him a disservice because he was thinking the whole game and not playing. And so the learning experience for me, it's not about the call, it's not being in the right call, it's about making sure that the players can go fast as heck. And so Fred was kind of that trigger where they all have a breaking point. Doesn't matter. And Fred is, he's like a computer smart, and it's but at the same time, they still got to be able to do it within 20 seconds of getting a call and being able to react and play fast. So you're always trying to learn your players, and you're always cognizant of what that ceiling is, because you never want to sacrifice their ability to play fast just for the sake of being a guru as a play caller.
Wow.
I hear someone he's concerned with how to motivate his team. And actually, I think that to me is the quality that last year's team didn't have was motivation. And I think that's what Robert Saleh represents to me. And I know it may not sound like X's and O's or this or that, but to me, I do think that last year's team, they were not motivated.
And Manti Te'o said it in the preseason.
They lost their motivation when they lost in the Super Bowl. And in the offseason, we're more concerned with getting paid than trying to bounce back.
But Evan, with that, I just got to double back because I disagree on the premise of they tried. Those guys in red and gold last year tried, regardless of who tried to get their chicken in the offseason. So you're not saying that. But when you say a hangover, I just feel like a hangover is for the winners. And we watch the Chiefs, even on good and bad days, as much as they've done it and try to get back. They're the ones that could say we had a hangover, but you're not there saying that the Niners didn't try last year. Evan, I saw a team that tried and I saw a team that got injured. I just want you to judge this take from me. Why do I feel like Robert Saleh was saying, I'm not afraid to dumb it down for some of my guys? And I know that has a negative connotation, but it doesn't. We're talking sports. I feel like it makes concepts and things, principles easier. And I wish some other coaches in the Bay Area would take heed to that. Like, I don't think we'd ever hear Kyle say something like that. Am I wrong for kind of paraphrasing and saying I'm not afraid to dumb it down so guys can still play and think fast?
He says it in his own way. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and H21 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station and home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Giddings in for Steinmetz with Guru. I think Kyle does it he does it in a way that he almost takes ownership of it. I feel like Saleh is somebody that when he talks, he gives credit first and foremost to the player. And again, at the very end, he's talking about what can I do that allows my player to play naturally and fast, as opposed to wanting to be a guru play caller. And I get the sense that sometimes he may not be intending to do it, but it's just like, I'm just reading his actions. Shanahan sometimes wants to be the guru. He wants to be Daryl Johnson. He wants to be the guru. And it's not always about that. A defense and offense, I'm sure, are different, but the principle is the same. You want your guys to play in as close to a flow state as possible. And that's where the motivation aspect comes in for me, is Robert Saleh, I think, is able to motivate whoever he works with. He doesn't work with the offense, But he sure as hell works with a defense, and that's what I think we're going to see this year, a much more motivated defense.
Yeah, no doubt. And I'm here for it. We got our popcorn ready, and we'll see. And, man, Evan, you got me up here thinking, man, like, would Kyle ever or Steve Kerr say that? Because I think about Kuminga. I know it's different sports, but I never thought they tried to dumb it down or make it – I'm going to quit using that – or make it easier for him to adapt and maybe quit thinking – because he was slow in getting some of the principles and concepts. I think that's a big part of stuff.
Yes, I'm with you. I think that's fair. But dumbing it down or simplifying things on offense for, say, someone like Kuminga comes directly at the expense of everything that makes your offense great with someone like Steph. So I do think that's the dilemma, is who you're prioritizing. Are you prioritizing, and that's, again, why I think that some of the younger players have struggled to develop into or blossom, whatever you want to say, in Kerr's system. It's because they're not the focus. Steph Curry's the focus.
But what if I said, what about the team should be the focus too?
But Steph is the team. I mean, that's what everybody says.
Hey, I ain't mad at that.
I mean, if we're not trying to amplify and get the best out of our best player, then what are we doing? You know, look, I know that there's frustration on that front, but that's where I think that, you know, why I can understand the frustration about Kerr with JK, but to me, and we're going to play some down in a bit that I kind of take umbrage with, but that's why it's somewhat of a moot point for me.
No, I know how you feel. It is interesting, and now I'm serious, man. I didn't know what to think about the reacquisition of Salah, but Evan, I got to put respect on what he's done when he was here on the first tour. But I will say, you know, the great Jimmy Johnson, the coach of Miami and the Dallas Cowboys, always said you can't win the race if you don't have the horses. And I know you got Bosa and Warner and the guys that you mentioned, but I'm eager to see how – I don't want to say how he piecemeals it, but there's a lot of youth, especially on the defense, that's going to be counted on, good or bad.
But and then this also brings in the Charvarius Ward words.
Okay.
So he's on the Colts now, signed I think a 3-for-60 deal with Indianapolis. And he talked to Mike Silver earlier this week at training camp. So right now, All-Pro 2023, Charvarius Ward. And much like a lot of people, and this is how I know that not everybody on that team could have been motivated. And I do think, even though we talked about it ad nauseum, I will go to the grave believing that some of those contract disputes, they had lingering effects on last season. There was a residue left from McCaffrey, from Williams, and from Ayuk. And you know how I know it? Because Charvarius Ward told Mike Silver that earlier this week in the article that came out today. Quote, I was hurt when I realized I wasn't getting a contract extension or even an offer for an extension. So I wasn't motivated. Like from OTAs all the way through camp, I was kind of pissed off. I knew when the season started, it was a wrap for me in the Bay. I think a lot of players felt that way. Look at how many guys they got rid of this offseason. They traded Debo. They didn't bring Hufanga back. They didn't bring Greenlaw back. They didn't bring Ward back. They cut Hargrave. All of these guys knew that there was a timeline to their career and their time in San Francisco. So you can't tell me that they were all your best or a lot of guys who were supposed to be your best players were not motivated last year.
But Evan, but I'll say this. Your play is your resume, and I get him opening up, and one could say it's sour grapes. But if you talk about the genesis of his statement, yeah, he was mad because they told him they didn't want him. But my point is I never watched him play last year, and you correct me if I'm wrong, he never quit. He never quit, and that's why he's got a new team, because had he, Evan, I don't think the Colts would have been interested in him. But no, there's something there, but he didn't say I went out there and half-assed. That's not why they were 6-11.
No, but I think when a lot of people aren't bought in, that's what happens. And a lot of those games, Goo, because we were talking about them every Monday. I remember you and Steiny going at it. Well, what happened on that final drive? Well, it was a missed kick here. It was a drop. Ronnie Bell on line one. He catches that ball. They beat the Rams.
In L.A.
It was a miss punt return, miscommunication on coverage. All of those details happen when not everyone is aligned, and that's what I'm gleaning from these comments. Now, to your point, Ward also went on to say that around the Cowboys game is when he decided to kick it into gear.
Okay, yeah, right.
And unfortunately, that's when his child passed away, and then it became very difficult for him to play at his best. But what I'm talking about is before all the tragedy befell him last season. I'm talking about in the summer. He was pissed off that he didn't get the money that he wanted because he wanted to stay in San Francisco, and he balled his ass out in 2023, just like a lot of people did to help them get to the precipice of a Super Bowl. But not everybody could get paid because they had to make room for Purdy. They had to make room for Trent. They had to make room for McCaffrey and Ayuk. They decided that those were the guys that they were going to keep, eventually now extending extensions to Warner and Kittle. That meant that other guys were not going to get a slice of the pie. And I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility to dismiss that that's what led and bled into last season.
Man, it's interesting. And like I said, Evan, I'll say this and I'll stand on it. You know, he didn't dog it, but he's sharing, you know, what matters most sometimes in life often is emotion and what's in his heart. And I appreciate you sharing that about the Dallas game is when he kind of got past it. But, you know, I do wonder, Evan, I'm being real, if we were to put the autopsy of his particular season, you know, on the table, had he gotten paid, would his play have looked any different? He shared with us his mentals, and you could be like, ooh, come on, put it together. Mentals, you're going to get a better performance on the field. But I'm just wondering, but I'm not mad at the honesty. But, Evan, isn't that, not that it takes away from your point or this story, but isn't that the par for the course in sports nowadays? Like, you know, Andrew Wiggins got his contract, and so did, Jordan Poole after they won in 2022, and then we find out Dre and Clay are pissed off. Like, you know, Dre and Clay we didn't even know that till after the fact, but I'm just thinking to myself, they never loafed, I guess, Dre and Clay, and then we find out years later that they were lightweight irritated.
Yeah, but I think that's just the modern athlete. Like, there's so much money on the line for these guys, and I think they also view it as a pride thing. Like, the money is what I'm worth as a player, you know. And Charvarius Ward, like he also talks about how he understood the decisions they had to make. Effectively, they chose Diamador Lenore over him. They gave him 5 for 92 this offseason, or during the middle of last season. But then he knew that my time was up.
Yeah.
And all I'm saying is I can understand why it'd be difficult to come into work every day and give everything that you have, knowing that the place you want to be doesn't want you back. That's all I'm saying.
No, that hurts. I get it. I do get it.
You know, but again, I think they got a brand new slate this year, and there's also something more I want to dig into a little bit with what Charvarius Ward told Mike Silver of The Athletic about what happened last off season that might have people feeling better about this year. What was removed from last season that the Niners now have an opportunity to make a clean slate out of? 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. All right, what's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We're back after this.
We finally switched the team. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Goo. We're off to a rip-roaring start.
Yeah.
There was something during the break that I wanted to...
I talked so much even during break, I think I interrupt you then so you forgot.
Well,
or the chair's rubbing off on you.
Yeah,
Shout
well,
out Steiny.
That's
My
true.
man.
Hopefully he'll be back tomorrow.
Let's get nuts.
Still feeling a little bit under the weather.
You're worthless.
Thanks, Steiny. Although, I'll leave him out of this. No, so we talk about a lot in the 6 minutes, and there was something... Oh, you brought up... Okay, so we're talking about how...
Don't talk about that. Oh, okay.
Money might have impacted the Niners season a year ago. And Charvarius Ward, former 49er cornerback, now with the Colts.
C-Dub.
Told Mike Silver that he wasn't motivated last year after coming off a run to the Super Bowl. He had a second-team All-Pro season, wanted a contract extension, understood why.
Okay.
Shanahan and Lynch and everyone in the Niners front office said, we can't give you the money you want. And in fact, didn't even offer him an extension. It wasn't like, there was just no negotiation. Like, we're not bringing you back after 2024.
Man.
Your time here is up. So Ward said, I wasn't motivated. Even before the tragedy happened off the field, he was not feeling 100% and wasn't motivated. All I'm saying is that I can completely understand, number one, why that's the case. And number two, why that would negatively impact your season, combined with everything else that happened.
What about and I get you, Evan, I think that's
a lot of people felt.
Or what about effort? Like, I don't think he loafed or quit, and I'm wondering, do you think his effort was any different or less because of that? I'm giving him credit or the benefit of the doubt, and I know that, Rome wasn't built in a day. Everybody's not perfect, but I almost am giving him love for having that, and rightfully so. He was irritated, but still went out there to be a pro. I don't think his effort was half-ass.
No, I believe he was trying. But again, it's
just hard. You're talking about the mental warfare, knowing you are not wanted,
and
watching
me,
other guys get paid.
It applies to everything. Again, I asked you this during the break, and I'm not asking you to reveal everything. And if you want, you can. But if in a hypothetical world, the boss comes to us and says, hey, look, we're going to give the contract to this host, which means we don't have enough money to bring you back after your contract.
Oh.
You got 6 months.
Oh.
And then you're going to have to find a new locale. We love you, but these are the decisions that we have to make. I believe that you would come in and you would still work hard every day. You wouldn't let people know that this was the case, but you can't tell me that wouldn't impact your motivation to come into work every single day. And if it doesn't, then you're a better man than most.
And I'm going to say this, Evan. Wow, now it's getting real in the field. I'm being so real with you, Evan. If that ever were to happen, which would be a nightmare and I would miss you all, I got to be honest, Evan, I would pack my stuff and go get on the I couldn't make it that 6 months. You could be like, Guru, you need the chicken in the check. I couldn't make it the 6 months mentally knowing that it was going to be a wrap. So I would bow out. Because I couldn't. I know I'm one of those dudes. Everyone say, I got to talk to you after. No, you got to tell me now because I can't focus until I need to find out what you want to speak to me about. So something that hefty, I know you're looking at me like, come on, Goo. I honestly would be like, hey, let's just do it now. Because I couldn't be Ward, I guess. And you said something, there is no elevator for these pro athletes.
Oh, there is. There is. You can just walk off the job in football. You know what? You know who did that last year? Devondre Campbell. Devondre Campbell walked to the elevator
Nothing
mid-game.
Good came of that, though. He was throwing his career away.
He did throw his career away, and I would never want him on a football team associated with my fandom ever again because he walked out on his team. But that's my point. Guys in those positions still have to show up every single day. They can't take a severance package. They could say, trade me. They could say, but then they're losing their livelihood. That's going to cost them down the line. In fact, the way Charvarius Ward played it, even though he wasn't 100% motivated, in his own words, meant that he's still able to get another contract with the Indianapolis Colts. It's just not the one that he wanted. That's all I'm saying. And so for people to look at these athletes and say, well, you're paid millions of dollars, why don't you just show up? Because even if you're showing up, your heart isn't 100% into it. That's what I believe. And that's one of the reasons why all the contracts that were handed out last offseason and the amount of money the Niners had to bank for this summer to pay their quarterback and their tight end and their linebacker, that had a residual effect on the rest of the guys who weren't getting paid.
It's a cold business, but
Hufanga, Debo, Ward, all of those cats.
No, this is, man, I get it, but I guess I just want to double back and park the car right here, Evan. Do you think had he got paid, we would have saw a better version of Ward? I don't. Like now,
I 100% believe we would have got a better. If he was under lock and key, I do think that Charvarius Ward would have played better last year.
I don't think they would have had him out there. Like that's how it's almost a compliment from the Niners.
Assuming, of course, that what happened to his child hadn't happened. That obviously impacted his season.
Good point.
We can't talk about that. I mean, that's.
I'm with you, but man, Evan, it's cutthroat, and I got to give him more kudos. He didn't mention one name or contract that he felt like if he felt like the guy wasn't worthy that took his bread or whatnot. But man, I'm not going to sit up here in front like that wasn't a lot on your dome.
Well, and that's where the nuance is. I don't believe that Charvarius Ward holds a grudge against Diamador Lenore,
Trent,
or any of his teammates,
McCaffrey.
But again, these are his own words. Like, he felt some type of way when he put out an all-pro season, was one of the best cover corners in football, was a big reason why they got to a Super Bowl in 2023, played his ass off, and the Niners didn't even offer him a contract. It wasn't as if there were negotiations and they couldn't come to terms. He was not even offered a deal because they explained he wasn't in their future plans.
So now you got me, and I love you bringing this up. You just tell me where we're at with this said player. So I get what you're saying. He was told that it basically was over. So if you're Juwan Jennings and you haven't formally requested a trade, you're out at practice, you're dealing with, what was it, the hammy? Or the calf?
Calf, yeah.
How are you feeling, Evan, about just showing up to practice or letting this thing play out? Are you irritated? Are you slightly irritated? Nothing to see here. You guys are talking to my agent. I'll be good to go. But now you got me thinking, I know it's a different situation, but dude wants to get his new bread.
No, and I think he's going to. I think that's why he's out there. I think that the Niners and Juwan Jennings are eventually going to come to terms on a contract. However, to me, this would be the equivalent of the Ward situation we're talking about. And again, this was in an Athletic article written by Mike Silver, where he spoke to Charvarius Ward at Indianapolis Colts training camp about what happened last season and how the contracts the Niners divvied out and were preparing to pay impacted his financial standing and why he wasn't completely motivated going into last season. It would be like if the Niners, and they did, paid Brandon Ayuk. And they said, hey, Juwan, there's no money for you. That, I think, would impact his standing with the team or his motivation. Because, again, he's not holding it against Ayuk. And, in fact, he might even understand why the Niners are making their decision. But if Juwan Jennings was entering the final year of his contract this year, and they said, hey, Juwan, we're not going to be able to retain you beyond this season. We need you to play hard. We need you to work your ass off, and you'll fall on your feet somewhere else. Again, I know there's incentive to continue to play hard. You're playing for your next deal. But you can't tell me that wouldn't impact how motivated you are. I think that we might see the best of Juwan Jennings this year because he's worked his ass off to get what eventually he wants.
I could hear Steiny's
from the
voice,
team
though.
that he wants.
Yeah, no, you're right, Evan, but I could hear the other side of that. Not saying it's bad, but Steiny, and he didn't come up with or coin the phrase, oh, that player got off because it was a contract year.
That's true. No, that's a good point.
I get it.
Well, and this is from the 650 of the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. If I were Charvarius Ward, mentally I'd be playing for the next contract. Don't get hurt and don't let my game slip too much.
And he did.
He did play well. But again, it took him some time to get over the hurt.
Right, no doubt. And that's what we're talking about.
You know, and like contract years are a real thing, but it's one thing to be in a contract year and be playing for a big bag. It's another thing to know that you just played your ass off, played your best year, wanted to get a contract extension, and they said no.
Yeah, wow.
Like Juwan Jennings just had his best year. There's no guarantee that Juwan Jennings is going to have his best season this upcoming year. That's why he wants to. That's why he wants a contract now.
No doubt about it.
Same thing with Brock Purdy. That's why quarterbacks don't often play on the last year of their deals, because you want to get paid for what you've done, not be judged on a potential bad season. You know, the idea, and that's what the whole issue that I have kind of with some of the stuff in the Kuminga debacle,
oh man,
the Kuminga saga is
going to bring him up.
Like, yeah, betting on yourself in a perfect world sounds great, but that can go disastrously wrong. You know, you can bet on yourself, but that's the whole point of gambling. You can lose.
But you can't have you can lose, Evan. You're right.
I've done it a lot.
Yeah, well, you and me both, but you can't lose in regard to your role and your false sense of self-worth if you have some of that. And when that goes over and trickles down into the money. If Kuminga thinks he's worth 30 or 35, allegedly, Evan, then somebody to call me. Let me tell, that's where you're going wrong. And if this 2 for 40 has actually been reported from the Warriors, Evan, I think that's more than fair. But if he thinks, one, I'm PO'd about my role, and then I'm worth 30 or 35, that's when you're on another farm, man, of unrealistic.
Well, that's why I think he wants to get out of here. Well, the latest nugget was from Mark Stein, which came down last night in the Stein line, which is Jonathan Kuminga has not been offered anything more substantial than a 2-year, $40 million deal. It sounds like you think that's pretty fair.
I do, man. And this coming from a guy that wants him to stay here. But you're right, Evan, if you kind of said it or alluded to it. The things that I'm reading and hearing from him, he wants to get up out of Dodge. But my question then, why hasn't he? And if the team were really over him, like some people think, I'm just asking, then why hasn't something been done?
Why hasn't it been done? Because it doesn't have to be done. And this, by the way, doesn't just apply to JK. Josh Giddey, it's reported he wants $30 million a year.
Cam
Thomas with the Nets wants $30 million a year. This is all reported. I'm not sure what Quentin Grimes, the number that he wants, but I have to imagine it's for something similar. But the Nets, you know how much they've offered Cam Thomas? 2 for the mid-level.
Wow, oh, man.
And the last year's a team option. 2 for $14.1 million, so 2 for $28, and the last year's a team option. And I can understand why Cam doesn't want to sign that. But the Nets have no incentive to offer anything more, and that's why I think the Warriors were last week, and you were out, so Steiny and I were talking about this. The report from Anthony Slater of ESPN that they offered him, in their mind, a fair deal. Well, compared to the Cam Thomas offer, that is a fair deal. 2 for 20, and I'm not sure if the last year would be a team or a player or if it's just 2 straight up. But if you're telling me that the best offer for a restricted free agent that we have reported is 2 years, $28 million deal, and the last year's a team option, then 2 for 40 might be the best deal that Jonathan Kuminga is going to get on the market.
No doubt. And I would be, if that's true, Evan, shout out to Stein, I would be disappointed, man. I really would. So, the grass is not always greener on the other side. And I'm starting to, and you're going to laugh here, but basketball bad for Cam. But I would tell Cam, you're between a rock and a hard place. If you want to ball out or bet on what are you going to do, or sign that and get the for sure money?
Well, the difference between Thomas and Kuminga is I think Thomas still would like to be in Brooklyn. I mean, he'd rather get paid somewhere else.
And he's better than Kuminga to me, too.
Well, he certainly scores. He have the opportunity to score more. Yeah, Cam Thomas gets buckets, but is his team any good?
So what about this holdup or this constipation in regard to not being able to announce if Al Horford is a Warrior? Every day I wake up, Evan, I'm like, and sometimes I'm like, oh, it's a for sure. It's just a formality. Seth Curry, I guess I'm asking you, you think this is how they drew it up at the chalkboard? Golden State?
No, but I think they had to be prepared for this. I think that because, again, the restricted free agent market is completely frozen. This is why I'm bringing in other guys, because it's not just Kuminga. Giddey wants 30, Kuminga wants 30, man. Thomas wants 30. And Thomas, by the way, did turn down the 2 for the mid-level number. And I understand why, but it's like neither team or neither side has to budge until October 1st when they have to make a choice.
Man,
The only difference, I think there's a minor difference in the qualifying offer. Like Josh Giddey's qualifying offer is $11 million. Kuminga's 7.9.
I wish that was fixed somehow, some way to where it couldn't drag on that long. But October, I mean, damn, we're talking about the season getting ready to start.
Yes, we are. And I think it's important they figure it out before then. But again, there doesn't appear to be much incentive to do so. Again, we're talking about, well, we started with the Charvarius Ward piece, and we're kind of transitioning into Kuminga as far as athletes betting on themselves, having the motivation, contract years, how important it is, and how it impacts, I think, most importantly, a team. Do you want a player that's coming back in a prove-it mentality? Sometimes it can be good. In the case of someone like Jonathan Kuminga, I'm not sure that it would behoove the Warriors to bring him back, also because I just don't think that he wants to be here. 888-957-9570 is the number. Getting us in for Steinmetz alongside Guru. Let's go out to Tim, who's in Raleigh, North Carolina. Tim, what's up, man? How we doing? Good afternoon.
Tim.
I'm good, guys. I'm good. What's up, Guru? What's up, Evan? Hey, man, this kid career, man, like when you think, I know we talk about it all the time, right? But just think about what he's looking at, right? Jalen Suggs for Orlando making like 30, 35. Jalen Green, like, I think we can all probably agree Kuminga has played more winning basketball, contributed more to winning than some of these guys he's looking at. And I don't think he wants 30, Evan. I think they said 25 was like, that was one of the most recent ones, right? This kid he just been screwed. He never should have got drafted here because he's looking around like, damn, like every time he plays Jabari Smith, he completely destroys Jabari Smith, and Jabari got 5 for 125. So this kid is literally like, you know what I mean? I think, honestly, Evan, I agree with you. He going to ride this thing to the very last minute, and Kuminga would rather go make 20 anywhere else than here because he's going to sign for 20. He's going to get traded to somebody who knows where. You know what I mean? Like, I just think the kid, man, just getting picked on this team was just a disaster for him. I don't think he's going to play on the qualifying offer because it's just, I mean, look, even 2 for 40 after taxes, he's guaranteed 25, 30 million no matter what. But I think he's going to ride it to the very last minute because he would rather make 20 at Phoenix where he knows he's going to start and get some run, or at Sacramento where he knows he's going to get some run. I mean, come on, Guru. Like, when you know you're going to at least get some run, okay, give me my 20 and let me play. He's going to get 20 here, and one day he's going to be the third man, and the next day he's going to be the 12th man. And we know that's how it works.
Wow.
So it's like, I mean, if I'm him, I might as well wait to the very last minute. I'm going to walk in the room with them, and I guess I'll finally sign it if it's still on the table. And then if it's not on the table, you know what, the hell with it, I'll play for the qualifying. But he's already made $25 million in his life. I don't think this is some flamboyant, flashy kid who's blowing up his money. He's come from the Congo. He's not used to having that in there. He's not one of those kind of kids. He doesn't come across like that. So, I mean, think about it, man. I mean, but look at him. He's sitting back. All these guys, like the worst thing that happened to him was just coming here. I mean, look at Jalen Suggs, man. This guy barely stays on the court and is making like 30, 35. So, I mean, JK just he just up it right now. You know what I'm saying? But I just think if he's going to pay for 20, he's going to stick it all the way out and just send him somewhere else and let him play for 20, honestly. So that's probably why he's in no rush, fella.
No.
You know what I mean? That's just what it is, man.
Hey, let me, before you go, I want to throw this to you and Evan. Evan, do you think if you and Tim are right and he doesn't want to be here, this is just me on the Guru computer now, do you think he's being spiteful, dragging this out, or just letting it go as long as it, like almost to, you know what I mean by spite, almost like not let the Warriors handle their business to the last second.
Thanks, Tim.
By dragging this out.
No, I think the only way to get what he wants is for them to trade him. Like if he signs a 2 for 40, it almost guarantees that he's. I don't think he's going to get traded because the Warriors are not going to be able to find much in return.
And what if what you want is not nobody comes calling?
Oh, he has suitors. I mean, this was the other report from last week, is that Phoenix and Sacramento remain interested in him. And apparently his camp has spoken with the Kings.
Oh.
They've pitched him an idea of what his role potentially could be. As they're currently constructed, I don't really know how he'd start, but maybe they would ship someone off or send someone back to Golden State. Phoenix is a team I think he might start for, probably would start for, but the Warriors, and this was also from Mark Stein last night, a part of the report that all of the restricted free agents, Kuminga included, want roughly $30 million a year. Wow. And the best offer on the table from the Warriors, as reported by Mark Stein, is 2 years and $40 million. So there's obviously a big gap. The Warriors want a first-round pick back, and the Suns do not have one to give up.
Yeah, I get it.
So that's why they're stuck, And also, by the way, like I understand to our caller's point, Tim, about someone like Suggs. Suggs makes a lot of money, but in defense of someone like Jalen Suggs, the year before he got paid in that summer, which was I think last season, when he started, the Magic were 43 and 32.
I got to give him his credit.
I mean, he started for a team that made the playoffs. Yeah. And I realize that Kuminga hasn't been afforded that opportunity, but when Kuminga has started, he hasn't impacted winning as much as someone like Jalen Suggs. Though his athletic abilities are further, he sure can score the basketball. But Suggs, I know we don't watch a lot of Orlando Magic basketball, but that guy helps them win.
Yeah. And Evan, I'm just thinking about Kuminga, and to me, the most attractive attribute at this point is his age. He's 22, and he's had some experience, but he's not a finished product. But I'm wondering, Evan, if he was deemed a shooter by other teams, would he be more attractive to him and would more be willing to spend or splurge on him because shooting was not something he needed to work on?
Well, I think there's a lot he needs to work on. If he shot 40% from three, I don't think we'd be having this conversation.
Well, he might still be in here.
I think he probably would have played. I don't think he gets DMP'd if Kerr thinks he can knock down threes. Maybe he does. Maybe some people think he does. I don't.
I can't wait to see how this thing finishes out, man.
Well, we're going to have to find out at some point. But again, we're talking about how contracts impact players' decisions, their motivation. You brought up someone like Klay Thompson off of the Charvarius Ward discussion we were having. I absolutely think that money impacted the way that Klay went about his last couple of years in Golden State. And it wasn't good for anybody. I'm not saying that it was justified, but it wasn't good for the Warriors. It wasn't good for him. And it's one of the reasons, along with his off-the-court company that he's keeping, I think he's going to be in a lot better place to have a good season this year.
Yeah, I'm with you. And again, I hate that this feels like from afar, Evan, the Warriors are like stuck because obviously this is a basketball situation. But the bottom line is they can't add to their team or go out and do the little things around the edges or even make announcements. Almost it feels like until this is, resolved.
Yeah, and I think the 408 hopefully can provide you a little bit of solace. Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. The Dubs have to resolve the JK contract before they can sign Horford and or Melton. It affects the aprons of JK. It affects the aprons if JK is not signed first. Yeah, so I mean that's kind of the reason. They got to figure out where he fits in order to basically figure out where the other two fit. Like if he signed a 2 for $40 contract, yeah, I think. Within a few days, you would hear that Horford and Melton are part of the Warriors.
I got you.
And whenever this does get resolved, even if he's traded, whether he picks up the qualifying offer, I do believe that those players are signed, sealed, and delivered to Golden State. And if they're not, to me, that has nothing to do with Kuminga. That has to do with the Warriors front office not being able to get that done.
Yeah, Horford better be on his way. He better be one of those.
Oh, you don't want to see the post starting next season?
No, I like QP3, but I need some bricks in my pocket, some goon type stuff. And I was watching again on YouTube the 2022 NBA Finals. That was 3 years ago, Evan. I get it, but Horford does some hatchet stuff. He can be down there and make some stuff happen. I know Evan allegedly he's not playing back to backs, but man, we need some replacement for Looney, we don't have that now.
He can. All right, do you want to get into that piece of sound that you were hot on earlier? All right, we'll do that on the other side of this break. Coming up at 4:30 this afternoon, the Valkyries take on the Atlanta Dream. You can hear the game on the Valkyries channel in the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX. Pre-game starting at 4 o'clock, all brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. How much are our contracts either ruining your experience, helping it? And it's really something that applies more to the NFL and to the NBA because of the salary structure and the salary caps. But does it impact the way that you're looking at some of the players that have been involved in these conversations recently? That's what we're diving into. And we also got to get into Steve Kerr's place in this entire thing as well, because someone sounded off about it. All right, that segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like we're, I don't know, we lose a great athlete like every week now.
Man, Evan, it's life, man. And rest in peace to the great Ryan Sandberg.
Yeah, passed away.
Yeah, Rhino.
Yesterday, age 65, pretty young. One of the greatest Cubs, one of the greatest second basemen
Hit
of all
40
time.
homers in 1990, Evan, a year after hitting 30.
9 Gold Gloves.
Man.
MVP. Yeah, I mean, pretty synonymous with the Chicago Cubs and their franchise.
Yeah, back before TV took off the way it is in Union City, Evan, we had WGN. That was on the cable package, and I used to fake sick and stay home and watch day games with Harry Carey and Steve Stone calling the Cub games. And it was Andre Dawson, Ryan Sandberg and company. It was a Sutcliffe. It was awesome, man.
Well, there was a game against the Cardinals that somebody it is in mid 80s, but there was a game where Ryan Sandberg hit like a game tying home run off Bruce Sutter.
Okay,
great closer in the 80s. Hit a game tying home run, and Harry Carey is on the call. It was posted on social media last night, just old highlights, and like Wrigleyville's going crazy.
Oh.
Harry Carey. It could be, it will be. And he's just screaming at the top of his lungs, and then he hits another home run to tie the game in, I think, the 10th inning.
Yeah.
And, I mean, he had that building just in the palm of his hand. So,
no doubt. Gone
RIP
too
to a
soon.
great.
Yeah, no doubt.
All right. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson. Before we get to our piece of sound that kind of took off yesterday, some people might think it's a little ridiculous, but we got to discuss it. Let's fit Caleb in Newark in, who wants to get in on the conversation. Caleb, what's going on? How you doing?
What's going on, fellas?
Caleb.
Mr. Giddings and Guru, huh? That's the two today?
Yes, sir.
That's the two.
Back to back.
That's a dangerous duo right there.
You're right.
But look, I just want to quick chime in on this Kuminga thing before you guys change course or whatever. I said it again. I feel like I'm just repeating myself, man, with like a recorder or something. Like, he's not going to be back, man. You think he's going to play on a qualifying offer? Guru, Giddings, you really think he's going to play on a qualifying offer? Like, come on, man. At the end of the day, how long it takes, whether it goes in the training camp, preseason, whatever it is, Kuminga is going to get traded. It's going to happen. To what team, we don't know, but besides that, I want to pitch you guys something real quick. You ready for this?
Go ahead.
All right. So I just heard, I know we're circling back to this name because he's been talked about for months past. The Bulls are likely to release Nikola Vucevic. If you had to pick between Vucevic and Al Horford, who would you pick and why?
Well, Vuce for me, Evan. He
I would
can do
take
more,
Horford.
and he's younger. Wow.
What about you, Caleb? What do you think?
I like Vucevic more. I just think he gives you more. No doubt, I think Horford between the two is the better defender, but the Warriors need some offense, man. They need a guy where they can pick and pop, space the floor. Vucevic rebounds as well, better than Horford. So I like Vucevic, but it's close though.
I got you, Caleb. Thanks for the call. Yeah, I think
I would take him, but it sounds like Horford's a done deal.
Well, I also was reading that Vucevic, they might release him.
Oh, okay.
Because a lot of people are wondering why you would release a player who scored 18.5 points, grabbed 10 rebounds, and shot 40% from three last year.
He could dunk with his lefty, yeah.
But I think the expectation is that they will trade him by the deadline. I mean, he's going to get out of there at some point this year.
Which the Warriors could do if they re-up with Kuminga too.
Yeah, but I wonder if they want him.
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't play much defense. I think he's going to be 30. He's in his mid-30s now. And I guess Horford's 39. I just think Horford's a little more of a fit, a little more willing to move the basketball. But Vucevic, look, at this point they need bodies.
Yeah, they do.
I just feel like they could have acquired him last year if they wanted to.
I'm not mad at that. But what about allegedly if Horford can't play back-to-backs? Does that change your opinion on him?
If Horford can't play
yeah.
Well, but that's where you have Post and Trace Jackson-Davis. And I think TJD he fits a lot better defensively alongside Draymond than Post does. But Post is a far better offensive player. And that's where I think, Post kind of, almost profiles as a Vucevic light. I mean, Vucevic is a knockdown 3-point
But
shooter.
he's thicker and stronger, you know?
He is, yeah, and he's obviously later in his career, but Vucevic is going to get abused on defense no matter where you put him, and that's the only difference to me between him and Horford.
I just abused. Damn, basketball, but damn.
All right, speaking of abuse, Kendrick Perkins yesterday, I believe, was on the Road Tripping podcast with Richard Jefferson.
Okay, who's the Road Trip?
The Road Tripping podcast.
Okay.
It's actually been around for some time. I think Richard Jefferson and Channing Frye started it when they were on the Cavs together.
Okay.
But he was asked about the Jonathan Kuminga situation. Now, I think we bleeped out all the necessary words, but he had some strong comments.
Steve Kerr, in my opinion, has a hard time of letting young guys be great. The only person that I've seen him wrap his arms around as a young guy is Podziemski, right? And Podziemski is he's going to have a long career as a role player. But when it comes down to guys, you see a guy that has the potential to be a franchise guy. Steve Kerr is holding these guys back. Why? Why are you not giving
He said, though, that he is the one voice that's trying to patch things together. He is the one voice trying
to... He fucked it up, Allie. He's going to be trying to patch it together. He the one that decided to bench the man at the start of the postseason last year. It's on him.
All right, well, RJ was trying to get in there at the end. But it comes back to the age-old question of why haven't the Warriors been able to develop the next?
Okay, and here we go, Evan. I love this, and I say,
and if it's Steve Kerr's fault, because that's who Kendrick Perkins is pointing the finger at.
I'm going to defend Kerr in this sense. First, you already got Batman here. You had Superman in regard to KD and Steph and Clay when he was at the top of his power. So, Evan, that job description was never really open for a young dude to just cook. You know, a Jordan Poole is the closest thing for me, that we've saw go get better and help win a chip. And unfortunately, extenuating circumstances made him go somewhere else, a different locale. But for people to act like the Warriors were bottom feeders, and now James Wiseman was a bust, right? So he's not going. He didn't go anywhere else and balled out. Talking about Wiseman, I'm rooting for him, but KP, you can't say it and put it on that thick to me, because you really have nothing to show for that outside of Kuminga, because Jordan Poole did it and he got paid and he got shipped off. And if you want to put Moody there, I think Moody's Moody, but I don't think Moody would tell us. It might have been a delay, Evan, but I bubbled. You know, I'm making contributions. I'm a part of the rotation. I would just ask Kendrick, who are you kind of like talking about? Because this team is really outside of Poole and Wiseman and Kuminga haven't had a lot to depend on because they were so top heavy with veterans.
Well, that's the only player that really applies to me. That I was buying stock in of a potential face was Jordan Poole after the 2022 championship run. And I don't think that he's a franchise player, but that's the closest. Like, if we're seriously talking about who he didn't or did wrap his arms around or try and usher and develop, like, that's the only guy to me it really applies to is Poole. And I'm sorry. That one's not on Kerr. If it's on anybody, it's on Draymond Green.
Man, no doubt.
So I'm not putting that at the foot of the head coach. Could he have done more? Yeah, everybody can. I'm sorry. Like, Poole had to go because of what a teammate did, not because of how his head coach treated him.
And there you go.
Now,
man, I love that. And I'm giving Kerr credit for Poole's come up or improvement.
I think you have to. He helped you win a title. Now, Kuminga. I'm sorry. What about what we've seen from him so far would lead you to believe, Kendrick Perkins, that he's a franchise player? What? We've all talked about his potential. We've all been told that he's got this incredible ceiling. But outside of a couple of flashes in which he's had good games, I wouldn't even argue great
I believe
games.
Perk is nitpicking from, even though I brought it up. I really believe that's all Perkins has, is the playoff games without Steph against Minnesota. Evan, I really believe if that didn't exist, he wouldn't be putting it on this thick. Or I could be wrong.
No. I'm with you there. Like scoring 30 points in a playoff game, I'm not trying to diminish, but being the best player on that team, to me, like if the Warriors were Butler, Kuminga, and Green, and those were the three best players, is that team going to win a round in the playoffs?
I wouldn't say they could.
They didn't win a game.
But I hear you. But, hey.
That to me is when I think of a franchise player, I think of someone that can lead you to a series victory in the postseason. And I'm sorry, I have not seen enough of him to believe that is the case. And not just because of last season, because of what we've seen for 4 years. That to me is why, as much as I think that Kerr has maybe left a couple of stones unturned, he hasn't gotten a ton out of a lot of young guys.
Okay.
I also don't think that he's been given a ridiculous amount of talent to work with. I think that's the reason why he's kind of handcuffed himself next to all these veterans, is because there's no franchise talent that's under the age of 25 on the Warriors. If there was, I think that he would have the wherewithal to try and extract it.
Okay. I love that word. And Evan, I'm hearing you and I'm looking at you, and this is a slippery slope, but I got my skis. Because part of what Perkins said is a lot of, I hear it, but it's kind of, people whisper it. But let's just talk about it real quick here. Pods. Do you think if Moody would have got drafted, if Pods would have been Moody when he got drafted and the Warriors were where they were at, Moody could have did the same things as Pods? Because the way that energy, I hear it a lot and I don't like it. And I'm not trying to tell you Pods is Steve Nash, but you can't get mad at Pods because of what Kerr has allowed him to do and become, and bottom line, earn. But Evan, when I move around and have basketball conversations, I feel like people, and Perkins had that energy. He wouldn't say it. Oh, he put his hands around Pods. Evan, I feel like Pods earned everything he's been given.
Well, he's also, look, I don't know.
Is it timing?
He has, yeah, absolutely. And that's where Kuminga got bit in the ass a bit. He got drafted by a team that didn't need him. He got drafted to a championship team that he didn't play on. If Pods had been drafted in that draft instead of Kuminga, I'm not saying he would have been taken 7th overall, but my point is, yeah, he wouldn't have played much. Kerr would not have, I do not believe that Kerr would have played Pajemski during 2022 because he wouldn't have needed him. Jordan Poole, Steph Curry, and Klay Thompson were their three guards. Now, maybe at the beginning of the year when Klay was hurt because he only played, I think, the last 30-something games. But he plays Pajemski because he has to. I don't think it's because he thinks he's all that. If there was a better option than Pods, I think that player would play. Maybe, and I think that's one of the reasons why they're trying to bring back Melton, who, by the way, started over him at the beginning of last season.
And would take some of Pods' minutes. I
would be fine with that.
No doubt about it.
I would love that.
And that's why that's why I'm just trying to debunk that myth that could, like, he's protected or he's getting something he hadn't earned. I'm just saying the dude rebounds more than Kuminga. Already that kind of just basketball bothers me if we're having a Kuminga conversation, because I would tell him that's symbolic of that, you're showing your coach that you're into it. Why is this dude out rebounding you? But I can't hate on Potts for doing that. But when I heard Melton might be coming back, I'm saying the Warriors brass is thinking, okay, not Pods is all the problem, but we could give some of his minutes and responsibilities to Melton. Like there's something better out there.
888-957-9570 is the number. Giddings in for Steinmetz alongside Guru. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Let's go out to Coach Duran, who's in the Yoon. What's up, Coach? How you doing?
Getting good, my compadres. ¿Qué pasó?
Yeah, sir.
Hey, man, I just wanted to say that I think Warriors keep the same squad, run it back. We got to stay healthy. But overall, with everybody in free agency,
Sign Horford, sign Melton, sign Kuminga. Let's run it back. I like Vucevic. He's solid, but, I mean, I'm going to go with Horford. I just think, like, he has a little bit more in the bag slightly overall as a person than Vooch. But, yeah, Warriors to keep the same squad. Dub Nation, and we're going to come back this year. Top 4, I think, this upcoming season.
All right.
Top 4.
Wow.
Hey, you know what, Coach?
Yeah.
I hope you're right.
Now, I will say this, Evan, since we're talking about the mental part of it, feelings, nothing more than feelings. I do want Kuminga back. I ain't running from that.
Why?
I don't think Sacramento or Phoenix could give you anything that he can become. So it's one of those things where I say, oh, he don't fit. Make him fit. He can ball. I'm just that Minnesota series, and even before then, I think you'll back me up. I've been pro Kuminga. Is he perfect? No, but make him fit. The dude can ball. But Evan, when does that manifest, and how? If what you read and what you feel, the Evan computer says you think he's saying he wants a new locale.
But that's right. Like, make him fit. That's really
give me
what
some Robert Saleh.
Yeah, but Robert Saleh is taking over a defense that has 5 starting spots open. He's looking for a starting D tackle, a starting offside linebacker, 2 starting safeties, a third corner. He's not looking for a backup to Fred Warner.
Okay, Evan, okay.
I'm sorry. Like, the 2 jobs are not the same.
But when is talent not enough? When can, help me grow? Hey, Steph, Dre, help me, Kerr, help me, Ron, help me be the best version of me.
But
we've been here 4 years, y'all. You didn't see what I did against Minnesota with no Steph. Y'all can't fit. Y'all can't help me.
We can, but when everyone's healthy, you're going to fit as our 6th man. And that's not good enough for you. Because you want to play, you want to start. And look, I totally get that. Like, I completely understand why he's like, dude, I've been doing this for 4 years. I'm sick of it. Get me out of here. I don't want to play stack and fill anymore. I understand. But that's his role. So making it fit requires, by the way, in any capacity, buy-in from both sides. It takes 2 to tango in any relationship. And that's why I think it's eroded to this point where Kuminga doesn't want to come back, because he's like, dude, I've tried to play nice. It hasn't worked no matter what I've done. And I can't do anything to get in the coach's good graces because
yes, you can.
I am who I am.
Now, here I go, because I'm not coming from, the perspective of Kuminga's perfect. You can rebound better, JK. And sometimes I do wonder
what if that's not what he's good at? What if he's just not a good rebounder?
You are physically more than capable to be good at it. You got to want to go be good at it. And if you want to play on this team, you got to go work on it.
What if he's not a great passer? What if all of those things that we want him to be, he's not going to be able to get by the age of 23? Maybe it's going to take him until he's 25 or 20. He's saying he doesn't want to wait around for that, for his skill set to get to the point where Kerr deems him playable. And Kerr's saying, dude, if you can't do the things that I'm asking you, you're not going to play as much as you want to play.
Saying? I do wonder if that's part of this hold-up. Evan, I do wonder if he's 50-50, sometimes 70-30, it fluctuates. But half the chat is with me, half is against me in regard to, just kind of making it work. Don't give up on him, Evan. And I'll say this about Pods. That's another lightning rod. The amount of people that think he's getting a silver spoon and he has not earned it, anything, I'm saying anything, you ain't keeping it 100.
Well, a silver spoon, like you call it a silver spoon, I say fortunate being drafted to a team that had no place, or sorry, that needed a fill. Like
the Chris Paul experience didn't work.
No, it didn't. Yeah, they hoped that Chris Paul would come in and be the starter for them that year, or certainly their 6th man. But eventually he got hurt, and eventually Klay Thompson shot himself into the bench. So who was there? Like, I do understand that Pods is certainly, he appears to be given preferential treatment. But if he was really bad, he would not play that much.
That's what I'm telling you, all the haters. I'm not telling you this guy is Sidney Wicks. I'm not telling you he's Jason Kidd. I'm telling you I've watched him rebound. I watched him take charges. Don't act brand new. And for whatever's going on, as frustrated as I am from a Kuminga standpoint, Evan, they don't even play the same position. So don't dare come at me with pods this or that. I just don't get it, man.
Dude, they literally traded for somebody to replace him. He was so awful shooting the ball at the beginning of the season, which might have got swept under the rug because they went 12-4. But he was so bad shooting the ball, they traded for Dennis Schroeder, who was a stopgap.
Yeah.
And Schroeder, God bless his soul, was not a great fit for this team. And so that's what they were telling him, that you're not good enough yet. And once Schroeder eventually proved himself to not be a piece that could help you win, well, then we had to go back to Podziemski. But again, he's at a position of which the Warriors do not have many answers.
That's
Kuminga and Moody happen to be playing positions of which you got a lot of forwards. And that's why I actually think, in terms of Kuminga's willingness to sign a qualifying offer, I'm not removing that from the table, because what people do need in this league are wings. And if he thinks that he can get paid just by his position in the market next year more than he's being offered right now,
he
does take the qualifying.
I can love Kuminga and not his plan.
I would say that's a dumb idea.
You know what, real quick, I know we're up against it. I knew, Evan, I wasn't here when his agent came out to say 30 hadn't been offered. Remember I left here? I said he better had said that. That was good for his business. Like, you can't be out here making it look like you advised Kuminga not to take 30, and then he came out and said that was never offered. I understood that, because I was like, man, you starting to look bad talking to the agent. But as much as I love Kuminga,
well, it's reflecting poorly on his client.
Exactly. I can understand that some of his pen game is not working. Some people coming happy saying Goo thinks Trey Lance is still number one.
Well, dude, he will be on Thursday.
Well, you're right. Half the people agree and half, dude, I'm just keeping it 100, man. I'm just keeping it. I want to see Kuminga remain a Warrior, man.
I know, and we are going to play the other part of this podcast coming up on the other side of the break, because again, I
Guru
get
off today. Chico J, come on, man.
Yeah, simmer, people. We're having a cordial conversation. Something that, Steiny isn't always interested
Trey
in.
Lance hurt me, though.
Trey?
Yeah, I still think he can be on one.
Well, you know what people have been sending me? They've been sending me a lot of clips of Trey at training camp saying, Harbaugh solved him. Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
I hadn't heard that.
Well, he's still not going to start for the Chargers unless Herbert gets hurt.
But that's hefty praise.
All right.
Yeah.
Whatever you want. Okay.
He's back.
Trey Lance is back. Kuminga's not. Where are we at with it? 888-957-9570. Again, we're going to get to the rest of that podcast for the Road Tripping podcast. Kendrick Perkins, good Lord, what are we doing? What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Gettings in for Steinmetz Guru. Back after this.
It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
This hour is brought to you by the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. Introducing the business card that gives back all you put in.
This is Larry Fleck, owner of The Floor Store. Our summer sale isn't just hot, it's sizzling.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah, it's comeback season, Goo.
Yeah, baby.
Comeback season, you know for who? I'm buying it.
Tell me who.
Luka Doncic.
He hasn't gone anywhere.
It's comeback season, baby. He's light. And he's going to take flight this season.
Is light Luka going to be better than heavy Luka? Because if not, that's Duka. Because I'm telling you, the dude is a Hall of Famer, and y'all body shamed him. I get it, but come on.
What do you mean you?
You guys.
We. You.
No, I never.
No, you were in that group.
I know. I didn't want the trade.
You said
I still
Luka
think
was
it's one of the
depressed.
Yeah, man. I said it's one of the
Maybe that's
dumbest
why he's
trades
put on
ever.
weight.
Oh, he's got a belly. Took you to the finals, Western Conference Finals. Okay, I just hope. Hey, I'm looking at this. You look great. But I'm telling you, Luka, you didn't have to do it for your boy Goo. But, boy, the bar is so high. I want to know now in the paint when you use that rumper to post, are you the same as when you were big Luka? That's all.
Oh, I want him to be able to run the break. That's what I want him to be able to do. Like a real point guard instead of walking the ball up and playing half court 85% of the time.
Dude, They did show some clips. I texted you last night. Skinny Luka. Evan, when did he get big?
Well, they're making him out to be like he went to fat camp or something, and that's wrong, okay? I realize he's a big boy.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I'm kind of buying, I read the Men's Health feature article.
Gotcha.
I'm not going to lie. I think it's working.
No.
And not just from the pictures, like the actual description of what he's doing every day.
And I want his game to still be what it was. That's what that girth. He knew how to use that girth, Evan.
But his first couple of years in the league, he had some athleticism.
Right. Evan, I see those pictures and I'm like, oh my gosh. No, look at you. I give you a 2.
Yeah, transition, go up. I mean,
No, he was. I got you.
Dunk. Yes, from the 707. I hear you. This might be Steiny. Boxer and Gerson work injury returns text line. Luka being in shape means absolutely nothing unless he plays defense.
Well,
you're worried about the wrong stuff. Well,
and there you
I hate to be the bearer of bad news. It's easier to play defense when you can move your feet.
What? I got you.
Last time I checked.
Yeah.
Also, he's still going to be a big. He's like 6'7".
Yeah, but I'm just the girth is gone right now. The top ramen butt, he ain't got that. So he's a slim goodie right now.
I wonder when people started really going in on him. Like I was watching I think it was on YouTube or NBA TV last night. I was using your YouTube TV, but the 2022 Western Conference Finals Game 5, when Wiggins had 16 rebounds and was taking it at Luka.
Okay,
like I don't think he looked that big. He wasn't that mobile.
No, I'm with you, E.
But he wasn't that big.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I think Steiny's overblowing it. I'm back in on Luka Doncic.
Yeah, and just, again, my only concern, I get it. Maybe he did this for defense and health-wise, but, Evan, all I'm worried about is as long as your offense don't slip. I get it. You are a bad boy, but to your point, early Luka looked like he does now. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, damn.
I think we can retire the Luka Doncic. I hope.
Well, if you're Mike Finley, remember he took the beer out of his hand after they knocked off Denver. I didn't like that.
I didn't like that
My
either.
My dad's right here. Can I have a sip of a damn beer?
Shout out Milan, turning 21 today.
No doubt. 20.
Oh, I thought you said 21.
No, 20.
I was going to say, well,
Barry Sanders.
Happy first beer.
Yeah. Speaking of Dion, he had his bladder removed.
Yes. Yeah. He's supposed to be cancer free.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah. Wishing the best to Dion. Also, speaking of old athletes and numbers, you sent me a picture yesterday of you when you were Barry Bonds.
Oh yeah,
25.
25. Yeah. Jawbones, you can see the cheekbones.
I was pretty impressed, Gil.
Yeah. But Pasta then superseded your impressed because this morning on Facebook, who cares? I put a picture of my daughter and her when she was a little, about 6 or 7.
Yeah.
And then Pasta goes, good. You hadn't aged from that point. So that superseded the picture I sent you that I found with me and my...
It looks the exact same.
Pasta,
you have not
Quit
aged.
being a kiss ass, all right?
I'm dead serious. I thought it was...
Keep his mic on, baby.
I thought it was a recent picture.
Dude, that made my morning. But that picture hurt. I look like Luka did it now.
Wearing a Prescott jersey back then, too, probably.
Well, it's Micah. Devontae.
Are they a Micah Parsons away from being one of the worst defenses in football, you think?
Oh, no. They got a damn good defense.
Cowboys?
Yeah. All they got to do is be healthy. I'm telling you, I've been hard.
I've been on Salah. I don't know if I've been on Dallas.
No, I'm high on what Dallas is doing. I'm that Pickens move and what they've done in the draft defensively. Evan, I'm telling you,
Pickens
and you
plays
know me,
offense.
I understand that, but you got Micah, you got the rest of the gang. Diggs coming back. They got action. I'm gonna just leave it there.
I don't know if they got the motivator.
Okay,
that's what I'm gonna start calling him. He's the motivator. Salah.
I was
yeah.
Well, how did the Jets do? I was just thought that.
Well,
hey, Foster, how did the Jets do?
I got something for this. Give me a second.
Yeah.
Let's go to Drew. Drew's in San Jose. Save me, Drew. What's up?
I'll try, Evan. How's it going?
Hey.
Good, man. What's up?
Yeah, I just want to talk. I just wanted to talk about Kuminga and Pajemski. Evan, you brought up. I think you brought up that Pods kind of had to play because there was nobody else. But I do think at the same time, Pods does the things that Kerr wants him to do for the most part. I think he's a good ball handler. He knows his place in the offense. He does the dirty work. I do think that there was an opportunity for Kuminga to play and have a role in the Warriors offense on the Warriors in general. I just don't think that that's what he wants to do. I think Kerr wants him to play more like a big, and Kuminga wants to play more like a wing. And you can see it in his training videos. You can see it. You can see it sort of like in his progression. He wants to be a wing, and Kerr views him more like a big. So I think that's the biggest divide, and that's why there is this disconnect between Kuminga and the Warriors, and that I think that's ultimately why Kuminga doesn't want to come back.
Yeah, I agree 100%, Drew.
And the red lights or the sirens were a couple years ago when Kerr said he didn't know if he was a 3, 4, a 2. He kind of knew he wasn't a 2, but in JK's mind, he's like what the caller's saying. I'm Durant. I can do it all. And Draymond talked about it, at a juncture this season about what he is or what he thinks he is. And I'm like, Evan, how after 48 months do you not know what somebody is, what I'm gifted at, or that like they don't even know what he is.
Well, I think in 2025,
thinks he's something different than what they think he is.
Yeah, I think he thinks that he has star potential. Like I think that he believes he is what Kendrick Perkins is talking about, which is franchise player material, and I don't see it. I think that Kuminga could be a good piece on maybe in the future a good team, but a franchise player, I'm sorry, maybe I've been missing something for 4 years.
His ceiling is Aaron Gordon, and
which by the way, there's nothing wrong with.
Exactly.
Aaron Gordon has made a lot of money,
think Kuminga
and he's
would pull
helped
up
teams
on us
win.
right now, Evan, and be like, "Nah, that ain't good enough for me."
I don't know.
I would let him have it,
but if he said no, I think that there's bigger concerns.
No doubt, man.
I mean, Aaron Gordon's a damn good player.
No doubt.
I'd take him on my team any day.
Me too. And knows his role. That caller was talking about Pods. Like, I'm not selling you on Pods as an all-star. Never. I'm just telling you he's mastered and went too short. He got in where he fit in. And then, Evan, you know what? That came with little kibbles and bits. He was able to do a little more because the game demanded it. Oh, nobody's shooting. I'll take him. But he never started off from the jump street trying to be more than what he was. I can't ignore that, man.
All right, well, here's the rest of the sound we were talking about here about, really Perkins going after the head coach and just his stance on what's happening this summer with the Warriors.
Did Greg Popovich have to adjust with this new era? He said it publicly, right? He had to go away from how he used to coach with Tim Duncan and Mano and Tony Parker when he first got LaMarcus Aldridge, and he said, that's on me. I have to adjust my coaching style, right? We're watching Rick Carlisle adjust as an older coach, a guy that's been around the block. He has adjusted his style. and the way that he communicate with players and embrace players and giving guys an opportunity. All I'm saying is you ask the peers, not just me, not the coaches, not the front offices, guys who work out with Jonathan Kuminga in the summertime, guys that got to guard this man and play against this man. Every single guy that I've spoken to that is still playing the game of basketball spoke very, very highly of Jonathan Kuminga and his ceiling. They was like, if they let him loose, he has all-star / all-NBA potential. Why the have they not passed the keys over there?
What do you have to pass the keys to?
He had me with the pop and the, the coaches, the old school. But, dude, you still got the chef. So who's passing? Nobody's passing anything. Matter of fact, he's talking like Steph should pass the keys to commit. What are you talking about on that one, Kendrick?
Which, by the way, I do think that if there were a young player on the Warriors that warranted a key or torch passing, I think Curry would be the guy that would be fine doing it.
Evan, I'm with you, man.
I mean, he moved to the side. He was still the leader of the team, but he moved to the side to make room for Durant because it was in the best interest of winning. I think that Curry would do that.
He fit in with Jordan Poole.
Yes, he did. And they won a championship together. And they were successful until they had to break that up. Like, I just don't. Also, the thing about the coaches too, like, he's right. Carlisle has adjusted his style, but he's adjusted it to the best player on his team, who's Tyrese Halliburton, and hopefully remains that player after he recovers from his Achilles injury. Popovich had to adjust. I think what he was referring to is Popovich came out and said that the way that he had dealt with LaMarcus Aldridge, he needed to do better. But, like, coaches build their systems around their best players. Steph Curry, and this is probably why the Warriors, I don't know, some people believe they might have a ceiling, is their best players 38 years old. That's the state of their team. And that's probably why they got bounced last year, because at an advanced age, that player got hurt.
Evan, who's your next best player, and how old is he?
He's Jimmy Butler, and he's 36.
That's not – okay, after that. Evan, that's the Crickets, like, that's the
Draymond
problem.
Green, and he's 35.
That's not good, man.
No.
And it's not good for those three themselves. Like, you should be able to have some youngsters carry the cargo. I like Kendrick. I think he's entertaining. But, Evan, he speaks as if Kuminga's ready or he's a Durant or a Tracy McGrady. Stop it. We don't even know what position. Like, this thing is crazy. And I'll read this from the 707, Evan. Guru, more to your point, a coach should even see what a player is before a player even knows what he is. And that's just, I guess, vision. But Kuminga thinks he's something that obviously him and Kerr and the rest of the gang look at each other differently. But I'll say this about Kendrick Perkins. And the reason I'm bringing his name up, obviously we played the sound. But, Evan, how much did this weigh in your world? I keep going to Dre and Steph. If they really felt like Perk and the guys Perk was talking to do about this dude's ceiling, don't you think he would have been they would say, hey, coach, just listen to us on this one. We know you think he doesn't do this or that. This is a dude. That is a part of my thought process as to, am I really, if that happened, but I got to believe it hasn't, to where they haven't went to bat for me. They must know he don't fit what they got going.
Well, Draymond Green came off the bench so he could start. I mean, that's, I don't know whether you want to say that's going to bat for.
But what about when he was benched and getting the DMPs? I don't think Dre went to the coach like, man, we ain't. You gotta fix that.
No, I think that was, look, that was a situation where Kerr wanted to play someone like Jimmy Butler as many minutes as possible. Mm. Those are his minutes. And if Jimmy's going to play 40-plus, which he did, might not have been the best way to go about it, but that's how the coach thought he could win. Like, that's going to cost somebody, and it's going to cost Kuminga. That's why he didn't play. To me, I always thought that was clear.
Too, though. Okay, all right, maybe he didn't start, but there should have been he should have been the first dude off the bench.
I'm kind of with you, but he didn't play well in that role. I mean, again, it wasn't like he came back and went straight to the bench. He came back and became the sixth man. And I think he only had 2 good games. He had one good game when he first came back. That was against Sacramento in a blowout win. He also had that one really good game against the Lakers.
Yeah, right. Oh, man, in L.A.
He was a monster in that game. But we didn't see that consistently enough to, at least I don't think Kerr saw it consistently enough to believe that that was the guy he was going to get in a playoff game. That's why he didn't play.
Yeah, and I'll say this, Evan, and I think I'm speaking for much of Dub Nation. I'm being selfish with this take, but I just want clarity. I want to know not just Kuminga, who's coming, who's going, and the fact that they're the one team that hasn't made a move all offseason, it does bother me, and I get slightly basketball irritated. Like, I just want closure to this. Is he with us or is he not? And if he's not, okay, and who do we have? And if all that is held up because of this, it kind of makes it more frustrating.
But don't we kind of already – I feel like we have some closure. I think he does not want to come back and play for this team.
Let that go. You're telling me you might be right.
Like, and he may be on this team next year, but I do not think he wants to play for the Warriors anymore. That's what I'm hearing from him, from his camp across this summer. I'm not going to lie, the 2 for 40 report from last night.
Jay.
I think that's a totally fair offer.
I'm with you, man.
I think that's a completely fair offer.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's get Philmo Mike in here.
Mike.
Philmo, what's up, man? Good to hear from you. What's up?
Hey, man, that was fast. That was rapid. I love it. Anyway, listen, man, I know y'all got this is the Too Short segment. Y'all don't say that no more, but I'm a real day one. This is the Too Short segment. Hey, listen, man, Laker, Dunleavy, even Peter Guberno, we ain't got no action this year, man. So that's why they ain't doing no moves. Why am I going to keep investing, and I ain't seeing no return on my profits? You feel me? So Warren Buffett was like Jerry West. Jerry West knew what's up. That's why Lakers used to listen to Warren Buffett. That's why people be paying $500,000 just to do a meeting with Warren Buffett, because he know the real. Jerry West probably came to Lake up in his dream, was like, bruh, y'all ain't got it this year. Don't even do nothing. Just stand pat. Wait till next year. We don't know what's going to happen. My biggest issue is the fact that we act like Curry's the only one, the reason why the Warriors exist. No. We had great players before then. We're trying to keep a window open for a player that's 37, 38, 30, finna be 39 years old. He over here talking about he finna stay in the game. Well, guess what, brother? Shout out to Matt Steinmetz. You need to come off the bench. So it's like, what are we really doing? Are we trying to just make Warrior fans happy because it's a good look when y'all make Curry feel good? No, I'm a Warrior fan, bro. It's not the Golden State Currys. It's the Golden State Warriors. So all this planning for Curry, I love Curry. I appreciate what you did, my brother. But honestly, bro, it's life. Life goes on after Curry. That's all I'm saying.
But Mike, you think the bottle's empty with Curry though? Like I hear some.
No, I don't think the bottle is empty, but I think it's foolish to invest in a bottle that's damn near.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you there, Philmo. I mean, but they haven't gotten rid of any picks like that. I mean, to me and Philmo, that's their future. Like it's these first round picks that they've been unwilling to come up off of that a lot of people think they should. That's what I think.
Well, the thing is, it's like when you look at we had an opportunity. You had Wiseman, you had a number 2 pick, a number 7, and a number 14, and we almost, shout out, I'm trying to be on my guru, who be fumbling a lot. Shout out McCaffrey, first drive of the Super Bowl a couple of years ago. We fumbled it. And then we Roger Craven in 89. So, you can only live and you learn. But my point is, if I was to go back, I think Lakers would say, let's get players that can help us now versus let's get prospects. Let's get some proven commodities. They may only be on our team for 4 or 5 years, but they can. You remember Patrick McCaw? Patrick McCaw had a solid, they were talking about draft picks. I was thinking about our draft picks. He had action. He kind of fumbled it in my opinion on his own, but he was a solid player. Get a player that can help you now instead of trying to get the future Currys. You ain't gonna find a future Curry. You're going to find a future whoever, Otis Thorpe, a future Robert Ory, somebody that's going to have a 17-year career. That's what I'd rather see us do. That's what we should have did.
I got you, Phil Moore. Thanks for the call.
And the rat on the table is what he said. James Wiseman was the number 2 pick. J.K. was the number 7th pick.
Yes, he was.
And Moses Moody was the 14th pick. And Evan, you know it's Warriors and Dubs on mine all day.
I know it is.
When you add all that up, as opposed to where we're at now, Evan, I can make a case that that's a K in baseball. Strikeout.
well, if you lose Kuminga for nothing, then all you have from it is 2 more years of Moses Moody.
And the Wiseman thing hurt, man, so bad.
Yeah, well, we're not going to get
Evan,
that
think
one back.
about that 2, 7, and 14. 2's gone. 14, that's 7 might not be here, and 14's okay.
I do think there's a parallel to the Warriors are beginning to feel the whiffs of their draft picks.
Man.
Just like I think the Niners are beginning to feel some of the holes that are left by their miss on Trey Lance. But
didn't they get the blessing of Brock Purdy?
No. They did. But whiffing on Trey Lance didn't just cost you a potential quarterback. It cost you 3 opportunities to draft first-round talents.
I'm not mad at you.
That's what you gave away. All right, let's go to Coach T in Fremont. Try and squeeze some people in here. What's up, T?
Hey, what's up, gentlemen? How y'all doing? Love the show. Love the topic. And that's Coach P for player.
Oh, gotcha, P.
Anyways, on JK, I mean, look, I'm not even going to talk about the past, like what if, all this and that, McCall and, Wiseman. I'm not even talking about, it really just popped in my head as y'all talking. And great, like I said, great show. We might have something that we're not seeing, right? I mean, I don't know what you guys don't see with JK. I mean, the guy's a baller. I know the lack of defense. I know it. And maybe someone can work on that in this offseason with them. I mean, the Warriors, I'm more frustrated on how did you guys get it to it's like this? Well, he doesn't even want to come back. You're right. You see it. He just doesn't want to come back. Him not taking the 20 a year, 2 years, that's a straight he does not want to come back. But I feel like the Warriors, I mean, you could throw another 5. I mean, I know we're talking ridiculous here, but just understand this. The Warriors got money. It's not like they don't. It's not like they don't have money. And you might let go of a guy who might be balling on you in 3-5 years from now. Just straight up. And Mooney, let's talk about Mooney. Like, in 22, he played some factor minutes in that championship. He did. But what happened? What happened to his development? Like honestly, if you think back that year in 22, he played some solid 8 to 10 minutes. He did. So, where's his development? We might have something here that we're not seeing, and it might slip out of our hands and go to another team, and they might ball on us. That's the only thing I'm worried about, guys. Love the show.
Yeah.
So,
I'll tell you what happened to Moody. He was talking about the Western Conference Finals. Steiny he played a couple minutes, but Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb happened.
It's true. All right, I want to squeeze Adam in Oakland in and get to our last caller before we got to get to the crossover. Adam, what's up, man? You got a couple minutes. How you doing?
Fantastic. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Beautiful day here in the Bay. I just want to tell all these people talking about, especially Phil, though, you lay off that crap. You do not talk about Curry, trading Curry in any fashion. That guy is hey, dude, and anybody that's talking about, you can't develop a player. Okay, Kuminga has had how long to develop? What is he, a 7-year project? He's got to go. You can't pay the kid if he doesn't want to take the money, okay? That being said, Steph Curry brought you 4 championships. You went to the 2nd round playoffs last year. He got hurt. The only reason you're out is because he's hurt. What are you talking about? We're building still around Curry. Yes, that's exactly what we're doing. Thank you very much.
Thanks for the call, Adam.
Yeah.
Still doing it.
He was hot. Mike got him hot.
Well, so I kind of can't wait for basketball season to get
but
here.
He is
even though they haven't made a move.
He is our best player still.
Yeah. I don't really think it's close. Yeah.
You saw what happened when he went down against Minnie.
Yes, you did. All right, coming up this afternoon at 4:30, the Valkyries take on the Atlanta Dream. You can hear the game on the Valkyries channel and on the Odyssey app. Just download the app and search Valkyries. You can also watch the game on KPIX. Pre-game beginning at 4 o'clock. All brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Gettings in for Steinmetz with Guru. Crossover next. Willard Dibs. All brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's time for the crossover. Getting zip for Steinmetz with Guru, Willard Dibs. What's up, fellas? How we doing?
What's up, baby?
Oh, great. Never better.
You know what? I don't
Never
know.
better.
Yeah,
Mom.
You sure?
Okay, how much longer for Yaman?
As long as I want.
Is that what
as
you
long
think?
as I want.
I didn't get
Honorary
you.
Jamaican, 2 months.
Did you really? 48 hours and you're annoyed already?
First of all, you've been back longer than that.
Not in front of you. In front of you, it's been less.
It's
been
not
about 24 and a hook.
It's not about being annoyed. I just want to know how long.
I don't know.
Okay.
Until the spirit moves me to stop.
Until his visa expires.
But
This is great.
I love the Jamaican culture. Yeah, man.
See, you guys don't even know
Okay.
we just lightweight had a therapy session because I'm feeling some type of way about my mortality. I got a couple of compliments
Immortality?
from Risotto. I sent him a picture.
Is that why you've been sending pictures of your younger self out to people?
No, it was one I found of my mom and myself.
And you look beautiful. So did she.
Yeah. And anyway, my daughter turned 20, so I'm like, I'm an old hag. I get it.
Oh, yeah.
And then I hear Dibs say, when you text somebody and they don't respond, and that hit me, you don't even know.
Right.
That bothers me,
I
Willard.
hate that.
I think all you got to do is respond.
I'm pretty sure that I went on a pretty good Friday What's Bugging You rant about people who don't respond
The
to text.
older I get, the more it bothers me.
I just don't understand it.
So you look
this
at it, Daryl, no, I just won't respond.
I mean, sometimes a bunch come in at once, and if you read it and don't respond right away, then it can get lost. I understand it, but you all know this because you all have these people in your life who do it all the time.
All the time.
I don't understand you. Like, I just want to go to those people and be like, who do you think you are?
Thing.
Right.
Dibs,
I'm an awful
that's all.
communicator, though. But as long as you
respond, though.
Sometimes. But
Okay.
but you can't let other people know that you respond to them, but not others. Like, that's the biggest issue is that, okay, yes, he didn't text me back, but he texted you back?
Right, I just put Steiny on blast because we both checked in on him.
I wasn't going to say his name, but...
I said no, because we both checked in on him today, and apparently I got a response and Dibs didn't.
Oh, no.
No, but maybe he's
now
asleep.
we got problems.
He's sick. Maybe he fell asleep. When did you send yours?
Takes 2 naps a day.
Now, Willard, why did you just
Because that's how I do it.
Yeah,
You know,
now we got
I'm
problems.
50 and I'm married. I don't care anymore.
And he's Jamaican.
Yeah. You don't like it's just all on the table, and if you don't like it, you
I'm
don't
here
like
for
it.
you,
Speaking of
Dibs.
you
I
being
didn't know
married,
that.
the
You're
only
worthless.
text that I haven't responded to currently is from your wife.
I know who this is from. Yeah, I know she texted you.
Your wife.
Yeah, I know she did. This is like I got a text at about 6 this morning. I'm texting Dibs today.
Yeah.
I said, okay,
Well, and her
text it.
text was like 700 words, and I read it, and I was like, I need to internalize before I properly respond. And, you know, she and I have a great relationship.
But you will. Yeah, you will.
And I will.
Of course you
probably
will.
when
Now, do
you're-
you have red notifications on?
No,
that
I'm
is-
Android, so there's no such thing.
You're that
that's
guy.
right, green guy.
Does
we
anyone
don't
else-
have that.
Does anyone else have trouble not like somehow those things turn on by accident?
Yeah, and
if you have someone in your life and their read receipts are on, don't tell them.
it makes it
I know,
damn,
but
man.
it's you'll get in a fight so fast because if you know they read it and then you don't get it. Woo.
So he was napping when you texted him, and when Willard texted him, he was up.
12:04.
12:04.
That's how you
So I
fix
texted
that.
him at 11:34, and I got something back at 11:39.
Yikes.
And then he fell
12:04.
asleep. He
How
fell
you
asleep.
feeling?
Yeah.
Okay,
fell asleep.
it's fine. It's neither here nor there. But the beauty of having a marriage of iPhone and Android is that there's no paradigm of like Find My Phone or location services, because I don't have that, and she can't. Even if she has that, she can't locate my Android. So if I'm not, point A to point B to point C, she as an iPhone user, that's going to be on you. You're going to have to call me, honey.
You can't airdrop photos to each other.
Nope.
And you got a little kid running around the house. That's a problem.
I mean, do I need to airdrop photos? She can actually send me photos. The problem is when she sends me videos, they're grainy. When I send her videos, they're grainy.
I can't. You're that guy.
That's a problem.
Get an iPhone.
No,
We're all
there's
gonna
a benefit
pull
here.
through. There's a great benefit. And you know what? When I get home and she pulls out her phone and it's like, look at Mila on the scooter. It's like, wow, yeah, you sent me that. And it was grainy. But now that I see it, when you and I are actually together, I can see that. I think that we all become too slave to our devices and all the rest of the technology.
That's true, but I don't know.
And so for
that,
me,
like,
I don't
getting
need her to like have location ability on where I am.
Okay,
That's
fine.
the win. If someone knows where you are, sometimes you're in places you're not supposed to be.
Kristen,
And the
I
text
don't-
you hate is, all right, yep, I'm on my way. No, you're not.
No, you're not.
No, you're not.
Well,
You're not even close.
Do y'all do that? I know you're not married, Ab. Do y'all do that with spouses? I don't know where Christy is.
And I don't want to know.
Yeah,
like
I
oh
do
my
that.
God, I
know where
couldn't live that way.
I know where my kids are.
Yeah, there would
And
be
they-
no cafeteria.
By the way, they get mad at me. We have that app. I think it's called Life 360 or whatever. No. But
wife does that with the kids.
Yeah, I do that with the kids.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
I'm the only parent they got.
Yeah.
So like Life 360, but they get mad at me because I turn mine off. I'm like, you all don't get to know where I am. And they're like, why not? I'm like, because I'm dad.
Papa's a Rolling Stone. Come on,
Thank you. It's a 4.
I will be wherever the hell I want to be.
We didn't know where Norm was at. Boy, yeah.
Wherever he laid his
want you to
hat
be.
was his home.
Yeah, exactly.
And when he died, all he left us was alone.
That is great.
Yeah.
We got to get to
Anyway.
last night.
Oh, boy.
When is enough?
Roblo. Thank you.
I wanted to know they were like the Pirates. That was great. That was really good.
About last
But
night.
come on, it's getting ridiculous now. And I don't want to play the blame game. You can't lose to the Pirates and you're supposed to try to make a run. After getting swept, and Keller made you not want to
my
trade
God.
for him. He was awful. That
We had
was
like
the worst.
80 pitches, and it was like the second inning. I'm like,
I thought he don't want to come to the Bay. I know what he's doing.
They turned the pitch clock off
Yeah,
last
my elbow
night.
was hurting watching
What
him
is
throw.
going on? I'll just shut up. What's happening? Come on, give it to me. Raw and uncut.
Eddie Murphy.
That's I'll give it to.
I
It's
don't.
actually a 3. Came out before he was born.
You know what for? Damn it.
I don't know. I don't know.
Who knows?
I thought they were. I don't know if they know. I thought they were better. I also know that, like, so what? How many innings did the Carsons go last night?
5.
No. The Carsons.
Oh, yeah.
Like 7.
Seymour.
Yeah.
I mean, put rookies out there for 7 innings. You
Kutch
get,
got that
you get
one.
what you get.
Yeah.
You get what you
But
get.
they ate up
8,
innings.
actually, 8.
Yeah.
8 innings. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
I didn't think he looked awful. I didn't think he looked great.
And
This
he
one
would tell
night-
you, my Dibs, I heard you yesterday, and I swore I said it. His performance didn't merit him to get the ball. That's not shade. It was by default. They're hemorrhaging with the rotation.
Well-
and he ate 5 innings. So I looked at it from that vantage point. Will?
I'd say be careful on that because I know that what you're doing, and we all do it. We're on the internet looking at their minor league numbers.
4.44.
That's numbers. It's only one level up from doing spring training stats or training camp stats. I don't know what the hell they're working on down there. I don't know what the scenario is. I don't know if the shortstop that's behind him has a brick glove. Is Marco Luciano playing defense for these guys? I don't know what's going on. I don't think they look at call-ups based on numbers. I think they look at call-ups based on based on who this kid is. And he's been their top pitching prospect for a little while now. I'm going to give him more than one start. I don't think he embarrassed himself
No
or anything
doubt.
last
Yeah.
night.
And I
I'm
think
not saying anything different.
among qualified starters in the PCL, I think that he was number 1 in ERA.
And PCL that's hitters.
Oh,
paradise.
man, look where they
hitters paradise. It's 100 degrees everywhere they go. So I don't know. I'm not going to overreact to that, but the larger,
team.
I don't know.
I do think that he was called up more for necessity as opposed to well, we want to start his major league clock and we want to figure out if this guy's a dude, because otherwise, if Hayden Birdsong hadn't fallen off the wagon,
no, he wouldn't be up.
We wouldn't see him, and he has fallen out of the top 100 list. I mean, Whisenhunt is a guy that we've talked about for a long time, but Bob Melvin said it the other night. He's like, it kind of slipped past my mind. He's like, "Whoa, yeah, we've been promising him a while. In fact, we thought we'd almost get him last year." Yeah. It's like, in a way, I think that's kind of a shot from the manager that I don't really know what we're getting. We're getting a guy. We hope he can give us 5 innings, but it's not like someone on social media I saw was posting first starts of former great Giants. Like Tim Lincecum then gave up 5 earned runs in his first start.
He did. Yep.
However, he blew through the minor leagues in less than a year. And I think he only gave up a few runs over nearly 50 innings of minor league work. Those two are not the same. So I understand. I'm not willing to write him off after one start either. I thought he finished strong, but I was not that impressed by the number one pitching prospect in their system. If that's your representative, I do think, and it's more of a reflection of Farhan than like anybody, but I think he got some issues.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot down there. There's not a lot down there that's exciting. But I'd also say I get like one look at Wisenhunt, and you don't see the things that what you want to see. But I don't think that means he's ineffective. Yeah. Like you want him to come up and throw 98, but that's not what he does. And very few left-handers do. Yeah. I don't know why that is, by the way. Why is it harder to find a power arm that's left-handed?
Randy Johnson.
Just because there's fewer of them?
Less lefties?
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. But that's not the way this guy pitches. And
change up.
You know what I mean? There's a lot of left-handers that are really good and are kind of crafty. We had the farm director –
I heard that.
We had him on yesterday, and basically,
who was his comp wheel?
He said if you squint really hard, you could hope that he would have a future like Cole Hamels or Johan Santana.
I heard it.
But what did Santana top out at? What was his fastball?
He threw mid-90s at his like when he was a Cy Young Award winner. That guy's also had a changeup from hell. But when I hear that. And I know that's his job, and he's trying to tell us like
stylistic. He's talking about style.
I hear Kuminga could be Kawhi. Like that's really what I hear when I hear Wisenhunt could be a Hall of Famer. Right.
That's what we do, though. That's the process. You label each of these guys coming up. They could be X, and then
because I did the same with Harrison.
Right.
I was like,
most of them aren't, and then once in a while, someone is. But like I don't know. That's a pretty high bar too. If you're like, if he's not Johan Santana, we're disappointed. I think Carson Wisenhunt will be a major league pitcher for a long time. Will he be a great one? I mean, he said that too. Kyle Haynes yesterday was like, this is like, I know for sure that he's probably at least someone's number 4 starter. But I mean, that's a big bar. How many starting pitchers are there on opening day?
Yeah.
No, everybody gets 5. So what is that? Less than 200 of these on the planet. Yeah.
Yep. And that's why I asked him about need versus merit, and he was, kind of gave the answer of a little bit of both because, the merit is he was number 1 in the PCL in ERA among starters who qualified, even though he's in the mid-3s or the low 4s rather. He still was among the leaders, and yet the need is great right now because Roop is gone and Harrison's gone and Hicks is gone. You got a bullpen game, and, you can't pitch Birdsong again this year, I don't think. And so the need was there, but also the merit. And that's why you went Carson to Carson, and they kept you in the game. And honestly, for me, it's less about the 2 Carsons than it is about the offense. I was just looking, I think that they were 0-5. 0 for 5, rather, with runners not only in scoring position, but with the bases loaded. With the bases loaded, like that's where a bases clearing double, a grand slam, a base hit, that's where you break open a game that is in the balance with a rookie starter. And that's where you win that game 11-5.
Now, and I'm giving you guys love, and Evan, you too, but you guys are great at asking questions. You do it with Kerr, but I'm being real right now. And I'm not blaming Melvin. I think he's some of it. But if you had him on, what would be your first question to him about what's happening with this team and why they can't do what Dibs just talked? Yesterday I told you pressure. I drove home. I'm like, I don't know if I like that answer.
Before you answer, let me just say, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco.
Without any time to kind of think about it, the first thing that came to mind is I'd like to ask him, how do you feel right now about the collective confidence of your team? I'd like to hear him assess what's actually going on mentally behind the scenes with the baseball team. Like that's what I'd like to know. I mean, if you could get an honest answer out of it, because that's what we were talking about yesterday.
It's gotta be. It has to be.
Yeah, and I say that even after a night where they were better last night, better at
5
bats,
runs,
better at bats with runners in scoring position.
I think the issue he probably has right now is he already played the motivation card last week, right? Like there's only so many times, and at least I believe he said something after the first Atlanta defeat, the one he called embarrassing and a bad luck. But how many times can you play that card to really try and dig your team out of it? I know people want emotion and want fire, but I do think he did it privately, which to me is an appropriate place to do. But a week later, if you're still stuck, like, I don't know how you motivate this team right now.
I mean, you have to motivate individuals.
Is that Posey's job at the deadline to try and do? Or at least to direct one way or another of which way they're going?
And this is interesting, and they actually did have one hit with the bases loaded. Adames, who has, suddenly found his
I'm
game.
sorry. Yeah, it was a floater, though, wasn't it?
That's fine.
Yeah.
They'll
take him.
And I thought maybe Williams could have, waved the run around third. It was, shallow and soft, but that's neither here nor there. Their issues are bigger than that.
He's had some trouble doing that this
year.
And
I wonder about you, Evan, as a former baseball player, a guy who actually played at the next level. Shout out Guru in a company softball game who homered, and, me.
He's got pop dibs.
My only home run was an inside the park home run, which was, dubious. Might have been a misplay out there. I was running my butt off. But, like, the whole idea of motivating a baseball player, for me, it feels different than other sports where, you can't just go out there and, like, light somebody up and, you're going to hit them hard and we're going to hit them late. We're going to hit them early. When you're a baseball player, it's the individual reality of you're in the batter's box and you have to, like, actually be able to get a hit. I don't know how you can get motivated by a manager to do that.
Well, and also motivation, I would think, especially this time of year, comes from how many Giants right now in the lineup are 100% sure that they've got their gig for the rest of the year?
3.
Adames, Chapman, Devers.
Yeah.
Ramos.
Bailey.
Even though I wanted, okay, go ahead.
Lee.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of them.
Although some of them are, like, do you know what I mean? I know that they love the defense on Bailey. Sure, that's true.
Man.
Ramos, you wanted to bench him for a day yesterday. Like,
just to send a message.
Two hits.
Yeah, you did.
My point is that, like, there are finances that go into that. There's marketing that goes into that. There's veteran stature that goes into that. But I would think a lot of the guys that we're looking at right now would be motivated by the fact that, like, for instance, the Giants are out there shopping for power-hitting outfielders. Oh, really? Yaz, Matos, Jung-Hoo Lee, and Ramos.
Yeah.
Like, that doesn't motivate you? That doesn't motivate you? They are shopping to try to replace some of you right now on the phone.
Yeah, I agree that the motivation comes from losing your job. I mean, it's at this point, it's not from, I'm not playing well and I want to do better. It's like, and actually the trade deadline, like, I don't know if you guys had this when you were broadcasting in the minors, but trade deadline day is always kind of it's an iffy day. Because if your team is a buyer, that means someone might be going out.
Oh, man.
And that means there's spots available. And throughout the minor league system. If you're a seller, that means guys are coming in to take your jobs.
Right.
So everybody from the top to the bottom level is looking at what we're going to do. And that's why I do think it is a little bit on Posey right now to make the choice for them. Because if you do nothing, and maybe there's not a deal out there, but if you do nothing, then to Willard's point, the guys that aren't motivated by a potential loss of position or playing time or what, they're going to keep going about their business the exact same way.
And then my thing to that is, how do we get the Allen Iverson? How do we get the answers as to why collectively a majority of our offensive output guys are deer in headlights? Like, that's somebody's job to get to the answer, because how can you get Devers delivered to you and you go the other way? I'm not like, I know you guys think, Guru, just say what you want to say. I can hear Steiny. You blaming Melvin? No, when are we going to get to the answer of what ails us? They're better than one game over. June 11th, they were 12 over.
Well, I mean, I don't want to get like all kind of woo-woo on it. You don't ever get to the answer. It's sports. Like, if I asked you right now, why were the Niners 6-11 last year? You get 8 different answers.
No doubt.
Oh, we'll get into that.
Yeah.
Yep.
You get a bunch of different answers, right? So I don't know that there is an answer or that we ever get it. We get to form our opinion on what it is. I can tell you what's striking me today, which is that you look around and this whole Bryce Harper, Rob Manfred thing.
Yeah. They talked about it this morning.
You look around right now at baseball, and the Giants this year, what scares me is that now over the last 3 weeks, you know who they look like? Themselves for the last 4 years. You look like yourselves. And what's
you wrote some checks.
You are a spender. And spenders in baseball, you make the playoffs. So who are the Giants beating right now? You're literally only beating people who aren't trying to win.
The Rockies, Pirates.
That's it. So you are in the standings right now, and you can be like, oh, well, we're in 8th. We want to be in 6th. We're in 8th. That's not that bad. No, 8th is terrible because 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, they don't care.
Man.
They're not even trying to beat you. And some of the teams they're not even trying are ahead of you.
I asked Evan real quick, if you were Buster, he's got to be disappointed to umpteenth degree. Do you sign off on that, or do you feel like,
of course?
Oh, he said it was go time, Dibs.
Right.
And I delivered you something.
Well, and this is where I think that with baseball, you have to look at it in a different way because he can say it's go time, and Bob Melvin can be motivated about this and that, but ultimately it comes down to the individuals, and you've got Rafi Devers in 35 games. His OPS is 722. Yeah. But Willie Adames, over the past 40 or so games, his OPS is almost 1,000. He's got 10 home runs. So a lot of it is, Devers not yet comfortable, and Adames is finally comfortable. And the rest of your team, if you want to look at, Mike Yastrzemski, who we all love, he's a 4th outfielder. And Elliot Ramos has hit a little bit of a wall and, all the way around the diamond. Yeah. Chapman's been Chapman. But beyond that, like your catcher can't hit. Your center fielder is brand new in Major League Baseball.
Another ball dropped last night.
So maybe we overrated these guys, and then your rotation that you've all leaned on. Now you've got a rookie, a youngster who's hurt, a 42-year-old, and your ace who is, he's not an overpowering ace.
He's tired a little
really
bit.
Good. Yeah, so that's all.
I was driving last night in the 8th inning. Can you guys tell me the Devers fly out to Triples Alley? Like, how far out in Triples Alley? Because my phone went crazy with our thread.
Okay, right.
Brandy and Lucas were like, we thought it was gone.
It was a 0 for 30.
I text you. What did I text?
It was a 0
It was a 0 for 30.
Okay.
It went 365. It was 93 off the bat.
Okay.
It sounded good.
And if you looked at it, the visual, I text Evan, I thought it was gone.
I actually don't think that he thought it was. He was in the air. He kind of looked at it like, I don't think I got all of it.
But looking at it, Evan, it looked like he crushed it. I said, there it is.
Lucas wants me to explain, or Evan, you can explain what a 0 for 30 is.
That means that it would have gone out in 0 ballparks in Major League Baseball.
Yeah. I'm looking at the StatCast numbers, and I know you love a StatCast, but the distance was 365 to right center, which is not a home run, 97 miles an hour, which is
not a home run.
It's not.
It's a good.
The launch angle was 35 degrees.
Expected batting average? Do you have that?
I can pull that up on StatCast.
I think it was 180.
180?
I think it was 180.
Look at you, Mr. I hate StatCast with the info.
Well, because I'm like, when he was looking at it, I thought that he felt as if he just got under it. Like he just missed it.
And I thought he hit it to the Yoon. I thought that thing, and it's not like Lucas said, like it really, the visual looked like he crushed it.
It's because it was off of Devers' bat.
And they needed it too.
Yeah. Everybody's waiting for that signature moment from him.
And the fact that it's, the 8th inning in San Francisco, on an unseasonably cold July night.
Dude.
Like, it's not like you're talking about late September when actually summer begins. So all the factors against it. And, the launch angle at 35 degrees, that's a nice fly out.
Yeah, it's nice. Like, here's why I asked. I asked because what I don't know that Devers or Brandon Belt or anybody else who's ever been a left-handed, somewhat power hitter in San Francisco, you can have your opening press conference all you want and say, I am so happy to be here.
Which he did.
And I have no problem whatsoever. I'm powerful enough to hit it here, there, and everywhere. That's all true. I wonder if at some point, though, that alley gets in your head.
I think it has to.
I wonder if it gets in your head.
He hit a one-handed home run in Hotlanta. Remember that one?
Oh, God. He was completely off balance.
I think at 4:30 when they take batting practice, he probably makes it look like a Little League park.
No big deal.
But then you get to 8 p.m., 9 p.m., the fog rolls in, it starts getting cold out there, you're late, you're up against a guy who's got devastating breaking stuff, and you're like, crap. I can't pull on this.
Oh, that's got to be
demoralizing. I wonder. I wonder if it gets in their heads.
And I hate to correct you, Evan, because I'm a huge fan.
Was it 2?
I'm a Yankee Stadium
and
George Steinbrenner Field.
All right, okay, that's
2 for 30. So
Lots of Yankees.
He got Oracle Park again. I mean,
dang it.
That thing's out of here.
They're
in,
one
in 2
game
parks.
over. Are
Was it
they
180
are they cooked? As the
It was
kids
180.
say?
Yeah,
you
you're
think
so,
they're cooked?
you're so solid.
Cooked?
Yeah, is this season cooked?
No,
Yes.
no.
Are they cooked?
No, but the stove is on.
The stove
The
is. I
stove
like
is on,
that.
and you're preheating the oven. It's not cooked, and until you actually throw that thing in the frying pan, it's not cooked. But the way things are trending, it's not great because your pitching, which has been your number one strength all year, it's not what it was, and you've got some of your offense which is struggling.
Playoff odds? Have you looked them up?
No, give them to me.
What do you think they are? Have you looked them up, Evan?
No, I have not.
Dibs, have you looked them up?
No.
Okay, everybody fire a guess at me.
I gotta believe
As of today.
23.
I'm
Okay,
going.
23%.
I'm going
Jordan.
14.
14.
I'm going to borrow from Evan and say 30 for 30. 30%.
Okay, you guys are all in the neighborhood. It's basically the same as the chances of Patrick Bailey getting a hit when he comes to the plate.
209?
No, right now it's 19.8.
Well, he's at 209. That was mean-spirited.
Okay, but he's
That was out of bounds.
He's 209 as of 4 days
hitting
ago.
240 over the last week.
You could have gone to Kisner, who's closer to hitting a
All
buck
right,
80.
it's Brett Wisely with RISP. I don't know. You get the idea.
Debo Samuel, number 19.
Look at
It's
19 problems.
It's better than a Kisner base hit chance.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Oh, man.
19.8% as of right now.
I got you. All right, well,
We'll be listening.
yes, we will. Cooking coming up 2 to 6. Willard Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
And let's go. Let's go. Willard and Dibs, glad you're with us. And 888-957-9570 is the number. And we're working on plenty, but right now we've got you.
Yep.
We've got me. And then we got all the people listening. So let's ride, because that's really all we need. Let's have some fun. I hate using this word. It gets overused in sports media by hot take blowhards who love to say that when you're not awesome in sports, it's embarrassing. I remember right before I left, we had that conversation because the Dodgers were in town, and there were hot take blowhards around town actually accusing the Giants fans of being embarrassing.
Because Dodger fans decided to buy tickets and show up in blue uniforms?
Right, because apparently Giants fans are in charge of StubHub. Like, do you all have the password to StubHub? Go in there and make sure Dodger fans aren't allowed to buy tickets. That's stupid when we say stuff like that. It comes from emotion. And I get it, but I think that that's stupid. Sports is very rarely embarrassing. Sports is hard. It's really, really hard. There are things that are embarrassing.
Sure.
But I don't know if it usually comes in the X's and O's. For instance, the A's behavior over the last handful of years. That's embarrassing.
From the ownership,
yes.
no
I think
doubt.
Fisher and Dave Kaval, you should be embarrassed.
Well, he's gone now,
Right,
Dave Kaval.
I know, but just behavior through the
For
years.
sure.
That's embarrassing. But here's something that hit me today, and we touched on it a second ago, that I do wonder if it embarrasses the Giants. When you keep finishing 500 and you keep finishing in 8th place in the league, or 3rd or 4th place in your division, when you keep doing that and you're one of the teams that spend, that's kind of embarrassing because it literally in a way means you came in last place. And there's a bigger issue here with the way baseball runs itself that we should talk about.
Oh, we'll get into it.
But the Giants are really only beating teams that largely aren't trying. And there are always set-asides. I know that the Tigers for the last year or two have been really good, and they don't at this moment, spend, and we'll see if they do when their young players are all due for extensions and things like that. There's always set-asides, but largely in baseball, when you spend, you win. The top 6 payrolls, basically last year, they all went to the playoffs. And this year, let me just read off I'll give you. Here are the top 9 payrolls in baseball this year.
Okay.
Let's see if you can find one team that'll stand out. This is this year's payroll at the moment.
All right, give it to me.
Mets are number 1.
They are in first in their division.
Phillies are number 2.
They're a game and a half back of the Mets.
The Dodgers are number 3.
I think they're pretty good, Mark. I'd have to Google it.
The Blue Jays are number 4.
Toronto's in first in the East by 5.5.
The Rangers are number 5.
The Rangers are a team that is on the bubble, but they're only 4 out in the division.
Okay, Yankees are number 6.
Yeah, they're right there.
The Giants are number 7.
They are now 4 back of the Padres, and they're hearing footsteps from the Diamondbacks. They're behind the Cincinnati Reds. Where are the Reds in the payroll? You'll get to it.
Yeah, well,
you may have to
we're going to have to talk for a while. Yeah, so the Padres are 8, and the Cubs are number 9.
Cubs a game back, and they are 8 games better than the Giants.
The Rangers, you're right, their playoff odds, their bubble, right now, they're almost 50-50 to make the playoffs.
Yeah,
so
second half team.
We'll make it. But anyway, who stands out in those top 9? Right now, the worst of the top 9 are the San Francisco Giants. Normally, when you spend, you go to the playoffs, and the Giants are spending, and they're still not able to separate themselves from the 500 mark. And I'm not, embarrassed by that, but I wonder if they are.
Well, not yet, but I do think that if you get to the end of this year, and, you and I did the bit, I think before you left, I did their last 4 years winning percentage from 3 years and then up to the moment in this year, and I did it this morning again, and they are 6 games below 500.
Incredible.
Over the last, 3 and more than a half years. They are absolutely dead, almost 500 mediocre. And that's unacceptable when you spend like they've spent. And if you look at their top 7 paid players, these are players that you would expect would be better than what they've been. And Willie Adames is the one where keep Willie's name out your mouth. Matt Steinmetz, I know you're not feeling great and you're out again today, but if you look at Willie over the last almost 2 months, he's been better than you would have thought he would be. But Devers has not been, and Jung-Hoo Lee has been a little disappointing. Robbie Ray has earned his $25 million a year.
That was a great trade.
Logan Webb has been great for so long. You're going to go ahead and look at his last 3 starts and say, all right, Logan, that's fine. Chapman's been Chapman, but beyond that, the other pieces of your team, I don't think it's been really a problem of your marquee payroll guys. It's been players 8 through 25 where you've been a little bit disappointed in some of them.
Reds are 21st. By the way, I'm doing active payroll. There's 2 ways to do it. It's total payroll, which is all their allocations, but that first of all would be an allocation sensation.
That's a buck.
And then secondly, that's also, I'm glad I got it right this time, but that also that accounts for dollars that are being spent on people who aren't on the roster anymore and all kinds of that stuff. Thank you. I'm glad Lucas found that. But this is their active current roster payroll, because to me that's what matters. That's who's playing right now. The Giants have the 7th most money in baseball on their active payroll, and right now they can't win a baseball game. And I wonder if that embarrasses them, because if you look at who the Giants are beating, if you go to the standings, you know what you see. What was the name of that old Adam Sandler movie where he goes back to the elementary school?
Was it Billy Madison?
Billy Madison, thank you. I don't know why I couldn't think of it all. I couldn't get my mind off of Happy Gilmore.
Every one of his movies is like a fictional character's name.
Pretty much, right. So until he did that Netflix thing where he was the basketball coach, it's like the first serious role that he ever did.
Right.
It's really good, by the way. You should check it out. I can't think of the name of that either.
That wasn't Uncut Gems, but
no, it wasn't.
He was in that too, and that was a little bit of a darker role.
He's starting to do some different stuff. But anyway, thank you. Billy Madison. That's who the Giants are. They're Billy Madison. And it's wonderful that as an adult, you're able to go to an elementary school playground, play dodgeball with the Rockies, and beat them. Good for freaking you. Who are you beating with your $200 million? You're not beating anybody. You're not beating anybody who's trying. You're not beating anybody who's on an even plane with you. To a man and to a woman, any Giants fan, you're not embarrassed that they're not finishing in front of the Dodgers. You don't expect them to do that. That's why any of you Dodger fans who live here in the Bay and you go out to the stadium, stop peacocking. You're playing a completely different game. And the game is broken, which is why Rob Manfred is in clubhouses getting in fights with stars. The system is completely bass-ackwards. And so we'll deal with that over the next decade.
Yeah.
But, for the Giants, from their standpoint, you're essentially one of the teams that has the cheat code. But you're not using it. You're able to outspend almost everybody else. And you're still not able to finish in front of them.
You've got 7 players who are making more than $10 million this year. And if you wanted to just go player by player and assign them a grade for how they've been with this team, Devers is making 29.5. That's been a D, maybe a D minus. Adames making 13.1. He's quietly now a B minus, I think, trending in the right direction. His last 2 months have been spectacular.
I'd actually give it more than a B minus, just because I don't know, when someone starts, you give them a little bit of a grace period.
For sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think Adames he's been great.
Chapman's making 25.2.
Fine.
He's been great.
Yeah.
B minus, C plus. He's been better than average. Robbie Ray making 25. He's an A minus. He's an all-star. Jung-Hoo Lee making 16.8. Probably a D plus. C minus. He's been a little bit disappointing. Logan Webb making 12. He's making $12 million. You kidding me?
That's an A.
And then you get down to Verlander making 15. That's a D. So it's been hit and miss, but for me, it's not just been those high-paid guys. It's the next tier and then the tier below, and the fact that you just can't seem to have somebody come up and get a clutch hit when you need it.
What is it? I'm watching Shasky do one of those walking from the stadium videos.
Yeah, last night. That was great.
Yeah, social media. Isn't it fun? Anyway, there's Shasky, and you're like, wow, look, there's his nostrils. You get all of those. You get all of us when we do one of those. And so usually we don't do those unless you're sort of inspired to do it. And that's Shasky, we got a lot of people here at our station who run with their emotions on their sleeve. And I love people like that. And he's clearly one of them. So he's leaving the yard last night, and he's actually pretty calm, but he's talking through what's going on. And it really hit me because he's kind of like, I thought they were better, and I did too, but I don't know if what we saw the first couple months, is that them? Is this them? Everyone will always go, well, it's probably somewhere in between, Mark.
Right.
Yeah, okay. I don't know where it's going to go next, but what is it? What is happening to them? They don't get blown out very much.
No.
They lose by 1 run all the time. All the time they lose by 1 run. And so the pitching is, you can't ask them to be that dominant for that long. So I'm not mad at that. You do have certain guys who are playing better, Willy Adames, etc. Not everybody's got horrible numbers. But what is it? What is it? It can't win a game. Why are the Giants looking like they're looking? How would you answer that?
They are not playing complimentary baseball. And we talk about complimentary football
that's
all the time when the pitching, like last night. If you go into last night and you think, oh, this young phenom is going to shove, we just need 2 runs because he's going to be awesome. That's not the way that goes. Young pitchers making their debut, they struggle, and so that's a night where you need the offense to come through, and they almost did. But you had bases loaded and 1 out, and you had back-to-back, I think, a strikeout and a ground out. It's like you were unable to add on in that spot against a team where, Keller, he was begging to get lit up.
He was terrible.
Awful.
Yeah.
He was pitching like a guy who knew he was about to be traded.
But you know what? That is kind of the characteristic of the Giants, and we can talk more about it next. It's like even when things are going well every one of those innings seems to always have an expiration date right before they get the big hit. Open the damn thing up. They can't do it.
Yep.
They just can't do it. So what is it y'all see? Why are the Giants getting these results? We'll take your calls, 888-957-9570. Larger baseball conversation, Bryce Harper, Rob Manfred to come as well. And then coming up this afternoon, 4:30, Valks and the Atlanta Dream. You can hear the game on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. You download the app, you search Valkyries, there it is. You can also watch the game on KPIX. Pregame starts at 4. And we're brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Afternoon, everybody. It is Willard and Dibs.
to left. This one's not coming back. McCutcheon's 10th of the year. And he got a hanging slider.
I thought in the ninth had one of those feelings where we're going to come back and win the game. I really did. I mean, crowd got into it. We've had that feeling before a bunch here recently. Not recently, but for the better part of the season, and just felt like one of those games we were going to come back and win. Obviously didn't finish it off, but better at bats tonight overall with guys in scoring position.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's not Bo Mel's fault, but there was something that just kind of made my shoulders get a little uncomfortable when that sound clip that Lucas just played, and that comes from NBC Sports Bay Area.
Yep.
Both Kruk and Kipe getting mad again in the middle of the game, followed by Bob Melvin trying to explain life to everybody after the game. It had that feeling like we were going to come back and win. There's nothing wrong with that statement. But on some level, as a frustrated fan, I don't know. Like I'm like, oh, really, Bob? Did you think you were going to win? Did you hope it? Did you? And there's nothing Bob can do. Bob's an old dude with a uniform sitting in a dugout. What the hell is he supposed to do? But it's just like, I don't know, Bob. When Yaz and Bailey are at the plate with runners on base, did you feel like they were going to get a hit?
Can I be honest with you?
Because I didn't.
Can I just?
That's just the way I felt.
I'll take you inside of my own world where, when my toddler goes down, we've got shows to watch, so I'll pull out either the phone or the laptop, and I'm going to watch the game because I love it. And I honestly thought, watching the game, they were going to come back and win this game.
You did.
I honestly did.
I mean, I get that the arena had the feel.
And the way that inning was going, it was like, okay.
What's his name? Bednar. He was laboring.
Yep.
And the fans were into it and all of that. But it was the classic Giants lineup. It's like at a certain point, you're going to get to that bottom third. And then what the hell's going to happen? And I know Bailey has been very involved in some walk-offs, obviously. But I don't know. Once the Yaz came to the plate, I did not feel like they were going to win the baseball game.
I thought that, you had two cracks at it, and, you had two ducks in the pond, and Yaz is a guy who's been heroic in the past, including the first game I ever went to with my then girlfriend, my now wife, the baby mama, and he hit that splash slam in a game post-COVID in 2021.
Against the D-backs. I remember it.
Maybe I have like a special affinity for Yaz in those moments, but I thought, all right, Yaz, and even Bailey, who is now soared up to 209 on the year. He's been at least lukewarm. He no longer needs one of those like marathon blankets.
He had two more hits.
He did.
He had 2 hits last night.
And so I saw those two at bats, and I thought all you need is just a little flair, a duck snort, or had a babe, whatever they needed. I really actually felt the way that kind of went. Adames, who has been legitimately hot, and he gets it started, and Chappie's been great, and he hit a seed. And he did it.
He did. He hit it well.
Adames moves over, and Jung-Hoo Lee actually did what we've been begging him to do.
Great at bat.
Like, stay deep and hit some little flare to left.
Elevate
and it's like,
to left, yes.
Okay. I honestly thought, like, we got action. And then, they lost. But so as you're laying that out, and I'm hearing Bob, I'm thinking, yeah, Bob, forget the standings and forget the last, 11 or 12 where, you haven't beaten anyone. I honestly felt last night like they were going to win that game. And know me, I'm not known for my positivity.
I know. I felt it like early when you go down 1-0 and then you make it 1-1, and then you go down 4-1 and then you make it 4-4. Like that to me had the vibe of, well, you're the Giants, you're at home, they're the Pirates, they're not. Like that's probably going to go your way. And then, an old vet took a rookie to school. And the next thing you know, now you're playing late game catch up, and that's difficult. But I'll also say this: here's something I don't know anything about. I don't know which players in baseball lean really hard into analytics and which ones study really hard what's going on. But I say this about Yaz and Bailey, because how many batters had already been up in the ninth? by the time they came up to the plate? Were they like the 5th and 6th or 7th hitters of the inning?
They were the 6th and 7th.
Okay. So when you're the 6th hitter of an inning and you're watching Bednar, I can tell you what Bednar is going to do on pitch 1. I could tell you before he did it.
You think he's going to try to throw a fastball for a strike?
He's going to throw a strike. So what would be good is swing at it, and then you hit it, because that, like, especially a late inning reliever, once you get behind in the count, here's something I don't know if every baseball fan knows, and I don't have the specifics in front of me, but this is overwhelming. And pitchers will tell you this, that the best pitch in baseball is strike 1. It's like the numbers of what happens to an at-bat, your chances of getting a hit when you go up 1-0 and 2-0 versus 0-1 and 0-2, your chances, every hitter in the bigs, once it goes to 0-2, is like an under 100 hitter. It's that significant. So if I'm looking to go win a game, and I got a late inning reliever who has not blown a save all year, and he is pumping early in the count strikes, I am going up very aggressively. And both of them walked up there and started watching strikes.
I'm looking at the Yaz play-by-play, and it's 1st and 2nd. Bednar has been struggling, and the first pitch is a 4-seamer, which is a fastball without a ton of movement, 96, and it's located absolutely in that middle square.
Middle of the box.
Alice in the Brady Bunch.
Right.
Shout out those of you who are 60 and over. You get
50,
the reference.
I got the reference.
Whatever.
50.
And he looked at it.
Yep.
Strike looking. And then it's a fastball. Same thing. 4-seamer on the corner. Fouls it off. And now it's 0-2. To your point, he takes the ball. 3 foul balls. He's fighting. He's battling. And then he pops out on a curve. And it sets the tone for Bailey, who first pitch, splitter. It's a little different.
Yep.
And, he takes it. Strike 1. Curveball, fouls it off. Splitter, ground out. Night. And we'll see you all tomorrow.
Yeah. So, and listen, I understand also in baseball in the last handful of years, the idea of the walk has really become more popular. Like, they teach that now. You watch Elliot Ramos bat flips his walks.
Nice.
He does. And there's a reason for that with Ramos, which is that for years in the minor leagues, they were really working with Ramos on plate discipline. It's the same thing they've worked with Casey Schmidt on throughout this year. You've got to not swing at stuff outside of the zone. You go outside of the zone, you're going to be a bad hitter in the big leagues. That's true. But I also think sometimes and this is challenging, but situationally as a hitter, you've really got to be thinking about that whole, like, am I willing to go out of the zone, or am I going to be uber aggressive here, or do I want to work the count and work the pitcher? When you get to be the 6th hitter in an inning and a run is already in, and there's 2 runners on the play, I don't want you working the count. That's not what you're up there to do. If Yaz gets a walk, what happens? Now the bases are loaded. And you just, and I
for
get
Bailey.
it. For Bailey. Right? And I get it, keep the line moving and all of that, but at a certain point, there are certain moments where I want a hitter to go up there and think about, dude, if you can whack a line drive somewhere, that's the moment to do it. That's the moment to do it. Hit a line drive. And a lot of times the best time to do that is the first pitch.
It is, and I also think about where Yaz has been. I just went back 23 games, which is about a month. It's a month and change, and he has 12 hits. He's batting 160. His OPS is 481.
It's unbelievably bad.
I mean, the on-base is not there. He has a double, a homer, and a run batted in 23 games, which is a month.
Yeah.
And that's going to be about it. 26 punchies in 23 games. So he's in a deep funk. So for him to get up there and expect him to think, you know what? I'm going to just gas up this cut right away because what? You've been hot? He's been so cold that he's probably thinking about, if I can just coax a walk here. I mean, even if it's Bailey behind me, whatever.
Which goes directly to the conversation we had yesterday, which is not okay. You cannot have professional athletes going up there hoping and guessing and praying and handing the baton to someone else to go win the game. Like, you just can't do that. 888-957-9570. Drew in San Jose. Hi, Drew. Thank you for calling. What's up?
Hey, guys. What's going on?
How are you?
Yeah, doing good. I don't know if I'm doing good.
Yeah, man.
I went to the game on Sunday, and that was heart-wrenching in every way, shape, and form. I'm just last night's game, after watching it, just got me thinking, like, what is the main difference between what went on in April and what's going on now, right? Because the players are more or less the same. Like adding, obviously you add Devers, I guess, but what happened, right? I felt the team was more engaged in April. I felt the team was like running the bases well. I felt that I saw more bunting in April. Like I saw more trying new things. I saw more runners getting driven in. It was night and day different than what's going on now. And I don't know. The team doesn't seem mentally engaged. Watching Elliot Ramos with on Sunday running the base paths, like the entire Oracle Park was confused as to what's going on. Yep. Like we were all insane, and even on the fly ball that Lee let drop in front of him, like they're like, why did Lee stop and not survey that properly? It's like I don't know what's going on, but the team doesn't seem mentally engaged and into it, and that. I mean, I obviously don't want to blame this all on Bob Melvin. I'm not that kind of a guy, but making sure the team is mentally engaged and wanting to play and play for the team, that sort of falls on the manager, doesn't it? Well, and when Bob, let me finish. When Bob Melvin has comments about Carson Wisenhunt the day before he gets called up, and when he has a comment during the ESPN broadcast that Spencer Been, he doesn't have anything left. I think we're just going to get him out now. It sounds like a coach that or doesn't. I don't want to say he doesn't want to be there, but it gives a bad vibe.
He definitely wants to be there. Thank you, Drew, and you're welcome for letting you finish. But here's what I struggle with on this question. Because, if you want to come at Bob Melvin about this, a lot of the things that Drew's talking about, sure, those are, in theory, the responsibilities of the manager. But when the manager says, okay, this is how we're going to do it, just like a parent, this is how we're going to do it, and then whoever you're managing doesn't do it effectively, what are your options available? That's what I always look at. Everybody wants Bob to flip a spread. They don't actually flip spreads anymore. We don't do. I'm sorry. We don't. It's 2025. If you want to flip spreads, you're alive too late. I apologize. Nothing I can do about it. But that's not the way anybody behaves anymore. So what do you want the manager to do? At a certain point, if things are not being done the way somebody in charge wants them to be done, you turn to someone else. My question would be, who would you like him to turn to? And that's going to be my defense for Bob Melvin for now, which is he doesn't have any other options.
Yeah, and that's fair. That's fair. I do look at Wilmer Flores, and I just was wondering in my own head as Drew was laying out his point about what's changed since you got Adames. And, Wilmer doesn't play as much as he used to. Before they got Adames, he played in 70 of the first 72, and he was great early, and then he was kind of leveling off, and since then, he plays sporadically, and his OPS, since they got Willie, is 586.
You mean Devers, by the way. You mean Devers.
No, I mean Willie Flores.
No, you're saying when they got Adames.
I'm sorry. I appreciate that.
I just want to make sure everybody knew what you were talking about.
The correction was, it was there. And since mid-June, I was down in Santa Barbara at a graduation, and I was listening to Roxy Bernstein do the national call because I was at a market, and Roxy broke the news, and I was like, oh my God, I had to pull over and check the show thread and the whole thing. And since then, Wilmer is hitting 220 with one home run. And I'm not saying it's because he's not playing as regularly. Maybe it's because he's getting tired and, he's breaking down, whatever it is. But he, I think, is an example of a guy who was a certain player before and he's a different player after. I don't know if you can necessarily connect it. And honestly, the problem with this Giants team is you have too many guys who should be DHing. And it's Wilmer and Rafi Devers should be a DH. And honestly, Elliot Ramos is probably a DH in waiting. So some of these guys have to play the field. Your defense has been mediocre at best. And I think that Wilmer's kind of suffered from not being in there on the regular.
I think it's a fair point. I'd love to look at what Flores was doing right before Devers got acquired, because it felt like somewhere along the road there he did hit a wall. And let's be honest, whatever he was doing there in the first 2 months of the season, that was not sustainable.
Right.
Like he was leading Major League Baseball in runs driven in at a certain point. He was absolutely off to a torrid start, and that wasn't going to continue. But the larger point that you're making is an interesting one. When you're not an everyday player, it becomes harder to put up numbers and stay in a flow. And they do have this sort of weird triangle going on right now. Because who, by the way, I kind of low-key like is Dom Smith.
I was waiting for it,
He's a good player.
Oh, yeah.
He'll hit a little bit for sure. He's got a real good glove over at first base. I'm comfortable when he's in the game, but how do you put him in the game? How do you put him in the game? If you put him in the game, either Devers or Flores doesn't play. And so I don't know if that's your best sort of offensive lineup, but that's one of the pieces that's sort of the cost of doing business when an opportunity like Rafi Devers presents itself. And so I'm sure the Giants looked at that and went, look, it's not perfect, but we're going to deal with that because we're getting Rafi Devers.
Right, and I guess the future of the move will be Bryce Eldridge is the first baseman and Rafi Devers is going to be your DH. And, maybe you get him back to third once every couple of weeks when Chappie needs a break.
Or vice versa.
Sure.
Bryce Eldridge might be the DH, and Rafi Devers might be your first baseman.
Well, and credit Rafi Devers for a phenomenal play yesterday where he dives and catches the ball and somehow throws the glove up and makes a slap tag. That's something that I did not have on my bingo card.
Oh, it was good.
Because that was two good plays.
Yeah.
It was a save of a bad throw and then a slap tag. Just to close the circle on your question about Flores, in the 26 games before the Devers acquisition, one home run.
Yeah,
but an OPS of 646, still not good.
Still below
slightly
average.
Better, 4 doubles, and similar kind of numbers, a little bit better. But this is just one of those cases where Wilmer, it's been a great run, and I'm afraid with Yaz too. Like looking at next year, you're not going to have Wilmer or Yaz on this team, I don't believe.
Probably not.
And you're going to have to pivot to, more productive guys in those spots, right?
Yeah, Wilmer looks to me, if you just collectively take the last 3 years of Giants baseball with Wilmer Flores, looks to me like a body that can't really do 162 anymore. And I don't mean play them all. I just mean I don't know if he's got 5 months of baseball in him. It breaks down. It breaks down. He can still hit. You know what I mean? He's a great professional hitter and all of those things. But the body wears down, and it's got to affect him. And so he was amazing in April and May, and then kind of the start of June. And then he hit a wall. And he's just not really been a productive player after that. And so I don't even know if Wilmer's going to play for anyone next year.
He'll be 34 next week. And, shout out August birthdays. And this is his 13th year. So this is not a criticism.
Not at all.
You get to be 34 and you've played, and this is just tracking his major league. I'm sure he had 3 or 4 years in the minors before that. And so that's a lot of baseball. And you get to be 34 with that level of injury history and
bulky knees. You got bulky knees.
Dude, trust me. I got a knee brace on today.
Yeah.
I know about bulky knees.
You want to go run around and play every day?
I couldn't make it through one game of adult league softball. I tried to go second to third on a ground ball to the right side, and I made it about halfway.
And then what happened?
The hammy.
Oh.
And the team had a rule where first injury, you buy the beers. And so we get to we went to the fourth board in Orinda for the post game. Cost me about $80.
Oh, damn.
For a round of beers. You had 12 guys,
Did you also get tagged out, or did you crawl to third?
I was able to make it to third.
Oh, good.
And then we went to the...
I'm proud of you.
I mean,
Nice job.
The second baseman might have booted it.
Oh,
so
you know.
there was no play to be made at third.
Yeah.
But I get it, balky knees. Shout out Trent.
No doubt.
It's been a great run. And the rest of this year, to your point, like, what options do you have?
Well,
your backup catcher hits less than your starting catcher.
Good Lord.
And your outfield is not very good at fielding the ball. Wisely is a worse hitter than Schmidt, who's been subpar. I mean, he's had moments, right? Including a home run off a position player. And I'll get to that maybe later in the show about that as a pet peeve. Maybe I'll save it for Friday.
Oh, that'd be a good one. Yeah, I know you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like so in vogue now that if you even see a baseball game just on the scoreboard and somebody's up by 10 runs, you're like, well, that's the end of that pitching staff. You know that some outfielder, fifth outfielder is in there pitching at that point.
And I'll just do it now because it's not a big deal for Friday, but the kid on the A's who had the 4 home runs in a game.
Yeah, one of them was off of position play.
Thank you. So, I mean, what are we even doing here?
I don't know.
Like,
it counts.
It counts, yes. But Casey Schmidt hit a couple of big balls, a grand slam.
Couple grannies.
Right. Off of, Kike Hernandez?
Yeah, but one of them was off of Yoshinobu Yamamoto.
It counts.
Yeah.
But my point is, to your point about what are you going to do about it, Bob Bomel, you don't have options. You don't have guys behind the guy who can actually do anything.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. The larger issue that, to me, that is in play with talking about the Giants and their payroll and the fact that they're still not able to separate in the standings kind of blends with what happened, and many of you may have heard about it, between Bryce Harper and Rob Manfred in the Phillies clubhouse last week. It came to light yesterday. We'll explain what we're talking about there and continue with your calls. Mac in San Francisco, you'll be first up. 888-957-9570. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. This is Willard and Dibs.
Hey guys, what's going on?
How are you?
Yeah, doing good. I don't know if I'm doing good.
Now, back to Willard Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, that was honest. I like that. I like that because there is no more canned response in life than when you ask another person how they're doing. It's the stupidest thing that we do. What a waste of time. How you doing? Oh, I'm good.
Yeah, doing good. I don't know if I'm doing good.
No, you're not.
No,
You're
I
not.
love that answer.
You're not doing good. But if you're honest about it, that's like what grandparents do. Hey, Grandma, how you doing?
Give me some Ellen Willard.
My poop is blue. Oh, for crying out loud! Like I don't want to. Do you know what I mean? Like you don't.
It's normally me who works that material in. By the way,
you don't want that answer. You don't want that answer.
Nope.
Yep. But that's what we do.
It is what we do.
Salutation sensation.
It's a buck, and I mean, really, how you doing just means like hello, good afternoon.
Hello, yeah.
Hello, Larry King. But instead, hey, how you doing? We say how you doing because we want to show more empathy than we actually really want to show.
Right.
Because when I ask you how you're doing, I think you understand that I really mean how are you doing? Well, it means how are you doing? Because you and I spend umpteen hours a week together, and so I'm more in tune with like how you're actually doing.
The flow of life.
But if I bump into whoever out there in the pit and say, hey, how you doing? I don't really want to know how you're doing.
Right. But if you see a friend that you haven't seen in 5 years, how are you doing? You hear the difference in the tone?
Totally.
Like, how are you doing?
Yep.
How are the kids? Are they okay? Like, how's your marriage? How's your parents? How's your, like, yeah, it's different.
Funny you say that because I'm actually just reached out to the brother of your former nemesis.
The brother of my former nemesis.
When you played Little League Baseball, whom were you most afraid of? His older brother is a college friend, and so I just reached out with a how you doing.
It's a little much to call him my nemesis. He just, no, but he terrified me.
Ben Igo.
Yeah, he terrified me because I batted second, and my good friend Trent Tesler batted first, and Ben hit him right between the shoulder blades.
Right between the blades.
In the first pitch of the game, and then they're like, all right, now you're up. And I'm like, I don't want to go up there.
No.
Ben Igo has no idea where the ball's going.
And he throws hard.
Yeah, dude.
Tall kid, blonde hair, good family lineage, but I'm going to meet up with his brother, his older brother, so I had him.
Matt, right?
No, Scott is the oldest.
Is there a Matt? Okay, good.
And a Susan and a Becky.
Yep.
I believe Ben is in the middle. Where's he at? He's in the middle.
Okay.
But I reached out to Scott with a, how you doing? But it really meant, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'd like to ask that to Buster Posey. Because has anybody noticed, as much as I'll stand by what I said yesterday, Giants, you are pot committed. You don't get Rafi Devers and then sell at the deadline. That's just dumb.
No.
However, I will also acknowledge, boy, this has turned prickly, hasn't it? Like, okay, Giants, you're one game over 500. Your playoff odds have dipped below 20%. And the deadline is 48 hours away. Almost exactly, right? 3 o'clock on Thursday?
Yep.
48 hours to go. 47, 55, actually. And what do you do? What do you do that looks correct? You know, like if the Giants take a big swing and go get a power bat, it's like, it's almost like, why'd you do that? Why'd you do that? You're 4 games out of the third wild card. Why'd you do that? But they're pot committed, like I said, so they probably will.
Or they'll do maybe very little, and that I think is more likely for me because I think about Buster Posey and job security, and we always look at it through this lens where Buster Posey is probably 99.99% sure that he's coming back next year, no matter how this ends. Bob Melvin, different number, and we can get into that as we go.
Pretty close.
Well, I think it's less than 99.99.
I'd be shocked if Bob Melvin was not the manager next year.
I would also be very surprised. Yeah. I would put that at, maybe 85 to 90% if this thing continues to devolve into a debacle. But if you're Buster, you're not feeling the pressure of 47 hours and 53 minutes. You're thinking about building this thing long term.
Exactly.
And that's why I don't think that they will go out and make a big swing that would cost you Wisenhunt or Eldridge.
Yeah, I agree with that. But what would we define as a big swing? I think they're probably looking real hard at three things: starting pitcher, second base, and a power right-handed bat that probably is someone who can play right field. I think those are the three things. I don't think that they'll cover all of them, but I would not be surprised at all if the Giants make more than one deal. I would not be surprised one bit if there are multiple deals to be made. I don't think that they will involve Eldridge or Wisenhunt.
Right. So that's where I guess my bar is set. So if you're going to go out there and make a big swing for a big-time player, I think that either Wisenhunt or Eldridge would most likely be involved. And if you're not going to trade either one of them, well, now we're looking, for me, at the middle of the market. And I know that Kyle joined us yesterday. Kyle Haynes, thank you, director of the minor league system. And he likes his farm more than we all like his farm. But I wonder if other teams are looking at their farm and thinking, well, there's a guy who we'd love to have, and we'll give you our power-hitting outfielder. We'll give you our legitimate number 3 or number 4 starter. I just don't know if they have the arrows in their quiver to make that happen.
Yeah, I think we also have to remember deadline deals are not what they used to be. Like, it's very rare now that teams are giving up their absolute top prospects at the deadline because so many of those people are rentals. They're coming in for a short period of time, or they need big raises, and teams are really hesitant to do that. That's why a lot of them are even on the market. Some of them may not be free agents at the end of the year, but you know that they are going to be free agents soon, and you're not going to pay them, and so you're ready to move on from them. If you do look around at the deals that happen that involve people's top prospects, they happen well before the deadline, like Juan Soto to San Diego, like Rafael Devers to San Francisco. They happen earlier, and then they involve people's top prospects. But I don't really see anybody on the market right now who's going to command someone else's number 1 prospect. I don't even know who that would be. Do you know what I mean? And in some cases, the person who that would be has already been pulled off of the market. Take Seth Lugo in Kansas City. He signed an extension. He's not going anywhere. So anyway, yeah, for me, Bryce Eldridge is off the table. I know the Giants don't like using that phraseology. Bryce Eldridge, to me, is not going anywhere.
Agreed, and I think that, where you are with starting pitching right now, you're not going to trade Carson Wisenhunt, no matter how you felt about his debut. And I thought that his debut was fine. He was a little shaky early, and, you give up the home run on the changeup, and then you had a little trouble with that fastball command that Kyle was talking about yesterday, but I do think that he's got, especially as a left-hander, he's got a nice pitch mix that will play at the big league level. And right now you don't have enough starters anyway, so I don't think that he's going to be the guy who you dangle.
I agree. I agree. Mac in San Francisco next up, 888-957-9570. Matt, what are you doing?
I'm just working.
Oh, okay. Well, not right now.
No, I was just calling to let you know that I think maybe one of the best things for them to do would be get something small. Because, again, like you said, I don't think they can do anything huge unless you're going to do Eldridge or Wisenhunt, which I don't think they're going to do. The guy I would like them to see get, which would be a perfect guy because he could be penciled in every day at second base playing leadoff, is that kid in Miami, Xavier, and he's got speed.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not going to disagree with you, and thanks, Mac. I don't hear a whole lot of buzz about the Miami Marlins dealing some of those guys other than Alcantara, their starter who has such a history. I do think that he may be on the move, but a lot of those young guys in Miami, they're still cheap for a while, and that's what Miami likes. So I know that you dangle them early in the hopes of somebody being like, yeah, we'll give you something great out of our system, but I could be wrong. I have a feeling, though, that other than Sandy Alcantara, and that's only a possibility, I think the Marlins guys are going to be quiet.
Agreed. The one that I think about maybe just because he's a local kid is Joe Ryan, a guy who's had a great year with Minnesota. And
that's going to be pricey.
It could be, but he does come up. I'm looking here that he becomes arbitration eligible, so if Minnesota's not going to want to give him $20 million next year. They might want to just, cut bait now because they're not going anywhere.
How many ARB years do we have left on Joe Ryan? How many ARBs does he got?
Earliest arbitration eligible is 2026. So he becomes ARB eligible next year and then free agent in 2028. So you'd have 2 ARBs. I mean, and we can get into this with the Bryce Harper discussion because
let's get into this.
If you want to get into it, this to me is, if I'm a player, as much as Flaccid Rob wants a cap, if I'm a player and I'm Joe Ryan, who's been great, and I got to sit for 2 more years before I get what's coming to me.
You're 100% right.
So we'll get into it.
But that's why Bryce Harper was wrong. And
that's why he was absolutely right.
No, just first of all, the quick teaser is this. Rob Manfred is going into all the clubhouses and trying to talk about this kind of a pre-discussion about coming negotiations for collective bargaining in baseball. And baseball needs to change its business model, period. It has to.
Both ways.
Yes, absolutely. But the idea of a salary cap comes up, and Harper basically tells Manfred, get out of our clubhouse. Get the bleep.
Yeah, Bryce.
Out of our clubhouse.
Let him know.
Except for Manfred is absolutely within the right to look at him and go, no. How about that? Which is exactly what happened, but that news came to light yesterday, and I think there's a lot to be said about it, and it affects the Giants 100%. So we'll get to that coming up next. Remember that coming up at 4:30 today, the Valkyries are taking on the Atlanta Dream. The game is on the Valkyries channel on the Odyssey app. Download the app, search Valkyries. You'll see it. You can also watch the game on KPIX pregame at 4. We're brought to you by the San Francisco Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. This is Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Probably shouldn't do this. Like, I mean, we're here for all of you. We're here to talk about what you want to talk about and have some fun doing it. But every now and again, like to use the fact that we have this platform and therefore there's a lot of people who know things that I don't know, and I want to like utilize that sometimes. So I'm getting texts from the kids that apparently there's a dead skunk under the deck at the house.
Oh boy!
And we've been able to smell it, but like skunks in my neighborhood, that's not a rare thing,
right?
So it's just kind of like whatever, it'll go away, and but it's not going away. And so one of the kids just took a quick look under the deck, and he's like, "There's a dead skunk under there." And so like, am I supposed to like do something about that? Like, can I go down there with a big pair of barbecue tongs or something and take care of this myself, or is this an animal control thing?
Well, this is the beauty.
What is your expertise on this?
Well, and my gut on this is it's a classic case of tenant versus owner.
Oh,
tenant
okay, yes.
Versus owner.
I am not an owner. I'm a renter.
Correct.
So, yeah.
As a tenant, that to me is a phone call.
Okay.
Hey, Bob, it's Mark, and we have the situation where we've got Pepe Le Pew, R.I.P., under our deck. I'm going to need you to call somebody to come out here and get this. All right, call me back when you get a minute. Beep. Tenant versus owner. Now, for me, as the
owner's great guy. Very, very very helpful if
I'm
something's
in this
needed.
situation, the first call I make is to Guru.
Oh.
That way he can put me in touch with the good people at Atco Pest Control.
Oh.
Yeah. So,
I guess we could do that.
Sure. And they would...
Guru, text me. There.
Yeah.
I just got in touch with Guru.
There you go. And again, I mean, and you could put your people in touch with their people and have it taken care of. But that for me is a classic tenant versus owner situation where, as the tenant, like, I'm going to need you to come in here and take care of this for me.
And apparently it's not looking good down there. Like, it's one thing if an animal is just kind of like they've passed away. But Abe reports it as, quote, gross as S.
Okay.
Yeah. That's the text that I just got.
Normally it would be gross as F, but I'll allow gross as S.
Yeah, he went with S.
And is it for sure dead?
Oh, it apparently.
Well,
he said he looked down there, he saw it right away.
I was at Pop's house over the weekend, and we heard a noise, and my wife actually was like, "What's that noise?" And I said, "Oh, it's just the water going down the sink in the kitchen." And, well, the water drained out of the sink, and 7 minutes later we heard the same noise, and she said, "That's not the sink, dude." She said, "Something's in the closet, the hall closet."
Oh.
And so you crack open the door, and
what was it?
Either Mickey or Minnie, who had gotten into the trap and wasn't doing great.
Oh, damn.
So, Pop.
I'm such a softie. I hate that. Like, I know that's what it's for.
I hate to see it.
Yeah.
So Pop fills up a bucket of water, and now we're going to go ahead and see if Minnie and or Mickey can swim. Spoiler alert, they can't. And then bag them and tag them, green bin, and we're on to Cincinnati.
Wow.
So there you have it.
Okay.
But again, tenant versus owner.
Okay.
He's the owner, and so you got no one to call.
Yeah. That's a good point. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to wash my hands of this situation, and then I will probably wash my hands after this situation.
You should.
As well.
Yeah.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. So here's kind of, and this started this morning. I'm doing my run, and I'm listening to Grandy and Shasky talk about this Bryce Harper, Rob Manfred thing. And it sparked a lot of thought, which is the idea. So they did a really good job. But I was sitting here because real quick, Shasky's thought was, no, not salary cap, salary floor, but just salary floor. And then Grandy was just like, yay players. Like, I'm on the players' side here. And basically the idea was Rob Manfred is going clubhouse to clubhouse. So I'm sure he did it with the Giants as well. And he's bringing up the idea of a salary cap. And the players are like, hell no, we're not doing that. And then their lead dog, Bryce Harper's like, ooh, this is an opportunity for all my teammates to love me long time and get the fans all on my side. Hey, Rob, You get the F out of my clubhouse.
Love it.
If you're going to be talking about a salary cap in here. And here would be my response. Hey, Bryce, I know you think you just got all of your teammates and the fans on your side, but I wonder if for a moment you could go ask a fan base that's also in your state, but not your fan base, happens to be a fan base that's visiting here this week. Go ask a Pirates fan if they would like a salary cap, or if we would like to continue to parade around as the Phillies, Mets, Dodgers, Cubs, Padres, Red Sox, Yankees, Blue Jays, whatever, all the same teams that make the playoffs every year and act like they've achieved something, even though what they've actually done is simply press their leverage button. That's all they're doing. So Bryce does something that's really popular because everybody hates Rob Manfred, and I get that. He doesn't deserve to be a popular guy. But if you stop and think about what he's saying for a second, what he's actually saying is, hey guys, our business model, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Look around at the other sports. Look around at the fact that Jacksonville can compete and Green Bay can compete, and Indianapolis was in the NBA Finals just last month. Look around at that. Do we have that? No, we don't have that, and we need that. So instead of telling Rob Manfred, hey, get the F out of my clubhouse, why don't the players use the leverage that they have? And I agree. Here's where I think you and I agree. If you guys want a salary cap, owners, okay, we want a salary floor. We also want, once we come out of the minor leagues, we'd like to sign a rookie contract. And when it's over, we'd like to be free agents.
That's right, yeah.
And if that rookie contract is only 2 years, it's only 2 years. But you could take this arbitration piece of crap where you control us for 5 years from the minute we step foot on a Major League Baseball field.
On a Major League field.
Right. That may mean that we spent 3 years on minor league fields, and we're going to almost be 30 years old before we can control our own lives and career. You could take that system and throw that into Max Muncy's ocean as well. And if you do that, then maybe we'll have a salary cap.
Then we can have an actual conversation.
Yes.
And it's not even when you set foot on a Major League roster, because if you get called up and then you get sent down, your clock stops temporarily as far as your Major League service goes. And I don't think about a salary cap as the answer, but a salary floor absolutely is. And you mentioned Pittsburgh, and I don't know who the owner is until I just Googled it, and I don't even know if you know this man. The man's name is Bob Nutting.
I do not know this man.
Bob Nutting.
I've heard that name, though.
That's the level of interest he has in spending on his team. Nutting. He has nutting interest in spending. He's worth more than $1 billion, Lucas. You can throw your hands up all you want, Director of Sports. What are you going to do about it? Nutting. Thank you. I brought that home. He took over the team. Thank you. He took over the team in 2007. Since then, the Pirates have been bottom 5 in opening day payroll in all but 3 years. Yep. And in those 3 years, 24th, 20th, and 24th. I don't even want to bore you with the John Fisher comp, but he's worth more than $1.1 billion, and they're always at the bottom as well. So miss me with the salary cap. And as we learned this year from the Dodgers, cap schmap, because they can go ahead and defer 80% of the income for Shohei Ohtani and the rest of it. The real issue is the salary floor. You have so many teams that could give a crap. I don't know Bob Nutting personally, but if his payroll is $70 million, can you go out and make $70 million by having a major league team? You damn right you can.
I mean, by the end of the first 3 weeks, yes.
And he's got stars. He's got 2 of the 10 or 20 youngest, biggest, brightest stars. You've got a team that's not terrible.
Do you realize how offensive it is that Paul Skeens, who, by the way, I think either it just turned 23 or he's about to, you realize how offensive it is that there's already talk about where they're going to trade him? Do you know when Paul Skeens is available to the market?
As a free agent?
Yeah.
I would say we're going to have probably 2032. Maybe not that long. 2030?
That's correct.
Yeah.
2030. This guy has already established himself as one of the absolute best players in the game. He does not yet make $1 million. He is Brock Purdy with a baseball uniform. However, the difference is, when will they let him out of this hole? 5 years from now when he's almost 30? That's bananas.
Yep.
That's bananas. And it's horrible for the game that somebody who has that much team control, somewhat cost controlled from now until then, is already being discussed as trade bait, also known as future Dodger or future Yankee.
Right.
So if that's how you're going to handle it, when you get a generational talent in a market like Pittsburgh or any of the others, Las Vegas, for example,
yeah.
If that's how you're going to handle it, why are you even here? If I were a Pirates fan, and Guru, I guarantee, is agreeing with me on this because he does have an affinity for the Pirates, like, why are you here? What is your reason for existing? What's your point? Just because the Dodgers need to play someone? There are so many Washington Generals franchises running around Major League Baseball right now. It's not even funny. And that's the actual problem. I'd also say this. I don't know if Rob Manfred had the wherewithal to say this when Bryce Harper started cussing at him. But why don't you look right at everybody and go, do you realize that the NFL doesn't even have a soft cap? It has a hard cap. Go ahead and ask their Bryce Harpers, the quarterbacks. You guys having a hard time finding money? Anyone? Is this salary cap thing just killing everybody's earning power in the NFL? The Cincinnati Bengals just decided to rock $70 million a year on 2 wide receivers. People are still making money.
But that's missing the greater point.
What's the greater point?
The greater point is, on a 53-man NFL team, you've got 40 guys who are making less than $3 or $4 million, and all of them are subject to instant termination. Mm-hmm. So in baseball, it's like that, but it's like that in a different way, where you're not going to get terminated because your deal's guaranteed, but you've got 6 years of making peanuts.
Right, but the NFL, the reason for that, what you just laid out, the reason for that is because of the occurrence of injury. Owners need to protect themselves because NFL teams go into a season and they know, by the way, we're going to have to sign a bunch more people, because half of you are going to break your legs and you're not going to be able to finish the season.
But even though it's capped, it's hard capped. Like Brock Purdy next year will make about 20% of the team's cap. Mm-hmm. And so he's that important. He's the quarterback, but the cap is limiting other players' ability to go out there and make the money that they think that they should be able to make.
See, I don't necessarily agree with that.
If it was uncapped, you'd have high-spending teams like the Niners and like the other big market teams. They would be able to spend more money on guys.
Well, but what you also see, though, is a lot of them, nobody just decides, now we're only going to spend $30 million this year, which is what baseball has. Nobody does that in football.
Because football, you're going to make that money regardless. Like, even if you are Carolina and you spend every dollar of the cap, which is about $200 million or so, I don't know the exact number, even though you're Carolina, you're going to make money. If you're Pittsburgh and you stink and you spend $70 million in payroll, you could still turn a nice tidy little profit.
But you can do that in baseball too, by the way. They are profiting, which is why they won't turn over their books. They are profiting still, number one. But number two, this is like any other company. Our companies in our industry do this too. They start to talk to individuals in contract negotiations and explain to them the nature of the business and where it's going. And I'm sorry to tell you, Bryce Harper, your business is not booming and sustainable in a way that it could be if you would involve all of the teams. Like, how do the Pirates make more money? This is a classic invest money to make money. How do the Pirates or the A's or the Marlins make more money? I don't know. How about actually have a shot? How about actually have a chance at a player you'd want to see? How about have a chance at first place, just like all the small markets in the NFL, to a lesser degree the NBA, but they do. They have a chance to go out there and actually compete. Not in baseball. Not in baseball. So again, all I'm saying, I'm not saying, hey, if you're players, oh yeah, just agree to a salary cap. But if it came along with it, a salary floor and a change to the arbitration system, which holds players down for too long in their career, that's a win for everybody.
That I agree with, but I don't agree with the idea of, spending to win because it's risky. If I walk into a Vegas casino with $500 cash in my pocket, if I walk by all the tables and I go up to my room and I still have $500 in my pocket, that is a safer bet than risking my $500 to win $2,000 or get zero. And that's what baseball is. You've got Pittsburgh, who has a low payroll, and their owner realizes that if I keep the payroll down, the risk for me to lose money is much less, as opposed to you go out and you're the Giants, and it's an apt example right now because their payroll is $200 million, and if they wind up 80 and 82 yet again, and you don't get that playoff revenue, they're not going to lose a ton of money because this is a big market and people care about it, but the risk of spending $200 million is greater than being Pittsburgh, where you spend $70 in payroll and you're pretty sure you're going to break even at worst.
Again, I'm not saying that everybody needs to do like they do in the NFL, which is bump up against the top of the cap, but there needs to be a salary floor, and it doesn't even need to necessarily be that high, but it needs to be a competitive balance floor to where a team is committing to try to win baseball games, because that's the point. That's what we're doing here. If you don't like that, then don't buy a baseball team. But outside of that, the idea that you can buy a baseball team, know full well that its value as a franchise just continues to rise.
Yep.
Rise. And that's beach real estate. You don't have to worry about that part of it. But then at the same time, you're worried about losing a few bucks 1 year, knowing, by the way, that even if you did, let's say your operating costs, you lost $50 million, but the value of your franchise went up 150 during that time. Who gives a rip? That's the business. That's what you're doing here. And by the way, you might not lose money. You might actually win, and you might fill your ballpark. Look around at how many ballparks are absolutely half or more empty in these games when the good teams visit. It's not the way it should be.
And I wonder about Detroit this year as an example of what you're saying, because Detroit is good.
They're really
and Detroit's trending toward maybe doing something special or something that they don't normally do. Kansas City had that little run in the 20-teens where, you lost to the Giants, then you won a World Series. And, Kansas City, a similar story. And Tampa's had little mini runs and the Marlins along the way. But in general, I think that part of it, I'm with you. Salary floor, absolutely. I don't know about a salary cap. And the other piece that really kind of bothered me about Rob Manfred is he's already talking about a lockout. And we're now a year and a half away from the CBA expiring. And he's already trying to weaponize that as something that he's putting in the player's face. That to me is bad faith bargaining already from Rob.
No, look, I don't like that word either. I agree with you there. Again, I certainly am not sitting here saying that I now love Rob Manfred. I just
love Manfred.
I don't at all, but I don't think he deserves to be cussed out because he's bringing up a salary cap. There are caps in the NBA. There are caps in the NFL, and everybody is doing fine. For God's sake, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's about to make $1 million a game. $1 million a game.
But those are the top tier guys,
And that's who was yelling at Rob Manfred.
Right.
That's who was yelling at him. The guy who's got over $330 million.
$330, I'm looking at it.
In his most recent contract. A cap is not going to stop that kind of thing from happening. It's not. But if you used it as leverage to get a floor, I mean, put it this way. If I was the 23rd guy on the roster in the Phillies,
right,
and Mr. 330 mil over here is screaming at Rob Manfred to get the hell out of the building, I might quietly be like, hey, Bryce, could we listen to him?
Can we get a salary floor?
Could we listen to him? Could we use it to get a salary floor so that I could make a little bit more money than my minimum over here, Mr. $330 million, never think about money again in your life forever? I don't know. Can you... That's all that I think is being asked of here. Can you look at the bigger picture and instead of just using that word cap to immediately get offended and think that it automatically means less money for players? I don't know that it means that because, oh, by the way, you don't have a cap now and half the league is not spending crap on anyone. if you could get all of those teams spending a little bit too, I think I could pretty quickly argue that this would be good for players.
Depends on which teams you're talking about. And I'm just looking at Detroit where they've got Baez and Flaherty making 25. You've got Alex Cobb, friend of the program, making 15. And Glaber, the Glaybombs making 15. Scooble's making 10. So Detroit's at least spending
a little bit.
And they're winning. But, other teams, that's the problem where you got the A's and you've got the Rays traditionally and the Marlins and the Pirates. These teams, they have no incentive to spend. You find a bunch of young guys, maybe you make a cute little run once or twice, then you trade them all off, and then you start it all over.
Is that incentive, though? Is that the incentive?
Well, the incentive is to make money.
You got Ichiro at his Hall of Fame speech literally saying and making a joke that when the Miami Marlins called and made him an offer, his first response was, I didn't even know that was a team.
Wow, yeah.
He said that.
He was running material. He's
great. Amazing.
Yep.
Has anybody in the world ever not loved Ichiro? Like, unbelievable.
I saw a stat yesterday. They did all of the 3,000 hit players with their grand total of hits before the age of, I want to say 26, or it might have been 28, and he had 0. He had no hits.
0.
And, there's Musial, and there's, Tris Speaker, and Hornsby and Cobb and Rose and all these guys, and you get all the way to the bottom, 0. No hits, not a hit.
It's like the Giants with runners in scoring position.
That was too soon.
0 hits.
They actually had 4 last night.
I know they did.
4 hits with runners in scoring position.
I know.
And not enough.
Not enough. We're gonna need 5.
Yep.
We're gonna need. It's like Ocean's 11. You want to get one more? I get you one more.
Yeah.
I have breaking news.
Oh.
I do.
You do?
I do. No, don't hit the thing because it's not that kind of breaking news. Like Kuminga didn't sign.
Okay.
What? He didn't. David Lombardi's going to join us in a half hour.
All right.
David Lombardi is done. Yeah.
Totally.
Done for the day out at Niners camp. And we're going to talk some things out with David Lombardi of the SF Standard coming up at 4:15. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570. Speaking of Kuminga,
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Well, I was on hold and waiting for you guys to talk to me. Jaden Daniels is FaceTiming me, so I had to tell him, I got to go on this show. I'll get back to you when I get off this show. So
come on, Coach.
On 95.7 The Game.
That was back when we thought Jaden Daniels might be nice, but before we knew that Jaden Daniels' next big thing.
Oh, he's nice.
Next big thing.
Bigger than Bo Nix as far as next big thing?
Yes.
Because Bo Nix is getting a lot of buzz now.
Bo's good. What was that? What was that noise?
I don't know. A little
something? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, Bo Nix is nice. But for me, when people do this in the NFL, there's the big four. Big four quarterbacks, right? Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson. And then for a while last year, everybody's like, does anybody else belong in that conversation? Or who's next? Who's number 5? Jaden Daniels. That'd be the next person I took off the board. Jaden Daniels. And I answer that without hesitation.
It's early. It is 1 year in.
Yep.
And so, small sample size, Steve, we do that when we want to discount people or if we want to elevate them. But, yeah, so far, one down, one playoff berth. And
NFC title game as a rook.
He looked good.
Yeah.
And he looked every bit the part. And he didn't really quiver or quaver in the big moment.
Nope,
he played great the whole year.
My goodness. Yeah. What a phenomenal player. All right. On the football front, David Lombardi, SF Standard, will join us here in 25 minutes, all done with things at Niners camp today. And today was day 3 of 3 consecutive padded practices. So things were getting hot and heavy. There were some pushing and shoving, and we'll get all of the update from David Lombardi in Santa Clara coming up here in a little bit less than a half hour. Yeah, speaking of Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah, you kind of teased it.
I did tease it.
You said his name, and then you turn off the mic. I don't know if that counts.
It's unorthodox.
Very.
Did it make you want to know how I was going to finish the sentence?
Kind of made me mad, to be honest. Like, it's not normally what you do.
Why do I have to do things that I normally do?
You don't.
Maybe I turned over a new leaf.
Yeah.
I'm now married and I've been to Jamaica. Like, maybe I'm a changed man.
Perhaps. You do have some hackneyed 2-word accent that you've been trotting out.
Changed man.
That's right. He's a changed man.
Yeah, man.
Oh, God.
I ordered a drink out there called the Big Mac. Big Mac.
2 all-beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onion on a sesame seed bun?
No, actually, the first ingredient is bourbon. Bourbon. Now, wait a minute. What do you got against bourbon?
A lot.
Why?
It's just not my my thing.
That's fine. You don't need to give it the gas face.
I prefer the clear liquors.
Okay, that's fine.
Like new vodka.
New vodka, yes.
If you'd let me vamp on it, maybe I get a piece of the deal down the road.
Probably not.
I don't think so, although the cucumber does sound refreshing and appetizing.
Listen, we had plenty of...
I'm liking it early, Mark. Thank you. I'm liking it early. Clear liquors though for me, like even when it goes when I go to the tequila, I prefer the blancos as opposed to the colored the light brown tequilas.
That's racist.
It's not.
Okay.
There you go, Austin and San Jose. Thank you. Great. Join the list.
So what else is in the Big Mac?
I don't even remember, brother. I was drunk. Like, it was red. And, it was fruity. It was an island drink. Like, our favorite bartender, Terry Ann, she, you got one of those little menus sitting on the bar. And I'm like, hey, what's fun here? Because I'm already like 3 vodka cranberries in. And I'm like, I need a taste of something else. What's good here? And she started telling me about a couple of the drinks that were her favorites. And one of them was the Big Mac. And if you ordered it, she'd yell it twice. And I really liked that. I enjoyed that. She'd go, Big Mac, and then everybody would go, Big Mac, and they'd make a Big Mac, and then I would drink it and get happy. It was red. There was things in it, but bourbon. there was bourbon.
Yeah. Something maybe either cranberry or grenadine.
No grenadine. No.
Yeah.
I'm not 5. We're not doing...
Let me get a stiff Shirley Temple.
Shirley Temple. There were no cherries in it. But I try to look it up because I don't know if it was just this resorts thing or if it's a thing. Like, look up Jamaica Big Mac drink and then say it twice. Big Mac.
Okay.
Yeah, do that.
Never been a big bourbon guy, that's all.
Okay.
That's
fine.
Yeah, it's a little bit like gasolina going down.
Gasolina. Here, Jamaica Big Mac drink recipe. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so anyway, but yeah, that's what happened.
Okay.
That's what happened.
Awesome.
Yeah.
You said it twice, so there you have it.
But anyway, back to speaking of Jonathan Kuminga. Mark Stein, who was on this show 2 weeks ago, might have been actually the last guest we had before I blew this popcorn stand. Mark Stein came on. And we love Mark Stein. Mark Stein is as tapped in of an NBA reporter who's out there, in my mind. And he had a report yesterday that I think has kind of gotten pushed under the covers because I think it's a pretty big freaking deal. He reported that a contract offer is on the table from the Warriors to Jonathan Kuminga, and he's got numbers. Now, I don't know if it's 100% accurate. I got no reason to doubt him. But I find it very interesting because we've all been talking about this guy and this situation for so long, and we've been guessing the entire time. How many times on this radio station have you heard someone be like, now, if the Warriors were to do 3 years and 65, or on the other end of the spectrum, like, is he going to just be stuck with the qualifying offer of 7.9? This actually defines it. He says the Warriors have offered Jonathan Kuminga 2 years and $40 million. And for me, that changes my opinion of this situation. This holdout or this staring contest.
Right.
It's not a holdout.
Nope.
If that's on the table, as much as you could sell me on how life's not fair in restricted free agency right now, that is, all things considered, the situation, the team, the market, all things considered, that is a very fair offer. That is a very fair offer, and if Jonathan does not want to take that, I would question what it is that Jonathan thinks is going to happen next that's going to be better than that.
I would say he would channel his inner William Wallace, which would be freedom. If it's 2 years and 40 and it's a 2-year deal where it's not a player option for year 2, it's just the team has you for 2 years and you really, really, really don't want to be here, then I could see where you might feel less enthused about $40 million for 2 years as opposed to 1 year and 7.9, bet on yourself, and then you do have that William Wallace. You've got the freedom. That's all I can think of because
expensive risk.
Potentially.
That's a $32 million risk.
In theory, but think about it from the other side. You play on the qualifying offer, and you do what you do. You got the ha-ha. You cook when you are allowed to cook with an apron, and then you're a free agent, and you go elsewhere when teams have more money. And could you then get, over the course of the next, not 1 year, you may not get 1 year and 32,
look at it as
which would be a break even.
3 or 4 years after that.
Can you then go out and get 4 years and $100 million? In an immediate deal in a place of your choosing? If you believe you can do that, that would be the only reason why I would look at the situation and think you might want to pass.
You could. That could happen. But again, what I'm thinking about, as we all are, is this is a risk-reward conversation. And what I would argue is it could go that way, but for it to go that way, once again, you have to be a Warrior for a year. You have to be a Warrior.
And they have to play you.
And they have to play you.
Yeah.
And then you have to put up those numbers, which, by the way, I would argue is highly unlikely.
I think it's more likely than you believe based on the fact you've got old guys on your team and you're going to need young people to play.
You're banking on injury, pretty much. You're banking on Steph or Jimmy or both getting somewhat significant injuries, and you may say that
not
that's
even that significant. I mean, none of them will play more than 70 games, I would bet.
Okay, that's fine, but that gives you a very small window of games where you need to go up and again, not just put up numbers, but you need to make other teams believe that you are that guy. And I would argue that a 2-year, $40 million deal, A, is $32 million richer, guaranteed. B, it increases the likelihood of a trade. I'd argue if you want out, you're going to get out quicker by signing this deal, because I think the likelihood of you being traded in January is way better than if you sign that qualifying offer where you end up with effectively a no-trade clause and you're not making a number that even makes you tradable. Like, it's clearly a deal that suggests the Warriors are going to kick the can down the road. They've got your services, but they're going to keep trying to trade you, and they're going to trade you at a number that makes much more sense for them. And you get $32 million extra dollars for your time.
Perhaps it's 32. I mean, you're assuming that in year 2 of his qualifying offer, then free agency, that he would make nothing. And let's just say he's able to go out and make $20 million in that next contract elsewhere. Now you're only giving up $12 million, which is still $12 million, but you would figure you could go out and get a longer-term deal somewhere, and also you would then be able to control your own destiny. If you sign a 2-year, $40 million deal with the Warriors, you're basically saying, trade me wherever the heck you want. And I don't know if he wants to give up that power.
Well, I would say that nobody's going to acquire Jonathan if they're not excited to have him and have him play a lot more, number one. But number two, we're still talking about a 2-year deal. You're back to free agency by age 25.
That's right.
I mean, here's the other thing, and this is, I'm not even saying that you're wrong, because I don't know what the hell I would do. I just know that everyone I hear in NBA circles is like, the qualifying offer is not something he's going to do. He does not want to do that. And no one ever wants to do that. Like, I don't know. Nobody does that. Nobody chooses that option.
It happened, and we had the example when you were gone.
It's so rare,
Was it Ben Gordon, Lucas, the guy who played on the qualifying offer and went out and actually got a big contract after that? But it's like a less than 1 in 10 proposition.
Right,
historically, it usually doesn't happen.
And we've been told in this specific thing that he has no interest in doing that. So, I hear everything that you're saying, and I understand the thought process. But if we go under the idea that, no, he does not want to do that, okay, then take that off the table. And then the Warriors put 2 and 40 in front of you. I would ask Jonathan, dude, what the hell do you think's going to happen next if you don't sign that? And again, so he doesn't want to do the qualifying. He doesn't want to do 2 and 40 with the Warriors. What is it you think's going to happen? You think you can get him to get to 50? Do you think that these other teams are going to suddenly up their offer to the Warriors as we get later into the summer? I just don't think those things are going to happen. So, that's a pretty fair deal considering other reports that, for instance, Cam Thomas, restricted free agent right now with Brooklyn, is being offered $14 a year for a 2-year deal. I don't know, man. We've had a lot of conversations about Kuminga having to accept 15. If the Warriors are offering 40 over 2 years, that's about as flexible as I feel like this is going to get.
It's a tough one to resist. No doubt. I look at that number, and I would feel in his camp that that's a tough one to resist because, like you said, even if things don't go great the next 2 years, and so far your experience here has not been wonderful,
right?
You would only be 25, and you would have $40 more million in the bank, and after 2 more years, assuming they don't trade you, and you're here for 2 more years, and you have to play it out, well, at that point, you're 25, you could be a free agent. Maybe the Warriors decide to keep you if Steph and Jimmy and Draymond are all gone. Who knows what happens in 2 years? That's a long time in an NBA lifespan, and also gives you the security of
exactly.
You're going to the African Cup here in a couple of weeks, and if something were to happen against Cape Verde, or if you eventually go up against another country and something bad happens, you'd be well taken care of. The only thing you're giving up is the ability to control your own destiny, which you have that right now, where you can kind of sit back and...
Do you?
Well, you do in that you can play on the qualifying offer, and then you have the right to refuse any trade.
Understood. But again...
But that's about all he has.
Right. I'm sitting here going, who wants to sign up for, I would like... it's something between an ego stroke and a little bit sooner control. But I'll give up $32 million for that.
Well, you're not giving up the full 32.
But you are.
I get your point.
If your leg snaps, you did. You gave up $32 million so that you could have control a little bit earlier. I just think it's a bad bet. If I was his agent, I'd be like, that's a no.
Well, and his agent's already circling back on, we never turned down $30 million. So I think already.
I don't think they did. I agree with him.
Well, whatever.
The Warriors never made a firm offer to Jonathan
Whatever the
Kuminga.
firm offer, the conversations were, whatever happened last offseason, I would bet it was greater than $20 million a year. That's my own gut on where we were last year. And whatever they either turned down or didn't turn down, here we are, and it's late July, and your client is still unsigned.
Yep. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, and David Lombardi will join us in a little bit over 10 minutes after Niners camp today. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. It's like you've already made what is likely, and I want to acknowledge, I don't know, and as you just said, I don't know exactly how those conversations went last year. I have been told that the Warriors and Kuminga, it never got to a firm offer. Nobody ever slid the paper over to Jonathan's side of the table. But were there discussions that were more general about, we're thinking about something in this range? Yeah, maybe, probably.
And he wanted the max.
And were those over 20? Almost assuredly. And as Jonathan's agent, you bet that was not what you wanted to do. You decided, no, let's not do that. Let's wait for restricted free agency. And I would argue that has turned out to have been a bad bet. So now you get to do it again. Do you want to push chips into the middle of the table again? Do you want to now turn down 2 and 40 so that you could either do what? Whether it's a qualifying offer, whether his agent is still on the phone with the Suns and the Kings and whoever else to be like, come on, like up your offer, like we'll come sign with you. Like if you want to do all those things, you can, but you just brought up what I think is a phenomenal thing for people to know. If we are 2 weeks away from him playing basketball at a competitive level in an overseas tournament, dude, as his agent, I'm not letting you go out there and play without something solidified that takes care of money for the rest of your life. And oh, by the way, worst case scenario is that you sign this, we make you a really rich man, you have to deal with that awful tyrant Steve Kerr for 24 more months, and then at the age of 25, you hit the open market.
Yep, once and for all.
Is that bad? Is that so awful?
2 years is a long time. And when you hit that open market, and I'm just going to play the other side of it and say, if I'm Kuminga, and through 4 years, it's been, when we don't have any other option, you can go cook. But otherwise, we're going to DNP you in the biggest games of the year, and we don't really value you the way you value yourself. And so if I'm Kuminga, $40 million for 2 years is not nothing, but where's my value going to be if I got 2 more years under his thumb, 2 more years of you're the 7th or 8th man if we allow you to be?
I don't think that's what they want either. Like, I know that this has become...
It's what they've shown.
Well, because it's also, they would argue, what he's shown. Like, on some level, there needs to be a middle ground here. If you want to argue that the Warriors have been stubborn and dismissive of a young player, great, have that argument. I'd also, I think it's quite obvious that's not what the Warriors want. They don't want to pick someone 7th in the draft, pay him $20 million a year, and then have him watch basketball for 7 months. That's not what they want. They would like Jonathan to accept a little bit of a different role than what Jonathan wants. Well, that means there's got to be some sort of a middle ground, right? Like Jonathan, you absolutely can thrive. Maybe not in the way right now that you want, but it could set you up even to thrive somewhere else in the future. It can get you on the damn court if, hustle, rebound, pass a little bit more, accept the idea that you're option 3 or 4, as opposed to when you're on the floor wanting to ha-ha and show everybody that you might be an NBA 1 someday. Again, I get that that's what he wants.
Right. Right.
But the Warriors have a seat at this table, and they get to say what they want.
They do.
And so far, there hasn't been, like, both sides have been stubborn here.
Yeah, we're a month into it.
Not just Steve. No, I mean for 3 years.
Oh, yeah, for 4 years, absolutely.
They've both been very stubborn. Jonathan, too.
He's tried, I think, to develop as a player, but the things in the areas where they want him to be better at, he hasn't shown them consistently enough to be better in those areas. And so, yeah, you've reached a bit of an impasse. And so, is it so broken that it can't work? I don't believe so.
I agree with you.
I think that when push comes to shove, and, this offer is one where if you are in the Kuminga camp, you do have to kind of take a step back and say, this is $20 million a year. And if I was Kuminga's agent, and if this offer was actually one that has been discussed and extended, I would go back to the Warriors and say, we're kind of open to this, but we want the second year to be a player option. That way, if you get to the trade deadline and the Warriors trade Kuminga, and Kuminga gets traded to fill in the blank place that he's not happy with, he then has a little bit more of an ability to say, I'm going to opt out of $20 million and be a free agent then. That's what I would. That would be my counterpoint.
But they'll say no. So now you're saying, let's take the qualifying offer, more than double it, and offer you free agency if you want at the end of next year. The Warriors will say no. Because again, think about what the Warriors are doing here. And the Warriors are not wrong in doing this. The Golden State Warriors are saying, look, we will try to work with you on some level. We get that your goals right now are not our goals.
Probably not happy.
But we are not letting you go for nothing. And this is big business. And as much as people hate this, you are our asset.
Yeah.
And we are not just letting you fly.
Well, if the thinking is, and I don't think that you're wrong, if I'm on the Kuminga camp and I'm thinking, guys, let's be fair, Mike Dunleavy, can I call you Mike? You guys are... You're interested in signing us.
Sure, John.
You're going to sign us to this 2-year, $40 million deal because that's a number that is very tradable. So
yes,
we both know that the likelihood of him playing an entire year at Chase Center is less likely than you turning him into something at the deadline. So if you're going to deal my guy anyway, we would like to have the flexibility at the end of that year to have the power to either opt in our new situation or opt the hell out.
And the Warriors
Mike
will probably say that lowers your value by making you a free agent come year's end. We don't want to do that. We want to shop you while you have a year and a half left on your contract. And oh, by the way, are you really going to sit here and say, I'm worried about where you trade me? Because the whole idea has been, I'll go anywhere. I just want to play.
Right.
I want to be a starter. I want to be somebody's focus. Well, I would think that whoever's going to acquire you, why would they not want that?
Not necessarily.
And so if that's Charlotte or New Orleans, so be it. Well, so be it.
Maybe you don't want to be a Hornets or a Pelicans.
Now, I'm sorry. You're 23 and it's not time to be picky yet.
Well, you can be picky. I'll just play for 7.9 and I'll bet on myself.
Hey, well, I don't think he's going to do that.
I don't think he will either, but he does have that ability.
He does.
And even in a sign and trade, in order for you to sign and trade him, he first has to sign. It's not as easy as like, hey, Kuminga, you're getting traded here in a sign and trade unless he signs the piece of paper.
Is it your perception that the Kings and Suns and these other teams who have reportedly made an offer, has anybody talked about what that contract would be that he would sign? And my perception is not that it's north of $25 million a year.
No, my perception is it would be in line with what this offer potentially would be.
So sign it.
Or
sign it.
Tell the Warriors, all right, I'll sign it if you can trade me to Sacramento. And I can go be a Kings.
Well, what are the Kings offering us? Dario Saric.
Well, I do think that can change. The Kings have things that they need to do.
Yeah.
And we talked about it yesterday. There's still some things that need to be overturned before we get into a real resolution.
We'll take your calls on this going forward, but David Lombardi joins us next from Niners Camp. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop? Lots of questions to ask David Lombardi after another day at Niners Camp. We'll do that next on Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
That's a great question.
It's a great question. That's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
That's right. It's question time on Willard and Dibs, and we would like to ask some of them to our good friend David Lombardi, SF Standard, often setting the standard out there at Niners camp with all of the information at an exciting time as camp gets open. Day 3 of 3 consecutive padded practices in Santa Clara. So lots to ask, lots to get to. Joining us on the River Islands guest line, it is none other than David Lombardi. Hey, David, what's going on, man?
Not much. How are you? What's going on?
Yeah, we're doing good, man, and we're glad to have you. I'd love to start maybe in a spot that people don't think that we're going to start. I'm hearing so much about the way Brandon Ayuk is handling his sort of off-the-field role during camp, the way he's talking to other wide receivers. I know you're there watching it. How would you describe it to someone who's not there?
Well, it's certainly a big difference from last year, at least the part that we see. Last year he was 100% healthy, should have been ready to go, but obviously wasn't partaking because of the contract issue, and he was just kind of standing off on the side whenever he did check out practice. This year he's obviously physically incapable of practicing because he's still recovering from the ACL and the MCL, but he's right up in the middle of things. And he's talking to receivers. He's encouraging young guys. He's laughing with Juwan Jennings when Juwan is out there. So he feels like he's very much more a part of things than he was last year. Now, we didn't see behind closed doors last year into the meetings. Maybe he was involved there over the course of the hold-in. So I can't speak for that, but I could speak for what I see. And he's been really, really involved out on the practice field. The 49ers seem to appreciate that, and I think they expect him back at some point in the first half of the season.
And what are you seeing from the receiver group? Mark and I were getting into it a little bit yesterday. I'm a little nonplussed by the names and the talent they have out there. What have you seen through the first almost full week of camp from the receiver position?
Well, so much turmoil injury-wise there, and then there's going to be more turmoil in all likelihood with a suspension for Demarcus Robinson at the start of the season. So the 49ers have to reframe it as opportunity for not only the younger guys, but there are some veterans like Russell Gage, who hadn't played in 2 years because he tore his patellar tendon at the start of camp in 2023. But this was a legit number 3 guy for Atlanta. He had over 750 receiving yards in 2 consecutive seasons, and he's grabbed a lot of passes over the course of this training camp. So it could be that he's up to speed and he's going to grab one of those depth spots for the 49ers to start the season so that they can insulate the floor of a unit that probably is going to be missing Ayuk and Demarcus Robinson to begin the season. You know, to compound issues, Juwan Jennings has been out now for a couple practices with a calf issue. I think it's the same one, or it could be a similar one that bothered him back in OTAs. So what the 49ers are having to do right now is really stretch their depth. And we've seen them actually sign a couple players like an Equanimeous St. Brown to make sure they can get through some of these practices. The opportunities so far have been seized mainly by Russell Gage. So keep an eye out for him because he's done it at a high level in this league before. Isaiah Nair, early in camp, he had that crazy deep catch in triple coverage, and he has all the athletic ability in the world. But I think that from a consistency standpoint, it's still going to take a while for him to develop. And Jordan Watkins, who's the rookie 4th-round pick out of Ole Miss, he's really fast. He ran a 4.37, really elite explosiveness scores, but doesn't have great size, although I think he looks the part out there. He caught a deep pass today from Brock Purdy, where he got behind Darrell Luter Jr. and Jason Pinnock, both of whom are fast defensive backs, and Purdy put it right on the money. And this came the day after Purdy hit Jordan Watkins on an off-schedule play back against the grain, and that's a pass you only make if you really, really trust that particular receiver. And we've been saying Watkins' name throughout the course of spring into the summer. So I think it's worth noting that he's made probably the most that he could have made out of this opportunity with a lot of guys down. And you're right to be skeptical of the 49ers receiver group. Last year, there were so many injuries, and
They finished dead last in separation, but the one way that they're going to get out of that bind is through A, better health, and B, more speed. And somebody like Jordan Watkins might be able to bring both of those things. At least so far, he's really impressed in training camp.
David, how do you think this entire Juwan Jennings thing that started a couple of weeks ago, how do you think it all plays out?
Well, he hasn't been creating any sort of distraction about this. I think the media and fans on social media, they like to talk about things like this and they like to make it dramatic, but it's not dramatic if he's out there practicing. He obviously hadn't been there the past 2 days, but it's not because of the contract. It's because of the calf issue. So I think that there's a good faith agreement between Juwan Jennings and the 49ers that if Juwan keeps on practicing, showing up to work, not being a distraction, the 49ers will do their very best within the means of the salary cap to take care of him. Now, I do wonder, I think the reason that this contractual logjam happened in the first place is because the 49ers have team control this year at a very good rate, $7.5 million this year. That's not really fair to Juwan Jennings. I think that the potential of hitting free agency is very appealing to Juwan Jennings. I think the 49ers would love, through a reworked contract, to get another year of team control. But I think the Juwan Jennings, obviously, that would put him further away from getting to free agency. However, he did just turn 28 years old, and sometimes practicality does have to win out. And if he is offered more guaranteed money by the 49ers right now, does he say, okay, I'll hand over another year of team control for another 2-year extension? Will they reach that compromise? Is that a compromise that Jennings is willing to make? I know that the 49ers, with what Shanahan and John Lynch said at the press conference, they're definitely willing to sweeten the pot in some way, but they're going to have to get something back in return as well because they do have a lot of leverage with that team control. But anyway, something like 2 years, 12, 13, 14 million, I think that's something that would be workable for the 49ers, but it would require that Juwan Jennings pushes free agency a year down the road, and that's tough to do for a receiver who's going to be 29 years old next season. So it's going to take a good faith compromise like that.
Yeah, at least he would have that guaranteed money in his pocket to prolong his free agency. How important has it been, David, that outside of Juwan, and he hasn't been a distraction because he's been out there balling out in camp, but how important has it been to not have these issues kind of dogging the team in their camp this year?
Well, last year, everything really conspired against the 49ers. The fact that they lost the Super Bowl, which was held on, February 13th, it just dug so far into their offseason. So they came in exhausted. Then they had the contract situation with Brandon Ayuk. Trent Williams also wasn't there for all of training camp. And then, even then it seemed that they were in decent position to get something done, but then guys just started getting hurt during the course of the season, which might have been related to the fact that they had the shorter off season and they were exhausted after all those long seasons. So this year, just in general, they have a much clearer runway to succeed, right? They've had a longer off season by a huge amount, and they just so happen to be in a situation where the contract business that they did have to take care of, it was much more easily taken care of at an earlier date. Did the team make more of an effort to get it done earlier? Perhaps, but the guys on the other side, they have to sign the deal too, and they were much more willing to play ball this year at an earlier date. That was Brock Purdy, George Kittle, and Fred Warner. The Jennings situation is a little bit different because I know he's not like a bona fide A-list player, so he didn't fall into that category of players whom the 49ers were able to take care of earlier. I explained why there's probably an impasse going on right now, but the fact that Jennings is operating in better faith than Brandon Ayuk did at this point last year, I think it just goes along with the theme of the whole offseason, which has been an offseason of more rest and better faith for the 49ers than before. So I do think that it is important as they try to take off here in 2025.
David Lombardi, SF Standard, on the Niners after camp today, joining us on 95.7 The Game, Willard and Dibs. Okay, David, let's go to these young defensive linemen. The draft picks, Mykel Williams, C.J. West, they're getting a whole lot of real positive pub. I'd love to hear from you what you think a realistic expectation is this year for those two guys.
I think those two guys at this point are higher up in the pecking order than the second-round pick, Alfred Collins. And it's because it's easier for somebody like C.J. West to port what he brings physically from college to the NFL. He is low to the ground. I don't know if Robert Saleh watches some of my stuff online, but I love calling defensive tackles built like him fire hydrants, and I was so happy yesterday when Robert Saleh called C.J. West a fire hydrant in his press conference. He's an absolute fire hydrant with violent hands. He goes out there and he wins all 5 of his one-on-one matchups on the first day with pads. He didn't lose one until today when Drew Moss, the undrafted free agent guard out of Colorado State, got the better of him. But I think that style of play, that violence at 320 pounds, that's going to work at any level, because it's just really hard to deal with a guy who's that big and that low to the ground. Somebody like Alfred Collins, he's really tall, right? He's 6'7", so he's playing with a much higher center of gravity, and we've seen that happen over and over again. It takes guys like that a little bit of time to succeed at the NFL level, where offensive linemen are so much better getting under your pads than college offensive linemen. So, plus, Alfred Collins had the calf issue over the course of OTAs, so he's probably a little bit behind there. I'm not saying that he's not going to contribute at all this season, but I think that's a spot where somebody like Kevin Givens, a returning veteran, can really build a nice bridge for the 49ers, at least early in the year. But based on what I've seen from C.J. West, if he can continue polishing some of his pass rushing moves, given where the 49ers are at that one technique spot, I think that he can immediately contribute. And then somebody like Mykel Williams, they've already said this is an immediate starter, and it's obvious. I mean, the arm length on him and the way that he's able to convert the arm length into power has destabilized even Trent Williams. I mean, if Trent Williams is already complaining about blocking this guy, there's probably something there, right? And he missed practice today with an ankle issue. The 49ers are saying it was minor. I think that a lot of these situations they're being precautionary with, because that was an injury that really hurt Mykel Williams last year at Georgia. But so far, so good with everything that we've seen from him at 49ers practice.
And what you've seen, David, does he profile to you more as a guy who will thrive in the interior? And if so, is Bryce Huff and maybe even Jalen Allen, who they just signed to be an edge, do they have enough outside to where Mykel Williams can just focus on playing in the interior?
It's not going to be a focus on the interior. It's going to be part of how they rotate their defensive line. And that's why they drafted him as high as they did, because they saw him playing what Kirby Smart calls the jack position at Georgia. He lined up everywhere. It was a different scheme, but he still lined up everywhere. He was an A-gap guy, and then he would kick outside. And they love the height that he brings and the length, like I said. Like Trent Williams even compared him to DeForest Buckner, but he said that he's a bit lighter on his feet than DeForest Buckner. He's not quite like he's 270 to 280, right? He's not going to be 300-plus pounds, so that means he can also move out to the edge, and he's got that range to be able to hold down the exterior. So what they want is base down defensive end. They think that he sets a great edge against the run. They thought that he was the best in all of college football doing that last year. But then they just want to, if Trent Williams is having trouble with this guy's arm length, Trent said that his arms are as long as my legs. Or I forgot what the quote from Trent was, but he was saying, it's really hard to block a guy who's got arms that can really keep the offensive lineman away from him. If Trent is having trouble with that, Trent has probably the most elite measurables of any offensive lineman who's ever played football. Well, imagine what a guard is going to think, right? A guard, those guys have shorter arms. Those guys are used to playing against more compact players. Chris Kasarik loves moving these long guys in from the outside to rush in passing situations against the inside. And I think he's going to make a lot of hay there. I think that's where he's going to probably be introduced to the NFL as a pass rusher. So it's going to be a key part of his game, but he's not going to live there all the time, because the only way that he could move inside is if they stop the run on first down. And on first down, he's going to be on the outside. And that probably is the very biggest key for the 49ers this whole season. They have to set better edges, and they have to do a better job stopping the run on early downs.
Yeah, let's talk about that, because one of the things I've loved this offseason about your content, David, is you've been kind of honest with people about how poor the Niner defense was last year. And we know that this regime loves to work its defense from the D-line out. So now, with Saleh back and these young guys that you've talked about on the defensive line, How do you feel that's going to affect the youth that's behind them in the defensive backfield?
Well, when you go back to 2019 and the difference that we saw from 18 to 19, it was absolutely immense, right? We saw the 49ers get a couple edge rushers and Nick Bosa and Dee Ford, and it changed everything. But a lot of people don't talk about the fact that they also became more sophisticated on the back end in between 2018 and 2019 with Joe Woods, who was the DB coach, and they brought in a lot of quarters coverage. So, as much as people wanted to credit the pass rush, and even Richard Sherman gave the pass rusher a lot of credit. He was a DB. But as much as people wanted to give sole credit to what the defensive line was doing, the secondary was also really important. You have to get those two working together symbiotically. It's a game of millimeters, right? It's very, very precise. So you can't just rely on one half of the defense to do its job and expect everything else to be okay. Both sides have to be, or both ends of the defense have to be firing on all cylinders. So I think that when you look at what the 49ers have done up front, of course, this is going to be the engine that they see pulling this defense along. But they also have to make sure that things are buttoned up on the back end. And for that reason, safety is going to be a really, really key position. It seems to be a position in transition for the 49ers, probably going to see a new starter there in Jason Pinnock. And then Jair Brown might be a week one starter, but is he ultimately going to be replaced once Malik Mustafa comes back? Because it seems that Saleh is going to want to put his own fingerprints on a really, really key position for the pass defense. Obviously, they've got the two starting corners locked in with Diomeder Lenore and Renardo Green, but what are they going to do about that third spot? Is Upton Stout going to win that battle? I'll tell you what, he looked like Superman the other day when he broke up and out from Purdy to Ricky Pearsall. He levitated like 4 feet off the ground. I don't know if you saw the highlight that the 49ers posted, but he plays much larger than his 5'8" frame. And, as much as we want to focus on the defensive line, they also added some guys to the back seven, and they're going to be really, really important in turning this around as well.
Part of turning it around is something you always talk about, David, which is complementary football. And to have that, Shanahan needs a running attack. How does Christian McCaffrey look? Are we going to get back to 2 years ago, workhorse, peak CMC?
If I had to tell you who out of all 90 guys has looked the most impressive on the practice field so far through a week,
yeah,
slam dunk Christian McCaffrey.
Hey.
I mean, there was this idiotic narrative. I don't know where it started, like 2 months ago in OTAs, that he had lost a step. And I think somebody had seen a video of him at practice warming up at like 75% speed and said, oh, it looks like he's lost a step. And it was just like, where did this come from, right? Because the clip that whoever that was referencing wasn't even a full-speed clip. Well, now I can tell you that I've seen Christian McCaffrey working at full speed for several practices, and I was joking at first on day one. I'm not joking anymore. I think he might have gained a step. And over 2024 for sure. Comparing it to 2023 is going to be tough, but consider the fact that his body is probably relatively fresh now compared to where it was in 2023, coming off of the long 22 run as well. I wouldn't surprise me if Christian McCaffrey is moving just a little bit quicker than he was in that sensational 2023 season. He looks like he's added a little bit of muscle, not like an alarming amount to where it would slow him down, but probably just to be able to absorb some of the physical punishment that comes over the course of the season. And I can tell you for sure that Christian is extremely motivated and extremely locked in. I know that he pays attention to some of the noise out there, and I know that he uses it as fuel. And he made a couple awesome catches the other day. I think he's running really well, and I think that he looks absolutely great out on that football field.
David, I'm going to speak for everybody listening and just say, holy crap.
Yeah.
Like that's a big statement that you think maybe he looks even better than when he was like, the best offensive player on the planet.
Well, he's fully healthy now, and he, again, last year, as tough as it was, he didn't put this crazy mileage on his body, right? He wasn't taking all these bruises because he played only a couple games. And then it was really unfortunate. A lot of people mistake the injury against Buffalo. They think that had something to do with the Achilles. And it didn't. It was a totally separate bad luck injury in the snow at Buffalo. He banged his knee on the ground, and it was a PCL tear in the knee. So the Achilles had fully healed. And I think what a lot of people also forget is that he looked really, really good in that quarter before he got hurt against the Bills. Do you guys remember that? He had a couple big runs.
Yep.
He actually got tripped up by the shoestring. So, okay, if the guy can look like that, just a few weeks removed from this Achilles tendonitis that was a big, big problem, if he was able to come back and look like that in the same season in the snow when it was hard to run, that tells me something, right? Now he's had a full off season to completely reset, to heal from the subsequent knee injury, and we know what fuels this guy. I mean, he's Shanahan calls him a psycho, and he means that in a complimentary way, but he's out to prove people wrong. He's out to say, no, I could still be an elite running back. You know, so many of you counted me out last year. So many of you misdiagnosed what was wrong with you. People were just going off online about this is wrong with McCaffrey. That's wrong. He'll never play again. Athletes who are wired like him, who I think are going to end up in the Hall of Fame he's going to end up in the Hall of Fame one day. They take that and they use it as fuel. So I think he's going to have a really good year. And I think that we've seen the beginnings of that so far at 49ers training camp.
David Lombardi, SF Standard. David, I got one more for you, and it's this. Am I crazy for these two things are in my mind? A, how he looked at the end of last season, and then B, it's just kind of a gut feeling combined with like his draft stock. Am I crazy for thinking that Ricky Pearsall might be the Niners' leading receiver this year?
Well, he did finish last season with 14 catches in the last two games.
Yep.
And for some reason, like, people just conveniently leave that out and they focus on a hamstring injury that caused him to miss 2 weeks of OTAs. Like anybody actually cares about that. You know, like I get it that the hamstring was dogging him the year before, and I understand that that's something that he definitely will want to remove from his list of worries as his NFL career progresses. But I think the much more relevant data point, if we're going to be projecting how Ricky Pearsall is going to do in 2025, is a look at his two most recent games as opposed to his hamstring injury in spring, right? And those games were really good. And they came right on the heels of Leonard Hankerson, the 49ers receivers coach, chewing him out in the third to last game against Miami with those procedure penalties. You guys remember that?
Yeah,
that was like a big thing. And he responded to that by taking over. And I get it. There was some garbage time in the final two games, and the 49ers defense was atrocious. So they had to throw a lot. And you know, maybe that padded the stats a little bit, but he still did more than anybody thought he would do at any point of that season after he got shot in the chest. And the way that the 49ers, you know, there's a lot of historical revision happening now, right? Revisionist history, I guess is the way to say it. Just teleport yourself back to last season. Anything that Pearsall did for the 49ers, especially after the horrific event on August 31st, anything that he did for the 49ers last season was considered house money. That's what everybody was saying at the time. And now people are looking back at his final two games and just disregarding them. The fact that he went 14 catches, 210 yards, I think is a big, big arrow up in his direction. The fact that he was able to get that done at the end of such a crazy, crazy rookie year.
David, great stuff. Great stuff, and thank you so much for hopping on today after a long day.
Yeah, thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Okay, David Lombardi, SF Standard. Lots to chew on there.
Yeah, no doubt.
We'll do that. Coming up next, also still got some meat on the bone if you want to talk about the Kuminga conversation that we were having, and circle back to the San Francisco Giants. I'm going to say this now for like the 11th day in a row. They better win tonight.
Right. I mean,
or else.
You leave the country and they go to hell in a handbasket. Yeah. So great, Mark. Thanks a lot.
Well, I'm back. I told you to get some wins while I was gone.
I got a couple.
You didn't do it.
You got a couple in there.
Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We'll take your calls rest of the way till 6 o'clock on Willard and Dibs.
If I had to tell you who out of all 90 guys has looked the most impressive on the practice field so far through a week, slam dunk Christian McCaffrey.
Hey!
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Sorry, that's my other little. You think you hear me say, yeah, I'm on a lot.
Yeah,
you
too much.
should, dude. First of all, so Outside Lands is like a week and a half away, and both of my older kids have tickets in hand, and especially my big guy, my oldest, he is absolutely sideways about the fact that he is going to get to go see on Sunday Big X the Plug in person.
Okay.
And if you know Big X at all, and I know probably many of you do and many of you don't.
I don't.
That's kind of his thing.
Big X the Plug.
Hey. That's how he starts and finishes all of his songs. It's just it's a hook. Hey. So we now walk around the house doing that to each other kind of all day long. Except for from 2 to 6 because I'm here.
Right.
Yeah.
And, I mean, it seems like every artist now has their own little either sound or their catchphrase. And
shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Sure.
I mean, get a little thingamabob.
I guess. I mean, if hackneyed and cliche is how you're trying to go through life, then go ahead. And, I mean, Rick Ross has made billions on just,
Exactly. I mean, that's not that far off from how Notorious B.I.G. made his name.
Right?
Like, I mean, it's just like if you can make a noise actually be a thing, that impresses me. You don't even need a word. Like, if you're that cool that you can do something with content and make a noise, be your thing, that's awesome. Hey,
the Giants have a left-handed starting pitcher who makes a lot of hay with his noise. That's right.
Yeah.
And, Monica Seles the same. And
except for she's double-barreled.
Both sides, yeah.
Yeah.
Two-hand forehand and two-hand backhand. Sharapova the same and the rest of it. So
all of it.
And George Kittle has the take the helmet off, hair forward, hair back flip.
Yeah, exactly.
The hair flip and all the rest of them. But apparently McCaffrey's thing is he gained a step. He didn't lose a step.
That's a terrifying thing to say on the radio. I can't believe he said that.
He gained a step.
Not from last year, from 2 years ago.
Well, because last year he was, bilateral Achilles tendonitis.
2 years ago, he's the best player in football. And now apparently he's better?
Better than that.
But maybe.
Could be.
Hey, where is, because you know what this season is. I mean, it's only July 29th. For me, we're still 3 days away. But for some people in my family, we're already there. You know what this is?
It's an anticipation sensation.
It is. That's partially correct. This is fantasy football mock draft season.
Oh, gotcha.
They sit around on the Sleeper app and all of these things, just firing these things to each other all day long. You want to do a mock draft? I'll get home tonight. Hey, Dad, you want to do a mock draft? I'm like, not really. I kind of want to cook dinner. I'm hungry, but do you? Do a mock draft. I haven't studied yet. I don't know who the rookie running backs are, but I know you do because you don't have a job. So you're sitting here all day doing this stuff.
And you don't have 3 kids.
You don't have 3 kids. But, thank goodness. But I did wonder when David said that out loud on 95.7 The Game, Willard and Dibs. I mean, where is Christian going in fantasy drafts this year?
His ADP?
What is
his
the ADP?
Average draft position?
For CMC.
I would guess he's top 10.
Middle of the first, I would guess.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm looking at Fantasy Pros right now, their overall rankings, and they have Christian McCaffrey at 15th. That is early round 2. Now, you can do whatever you want with David Lombardi. What? What's wrong with that?
Give myself the buzzer.
You get good job. Yeah, not a first round pick. There's 2 reasons for this. Number 1, obviously, very, very injured last year. Number 2, it's another one of those years where people are pushing toward wide receivers. Everybody it's a wide receiver thing that's really starting to gain steam in recent years in fantasy football, and you get it. Even though your first couple of picks are maybe Saquon Barkley and Bijan Robinson.
Right.
Did I hear something recently where we're pronouncing his name incorrectly? I saw something from Ian Rappaport that Bijan Robinson's name has been pronounced incorrectly since he got into the league. Is his name not Bijan?
Is it Bijan Robinson?
I was like, yeah. Is it Robinson?
What are we doing wrong here?
Will you look that up and see if there's something recently about Bijan Robinson's name actually being pronounced differently than we've been saying it? But anyway, yeah, there's a lot of Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson.
Depends if it's a PPR league or a non-PPR. Ours is a full point per reception, right? Not a half.
And a lot of leagues are half. Very few are none at this hour. But anyway, all things considered, you can do whatever you want with what David Lombardi said. But the bottom line is this. If health scares you, so be it. But if he's healthy, I mean, McCaffrey at 15th? There's no way. Yeah. There's no way that 14 people are better than him in fantasy football if he is healthy for the season. There's no way.
At CBS Sports and their average draft position, their ADP, and they have him at 9.75, which would be, last in a 10-team league, first round in a 12-team, etc. Although the trend, he's trending up 4 spots. So
right. That's actually just because of what David Lombardi just said on 95.7 The Game.
Perhaps that and, the Niners schedule maybe. And I do know
Another good point, actually. Yep.
And also the love that Shanahan has for getting a lead and running the ball is real. And if you think about 2 years ago, all of us on the air were saying things like, I don't want to see you run him 22 and 24 times. And Shanahan basically said, I'm going to use him as much as I want and stuff. And if we need yards and he's the best guy we have and stuff, we're going to go ahead and use him. And he led the league in touches. So if McCaffrey's healthy and this team has leads, he's going to go out there and he's going to eat. He's not going to go to the backup ever.
No. Okay, if you're just joining us, we want to let you know exactly what David did say. We'll play it for you in a second. But before we do it, I want to go to the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line for 2 texts that just came in. 408, help me, Dibber. I have Saquon and CMC, and I need to pick one keeper between them. What do I do?
Wow, that's first of all, congratulations.
And boy, did you come to the right place, because there's no bigger fantasy expert in America than Dan Dibley, who every January swears off fantasy football for the rest of his life. Back to you, Dibs.
Well, here we are late July, and I'm locked in. I'm also doing mock drafts with your children at night.
That's gross. That's creepy. Get off the phone and leave my kids alone.
Sorry about that.
Anyway, go ahead.
For me, it's Christian McCaffrey, and it's partly because...
Really?
Yeah, I mean, you're asking a lot from Saquon Barkley. You're asking him to do what you did last year in Philadelphia. By the very nature of them being a first-place team, they are going to have a tougher schedule. And last year was an absolutely perfect year for Philly and Saquon Barkley.
Yep.
And I ran the numbers on, since Shanahan took over with the Niners, like teams that run the ball more than they pass the ball, how do those teams do?
Yeah.
In the 8 years that Shanahan has done it.
Thank you. Deep dive Dibs. Here he is.
It's happened 28 times where a team has more rush attempts than pass attempts. And what that indicates is, for me, 2 things. 1, you're good at running the ball. And 2, you have the lead. Last year, 5 teams ran it more than they passed it. All 5 teams made the playoffs, including Philadelphia, 621 rushes.
Well, ask A.J. Brown. They don't throw the ball ever.
Right.
They don't throw the ball.
They threw it 448 times. They had almost 200 more rushes than they did passes,
Good
which
Lord.
In my 8-year glance is far and away the most. So to answer that question about Saquon, and I know that Jalen Hurts runs it a ton, which is partly why they run it so much, but Saquon was so effective last year. He was healthy. They had a great schedule. All the things lined up last year to where his ability to repeat that, I think, is going to be harder than McCaffrey. And 2 years ago, the Niners ran it 499 times. They threw it 491 times. And they were the runners-up in the Super Bowl.
Yep.
So,
Yep. All right, so
that's my answer.
I'm sorry for chuckling in the middle of that, because Lucas asked, he gave me a suggestion. He put something in the suggestion box.
Okay.
In other words,
Dibs fantasy picks?
No, well, we could do that.
We could.
He whispered
Save
in
that
my
for the
ear.
meeting.
He whispered in my ear something he'd like me to ask you, and he wants me to ask you: is Christian McCaffrey number one on your fantasy football big board?
Absolutely. I mean,
he is number one overall,
without a doubt. I mean, I'm going.
Just the concept of Dan Dibley having a fantasy big board is one of the most amusing things I've heard all month long.
This year, I'm going running back, defense, kicker. That's my strategy. I thought,
Thanks, Guru.
Wow.
Sorry. I'm
Lay
sorry.
off.
No, it's a stray, but look.
Last year, I had a good draft.
You had a
and
good
I had a good team.
You had a good team.
If you want to look at, losses by 5 or fewer points, I think I had 3 or 4 of them.
I love
I had some bad beats.
I love drafting with people like you and Guru, not because it's good or bad. It could be either round by round, but the bottom line is I don't know what you're going to do.
Fair.
You do some different stuff, not necessarily bad, not necessarily good. Wasn't it good? Did Guru take Josh Allen in the first round last year? Lucas will remember. Did he take Josh Allen in round 1, Guru? Did he take Josh Allen right out of the gate?
That sounds right. Usually he takes a quarterback, and almost always it's Mahomes.
Yeah, round 1 or round 2, something, and people are like, Guru, we're not doing quarterbacks yet. What are you? And he's like, no,
most important position.
We're just yeah, he's into it, but it might work out. I don't know. Again, sometimes that works in fantasy while everybody else is zigging. You go over there and zag, man. Sure, why not?
You never know. And it just depends on how it breaks and where you draft. And last year, and I'm trying to bring this up, I don't know if you can even look at last year's draft results and all the rest of it, but I was in a good spot last year where, I didn't have to zig or zag. Players I liked were kind of falling to me.
What pick were you?
I want to say I was right about 4 or 5.
And who was surrounding you, which is the more important question.
Yeah, I'll have to look.
People are falling to you, that means whoever you're picking behind is a moron. Usually.
It can be.
Were you picking next to Steiny?
I'd have to look here. I'm just looking at the rosters from last year, and I was picking. Actually, I picked 11th.
Oh, one of the swing picks.
Yeah, which is
you.
And I ended up with Garrett Wilson.
Oh.
Which, looked good going in, right? You had Aaron Rodgers, and Garrett Wilson did not have a terrible year.
No, but he ended up being almost like the third option on his team.
Fair.
Against his will and against popular thought.
Coming back around, I had Derrick Henry with the second pick in the second round, which was a great pick.
That went good.
And then Josh Jacobs wrapped around with DJ Moore, which, again, going in, you're thinking, they got no one else, really. He's going to get a lot of and he got a lot of catches.
Yeah,
but
rookie quarterback.
Yep.
Anyway.
Anyhow.
All right.
The Trey McBride in the 5th round, he was a great pick.
Yeah, he's a star. Yeah, he's a star. All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. We're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Do we have a draft date yet, Lucas? Did you figure that out? No. Stop. No, I know it's not August yet. You're the only league that I'm in that hasn't already said its draft. I don't mean because it's too late. I just mean people are excited. It's about to be August. Most people actually do draft in the month of August. There's a game on September 4th. I'm just saying. There is.
How about this? We'll set a draft date by a month out on the season, so August 4th. How about that?
Which is next week. Monday, right?
Next week, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's exciting. That means it's coming up soon. All right, 888-957-9570. Y'all want to hear what David Lombardi said? Christian McCaffrey's the greatest player of all time.
If I had to tell you who out of all 90 guys has looked the most impressive on the practice field so far through a week, slam dunk Christian McCaffrey.
Hey!
I mean, there was this idiotic narrative. I don't know where it started, 2 months ago in OTAs, that he had lost the step. And I think somebody had seen a video of him at practice warming up at 75% speed and said, oh, it looks like he's lost the step. And it was just where did this come from, right? Because the clip that whoever that was referencing wasn't even a full-speed clip. Well, now I can tell you that I've seen Christian McCaffrey working at full speed for several practices, and I was joking at first on day one, I'm not joking anymore. I think he might have gained a step. And over 2024 for sure. Comparing it to 2023 is going to be tough, but consider the fact that his body is probably relatively fresh now compared to where it was in 2023, coming off of the long 22 run as well. I wouldn't surprise me if Christian McCaffrey is moving just a little bit quicker than he was in that sensational 2023 season. He looks like he's added a little bit of muscle, not like an alarming amount to where it would slow him down, but probably just to be able to absorb some of the physical punishment that comes over the course of the season. And I can tell you for sure that Christian is extremely motivated and extremely locked in. I know that he pays attention to some of the noise out there, and I know that he uses it as fuel. And he made a couple awesome catches the other day. I think he's running really well, and I think that he looks absolutely great out on that football field.
Okay, look, you and I have not had a chance to get down to camp yet. That's coming in the month of August, but you and I did get out to OTAs, and I'll only back David from this perspective because very small sample, obviously, that you and I have seen live. But I remember talking to you that day when Christian ran that day. It just, again, my stupid naked eye, I was like, oh, he's back. Because last year he did not look right. Even when he did play, he did not look right. And so I'll buy what David's saying there, that at minimum, he does look like he's gained a step off of last year. Now, has he gained a step off of 2 years ago when he was the greatest thing since sliced bread? I don't know. I have no idea. But who cares? If he's back to where he was 2 years ago, that's incredibly exciting for 49er fans.
Without a doubt, he led the league in carries and touches and touchdowns and rushing yards. And so, yeah, that is the kind of player that you're absolutely hoping can still exist because this team, as I mentioned before, thrives on being able to run the ball. And when they win the time of possession battle, they are almost unbeatable over the course of Kyle Shanahan's good years. And so you get the lead, you keep the lead, and you do that with Christian McCaffrey, a guy who is usually really sturdy with the football, doesn't put it on the ground a lot. He's a pass-catching threat as well. And I mentioned, when you go into the huddle and you've got McCaffrey in there, defensively, you don't know where he's going to break and go. With Debo, it was even more of that factor because Debo could be the running back and he could be in the slot and vice versa. So having McCaffrey as that Swiss Army knife threat offensively makes Kyle Shanahan and that laminated play sheet even more dangerous.
Well, and I think I'd say that to about the receiving core right now also, which gets so much discussion, including us yesterday, and you brought it up to David, and he's like, look, if you have skepticism about what's going on with the 49er receiving core, that's fair. I mean, they've signed all of these guys just so they can sort of get through camp. It was fun to listen to him talk about some of the guys who right now probably have the leg up of being the bottom half of the receiving room, which for the first few games might be, the receiving room. And then as Demarcus Robinson comes off of a would-be suspension and or later in the year Brandon Ayuk comes back, these guys might move down a little bit. There might be some people released and whatnot. So there's plenty of skepticism there. But I think we forget that receiving core, in theory, if you're lucky and blessed with health, if that receiving core is running around in a defensive backfield that also includes George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey, if that's happening, first of all, you need less from them. And secondly, that's the famous sort of Kyle Shanahan offense that's so hard for people to guard. And that's going to pay dividends for whoever the receivers are. Because whoever your WR1 is essentially the third guy that the defense is thinking about when Brock Purdy drops back to pass. And so that's why I think that those guys are going to have a really healthy chance to succeed, whether it's Pearsall, Jennings, eventually Robinson, whoever ends up out there.
It certainly helps. And I think about 2023, Ayuk 75 catches, McCaffrey 67, Kittle 65, Debo 60. That for me is the Kyle Shanahan dream scenario where you've got four different weapons and Ayuk had the most yards. Kittle also went over 1,000. Debo had 900. McCaffrey had 21 rushing and receiving touchdowns. That's four of your five eligibles right there, Mark, who were legitimate threats on every snap. Juwan with 19 catches, third and Juwan kind of emerged that year as that guy, but you had 75, 67, 65, and 60. That was your disbursement among your weapons. And so this year, if it can be, Jennings and Pearsall and Kittle and McCaffrey, if those are your 4 healthy guys and you get what you get from Ayuk, and then you sprinkle in a little Watkins and Robinson and whoever else is going to be, even Gage. David Lombardi was bullish on Gage, and he's a guy who's had a couple of good years in the NFL.
And Cowing can be a part of this. Right. So, he comes back from his injury and whatnot, sure.
But if you have that 4-headed monster, if Pearsall does take the step up and Jennings is still legit, and Kittle and McCaffrey are healthy and Hall of Fame caliber like they have been, well, now you've got an offense that really is hard to stop.
Here's another thing that I'd love to throw into the conversation, and I know you read this, and I wonder how many of you out there saw this, but Mike Silver with The Athletic did a lengthy piece today on Charvarius Ward. He went out to Colts camp, and he talked to Charvarius at length, and it was an honest conversation about where Ward had been. And I don't want to work our way all through a lengthy article with all kinds of quotes, but here's how I would summarize it. There's the obvious part of Ward last year, which is that he was dealing with unspeakable personal pain because of the loss of a child. So there's that. But what I think really came to light out of this article is that Charvarius was actually in a really bad mental space with the 49ers prior to that happening. Prior to that happening, he was already not pleased. And in fact, it goes back to before the year even started. Charvarius was going into the final year of his deal, and he was watching holdouts all over camp. And he was watching all of those holdouts get paid. Meantime, Charvarius had gone to the Niners and said, "Hi, I would like money too." And they told him, "No. See you on the field." And so what he spoke about was the fact that he was already very upset, not caring as much about his performance, not really, quote, wanting to be at work. He did say at one point in this conversation, "Look, I don't hold this personal against Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. It's all love with those guys because they were straight up with me. They told me, I don't agree with their perspective, but they told me. They were straight with me all year, so I respect them. I was bummed, though, with what their answer was, which is that we're not going to pay you, and therefore he knew he was gone before the year even started. I bring this up for 2 reasons. One, it's very, very revealing with regard to what happened with Charvarius last year, but I think it's also really revealing in terms of why the 49ers ended up 6-11. We talk a lot about, boy, there's bad vibes at camp, and how does that end up affecting the season? My answer today is way more than we realized, but it's not even just for the stuff that we knew about, Trent Williams and Brandon Ayuk and all of that stuff. There were things going on mentally with so many of these players that we didn't even know what was going on. If you've got players literally being like, I mean, he says this in here. He goes, I didn't care if I won reps or not. I didn't care. We're in games, and I don't care if I beat the receiver or not. Well, no wonder they went 6-11. This was such a window into last year's offseason versus this one that I think it pumped up my optimism even further for this year, even though I understand there are so many question marks across the roster this time.
There are many, and David Lombardi mentioned the Super Bowl. He didn't say hangover, but you played until mid-February, so the guys came in and they were exhausted. And the one thing Charvarius talked about in the Mike Silver piece, I encourage all of you to read it because it's really well done and it's full of quotes. So It's not even sources. It's not a sourced piece. It's Charvarius Ward telling you what he went through and how he feels, and he talks about where you got guys who didn't even show up, and Trent Williams and Brandon Ayuk and Christian McCaffrey, and yet they get new deals, and I'm out here busting my hump at OTAs, and they tell me up front, and he did give them credit, as you mentioned, and he said put some respect on it because they told him to his face. It wasn't like, yeah, we'll see. They told him, you're not getting it. Yet he showed up, and these other players didn't show up, so it made me think, how many other players had that same sort of a feeling where, these guys aren't there, and yet they get broken off contracts, and you never want to count another person's pockets, but you can't help but have that feeling of a little bit of resentment and jealousy that you're out there in voluntary work and OTAs, and you're out there in camp, and these other players are just, handling their contract business while you're out there trying to make the team better. I do think those things invariably create some sort of a divide.
Absolutely.
Even if you don't want them to, there's a little resentment, right?
Of course there is. All of these guys, the egos are through the roof. There are a lot of feelings. Everybody wants to get paid. And it just painted a picture of what was going on post-Super Bowl loss that was almost kind of untenable. It helped me sort of take a different look sometimes at what people call a Super Bowl hangover. I think sometimes we look at that Super Bowl hangover and we think about it in the terms of like, it's almost like the Madden curse. It's like this thing that's just traditional. That Super Bowl losing team doesn't do well the next year, but we feel like it's quirky. And we can't put our finger on why, and does it actually exist? And I read this article and I was like, oh, maybe it's actually a thing. Because you do get a short off season, although you played well, so many people want to get paid, yet you're ticked off. You don't have the ring to sort of make it all better. And then you come back and everybody can be up in their feelings. Listen to this quote. This is from Ward. Quote, there was a lot going on, bro. Because if you're winning, bleep, everybody wants to get paid. Everybody feels it. Everybody feels that when certain guys are not around and certain guys are around but not participating. Like I was there. I had surgery after the season under the advice of them. And I was rehabbing with them. And I had been all pro too. And I didn't get paid. So I was like, what the F? Like people are not showing up and getting paid, and I wasn't. So it definitely made me feel some type of way. And that type of stuff, it takes a toll on the whole team. 6-11.
Yeah, that's certainly a part of it. And I do think that the idea of a Super Bowl hangover varies from team to team. And there are a lot of factors that play into it. One piece of the hangover is that you now have a first place schedule. And the other part of it for the Niners last year was you just happen to have a crossover against a difficult division or two difficult divisions. And that becomes part of it, where you've got Buffalo and you've got Green Bay and you've got Minnesota. You've got, spots and divisional teams that you're going to play that is out of the ordinary that could be more difficult. And so those things are just luck and happenstance. And then the schedule with the amount of games where you have less rest than your opponents, then the off-field stuff, contracts and personal tragedies and players who get shot. And so all these things, I do think you put them into the blender and you spit out 6-11, and it makes a lot of sense. The Super Bowl hangover, the discord off the field among some, personal tragedy and setbacks, brutal schedule, a quarterback who had one of the top 25 years in the history of the game, and he regressed to not the mean, but he didn't have that same year. So all these things line up to where you've got a first-time defensive coordinator who wasn't good, a special teams unit that was a joke. I mean, I'm not making excuses. I'm just looking backward and looking at reasons, and all these things come together, and you go 6-11.
Yeah. I mean, it's, God, when you list all that stuff, it's actually incredible, kind of, because I'm with you. It's not excuses, but there's a reality to all of this where you're like, my God, if we sat down with a pen and paper and just list everything that I guess you could say was working against the Niners, some of it very much in their control and poorly handled, some of it totally out of their control, and some of it is just the reality of life, which is that you have got a bucket load of talented yet huge egos in the room, and it is going to be really hard to have all of those things be in the same room and then go out there and succeed. And so when you take that as sort of like the backdrop, and then you go into games and you have injuries and you even have little quirky things happen, Ronnie Bell drops a ball, Jake Moody misses a kick. When you have all of that happen and you lose a couple games early that you felt that you should have won, man, like, yeah, it actually starts to make very, very clear sense why the 49ers season went the way that it did last year. And it could certainly happen again. Like, these things do happen. The journey is the journey. But I look at that as almost very far-fetched. I know this is a different team. There's different personnel. There are a lot of question marks. But the Niners, I have a very hard time believing that this team is not going to be way better this year after some of the crazy stuff that took place last year, because those dynamics just aren't in the room anymore.
Well, if you think about, that sort of thing, like the dynamics that aren't there anymore. The Ayuk holdout isn't happening. Trent Williams is in camp, and McCaffrey is here. Kittle signed. Fred signed. Jawan hopefully will be soon, but even if he doesn't, I don't think that that's going to be a factor. So that big box has been checked. Can you guarantee that no one will get shot between now and the opener? Well, I would hope so.
Yeah,
but that was
can't guarantee it. But
and the other off the field tragedies, like life comes at you fast, no matter what you're doing. So you look at those things and you think, okay, those were the ones were controllable, and you've controlled those now. The contracts are done. The other stuff, you just never know. The schedule itself, and I don't want to go too far on this because they're NFL teams and they're professional football players, but in terms of just the rest, advantage, disadvantage is much better, and the opponents that you play don't look to be as good. So those little factors, I think there are other things with a better special teams coordinator, and you got your defensive coordinator back, who everybody loves, and so all those controllables, I do think, are more in your favor. Now, the other random stuff, like maybe it's Jacob Cowing who drops a third down pass and you lose a game. And
they're not going
undefeated. That's just football, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So I do think that the controllables are much more intact this year going into it.
Well, let me throw this at you, too. So remember, it was in May. And you and Grandy were over at Chase Center. You guys were hanging out, and you're getting ready to talk about the Valkyries and whatnot, and then poof, what happened? What you remember what happened that day?
Breaking news.
Breaking news. You remember what it was?
And of course not.
You don't?
I don't remember where I parked my car. Did I take Bart today?
You did.
Yeah, thank you. That's why I text you every day.
I appreciate it.
That way I can check back and go,
It's good to know.
Took Bart.
It's actually a stress reliever when I'm like, oh, good. I don't have to squeeze my car into a tin can today. This is going to be wonderful. Yep. But anyway.
Was that the Brock Purdy day?
That was the Brock Purdy day. Now.
Breaking news.
Once we got through a week or two of reaction to that, when's the last time that you have had a conversation on or off the air on any level about Brock Purdy's contract?
I mean, there have been the occasional mentions of 53 average annual value, but it hasn't been a debate.
It's gone.
It's gone.
It is gone.
Gone.
And I think that is a tremendous thing for the Niners, because we talk about this list that you just went through, all the things that were pressurized and stressful around the 49ers. And what we never talk about is that, which is you had a young quarterback making $900,000 a year, but had proven himself to be at least a top half of the league quarterback. But he's going into a season where everyone wants to prove it, and the whole world is screaming at each other over whether or not they would give Brock blank X amount of dollars. Okay, that's not good. That's not good, because that means that Brock and the Niner offense and everybody's kind of like carrying that around on their shoulders every time he drops back to pass. Well, that's now over. You may not agree with it, but it doesn't matter now. Now, the questions are done. The 49ers have their franchise quarterback, like it or not, and now you can just solely focus on, like, what's the best that I can do with this play? You don't have to even think about trying to prove this, that, or the other to anyone. That's already kind of baked into sports anyway, but it's not this weekly, daily, stock up, stock down, Brock 50, 40, 30, 60. That's over. That's all. I think that's a huge relief for the organization, because anything that's being discussed with a quarterback, that filters down to everybody, because the quarterback is freaking everything.
Yeah,
with an NFL team.
And the talk wasn't so much of, during the year, there was, Brockster's Millions, right? We did a thing where we would check on his millions after every game.
Stock up, stock down.
It was a thing, but you kind of sensed, I at least thought that they were going to get it signed eventually in the offseason, whatever. But when he wasn't playing well, it became more of a thing like, ooh, give us a call if you don't think that they should sign him to a deal. And so you're right, that is done and dusted. And even as you get into this year, you had me thinking about this year as we get into it and the season starts, what are going to be the non-football things that we really talk about as far as contracts and all the rest of it, because everyone's either been reworked and taken care of, or they're an incredibly young player who can't yet get a deal. So outside of Juwan Jennings, and the one that will be noteworthy in the second half of the year is Brandon Ayuk. But again, even until the offseason, we're not going to talk about dead cap money and what do you do with Ayuk. And if he misses 8 games, by the time he comes back, the expectations are still going to be probably pretty low. So even during this year, you're not going to have those same sorts of questions dogging you.
Do you know what the Niners' win total number is for this year?
Yeah, we talked about it, I think, last week, and it's at 10.5.
Yeah. What do you like?
I like the over.
Yeah.
I mean, and we went through this, might have been yesterday, probably was last week, and so you need 11 wins, and I'm just going to say 3-3 in the division because Arizona
that feels kind of safe.
Arizona tends to come up and bite you.
Yeah.
The Rams is a split. The Thursday night game down there is going to be one of your more difficult games. It's one of 2 games that you are underdog in going into the season.
Are underdog in that game right now?
Correct.
Do we even know if Matt Stafford is playing in that game right now?
We don't know anything. Yeah. We may not even be here for that game.
Matt Stafford's got a back injury
right.
and is getting old. But anyway,
the future line says Rams by 1.5,
okay.
And then it's Tampa by 1.5 the next week.
Okay.
Niners at Tampa. So you go 3-3 in the division. You've got 8 games against the South, the NFC South, the AFC South. That to me feels like a 6-2.
Okay.
And that gets you to 9-5, and your remaining 3 are
Cleveland,
crappier,
Chicago,
and the crappiest
Giants.
So you go 2-1 in the crap. I know that's enough. I said it 4 times. 4 was unnecessary.
Yeah, 4 was unnecessary.
That's 11-6, and I think that's
but I mean obviously.
So you go 5-3 against the South, and then you sweep those teams.
Yeah.
And that still is
or you're allowed to go better than 3-3 in the division.
So many, and I thought that the way I conservatively laid that out was you could look at it and say, yeah, that I could see that.
Here's where I would bet like my kid's college fund.
Oh,
double digit. If that number were 9.5, Niners are winning 10 games this year. That's like, I mean, somebody just hit us in the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. 209. Okay, what up, Fresno? I see 8 wins to 9. You're too low. I promise you that with the caveat outside of a quarterback injury. I promise you.
I promise you.
I promise you. 10 wins this year for the Niners. Minimum. Absolute minimum. I really don't. It's like, I don't think that you can, if you wanted to do like a deep dive Dibs, if you wanted to really like forget all the emotion of things, look at your schedule, look who the Niners are, do kind of a dive on what makes sense, assuming healthy quarterbacks for both the opponents and the home team, whatever. I don't see how you could sell the idea of the Niners not winning 10 games. I don't even see it. Like, that should be a baseline for what we're talking about this season.
That's what Vegas thinks the baseline is. Yeah. And, I did this before, but their opponents this year had a winning percentage of .415 last year. It's the easiest schedule based on opponents' record from the previous year in the National Football League.
That's crazy. Say that again.
The opponents that they're going to face had a winning percentage of .415 last year. And that includes the likes of the Rams, who they were good.
They were good.
And Seattle was better than you.
Okay, yep.
Arizona was better than you, and that's 6 of your games.
Well, a lot of people ended up better than you.
Right.
That aren't really better than you.
You would think, but and then you go into the Carolina and New Orleans, who as of yet is yet to have a quarterback. And if they do decide on a quarterback, he'll probably be the 32nd best quarterback among starters in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
The Giants, I think, are patently a joke. The Bears are expected to be better. I still think you're a better team than the Bears, and I'm not a believer in Caleb Williams. Apologies to USC alums near and far.
I don't think you need to apologize. USC quarterbacks usually disappoint in the NFL. Usually, there's kind of a rule. Lucas, would you even agree with this? With USC football, and it's not a hard and fast rule, but usually the offensive players disappoint in the NFL, and the defensive players usually succeed. And I can think of all kinds of examples where that's not the case. But the success rate on the defensive side of the ball, and this is more modern era USC.
Right.
But if you go through all of these quarterbacks who have always had big names.
I was just thinking about who would be, in the last 25 years, who would be the best USC quarterback in the NFL?
Carson Palmer.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, Carson Palmer. But even that was from Heisman Trophy to, okay, you were good with the Bengals. He had some good years in the NFL, but it never really went that far. But even starting all the way back at Rodney Peete and then going, all the way through Matt Leinart and then other names like John David Booty and other people.
Todd Marinovich.
Yeah, they all went into the league, and it often would lean into a disappointing place. And it's not just the quarterbacks. I think of, remember when Mike Williams did that whole thing where he went to court so that he could get to the NFL earlier than you were allowed to at the time. And I can't remember, did he end up winning that case? I feel like he won that case. Something happened, or maybe it was that he just sat out a year. But anyway, he went to the NFL. He was a big-bodied receiver who had a big sort of tag on him as far as a prospect. And he just went to the league, and it was Keyshawn was really nice, obviously. That's a great player as a really early pick, but there's a long list of USC offensive players who came into the league and just kind of okay,
Sam Darnold is actually he's rising up the list.
He's rising, but he's still there's no way you'd ever use the 4th pick in the draft on him if you were to do it over again.
No.
Or 3rd pick, or whatever the hell it was.
Recently, it's different, though. Just look at the receivers alone with Drake London and Amon-Ra. And
sure.
There are plenty right now doing it.
They're starting to do better. Yeah, but there was a period of time for a long time. Pete Carroll's era, I would argue, it very often went that way where the offensive players did not do great in the league, but the defensive players, Troy Polamalu, et cetera, were phenomenal. But yeah, we're talking about a lot of people here, so you're going to find examples that fly in the face of that.
And apologies to a friend of the program, Sean Salisbury, SC quarterback.
Same. He wasn't a great NFL player.
Yeah, but apologies nonetheless. Friend of the program.
Well, no, he's a great talker.
Yep.
And a good
He was a quarterback. He played quarterback.
In the league, which is amazing.
It is.
It's very, very impressive.
Just looking at the QB versus QB, and I know the quarterbacks don't face each other, but as you look at the Niners schedule, you're hard-pressed to find more than, 2 matchups where you're I could see the other quarterback being better.
This year?
Yeah.
Okay, who?
Well, I'm just looking at...
You're talking about Baker Mayfield?
That would be one. You've got 2 Kyler Murray's, and assuming Matt Stafford is quarterback, I think you could argue that Matt Stafford, if healthy, is better than Brock Purdy still.
Yes. Yeah, you can argue that.
But then it's Darnold and Lawrence. It's Penix, who I think he's got a lot of upside, but I still would take Brock right now.
Yo, you got a handful of games on this schedule where right now the QB you're playing is named TBD. That's his name.
Yeah, like the Giants, for example.
Cleveland.
Yeah.
New Orleans.
Well, C.J. Stroud, if this game was on the schedule last year, it would be a different conversation, but
totally.
Just looking at the fantasy draft results, which I found, I took C.J. Stroud in the 6th round.
Not going to do that this year.
No, I don't think so. And just for clarification purposes, Guru took Joe Burrow in the 2nd round.
2nd round.
Correct. Joe Burrow.
That was hot. Because A, it was second round, and then B, it was like, but Burrow? Like that, what? You know what I mean? It was like if you were going to do that, maybe Lamar Jackson or maybe Josh Allen, but he's like, Joe Burrow. Sports, man.
With the first pick in the draft, Sam Lubman selects Christian McCaffrey, San Francisco 49ers.
And nobody didn't pick, like, if you didn't pick McCaffrey in the number 1 overall last year, you may have ended up being right, but you're a weirdo. Like, that's a weird thing to do after the year he had in 23.
Correct, but I mean, by that same logic, then you should take Saquon Barkley first overall.
And most, and most people will.
Yeah.
A lot of people will. It's a little fuzzier this year.
Right.
A little fuzzier.
It just, I mean, the logic being coming off a monster record-breaking year that you would expect that to happen again.
But some people will take Jamar Chase, which is not a dummy thing to do because
Steiny took him at number 7.
Yeah, like some people will take him because, you know, what do you, again, you're not playing football, you're playing fantasy football.
Right.
So I want a receiver that A, is a great player, B, has a great quarterback, and C, plays with an awful defense. Therefore, we need to score 43 points every week, and so there are going to be weeks where he flat out wins you the game by himself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And a lot of this just depends on what goes on around you, because we went running back, Breece Hall to Guru, Bijan Robinson to O'Connor, and then Luke takes CD Lamb number 4. Tyreek Hill goes to Ken at 5. I love the Dolphins. I need to have one on my team.
By the way, like almost this is the other thing. When people are like, I didn't take McCaffrey. It's like, well, then who you did take sucked too. Like there was almost nothing worked in the top half of the first round last year.
Well, Chickering took Saquon Barkley, 3rd pick in the 2nd round, and he won the damn thing.
There you go.
So
yeah,
you took Amon-Ra, which you love.
Not bad.
And then it was Chase, Justin Jefferson was taken by Evan. Then A.J. Brown tanking for, I can't remember who that is.
Somebody.
Yeah.
No, but how many teams on the Niners schedule this year do you look at right now and go, I don't even know who the quarterback's going to be that week? So
the Giants.
New Orleans.
Yep.
The Giants. The Browns.
The Panthers, maybe?
Well, it's probably going to be Bryce Young.
But that's a late November game, so you might be the spot where...
The Colts. The Colts have a QB battle in camp. I don't know who's going to win it. By the way, it should be Daniel Jones, but I don't know it's going to be that. I guess, are we sure that Tennessee will be starting Cam Ward? I guess, right? Number 1 overall pick in the draft, but like he's never played football in the NFL before. So that's an I don't know. I assume that Penix has got a clear runway in Atlanta, but that's a super weird situation where Kirk Cousins is surprisingly still there. This is all on the Niners' schedule this year. And then you go with the people who I do know who the quarterback is going to be, and then I go, and he ain't scary.
Not too scary.
You know, and that's where I do go to, Bryce Young, and I do go
CJ
to
Stroud and
CJ
Baker.
Stroud and even Caleb Williams. You know, like Trevor Lawrence.
Yep.
Not scary. Like the scary people on the schedule are Matt Stafford, Baker Mayfield, and probably it.
I mean, Kyler Murray running around.
And Sam Darnold. Okay, maybe. But it's not like they're terrifying. You're not like, ooh, they're going to carve.
But even like looking at the schedule, and I mentioned that these teams had a winning percentage of 415 last year. When you look at these teams, you're hard-pressed to find a lot of these teams that are going to be, whoa, that team's going to be a lot better. Like Tampa, they should still be.
Those would be good.
They should be good. Yeah. Falcons should be better if Penix is really. If he gets more comfortable.
I do.
I think Atlanta's a team that can cause problems with their offense.
Yeah, they can win a football game, sure.
Beyond that,
that game is here.
Right.
Which I think
grass.
Right. Always a significant thing when you're talking about a dome team. I think it's significant. Yeah. Where do you play them?
I don't think the Giants will necessarily be better. The Panthers are a year away from being a year away. The Browns are a laughingstock. The Titans also come here. And the Colts, if they can figure out their quarterback spot, that's a game in Indy. That could be, be more difficult, but just looking at these teams, Mark, I don't see a lot of these teams where I look and go, yeah,
dude,
they're going to be better than they were last year.
If the Niners are like 5-5 after week 10, just Imagine that, right? Because their bye is late. Their bye is at week 14. So let's say they're 5-5 after week 10, and you'd be like, ugh, that's not what we want. Just listen to what happens after that. Okay? Your 3 road trips, one of them is just to Arizona, no big whoop. Your other 2 road trips are to Cleveland and Indianapolis. So those are not good football teams. And you've got home games against Carolina, Chicago, and Tennessee. And then you end the year with Seattle coming here to Levi Stadium. Like, that's another quirk of the schedule. The second half is especially kind to the 49ers. So even if they were 5-5 with those final 7 games, I'd be pretty hard-pressed to not think that they'll be like 5-2. And there's your 10-7.
Not good enough though, because if they do go 5-5 to start,
which I don't think they will, but
just playing this out, you've got the Seahawks, Cardinals, Rams twice. So and the Cardinals again. No, that would be the 11th
That's week
game.
11. Yeah,
but
that's week 11.
Of the first 10, that's 4 divisional games. That would mean you probably lose 3 of those 4, and that would mean that you have 2 other losses to either the Falcons or the Bucks, and so your NFC tiebreaker record probably is not good.
888-957-9570 is the number. If you have not already, make sure you subscribe to our podcast. It's called Willard and Dibs, just like the show. But while you're there, make sure you do that for the roast in the morning with the Joes, Steiny and Goo as well, and what all of us had to say about yet another Giants loss last night. This time to the Pirates. A little bit more on that as another game is only an hour away. Coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Guide.
Hey guys, what's going on?
How are you?
Yeah, doing good. I don't know if I'm doing good.
Hey.
Now, back to Will and Dibby on 95.7 The Game.
Hey. Win a game, dude. Hey. Get to 9:30 tonight, and the Giants are at 500, and Justin Verlander has not won again. I don't know, brother. Listen, trade deadline, 40 whatever.
Yep.
45 hours away.
Something like that.
But the Giants, they've only got 2 games left because don't play on Thursday, and they'll be done in theory by about 3:30 or 4 o'clock tomorrow, and then it's action. Then you got 24 hours with no baseball to sort of figure out what you're going to do. Obviously, there could be an announcement between now and then, but my goodness, how would you sell to your fans what we're all being told the Giants are planning to do if, oh, by the way, you also have a losing record, which is possible.
Right, and it's time to go, Buster said, and they went, and then they went out and made a big deal, and since then, it's been a little bit of a fade into Bolivia. Perhaps they will channel their inner Blue Jays and Orioles, and I mentioned this to you during the break, where the 2 teams are playing a doubleheader today, and they made a trade with each other in between games. Seranthony Dominguez traded from Baltimore to Toronto. He's gone out and pitched against his former team in Game 2 of the doubleheader.
No way. Did he pitch in Game 1?
Seranthony Dominguez. No, he did not pitch in Game 1.
Okay.
Because they clearly were looking to shop him.
Who was the home team?
It's Baltimore.
Okay, so he was on the Orioles.
Right.
Playing a home game. And then after Game 1 of the doubleheader, they announced they trade him. So he walks over to the visiting clubhouse. They hand him a jersey.
Yep.
Somebody grabs a Sharpie and writes his name on the back of it.
Probably.
Sends him down to the other bullpen, and a couple hours later he gets called into the game.
2 strikeouts, a clean inning, and the Blue Jays are in a 2-2 battle with Baltimore.
Woo!
So
that's some drama right there.
It's some drama, and it's just baseball in a nutshell where these kind of wacky things can happen. So, Hey, Giants, while you have Pittsburgh here, just trade for Paul Skeens. Just get Skeensy over. You won't.
I mean, the Pirates are obviously a seller. I think what they're mainly selling, though, are bullpen arms, which is the one thing the Giants do not need. So this does not feel like a match. Although I did see that report from Bags that the Mets, when they were here over the weekend, were reportedly trying to leave with Camilo Doval. They didn't.
Right.
But they wanted to. They were trying to leave with Camilo Doval. I mean, that stuff happens.
That's called kidnapping, by the way.
Yes.
If
you're going to need approval. You can't just take him.
Yeah.
I am fascinated right now to see what they do, because they've got there's like 2 aspects of it. There's the normal, like we're trying to make a good trade and improve our team, and then there's the PR aspect of this, which is that you're trying to excite your base, you're trying to excite your fans with this maneuver, and it's really hard to do when you're out there losing baseball games every night. So I would suggest, with 2 grizzled veterans on the mound, both tonight and tomorrow afternoon. Verlander tonight, Logie Logs tomorrow afternoon. I would suggest wins. Would be good.
Be good for the fans' morale.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Talked about it yesterday, where it feels almost like the fans are more anxious about what's going on than the players, but then you watch the players in a tight spot last night, and Yaz and Bailey with a couple of cracks to rescue that game and avoid having your 2 young guys go out there and not get, not that they were going to be the pitchers of record, but it would have been nice to win that game when you got various Carsons out there throwing, but you just couldn't get it done in a tight spot late. And so now you start stacking losses. And like you said, if they go out tonight and they don't get it done, and we come in tomorrow and they are dead flat 500, coming off of 3 years where they basically were the exact same, even though this team is more exciting than those teams, you are what your record says you are, Mark. Especially in baseball after 108 games.
You are. You are. And yeah, like I think that's what makes this year, quite frankly, even harder. I know there's a lot of you out here who are like, oh, this is exactly what I kind of expected the Giants to be at the beginning of the season. Fine. I didn't, but fine. I'll accept it. But at the beginning of the season, you didn't know that Rafi Devers played for this team. So what's hard for me right now is the last 3 years, most of the time when the Giants had this blah record, I'm like, right, it's a blah team. I don't feel like this team should be this bad. That's the issue this year.
Yeah.
The last few years, I'm like, right. You don't really have that many good hitters on this team. Now you do. Like, you have 4 players on this team, and maybe it should be more, but there are at least 4 players on this team where, like, when they're at the plate, I'm like, hold on, I'd like to watch this. Like, these are real hitters. This team should be better, and they need to be better. So, and another big series awaits them. Like, Camilo Doval, in theory, will be in New York this weekend. I don't know which team he's going to play for, but he'll be in New York this weekend.
And it looked like this Pittsburgh home and away 6-gamer felt like, I'm 4-2 for sure. Maybe we rack up a 5-1 and
still could.
Right, but as a fan, you go in with a lot less confidence based on what you're talking about. Like, you should be better when the offense produces, the pitching falls short, and when the pitching's great, you lose 2-1.
And you will have to face, in theory, Skeens next week. Next week you're going to get a Skeensy in there.
Yep,
I'm pretty sure. Although unless I wonder if does he throw Saturday? Is there any chance that the Giants actually miss Skeensy again next week? Does he throw Saturday?
They're missing him. That's all I know.
They are?
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Both times, huh?
Jeez, dude, you guys got no excuse not to get 4 of these. None. Who's the unnamed person pitching for the Pirates tonight? Who's throwing?
Bailey Falter.
Okay. So
Lefty.
He's got a
Well, there you go. I'm sure the lineup will include Matos. Matos and Ramos.
Batting ninth.
Sure.
Batting ninth. That's exciting.
And is Patrick Bailey any better right-handed or left-handed?
He's worse.
His splits are pretty...
I don't know what his splits are this year, but
his splits are the Schmitz.
He's a better hitter from the left side. He's a more powerful, better hitter from the left side. No question about it. Is he in tonight?
He is.
Okay. You sound so excited.
Well, hey, don't look now. Patrick Bailey's about to get hot.
I don't know. He's been much better. Ramos, Devers, Adames, Chapman, Flores, Schmidt, Lee, Bailey, Matos, and Verlander. Hey, you talked to his brother while I was gone, I heard.
Yeah.
How'd that go?
Great. A great guy.
What'd he say? Ben Verlander, who covers baseball, was on the show. What'd he say?
Well,
was he like, my brother's actually still great. Stop being mean. Like, what did he say?
Wasn't quite that far, but he's like, my brother is pitching better than what the record would indicate in the numbers. I think that's fair.
That's true.
And he also was saying that he doesn't think that Justin's just automatically going to shut it down after this year, because we asked about 300 wins.